A 200-pound female landlord confesses to you. You can earn 100,000 just by learning fitness from her. But you refused without hesitation. Because you awakened the 10x cashback system. Spend $1 and get back $10. You grabbed your phone, immediately went to a supermarket, and asked the boss for the most expensive pack of cigarettes. The boss looked up at you and said directly, 100. You looked at the remaining $101 on your phone. 100 is 100. Bet on a villa by the sea. Quickly scan the payment in one go. At the same time, a bank text message came in. You opened and looked at it. You directly saw the message prompt. The card ending in 996 immediately received $1,000. Excitedly shouted at the boss, "Give me 2 more packs of cigarettes." The supermarket boss rolled his eyes and bought 2 packs, as if buying 2 packs. Although he despised your behavior, his hands were particularly honest. Immediately took out 2 more packs of cigarettes from the cabinet. And when my $200 was spent, sure enough, the bank card received another $2,000. Next, the system prompted. Spending money on women will get you 10x cash back, and you can also see the woman's affection value for yourself. After returning to the company, you immediately set your sights on a target, Lily. You quietly called out the name of a female colleague at the adjacent workstation. Finished work, do you have plans? I'd like to invite you for a meal. Lily's full name is Chin Shueli. She is the most beautiful girl in the entire company. A pair of snow-white long legs, causing many male colleagues in the company to be envious. At the same time, there are also many licking dogs around her. You used to be one of them. Faced with your invitation, Chin Shueli refused without hesitation. Because she estimates that you can only afford to treat her to a KFC meal. She doesn't want to waste her time on you. You took a glance at Chin Shueli, and your favorability rating towards you. 0 to 10 is a stranger, 11 to 50 is an ordinary friend, 51 to 60 is a close friend, 61 to 80 is a lover. With a favorability rating of 81 to 100, it reaches the level of discussing marriage. However, Chin Shueli's favorability rating towards you is only 10, in other words, in her eyes, you don't even qualify as a friend. Just a colleague at the level of a passerby. Although this hurts you, it's also to your liking. If the favorability rating is too high, it's very easy to max out the favorability rating. The system won't give any cash back. Alright, I was thinking of taking you to the department store for a stroll. If you don't have time, then forget it. You casually probed. Chin Shueli's eyes lit up at the mention of the department store. Daewuching is a high-end shopping mall. You can't leave without spending a few thousand after a stroll. As soon as she thought of it, her mood changed immediately. There's nothing to do after work, so it's nice to go for a stroll and then go home. You snorted coldly in your heart. She really does think you're too poor. Not only did she change her mind as soon as she heard about going to Joy City, but even this woman's fondness for you has increased. Work ends at 5 o'clock, but she suggested bringing her girlfriend along. You also understand her thoughts. It's nothing more than being afraid that you might do something inappropriate to her and not wanting to suffer. You didn't mind. Having one more person just means an extra target for making money. Okay, no problem, you agreed directly. At this point, Chin Shueli's fondness for you immediately increased. Many colleagues also saw this scene at 5 o'clock. They cast surprised glances at you one after another. To prevent the system from being unreliable, before going to the mall, you specifically ran to a nearby milk tea shop, bought 2 cups of milk tea, one for Zhao Shueli and one for her girlfriend, costing a total of $20. You didn't relax until you heard that the system had returned $200 to your account. After getting off the car, Chin Shueli walked to the entrance of Joy City. Holding the milk tea, she first took a selfie, and posted it with a cute description. You could tell at a glance that this is the standard strategy of a sugar daddy. Pouting and acting cute is a daily occurrence, but there are never any scenes with other opposite-sex individuals in her friend circle. But you don't care. Chin Shueli is just a tool for you to make money. It's too early for dinner now, so you suggested to take a casual stroll first. Chin Shueli did not refuse. She just wanted to test how much purchasing power you have. Of course, as a female sea queen, she must control the situation well. Not refusing, not taking the initiative, and not being responsible are the most basic principles for all sea queens. Coincidentally, I've run out of lipstick. Let's go to this store and take a look. She takes you to a lipstick store. It's a Yves Saint Laurent counter, and a set of ordinary lipstick is over 1,000. Chin Shueli picked one and kept trying many colors. Do you want to buy it? I'll treat you. No, today's colors are all very ordinary, and I don't like them very much. This is the usual tactic of the sea queens. If I agree directly, it will make her look materialistic. The sales assistant at the Yves Saint Laurent counter noticed you as soon as you walked in. It's not because you're handsome, but because of the shabby clothes you're wearing, a poor appearance. You're probably just a fake boyfriend who's a lapdog for someone else. Especially the kind who licks despite having no money. Just buy it if you like it. How much can a lipstick cost? As soon as this was said, the sales assistant became more certain of her thoughts. It seems that you not only have no money, but also like to show off. What do you mean, how much can a lipstick cost? Don't you have an idea in your mind? You like to show off, right? Then I'll make you pay a little. She became even more enthusiastic about recommending this lipstick. This is the new model of this year, priced at $1,499, which is already very cost-effective. It's only a little over $1,000, it's simply too cheap, and this set of colors does not match Lily's temperament. Hearing what you said, the two women sneered in their hearts. In their eyes, you are just clumsily finding excuses not to buy. If you think it's too cheap, we have some more expensive ones over here, let me introduce them to you. The saleswoman is also determined to make you stay. You don't need to come over, you introduce it to me. You pointed to the honest new clerk next to you. The girl was a little stunned. My mom said, just come over, in this kind of counter, there is a commission for every set sold. Although you have a cashback system, you don't want to boost the performance for this kind of snobbish person. The saleswoman naturally understands what you mean, so what if it counts towards her performance? As if you can buy a lot. Xiaolu is calling you, quickly give a good introduction to our big customer. The young girl patiently introduces them one by one. Finally chose a set priced at $3,099 to give to Qin Shueli. Then casually asked if there are any other ones she likes. Qin Shueli was a bit stunned at this point. Your monthly salary is not even $6,000. She unexpectedly received a lipstick priced at over $3,000, which she had never expected. At this moment, the saleswoman finds it amusing that you are pretending to be rich despite being in financial trouble. Xiaolu didn't hear our important customer ask if they wanted to buy a few more sets. Quickly recommend a few more items. Xiaolu doesn't dare refuse and hurriedly starts to dutifully introduce more items. Lily, what do you think of these? They're okay. Let's take them all. Sir, are you sure about this? Xiaolu roughly calculated that these items are around 20,000, and she even wanted to stop your impulsive spending. But you confidently asked her to pay by credit card. Total amount charged, $27,468. Cashback of $274,680 has been credited to your account. Seeing the notification, you smiled, realizing you made $270,000. It's just too easy. The saleswoman beside you was left dumbfounded. You spent nearly $30,000 at the counter, not feeling the pinch at all, and still smiling. Could it be that she misjudged today? The saleswoman quickly put on a smile and said, Sir, we have many more good items at our store. Shall I introduce them to you? Seeing the sudden change in the saleswoman's attitude, you happily said, Your items are so cheap. I only spent $30,000 on so many. Lily, let's go. At this moment, you turned back and glanced at Qin Shueli, and her favorability rating unexpectedly increased to 35 points. As expected of the Sea King, she spent $30,000, only increasing her favorability by 15 points. She can't even be considered a close friend, but that's fine too. The promotion happened too quickly, you haven't had the chance to show off your wealth yet. At this point, Qin Shueli was naturally bewildered. She doesn't understand if you've gone crazy or won a lottery, why suddenly so generous? She thinks you must have watched those PUA tutorials online, thinking that using this kind of spending can impress her. If she were an inexperienced girl, she might be touched. But as an experienced woman, she doesn't think so. Spending $30,000 on the first date, it will only decrease in the future, not increase. But she couldn't help but test you. You earn money and give me so many gifts, won't your girlfriend be angry? Just broke up today, can I ask what the reason is? No, of course not. Because you came home to get the documents at noon today, but unexpectedly saw your girlfriend playing poker with her boss, without a hint of guilt, and even made you pretend you didn't see and leave quickly. You were so angry that you almost fainted. Since being with this girlfriend for a full 3 years, you haven't bought a new piece of clothing, saving all the money to prepare for marriage. But unexpectedly, she secretly cheated on you. If you hadn't suddenly come back today, who knows how long it would have been kept a secret. Perhaps even the heavens thought you were pitiful, that's why they let you awaken the rich return system. Right now, your only thought is to make money, crazily make money. At this moment, you see the system cashback of $300,000, and you feel absolutely ecstatic. You also clearly feel that after a shopping spree, Qin Shueli is not as resistant to you. Not only is she talking more, but she even smiles at you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you want to hold Qin Shueli's hand. But in the past, you were very honest, and even with your girlfriend, you never went beyond a certain point. Moreover, she is considered the goddess of your company. But when you think about it, what is there to be afraid of? You spent over 30,000, and yet you're not willing to hold her hand. Finally, you muster the courage to hold Qin Shueli's hand, and at this moment, you can't even put it into words. Her hand is incredibly soft, just one touch and you can tell she's the kind of girl who hasn't done much physical work, raised by her parents. Qin Shueli doesn't resist, letting you hold her hand like this. Of course, it's only limited to holding hands. After all, once a lapdog bites, it's impossible to let the horse run and eat grass. Moreover, holding hands is not a big deal, and no acquaintances will see us here. However, this simple gesture brings an indescribable excitement and exhilaration to you. Your heartbeat unconsciously quickens a bit. When you're used to being a loser, the first time you can touch the goddess's hand is enough for her to boast when she goes back. At this time, Qin Shueli's friend finally arrives. She also takes the opportunity to free herself from your hand. After the introductions, you also know this girl's name is Qingyue. She is a classmate of Qin Shueli from university, and also a close friend. In fact, she looks pretty good. It's just that standing next to Qin Shueli, she seems a bit ordinary. Perhaps this is the secret to the Sea King's dates. There always has to be a sidekick to set off this beauty. It's getting dark, and you suggest finding a restaurant to eat something. But the nearby places are quite expensive. Qin Shueli kindly reminds you to find a cheaper place, but you directly chose the most expensive one. After sitting down, you hand the menu to Qin Shueli, asking her to order whatever she likes. Don't be polite. However, considering you spent over 30,000 today, Qin Shueli clearly showed mercy on this meal. She ordered dishes that are relatively moderate in price. You glanced at the menu, the prices are well controlled, not exceeding $10,000. You didn't say much, and after the dishes arrived, Qin Shueli and Qingyue chatted and laughed. You only started eating after taking photos, taking advantage of the opportunity while you were paying the bill. Qingyue couldn't help but ask Qin Shueli, "What's your relationship?" Hearing just ordinary friends, he immediately understood. Seems like another spare tire-licking dog. Sometimes, he's quite envious of Qin Shueli. It's like a magnet for US dollars, surrounded by wealthy people who are willing to spend money on him. A high-quality man like you, he also wants. And you look at the just credited over 90,000 US dollars, feeling very pleased. This kind of money-spending thrill makes you unable to resist. After settling the bill, it's only a little after 9, feeling a bit reluctant to let Qin Shueli go so easily. It's not that you want to do something. It's mainly the exhilarating feeling of spending and making money. After thinking it over, you suddenly think of a high-consumption place. How about we go to a bar and have some fun? In theory, Qin Shueli didn't want to agree with you, but seeing that you said you could invite a few more friends, she thought you had just broken up and wanted to vent, so Qin Shueli went along with you to play for a while. You just arrived at the city's hottest Red Rose bar. At the entrance, two hot girls are already waiting, Angela and Xingxing. When they first met, they didn't give their full names, and even mentioned an English name. At a glance, these two are regulars at nightclubs, not only heavily made up, but also dressed very coolly. With four girls standing together, Qin Shueli looks relatively innocent. Looking at the lively crowd in the bar, you can't help but sigh. If it were the previous you wouldn't dare come to a place like this, let alone with four beautiful women. But now, with a system backing you up, you naturally have nothing to fear. Soon, the sales manager came over. "Good evening, would you like a private room or an open table?" She rarely encounters customers like your group. One man and four women, he doesn't know if it's a handsome and wealthy man's arrangement, or a wealthy woman's arrangement. But no matter which, it's all a bit unusual. When he heard you mention a private room, he also realized that you are the boss today. "Bro, what should we drink?" Salespeople naturally won't ask the girls, since it's not them who are paying, so he looked directly at you. "Do you have any recommendations?" The salesperson also noticed that it's your first time here, but judging from your attire, you are definitely not a handsome and wealthy man. You must have been set up by these women. As fellow men, the salesperson naturally wants to take care of you, so he's recommending relatively inexpensive drinks. "What about the spades, eh?" With this remark, everyone looked at each other. It seems like it's your first time here, so the salesperson patiently explained to you. "What is spades, and the dragon set?" Spades are divided into gold, pink gold, violet, platinum, and green gold. With black gold, it's 88,888. Without black gold, it's 78,888. 3 bottles of spades are called Little Dragon, and 5 or more bottles are called Big Dragon. Then let's start with a set of Big Dragon, with black gold, and pay by card. At this moment, you took out a somewhat worn-out bank card from your pocket. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, but still swiped it through the machine. Total cost, 88,888. System cashback of 888,881 credited to your account. After seeing the 10x cashback, you felt more at ease in your heart. It seems you didn't come here for nothing. Spending one transaction results in 880,000 credited to your account. In the past, not to mention 88,000, even opening a bottle of 88 would have been a real pain. As for now, no matter how much you spend, you can get a 10x cashback. At this moment, you were thinking about whether you could get a few more Divine Dragon packages and buy a villa for yourself in full tomorrow. At this moment, a few women saw you wave your bank card and directly swipe a set of Divine Dragon. There was a hint of admiration in their eyes, and at this moment, they didn't think you were that bad. At the very least, you looked handsome when swiping the card. Qin Shueli clearly noticed the changes in the three girlfriends. Her body subconsciously leaned closer to you. You couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What's going on? Why is she suddenly so proactive? You looked up and only then did you understand the favorability of the few people. That scene just now really made a strong impression. At this moment, the music abruptly stopped. The dry ice fog gradually dispersed. The spotlight of the entire venue shone on your table. Several elegantly dressed beauties swayed their bodies and brought the Divine Dragon packages to your table. Right now, all you can think of is how satisfying it is to spend this money. The lively atmosphere is also being heightened. In the midst of the fun, Angela was the first to inquire about you. Lily, when did you two start dating? Last week I saw you still single. Oh no, Qin Shueli thought to herself that this is not good. Is this person trying to encroach on her territory? She hesitated, wondering if she should declare her sovereignty to her girlfriends at this moment. You may have misunderstood. Lily and I are not dating. We are just regular colleagues. We just made plans to relax together today. Your words surprised Qin Shueli. How did this guy suddenly change his mind? He didn't care at all about their thoughts. You do like Qin Shueli indeed, but it's just an infatuation. Qin Shueli saw that you were trying to break free from his control. He took your hand and led you to the edge of the dance floor. As the top female Sea King, Qin Shueli, he naturally knows all kinds of dance moves. But at this moment, he appeared to be less skilled. Carefully nestled in your arms, he swayed his body. The real sensation directly made your blood surge. Normally, Qin Shueli is an extremely aloof girl, but now, she's like a well-behaved little kitten nestled in your arms. The next sentence further excited you. If you're not having enough fun drinking, I can take you to another place to drink more. After hearing this, it's obvious that money can bring unimaginable happiness to people. Faced with such blatant temptation, you didn't rush to answer, and after a while, you both left. But then, a stranger appeared at the table, holding a glass and whispering to Angela. The two of them had a dazed look in their eyes. It felt like they were about to kiss in the next second. This made you very unhappy, not even a greeting, just drinking your alcohol and hitting on your girl. Qin Shueli also noticed the awkward situation. She glanced at you, wanting to know what you would do. You squinted your eyes, but your face remained calm. If this were the broke you'd either back down or make a scene. But now that you have money, your mindset is completely different. In the adult world, money can solve all problems. You lightly laugh it off, saying everyone is a guest. Since they are friends, you'll just order another set and leisurely drink your wine. Qin Shueli looked at you with some surprise. If it were someone else, they would have either angrily confronted them or waved them away. Your mature way of handling things made her feel particularly impressed. Chen Feiyu didn't expect you to give him such face. He raised his glass and downed 3 cups in a row. He doesn't know who you are, so naturally he doesn't dare to offend you. But judging from your casual ordering of 2 sets of wine, he definitely doesn't have as much money as you do. With the matter settled, the atmosphere became lively again, and everyone continued playing dice. After a few drinks, you casually asked Chen Feiyu about his relationship with Angela. Upon hearing this, Chen Feiyu's expression changed slightly, but he also couldn't not answer. He vaguely explained that he works in short video operations and that Angela is someone he brought into the company, so she can be considered his superior, albeit reluctantly. Ah, I see, you nodded slightly and then asked another question. Have you ever had any improper relationship with Angela? As soon as this was said, there was an instant chill in the air, even though you were joking. But everyone present understood that you were doing it on purpose. If it weren't for the fact that you are generous and wealthy, saying such a thing would probably get you beaten up. No, Angela and I are just a normal superior-subordinate relationship. Even though she's not under my supervision now, we still have a normal friendship. It's definitely not what you, Zhang Xiao, are imagining. Chen Feiyu quickly waved his hand and explained, but you could tell from his expression that he was obviously lying. And what about other girls, any scandals? You felt secretly pleased as you watched Chen Feiyu sweat profusely. Both of them must be seething with anger now, but they still had to smile. This is the embodiment of financial power. If you offend someone, you need money to back you up. If you didn't have a bit of power, those words might have led to a fight. I've had a bit too much to drink, my mind is a bit fuzzy. If I ask something I shouldn't, please don't get mad. You pretend to be confused, and they can only greet you with a smile. You went to the bathroom and washed your face on purpose. Looking at yourself in the mirror, your face was all red. You did lose quite miserably in the dice game, and you've been quite drunk. If you play again, you might pass out. But 99% of things in this world can be solved with money. So, you waved your hand and called the manager over. Do you have anyone here who's good at finishing the dice game and can hold their liquor? Call my booth over for a drink, and I'll order another set of dragon gods. The manager was stunned by your actions. You couldn't even get one of the 4 girls drunk. You had to get someone to help you. But the boss naturally requires everything to be arranged. The manager quickly brought a tall girl, with eyebrows like distant mountains, a face like a new moon, and wearing a traditional cheongsam. Her outfit is indeed a bit unconventional here, but there's an indescribable charm about this woman. According to the manager, her name is Gaoyu, the top salesperson at the bar. Before you could figure out where it came from, you thought to yourself, too bad Gaoyu is the most beautiful and charming woman you've ever seen. But to be able to become the sales team leader of the Red Rose, there must be a story behind it. You asked Gaoyu to sit next to you and waved to order another set of dragon gods. The music in the whole room abruptly stopped again, and the spotlight shone directly on your booth, attracting a lot of attention. The manager's face lit up with excitement. It looks like they've encountered a big client tonight. Picking up the microphone, he shouted, "Table 65, right in the center, bring out the dragon set, and make sure the table is fully prepared." The others looked at each other and whispered, "Is he really that wealthy? Ordering 2 dragon sets and a mini dragon set in one night has already cost nearly 200,000. Even if he's rich, he shouldn't spend like this." Shin Shueli was shocked at this point. "If I had known you were this wealthy, I wouldn't have invited these girlfriends." And now, her man, who was originally hers, has to compete with several others. On the side, Gaoyu didn't have so many thoughts, she just felt that you were boosting her morale, and boldly wanted to play the game with each of them. It means rolling the dice to assign them seats, and everyone has to win once for it to be considered over. At this point, you looked at Gaoyu's favorability rating and were quite surprised to see it was only 10 points. Shin Shueli felt a little sulky and refused to play this game. On the other hand, Angela looked defiant, saying, "If you're here, then bring it on." Boss doubles, double 64, please drink. Double 53, accepted the concession. After 2 rounds, Gaoyu didn't lose a single hand, which made you feel very relieved. Indeed, professionals are different. At this moment, Gaoyu's momentum was like that of a queen in a bar. This intriguing sensation gradually piqued your interest in her. You're quite good at playing. How you entertain will determine your performance. You paused the dealer for a moment, ordered some drinks, and then played another round of dragon. After swiping the card and hearing this, Gaoyu sweetly smiled at you, making your heart skip a beat. Then you chuckled lightly, thinking that beautiful women are indeed good at deceiving people. Although she wore a sweet smile, her affection for you did not increase at all, which made you even more interested in her. Money doesn't work here. Could it be that he's an honest official? It's all just speculation, but at the very least, Gaoyu is not a woman who can be swayed by just a few $1,000s. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was a bit tipsy. Shin Shueli leaned close to your ear and exhaled alcohol fumes, saying, "I'm tired and want to find a place to rest. But if I forget at the company, I won't be able to go home." You looked at Shin Shueli with some surprise. Her words seemed a bit flirtatious. Was she trying to get you to accompany her to a hotel? Then you go find a place. I'll cover the bill, and I'll transfer the money to you later. At this point, you didn't leave with her because your interest was not focused on Shin Shueli. It's the charming Gaoyu that you really want to conquer. As Shin Shueli left, the others couldn't hold on either, as each of them had vomited more than once. Gaoyu basically never wins at dice. Well, let's leave it at that. Gaoyu stood up, raised her glass, and finished the drink that had been poured for you earlier. "Shang, let me add you on WeChat. Although Gaoyu's favorability is still at 10, I've been attracted to her for a long time, and you naturally did not refuse." Soon, you received a text message from Gaoyu. "Zhang, you finished work early today. I'll treat you to a late-night snack later." Women who frequent bars generally have good emotional intelligence. It's not appropriate to say this in front of others. At this moment, you are increasingly appreciating him, and a desire to conquer him has emerged in your heart. Although you feel nervous, you are also extremely excited. If something were to happen with a woman like Gaoyu tonight, I believe 99% of men would not refuse. After adding WeChat, Gaoyu left, and the manager of the private room immediately came to greet you. Do you still want to drink? You glanced at the two women lying unconscious on the sofa and shook your head. If you were to suggest taking the two to a hotel to rest, I believe they wouldn't refuse. However, as wealth and status increase, for this kind of lock that can be opened by 10,000 keys, it's not worth it. You are not interested. It would be even more regrettable if you catch something. Then you turned to the manager and said, if you want to drink the remaining alcohol, go ahead. If not, pour it out. It's stuffy in here. I'm going for a walk. The manager was dumbfounded. What's going on? You ordered 3 sets of Shenlong, 1 set of Shenlong, and didn't take a single girl. Are you disillusioned with the world, or is it a lack of ability? You don't know what he's thinking. After leaving the bar, you sighed. The feeling of being rich is really good. But then you received a text message from Qin Shueli on your phone. I've booked the room. Shangri-La 9694. The implication of this message is even more obvious. Anyone with half a brain can figure out what it means. Recalling Qin Shueli's innocent appearance, you hesitated for a moment, but in the end only sent a good night, and didn't reply to Qin Shueli's message again. Over at the Shangri-La Hotel, Qin Shueli finished showering, using a towel to dry her wet hair while refreshing her phone. During this time, she had been waiting for the sound of your knock, but after seeing your message, she felt uneasy, and replied with just 2 words, good night. It's all been hinted at like this, don't you understand? You asked me to go shopping just for that, right? Now he's skipped countless steps and directly led you to the third base, and you just replied with a good night. Faced with your indirect rejection, Qin Shueli felt some regret. It's already past 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if you went out with your 2 girlfriends tonight, or if you went to find that nightclub queen. Qin Shueli felt that the latter was more likely. Even as a woman, she felt that Gaoyu had more appeal to men. The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. She had thought you were relatively honest and timid, and should have been easy to handle, but unexpectedly, you got out of control. At this time, you also received a message from Gaoyu, just finished with Zhang Xiao. Are you sleeping? Where are you now? Wandering around on the road? Sober up and send your location. I'll come find you. 10 minutes later, Gaoyu slowly pulled up next to you on her electric bike. You were a bit surprised when you got in the car, didn't expect Gaoyu to come pick you up on a motorcycle, and she changed out of the sexy cheapao. She changed into a sports tank top, but it accentuated her slender waist even more. Sitting in the back seat, you could see the snow-white patch of skin revealed by her lower back, and you had the urge to reach out and pinch it. Soon, you arrived at a restaurant. It wasn't large, but it was crowded, probably from people just coming out of the bar. The boss ordered a dish of leek stir-fry, a dish of red date stewed oysters, and another dish of turtle soup with beef penis. Wow, all these dishes are tonics. You seriously suspect Gaoyu ordered so much because she's worried about you. You then jokingly looked at Gaoyu and asked, why did you invite me to dinner? Saw you have money, wanted to get to know you? Gaoyu was not at all evasive, and straightforwardly spoke out her thoughts. This kind of candid attitude instantly made you find it interesting. Who in the Red Rose Club isn't wealthy? You are even wealthier. Looking at his smiling face, it made you unsure whether to believe him or not. But what he said was true. Even for multi-millionaire bosses, there are not many who would spend over 200,000 in one night. As the restaurant owner served the dishes, you had a clever idea and stopped him. Boss, does he often bring men here for dinner? The boss was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Gaoyu, who was also stunned. He didn't expect you to ask him that. He waved to the restaurant owner, you can go first, and the restaurant owner left in a hurry. Gaoyu stood up from the table opposite you and sat down next to you. Do you think that when I accompany clients to drink at the nightclub, I'm that kind of dirty, casual, and very materialistic woman? You fell silent for a moment. I didn't really think that way. I was just curious. You, on the other hand, were already prepared to be splashed in the face. Gaoyu reached out with a slender jade finger and lifted your chin. Are you curious? You were drawn in by Gaoyu's gaze and nodded awkwardly. Then Gaoyu leaned in close to your ear. So, come home with me tonight, and I'll tell you slowly. Gaoyu's breath was hot as he spoke. You felt a tingling in your ears, and a wicked fire suddenly ignited in your belly. You didn't expect him to be so direct. Faced with his temptation, it surpassed Qin Shueli's. Although you were aware but puzzled, you couldn't wait to have him. But the favorability rating above Gaoyu's head poured cold water on you. The favorability rating remained at 10 points. But his smile, his tenderness, were so genuine and natural in your eyes. Wow, beautiful women really are the best at deceiving. But you couldn't worry about that. You eagerly asked him, shall we go now? Gaoyu looked at you with a smile. How can we be in such a hurry? We should fill our stomachs first before getting down to business. You know that Gayu makes sense, but thinking about the situation you'll face later, you quickly finish all the dishes on the table. 20 minutes later, you both walked out of the restaurant slowly. Where is your home? Gayu paused for a moment. You really want to go? I can't believe it. Were you just teasing me? You are already prepared for a sleepless night tonight. I didn't plan to let you go. Why order so many strong dishes? Gayu looked at your blushing face, secretly chuckled. Aren't you afraid I might hit your waist while you're asleep? This statement did make you a little scared. However, your motto has always been it is glorious to die for the country, even if it means dying under the peony flowers. Gayu chuckled at your funny look. I'm just teasing you. It's so late, I have to take you back, otherwise it wouldn't be responsible of me. After saying that, Gayu raised an eyebrow at you. His bewitching eyes almost took away your soul. Come on, you sat in the back seat and, fueled by the alcohol, directly hugged Gaoyu's waist. Hey, what are you doing? I've had a bit too much to drink. I feel dizzy even on this electric car. You shamelessly refused to let go. I have to say, Gaoyu's waist feels really nice. You've hugged me, that's enough. Don't touch randomly, okay? I'm afraid it will itch in about 10 minutes. You arrived at the Jiangshan International Villa. You looked at Gaoyu with some surprise. Do you live here? I'm renting it. You followed him into one of the villas. As soon as he entered, Gaoyu took off her high heels, and her pure white feet stepped bare on the wooden floor. Why do you live here? Does one person need to live in such a big house? Do you want to know? Gaoyu walked up to you, looked up at you, suddenly grabbed your arms, and with force, pinned you against the wall. Your entire back hit the wall, making a dull sound. His fiery red lips slowly approached, and the tips of your noses were only a few centimeters apart. Why? You couldn't help but ask. Although you are not a fighting king, you quite like this feeling of being pushed by a goddess. Are you buying a house? You were stunned. Is it appropriate to ask this in this situation? You're all set to go, and you're asking if you're buying a house. So, besides working at the bar, is my sister also a real estate agent? Gaoyu let go of your hand, walked to the switch, turned on all the lights in the room, and really began to introduce the house. This house was built in 1998, with good lighting and ventilation. The suite on the first floor faces north, and the suite on the second floor faces south. The attic has skylights, and the basement is moisture-proof. $3,000 for the floor, $900 for the tiles, for bathrooms, a pair of storage rooms, professional care for the greenery, a 50-square-meter vegetable garden, and a 100-square-meter lawn. Open the window to see green, open the door to step on the grass, nestled by the mountains and water, an absolute king of the building. You thought he was joking, but at this moment, Gaoyu looked at you with a serious expression. If you buy it, I'll marry you. At this moment, you clearly see that Gaoyu's affection for you soared to 80 when he finished the last sentence. How many people have you brought here? Gaoyu stared into your eyes, without any impurities, only you. Why me? Because you seem honest and not like a bad person, that's why I dared to bring you to my house at night. Of course, it's also because you're quite wealthy. Seeing your playful expression, Gaoyu continued to tell you the truth. This place used to be my home. My dad lost all of our tens of millions of assets due to gambling. He was also sentenced to 20 years in prison. Before he went in, he repeatedly urged me that this house was left to me, allowing him to spend the rest of his life in prison, and not to sell this house. Otherwise, he wouldn't recognize me as his daughter. However, although my dad went in, his external debts were all high-interest loans. If they are not repaid, he might have to spend his whole life in there. So, I took the liberty to sell the house and pay off those debts for him. Now my dad will be out in 2 months. After he comes out, he will definitely move into this house, so I temporarily rented it out. I've saved almost $3 million over the years, but it's still far from enough to buy this house. That's why I thought of having you buy this villa. After Gaoyu finished speaking, the originally confident eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of melancholy. How much? 23 million. You put in 20 million, I'll put in 3 million, we'll put the house under both our names, and once it's bought, I'll marry you. You know this is true. Otherwise, Gaoyu's favorability towards you wouldn't have risen to 80 points at this moment. I need to ask you a few questions first. Have you ever had a one-night stand? Do you have a history of marriage? Is your body clean? You can rest assured about this. Although I work in a bar, I've always been virtuous. I've been busy making money these years, no time for dating, let alone finding a partner. There's a hint of helplessness in his words. You feel that Gaoyu didn't lie. If it were someone else, you would have had some doubts, but you can't doubt Gaoyu at all. Alright, I'll buy it. Gaoyu really thought that even if she set herself as a condition in front of you, you would have to think it over carefully, but she didn't expect you to agree so readily. What do you do? Gao Yu looks at you curiously. Can't see the light, can't show your face in public. You can only deliberately keep it a mystery. There's no way to explain the system's matters, and you don't mind explaining. Gao Yu smiled. If you don't want to say, I won't ask anymore. But he doesn't believe it. You, a man who's even afraid of getting a tan, dare to do some shady business. Why don't you go take a shower first? I'll find you a set of clean clothes. Upon hearing this, you swiftly rushed to the bathroom. In just 2.5 minutes, you finished showering and came out wrapped in a towel. In the living room, Gao Dui is holding a blanket and tidying up on the sofa. How did you come out so quickly? Gao Dui asked in surprise, looking at you still dripping with water. What are you doing? I'll make the bed for you. I'll sleep in the guest room. Where do you want to sleep? No, I want to go to the master bedroom. You sleep in the master bedroom, and I'll take the guest room, okay? Is this the main point? You're not very good at expressing it bluntly. You mean to say that this house is too big? I don't feel safe sleeping alone. I've been afraid of the dark since I was little. If there's a ghost or something in the middle of the night, what am I going to do if I get scared? Gao Yue chuckled and said, Alright, stop acting. You go upstairs first. The room is on the 2nd floor. I'll tidy up and come over in a bit. You appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, you were already overjoyed. You then dashed upstairs. Upon entering Gao Yue's bedroom on the 2nd floor, a strong fragrance greeted you. The room was exquisitely decorated and neatly arranged, even the trash can was spotless. Unlike some girls nowadays who appear glamorous and clean on the outside but are actually quite messy in their daily lives, the room was as messy as a pigsty. Yes, at this moment, you thought of your ex-girlfriend who cheated on you. Yao Man, it's only now that you've come to your senses. You've wasted all these years. This is the life you truly wanted. You couldn't wait to open the bed and dive into the covers. The sound of running water from downstairs indicates that Gao Yu must already be taking a shower. Suddenly, you feel that time is so long, every minute and second feels like torture. Why didn't you turn on the light? Gao Yu casually turned on a desk lamp after coming upstairs. It's only now that you see clearly what Gao Yu was wearing. Purple hair with a white dress, exuding a pure yet provocative feeling. You feel incredibly hot, as if ready to go into action. But when you saw that Gao Yu had another set of blankets, you knew that your strong tactics tonight were in vain. What are you looking at? Go to sleep. Aren't you tired? Gao Yu at this moment really resembles a gentle wife. Seeing his deliberately inquisitive look, you rolled your eyes irritably. By the way, how many girlfriends have you had? Since you've decided to marry me, Gao Yu, I can't help but be curious. With a girlfriend as handsome and wealthy as you must have changed partners frequently. Just broke up yesterday, is it true? I'm not lying to you. What's your relationship with those girls at the bar today? The one with white hair is my colleague. The others are her close friends and acquaintances. I don't know any of them. The girl who left early should be the one who treated you as a lapdog date tonight. You're really smart to have figured this out. You were smiling at Gao Yue, wasn't that obvious? It's obvious, they're clearly trying to butter you up, treating you like a cash cow. Now you finally understand why Gao Yue looks different from other girls. A woman who can hang out in bars and still stand out, she's incomparable in terms of experience. I'll take you out tomorrow to buy a car, ride an electric scooter, it won't be a big deal. Do you have enough money for the house? Buying a car is another big expense. You sighed inwardly. If you don't give Gao Yue 10 times the money for the car, where will the money come from to buy her a house? As you spoke, you looked at Gao Yue beside you. At that moment, the moonlight was shining on her exquisite body, and you were suddenly filled with desire. But you didn't want to force her. Once the house is bought, she's yours, and you're not in a rush for the next day or two. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, but Gao Yue was nowhere to be seen. A soothing music was coming from the living room. As you walked out of the door, you saw Gao Yue doing stretching exercises on a yoga mat. She was wearing a black fitness outfit, the tight fabric clinging to her body, showcasing her perfectly contoured figure. I made unsweetened oatmeal and skimmed milk when you woke up. You can go have some. At this moment, you couldn't help but marvel at Gao Yue's discipline in life, waking up at 6:30. For breakfast, it's still low sugar and low fat. Indeed, women can persevere in anything to become beautiful. After eating, you took a taxi to Daiyu's city. Didn't we agree to go buy a car? Although I know you're not too particular about dressing, I still want to buy you some clothes first. Gao Yu sat in the back seat and took your hand. As expected, good-looking girls also have excellent taste in choosing clothes. Under Gao Yu's sharp gaze, you tried on a few sets of clothes, all of which looked good, including formal, casual, Japanese, and high-street styles. Even though you said you didn't want them, you still enjoyed it. Gao Yu gestured with the clothes on you. This feeling of being taken care of is truly intoxicating. Miss, sir, have the original clothes been wrapped for you? Throw them away, Gao Yu assertively but politely said. We've had enough shopping. Indeed, the clothes Gao Yu gave you are enough to buy a big dragon at the Red Rose. So you also want to show your appreciation first. Since you helped me buy so many clothes, I'll give you a lipstick. Then just bring a set of Yves Saint Laurent. Why does that brand sound so familiar? It wasn't until Gao Yu took you to the Yves Saint Laurent counter that you realized it was the same lipstick store where you accompanied Qin Shueli yesterday. When that saleswoman saw you, she was a bit surprised. She's wondering about your background. Why do you change your appearance every day? The girl yesterday was quite pretty, at least a 9 out of 10. The girl brought in today doesn't even reach a 10 out of 10. The older saleswoman quickly went up to butter you up. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Please feel free to look around. Tell me which set you're interested in, and I'll give you a detailed introduction, plus a 20% discount. You cursed inwardly. Can you stop flattering me like this? It makes it seem like I visit here often. You sneakily glanced at Gao Yu, wanting to see his reaction. Unexpectedly, Gao Yu just smiled lightly and didn't say anything. You didn't spare a second glance at the older saleswoman and turned to the previous new saleswoman. Young lady, come over and make a recommendation. The older saleswoman was also very confused at this point, secretly cursing that rich people hold grudges like this. Then, she left in a huff. Gao Yu didn't pick and choose like Qin Shueli. He casually chose one with good effects and went to the front desk to pay. Seeing this, you quickly took out a card from your pocket and handed it to Gui Yuan. Gao Yu also didn't decline, and immediately started applying it in front of the mirror. Spend $1,888. The system cashback is $18,888, already credited. How does that sound? Gao Yu pursed his lips, let out a chuckle, and you, with a dazed look in your eyes, almost kissed him. When we left, we passed by a watch store, and you gave Gao Yu a beautiful watch as a token of your affection. After that, you went straight to the car sales center. Looking at this flagship store, you casually gestured, saying that any car we chose should not cost less than 3 million. Gao Yu was stunned and said, "Did I marry the god of wealth?" You smiled but didn't say anything. Right now, you have just over 3 million in your account. If you spend it all on a car, it's enough to buy a house. Let's go there and take a look. Gao Yu pointed to a sign with a blue sky and white clouds. You walked into the 4S shop with a big bag. Seeing your distinguished appearance, the sales manager warmly welcomed you as soon as you arrived. Gao Yu chose a 3 Series, and the total price was just over 30. You shook your head at this. The sales manager thought you were not satisfied with the price, so he immediately said that it could be even cheaper if you took out a loan. You were indeed not satisfied with the price, but not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. It's not worthy of my girlfriend at all. I told you, to choose based on 3 million, but you chose a 300,000 one. What should I do? You pointed to the BMW 760 in the display case and said, how much is that one? 6 TV 12, after the discount, it's 9 million. The sales manager was smiling at this point, unable to close his mouth. Just these two, swipe your card. Are you going to pay with your card? Later, Gao Yu pulled you aside and said, are you foolish with too much money? You didn't even discuss the price, and you just paid like that. At this moment, the salesperson also realized that Gao Yu was the decision maker. He immediately brought you here, and even poured 2 cups of tea himself. This is a tea I've cherished for many years. If it weren't for you two today, I wouldn't have been able to bring out. You're not interested in such good tea. Could you get me a whole bottle of cola? Sure, of course. As soon as the salesperson heard that you wanted to drink cola, he immediately ordered his subordinate to buy it. Boss, would you like it chilled, at room temperature, or sugar-free? Chilled, right? At this moment, you feel secretly pleased. Indeed, the service that rich people can enjoy is different. Then, the salesperson looked at Miss Gao Yu with a flattering look. Which car do you like? I will definitely get you the best deal. Available now? As soon as Gao Yu's strong dominant aura emerged, it overwhelmed the salesperson. The salesperson was dumbfounded for 2.5 seconds before reacting. You're really lucky. We only have 760 available now. You can drive away today after making the payment. However, Gao Yu didn't respond and continued, at this price point, we actually have many choices. We can even buy a sports car or a second-hand supercar. You should know this. I understand. The salesperson's face broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, this woman is not easy to deal with. After Gao Yu's crazy bargaining, the salesperson reluctantly covered the purchase tax and insurance, and also included 5 full car maintenance services. The final price was only 8 million. You must be shocked, inevitably marveling at how persuasive the Night Queen is. Alright, let's just swipe the card then, spending $8 million. The system has refunded $28 million. At this moment, you secretly sigh that it's good to be rich, especially after buying that villa. And it's another tenfold cashback. $280 million. You never dreamed that there would be so much money in your account. At this moment, you glance again at Gawa sitting in the driver's seat, with such an exceptional mature beauty by his side. Now you are simply rich. When it comes to women, Gawa drives with you. Back at a coffee shop in the city center, he has already arranged to meet the landlord. You almost threw up as soon as you got out of the car. This woman drives way too fast. On the surface, she is an elegant queen, yet her inner self is so violent. At this moment, there is already a man in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a briefcase, waiting at the coffee shop entrance. This is the elite lawyer hired by Gawa at a high salary. For a property worth millions, it's necessary to have a professional look at the contract. 20 minutes later, the landlord arrives, a woman of about 50 years old, with a bulky figure, permed short wavy hair, and very small eyes, not easy to talk to at first sight. After each of the four ordered a drink, they began discussing the details of the contract. Mrs. Pang, the amount on this contract is wrong, isn't it 30 million? We had agreed before that it would be 23 million, including the transfer. Xiaoya, when you talked to me, it was 2 months ago. Mrs. Pang looked at Gaoyue helplessly. I don't want the price to go up either, but that's the market price. Today, it's not just you who made an appointment with me. 3 other potential buyers also made appointments to meet and discuss. But this is too much. Even after 2 months, it shouldn't have increased by a whopping 7 million. There's nothing we can do. This is determined by the market. I didn't understand it before, but a friend working in the real estate industry told me later. This villa is worth at least 35 million. Selling it for 30 million is already very cheap. Mrs. Pang helplessly shrugged at this point, but a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Alright, then you go talk to other people. We won't buy this house, Gaoyue said, taking your arm and leaving. At this point, you are a little surprised. Why aren't you buying it again? Even if the price is a bit higher, with the 3 million in Gaoyue's hands, you can just afford to buy it. It's fine if it's a bit more expensive. I'm not short of this money. Xiaoshang, you looked at Gaoyue. But Gaoyue was very angry, indicating that it's not about the money. It's very obvious that they are taking advantage of our desire to buy, so they're raising the price. You find his angry face quite cute. Gaoyue didn't say anything. He wants to reveal the true nature of this woman first. Maybe the price will drop in a couple of days. At this point, they hired the lawyer and chased after them. Miss Gao, there's no problem with the contract. It's just that the amount doesn't seem to be within your expectations. You've really caused trouble today, making you come here in vain. It's alright, it's alright. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gaoyue started the car and left. You stopped him, the lawyer told you something. If you can go and negotiate the purchase of the villa at Jiangshan International, any amount less than 30 million will be considered your service fee. You looked calmly at the lawyer. 30 million is acceptable to you. Are you serious? The lawyer is a bit aggressive. He has been in the business for so long and it's the first time he's dealt with such a wealthy and overbearing client. Then, seeing your serious look, he immediately agreed excitedly. After exchanging contact information, you left. What did you say to him? Gaoyu in the car looked at you curiously. Just exchanged a few words. At this time, your colleague Li Tao called you and invited you for a drink. Obviously, his mood on the phone was a bit low. Li Tao, as the department head, has always taken care of him. Him calling at this time means he's facing some difficulties. As soon as you met, Li Tao was already quite drunk and said he's planning to change jobs. It turns out his company is in the transportation business. He met a big client recently and they got along well. The client wants to take Li Tao over there for development. But as the head of a household with family responsibilities, how could it be so simple to move to a different city for development? Faced with his wife's strong opposition, Li Tao also has his own difficulties. His salary barely covers the mortgage and car loan, but after deducting basic monthly expenses, there's hardly any money left at home. Seeing the children growing up, his pressure has multiplied. But at this time, he contacted you, made up his mind, and also wants to take you along to start a business there. You look at the drunken Li Tao, feeling rare to meet a close friend, but how could you possibly work for someone else now? At this moment, you had a clever idea. You couldn't reveal the system's situation, so you made up an excuse about having a wealthy girlfriend. He wants to give you money to start a business. Since there's such a great opportunity, you can totally invest and become a shareholder. Li Tao is incredulous. Have you had too much to drink, buddy? How much money can a girlfriend give you? Probably around 30 million, not sure how much I can get. Li Tao is completely dumbfounded. You're really making the most of it, buddy. Just changed your girlfriend and you can get 30 million. I support your business venture. Then he looks at you and laughs heartily. You've got some skills, buddy. If you're not kidding, I'll arrange a meeting with Mr. Lu tomorrow and we'll have a detailed chat. Actually, you had the idea of starting a business a long time ago, but because your mind was full of work and saving money, you lost your passion. And the system had reminded you before that once you really get married, the system will automatically disappear and won't give you a 10x return anymore. So you still want to take advantage of the convenience at hand and do more business that can generate money. Let's not talk about building a business empire for now, at least aim to reach a level where you won't starve just by relying on dividends. After the chat, you sent a text to Gaoyu asking him to come pick you up. Li Tao also accompanies you with a smile, wanting to meet your legendary wealthy girlfriend. When Li Tao sees the elegant and glamorous Gaoyu in the driver's seat, his eyes widen. She's a perfect example of a beautiful and wealthy woman. How much good karma have you accumulated, kid? Gaoyu looked at your drunken face on the car. How much did you drink? You looked at Li Tao with envy, smirked, and then leaned your body towards Gaoyu's face. You kissed her fiercely, and not long after, you walked back home. You were close to Gaoyu's exquisite body, feeling the heat underneath her clothes. As soon as you entered the house, you eagerly kissed her. You still have the energy even after drinking so much. Of course, I am a strong man. Gaoyu wanted to say something, but you kissed her directly, silencing her. Get up early. You subconsciously turned over, only to feel a soft body. A woman's voice came to your ears, urging you to get up. It's killing me. It turns out that you were too excited yesterday and drank too much, so you didn't have time to do anything with Gaoyu and just fell asleep. Gaoyu was afraid that you would choke to death if you vomited in the middle of the night, so she had to stay by your side and sleep all night. Looking at the charming beauty beside you, you sighed at how beautiful life is. Quit your job at the bar, I'll take care of you from now on. Gaoyu seemed a little moved, shrinking into your arms, looking at you with those clear eyes like a lake. I'm actually a little scared, not sure what the relationship is between us now. Am I your lover? You are feeling fortunate at this moment that Gaoyu met you. Although your relationship is a bit hasty, you are not just any ordinary person. Because at this moment, Gaoyu's affection for you has reached 85 points, which is the level at which he can discuss marriage with you. So deep down, he is not with you for materialistic reasons. There's nothing more to say. I like you, this is serious. And if one day you don't like me anymore, you lightly nibbled on Gaoyu's ear. That day will not come. Gaoyu shyly pouted, but he actually knew that men's words can be deceiving. As the king of the bar, he has seen all kinds of men. He knows that these wealthy men all share a common characteristic, which is being fickle. But he also doesn't want to demand your undivided attention. As long as there's a place for him in your heart, it's enough. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at you tenderly. I bought a lot of books yesterday, planning to study for a postgraduate exam, to have something left for myself. If one day your business fails, then I'll earn money to support you. You were somewhat surprised to see Gaoyu suddenly becoming serious. Then you also realized that perhaps Gaoyu was thinking about his father who was still in prison at this moment. With his independent personality, he won't place all his hopes on a man and is always prepared to become a strong independent woman. You looked at Gaoyu's stubborn appearance and smiled gently. At this moment, you also received a message from Li Tao saying, I've arranged for you to meet at the Moon Pavilion tonight at 8 o'clock. I've arranged for you to meet at the Moon Pavilion tonight at 8 o'clock. Obviously, when you mentioned investing in their company yesterday, he didn't just dismiss it as a joke. Of course, you weren't joking either. Even though spending money on women brings tenfold returns, as a man, you still hope to have your own career as a support. Upon finding out that you are actually the hidden wealthy Qin Shueli, I sent you countless text messages last night. It was all small talk and dinner invitations, but after broadening your horizons, you have no interest in this type of playboy. After finishing the meal, you were ready to go to the company to process your resignation. Upon seeing you arrive at the company, Qin Shueli hurriedly put down her work and ran over to you. Immortal brother, why didn't you reply to my messages yesterday? Did I upset you in some way? Colleagues were all taken aback to see this scene. Qin Shueli is the ice-cold beauty of their company and has never smiled so gently at anyone before. Especially when they saw your cold expression, they were even more puzzled. You didn't respond to your colleagues' surprised looks, and instead, walked quickly to the manager's office. Before you could say anything, manager Ding Hongfei slammed the table. Do you not know what time work starts at the company? Do you not want your salary this month? After Li Tao resigned unwillingly, Ding Hongfei, who had been suppressed, also got promoted. I've always had a grudge against you, and now that there's a new leader, I naturally want to show my authority. You look at the increasingly arrogant Ding Hongfei and coldly smile. Bat inserting chicken feathers, what kind of bird are you? Working under you is like being unlucky for 8 lifetimes and earning money. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Ding Hongfei suddenly felt his authority being challenged, and colleagues gathered around upon hearing the commotion. You disdainfully look at him and say, I'm telling you straight up, I deliberately arrived late today. I did it to embarrass you, to make you lose face in front of your colleagues. What can you do to me? As soon as these words were spoken, Ding Hongfei's face turned red with anger. Alright Yi Feng, you're good. I officially inform you that you are fired. You, who originally wanted to resign, are even more disdainful of this. If it were someone else replacing Li Tao as the manager, you wouldn't be so irritable, but you don't want to give any face to Ding Hongfei, who usually bullies you. I submitted my resignation to HR a long time ago. If you want to intimidate me, try it in your next life. Qin Shueli is now dumbfounded, looking at you. Is this still the submissive you in his memory? If I had to say how you've changed, it's that you are now more confident and have the spirit of a man. Other colleagues in the company are thrilled to see this scene. Ding Hongfei often abuses his position as team leader in the company, bullying and suppressing ordinary employees. Getting slapped in the face by you today, I feel absolutely thrilled. In full view of everyone, you left the company carrying a box. When you arrived downstairs, you didn't hesitate at all, and immediately threw these work supplies into the trash can. From now on, you won't have to work for others anymore, and that's when you received a call from lawyer Wang. It turns out, the matter of entrusting him to buy the villa has yielded results, and you agreed to meet at the coffee shop you visited yesterday. As soon as lawyer Wang saw you, he began reporting his negotiation results. You were extremely surprised to hear that the house, originally priced at 30 million, was actually acquired by him for 20 million. Lawyer Wang pushed his glasses up a bit, looking somewhat pleased. I investigated Ms. Pang's background and social connections. I found that Mr. Pang's company has been on a downward trend for the past 3 years. Recently, they got into a lawsuit and urgently need a sum of cash to compensate the plaintiff, so I directly approached Mr. Pang. If he didn't sell, I would apply to the court to freeze his company's properties. By the time we go through the judicial auction process, his company probably won't even be able to sell for 10 million. So they agreed to sell it to me at a price of 20 million. Hearing this, you looked deeply at lawyer Wang. Knowledge truly changes destiny. You promised him yesterday that as long as you could secure it for 30 million, the extra amount would all go to him as lawyer's fees. Now, he has made a hefty profit of 10 million from this deal, but he earns his living by his abilities, and you don't intend to breach the contract. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Pang also arrived at the coffee shop, no longer displaying yesterday's arrogance. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so greedy and raised the price. At this moment, Mr. Pang looks crestfallen. Mr. Pang beside him gave him a cold glance. Because of his own cleverness, his wife, the original 23 million house can now only be sold for 20 million. You are also too lazy to mock them. While kicking someone when they're down might be satisfying, you don't like it. At this moment, Gao Yu also hurriedly arrived at the coffee shop. He received your message saying that the villa matter has been resolved. Although he didn't quite understand the situation, he was still extremely excited. After all, this was his family's ancestral home. If his father were to be released from prison and find the house gone, it would definitely be a severe blow. He took the purchase contract from lawyer Wang, looking at you with a surprised expression. Is the house only registered under my name? You nodded. After all, if both of your names were on it, who knows if the system would deem it a violation? If the cashback wasn't given, it would be a loss. As the contract was signed, the bank also sent a message, spending 20 million, the system cashback of 200 million has been credited. 2 billion in an instant. Although you were excited, your expression remained unchanged because this was just the tip of the iceberg of your future immense wealth. At this moment, lawyer Wang and the Pang couple also left the coffee shop one after another. Gao Yu placed her jade hand on the back of your hand, looking at you with an extremely enchanting gaze. Since you have fulfilled our agreement, from today on, I belong to you. You look at the alluring Gao Yu, and instantly feel invigorated. Walking home, passing by a convenience store, Gao Yu stops you. You look at her puzzled. I'll go down and buy some protection, she says. What protection? You don't quite understand. Not necessary for the first time, but we might need it later. Buy some to have on hand. Watching Gao Yu's swaying figure as she heads to the convenience store, you finally realize. Could it be that she's going to buy a small umbrella? Back at the villa, you eat the lunch Gao Yu made, feeling quite impressed. I have to say, this woman also has a talent for cooking, especially the beef. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and not greasy. Watching Gao Yu's graceful figure as she washes the dishes, you quietly walk over. You hug her from behind, and for the first time, you realize that working out really can maintain a perfect figure. Just embracing that warm body makes your appetite stir. Why move? It's ticklish. Why not? I just want to hug you. You bury your face in Gao Yu's black hair. I don't believe you. Gao Yu turns her head, looking at you with a playful smile. Although inexperienced in the world, as the queen of romance, Gao Yu can see through men's minds clearly. Moreover, she has already promised to buy the house, so she has dedicated herself to you. If you don't believe it, that's fine. Your hands start to wander, moving down from her waist. Gao Yu quickly grabs your hand and turns around, pressing you against the wall. I've practiced martial arts, so don't act recklessly. Although he says that, his index finger is on your Adam's apple. Slowly moving down, at this moment, you can't restrain yourself anymore. Directly picked him up and walked towards the bedroom. Yi Feng was already asleep. Gao Yu, who was beside him, was also exhausted. He received a message from Li Tao, saying that he had arrived at Wanyue Tower and asked when Yi Feng would come over. After seeing the message, Yi Feng lightly kissed Gao Yu's forehead and slowly got up from the bed. Are you leaving? Gao Yu asked weakly, as Yi Feng had exhausted her in the afternoon. I have an appointment with 2 people to discuss some cooperation at Wanyue Tower. Will you come back tonight? Gao Yu asked while holding the blanket, looking at Yi Feng. Of course, I will come back. Oh, okay. When you come back, can you bring me a bottle of laundry detergent? Why? To wash the sheets. Yi Feng glanced at the red stain at the foot of the bed and instantly understood. Okay. Wanyue Tower was the largest and most expensive hotel in the northern part of Yi, with the brightest star rating, but Yi Feng had never been there before. After arriving at Wanyue Tower, he understood why Gao Yu had asked him if he would come back at night. Besides caring, there was another important reason. Wanyue Tower was just one of the buildings, actually an artificial island filled in Wanyue Lake. On the island, there were various entertainment facilities such as KTV, nightclubs, restaurants, hotels, and all imaginable entertainment venues. How could such a place be without financial transactions? This was obviously half of a Shueiyue venue. Wanyue Tower was a building about 20 stories high, standing on the top floor. One could see the entire northern Yi scenery at a glance. After meeting Li Tao, there were 2 men and 2 women, including Li Tao. Xiao Chen, let me introduce you first. This is Chen Weiqiang, General Chen, the old client I mentioned to you. Chen Weiqiang was not very old, in his early 30s, wearing a blue Armani suit, full of vigor and vitality, a typical elite appearance. Li Tao briefly introduced Chen Weiqiang's background last night. This person graduated from the Imperial University with a bachelor's degree and went directly overseas for a master's degree. Even if he didn't start a business, with just this resume, he could easily find a job with an annual salary of 1,000,000 yuan. Wei Chang, brother. Yi Feng called out warmly. He originally wanted to call him Brother Wei, but it seemed a bit inappropriate. Hello, you must be General Zhang, nice to meet you. Chen Weiqiang was very polite and even patted Yi Feng's arm. Li Tao smiled awkwardly and continued the introduction. This is Lu Shiqi, General Lu. Lu Shiqi was wearing a white long dress, 28 years old, but she looked like she was in her early 20s. If Li Tao hadn't introduced her last night, Yi Feng might have thought she was a fresh graduate. Her background was much simpler. She only graduated from an ordinary university, did not pursue further studies, and entered the financial industry early. She was now a shareholder of 3 companies, the founder of Zhangguang Fund, and Chen Weiqiang's dock shipping trading company was just one of her investments, but she was the second largest shareholder here. According to the rumors Li Tao heard, Lu Shiqi had reached her current position not only based on her own abilities but also by using her beauty to climb the ladder. Yi Feng felt that this news was not groundless. After all, it was unlikely for someone with an ordinary university background to become a major shareholder of 3 companies and the founder of a fund in 6 years. General Lu, hello. Yi Feng simply shook hands with Lu Shiqi. Hello. Lu Shiqi seemed unimpressed with Yi Feng, so she just politely responded with a cold expression on her face. There was another woman whom Li Tao did not introduce, holding a briefcase, observing and listening but not speaking, looking very astute and capable, probably Chen Weiqiang's or Lu Shiqi's secretary. General Chen, shall we eat and chat? Wanyue building can only accommodate one table of guests on each floor. 5 people climbed to the 16th floor. After sitting down, they didn't talk business first, but ate first. However, Yi Feng glanced at the girl intentionally or unintentionally. She was dressed very formally, in a white suit that was very appropriate, with no wrinkles on her clothes. The girl had delicate features, fair skin, eyebrows like mountains, eyes like water, giving off a clean and pure vibe from the heart. They started with 2 bottles of Romani wine while eating and chatting. It was evident that this female secretary, whether by Chen Weiqiang's side or Lu Shiqi's side, held a high position and was highly valued. Otherwise, it would not be possible for her to dine at such an occasion with $1 on the table. General Zhang, I heard from Tao Ge that you want to invest, is that right? Chen Weiqiang, as the big boss, spoke first. Yi Feng nodded. You don't have to call me General Zhang, just call me Xiao Qian or Xiao Zhang. That won't do, we are discussing cooperation, it's business. Although I am older than you, we are the same. Yes, my girlfriend gave me some money to support my entrepreneurship, but I don't know what to do. Last night, I heard from Tao Ge that you just started a company, so I thought this might be an opportunity. Girlfriend? Lu Shiqi looked at Yi Feng with a hint of disdain in her eyes. How much capital do you have, and how much stake are you planning to take? I have 30 million, how much stake can I get? 30 million? The others were surprised. What girlfriend can provide 30 million for entrepreneurship? This is not entrepreneurship. With 30 million, one can already be considered successful. Well, our company is currently operating on an AB share model. General Lu and I are old classmates. Out of trust in me, she came in through an angel round, but the risk is actually very high, so she also holds a considerable stake. So if you can bring out 30 million, I can give you 24% stake. This 24% does not give control over the company, unlike the stake held by Chen Weiqiang. In the AB share model, Chen Weiqiang's shares have the most voting rights and weight. For example, if both Yi Feng and Chen Weiqiang have 24% shares, although their shares are the same, Yi Feng can only cast 10 votes while Chen Weiqiang can cast 100 votes, which is a business model to prevent capital from taking over the company. Regardless of how much money you invest, Chen Weiqiang's shares, even if diluted to 1%, still have more voting rights than everyone else combined. In the entire shipping company, Chen Weiqiang invested 40 million, Lu Shiqi invested 30 million, and each diluted a bit of their shares to give to Yi Feng. Currently, the company only has 3 ships. If Yi Feng can invest 30 million, they can easily buy another large tonnage cargo ship for international routes, which would enhance the company's business and demonstrate more strength externally, attracting more international business. Inland routes have already been dominated by major shipyard companies, so expanding into overseas markets is the path Chen Weiqiang wants to take. After obtaining the shares, I will introduce you to some clients. However, if the company needs working capital in the future, we may need additional investment. General Zhang, have you considered this? In general, there is no need for much additional investment. Profits after deducting costs are usually enough to meet the working capital needs. Shipyard companies do not require a lot of cash flow, it's mainly for the maintenance of cargo ships, salaries for the captain, first mate, second mate, sailors, and fuel costs for each trip. Chen Weiqiang's question was just to test Yi Feng, as his money was somewhat special, not from his family, not from a bank loan, and not from his own entrepreneurial earnings, but from his girlfriend's startup fund, which was quite puzzling. In case there is a need for additional working capital in the future, Yi Feng may not be able to provide the money here. It's better to ask first, but even if he can't provide it, it doesn't matter. There is no problem with this additional investment. If the company continues to make steady profits and encounters any setbacks, I just need to say a word, and I can still provide some funds, Yi Feng guaranteed. Yi Feng currently has 2 billion in his account, so he doesn't lack those tens of millions. He has money in hand, and investing in shares is not to make money but to improve himself. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter, it's like tuition fees. Alright, in that case, let's have Mr. Zhang come to the company tomorrow. We will have 2 lawyers review the contract and then sign directly. As for the position, you will be in charge of the company's public relations and some domestic transportation business in the future, at the level of vice president. How does that sound? Yi Feng nodded. So fast, haha. I will have to call you Mr. Zhang from now on. Li Tao did not expect the job negotiation to go so smoothly. Yi Feng will transform tomorrow and become his boss. In the company, Chen Weiqiang, as the major shareholder, founder, and deserving chairman and CEO, is the boss. Lu Shiqi and he are the second and third shareholders. Even if they do nothing, they are still vice presidents. Where did Brother Tao learn these words? You are my guide, and there is still much to learn from you in the future. Yi Feng took the opportunity to praise Li Tao. Previously, as the company's supervisor, Li Tao always followed Yi Feng's lead. Now, with just one sentence from Yi Feng, Li Tao's future position in the company is basically secured. As long as Li Tao doesn't fall out with Yi Feng, his position and treatment in the company will be second only to the 3 of them. Chen Weiqiang was slightly surprised. The relationship between Li Tao and Yi Feng was unexpectedly good. He quickly added, indeed, Li Tao has strong business capabilities and can definitely exceed my expectations for the manager position. His treatment is also quite special. After the company goes public, he will also receive shares. Going public and distributing shares is a pie that bosses often promise to employees. Whether it is reliable or not is uncertain, but based on Yi Feng's years of working for him, the promise of sharing shares is a joke. But since Li Tao trusts Chen Weiqiang so much, there must be a reason for it. Lu Shiqi remains silent, showing disdain for Yi Feng. From Yi Feng's manner of speaking, behavior, and actions, it seems he has never started a business. If she guessed correctly, buying a ticket to the upper class from Chen Weiqiang costs 3 million. If Lu Shiqi were the company's boss, she would never agree to such a playboy becoming a shareholder. As the founder of Zhongguang Fund, she has been in the financial industry for a long time and understands a principle. Early on. Some money is just money. Some money is not just money, it brings added value. For example, a middle-class family saves up $1 million over 30 years. Is it the same as $1 million from a Wall Street financier? The $1 million from the middle-class family is just money, not valuable. The $1 million from the Wall Street financier is not just money, it comes with a Wall Street background. This money, if left untouched, can bring connections, profits, and increase stock prices. Chen Weiqiang naturally knows this. He will not refuse because who else would Yi Feng buy from? His company lacks funds, and a 3 million investment will make the company more stable at the beginning, but it will only bring a small profit, which is optional. In Lu Shiqi's eyes, if Yi Feng must become a shareholder, giving him 24% of the shares is too much. She thinks Yi Feng should have around 15% of the shares, but since Chen Weiqiang has already agreed, as a second shareholder, she can't say much. Xian Shen, have the legal department prepare the contract in a while, contact the business sector, get this thing reported first, and sign the contract tomorrow, Chen Weiqiang instructed the girl next to him. Okay, Yi Feng understood that the girl named Xian Shen was Chen Weiqiang's assistant. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Come in, Chen Weiqiang glanced at the door. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a bald head entered, wearing a loud floral casual outfit, looking to be around 40 years old. Behind him was a man in his 30s, slim but well-dressed, giving off a sharp and capable vibe. Oh, Hangu, Lao Jiang, come and have a seat. Ha, heard you were on the 16th floor, so I came up to toast. Have you eaten? Sit down and have a drink. Chen Weiqiang thought that the main business was almost done, so it was a good time to introduce Yi Feng to a few people. Sure, I haven't eaten yet. Let me introduce, this is our newly appointed vice president, Yi Feng, general manager Zhang. Chen Weiqiang was generous in sharing his connections, especially since Yi Feng was now his vice president. However, for people like them, a simple introduction was usually enough. The future development of these connections and whether they would become part of Yi Feng's network depended on him. General Zhang seems very capable, becoming the vice president at such a young age. Han Hua Hao. Yifeng reached out his hand proactively. Yifeng, you can just call me Xiao Qian. Jiang Tao. Nice to meet you. Through the introductions, Yifeng learned that Han Huahao was the owner of Wanyue Building, and not just that, the entire Wanyue Island was his personal industry. As for Jiang Tao, he was the deputy director of Yabe Bank, also holding a high position as a social elite. After toasting, they sat down to have a meal. Yifeng's main goal was to develop his social relationships and expand his network. Sometimes, social connections and networks were more useful than money. When you want to do something, the two most terrifying situations are having money but no connections, or having connections but no money. If you have both, there's almost nothing you can't achieve. Whether Yifeng could develop his own network depended on his abilities. After eating and drinking, they decided to move to a nearby KTV to sing. Let's go, I'll treat you to a karaoke session. Some innocent college students just arrived yesterday, and they all have good voices. Han Huahao patted Chen Weiqiang's shoulder, but remember, only sell your talent, not your body. They booked a KTV room, and Han Huahao called over a few girls dressed in a revealing manner, looking very innocent in appearance and demeanor, probably part-time college students. Good evening, boss. The girls bowed neatly to greet them. Yifeng was surprised. Was this still just selling talent? Why did it look like those scenes on TV? Don't be surprised, it's the norm here, Li Tao noticed Yifeng's thoughts and explained. It seemed that Li Tao often accompanied clients for drinks and meals, so he was familiar with such places. General Zhang, you can choose first, pick whichever one you like. General Zhang clearly hasn't been to such a place before, lacks the aura of a boss. Let me pick one for you, Xiaoyu, go and accompany General Zhang. Han Huahao quickly noticed the situation and pointed out the cleanest girl for Yifeng. The rest, you go first, Xiangzi. Yifeng really lacked that commanding presence. Sitting in front of these big shots, he felt like a male companion, appearing timid. In a bar, he could still hold his ground, but for some reason, in this group, Yifeng's confidence seemed to wane. Everything has a first time. There are now 200 million in his bank card. Who can he call to accompany him in singing? You go accompany Tauga, I don't like innocent ones, those who can't have fun, I like sexy mature women. Yifeng said confidently. Everyone was slightly surprised. Even Chen Weiqiang's assistant Xiao Qianqian glanced sideways. Alright, then you pick another one. Han Huahao said. Yifeng randomly picked a more sexy one. He didn't really want anyone to accompany him, mainly to emphasize his own character. Just now, he looked too timid, too much like an honest person. Yifeng hated being an honest person. Because those who are bullied are always honest people. He never wanted to be an honest person again. Tao Gu looked at the innocent girl next to him, looking at Yifeng in surprise, as if saying, don't you know I'm already married? In fact, Chen Weiqiang wanted to choose the girl with the surname Yu, but he gave it to Yifeng, but Yifeng gave it to Li Tao again. However, no matter what, none of them were chosen, which was a bit of a pity. After all, he liked to find innocent college students in this kind of place, just like Richard Dongda. However, Chen Weiqiang had a sharp eye and still selected a relatively innocent female college student, although not as good as the one just now, but her appearance and temperament were not much weaker. Han Huahao and Jiang Tao each picked two girls. Alright, you guys stay, everyone else can go busy. A girl dressed in a sexy and revealing manner, full of mature charm, sat next to Yifeng and immediately placed her hand on Yifeng's thigh. Yifeng shuddered, but quickly covered up his nervous expression on his face. Damn, isn't it just accompanying and singing and drinking, why be nervous? Yifeng forced himself to calm down. Hey, Han boss, aren't you being a bit impolite? You all have companions, what about me? Lu Shiqi held a high wineglass, crossed her legs, and sat on the side sofa. Look at me, I forgot about General Lu. Han Huahao slapped his head hard, then called a group of handsome male models with obvious muscles, most of them were over 1.8 meters tall. To Yifeng's surprise, Lu Shiqi not only chose one, but directly chose two male models, muscular and strong-looking. After staying in the private room for about 3 hours, everyone sang a few songs, had a great time, and sweated a lot. We're all sweaty, how about we go wash up first? Want to play poker? Chen Weiqiang suggested, and everyone had no objections. Zhang Zong, do you know how to play poker? Chen Weiqiang asked Yi Feng. A little bit. What are we playing? Yi Feng put down his wine glass. After drinking for so long, he also relaxed, no longer as timid as before, with a few more confident expressions on his face. Texas Hold'em, can you? Texas Hold'em? I know a little bit. Yi Feng used to like Hong Kong movies very much, watched movies of Zhou Zong, Andy Lau, and Stephen Chow over and over again, and his favorite was their series. He also learned a little from Hong Kong-style poker, not much different from Texas Hold'em, he could play. Alright, let's meet at Deshien Building later, let Han Boss arrange a place for you to bathe. I'll go over first. Okay. Yi Feng nodded. Whether it was from drinking too much alcohol or the air conditioning not being cool enough, Yi Feng was also sweating all over and wanted to take a bath. To his surprise, Chen Weiqiang did not go out alone, but walked out of the KTV room with the innocent girl he had just been with. More importantly, even Lu Shiqi also left with two male models separately, as if the two of them were regulars here. Yi Feng was full of doubts in his mind. Isn't it about selling art and not selling oneself? What's going on here? Zhang Zong, shall I call the girl you were with just now over for you? Han Huahao noticed Yi Feng's expression and tried to explain it to him. The mature lady just kept clinging to Yi Feng, and he was a bit uncomfortable. He let her go halfway through the drink. All I have here is legitimate business, but I can't control what the girl thinks. Yi Feng suddenly understood why Chen Weiqiang had been whispering to that girl all along. They were discussing prices. At the KTV, there are only two types of girls who accompany singing and drinking at the bar. One is forced and desperate for money, so she has to resort to this. The other is driven by the desire for financial gain and satisfies a strange vanity for extravagant spending. Isn't the innocent girl he just rejected also negotiable in terms of price? I can't say for sure, but from what I know, as long as you offer enough money, about 80 to 90% of girls are willing. As for the innocent girl, she just arrived yesterday, so I'm not too sure. To be honest, Yi Feng was quite taken with her beauty. But since she had left, he decided to let it go. It wouldn't be appropriate to call her back. No need, Han Boss, just arrange a place for me in Tao Gu to take a bath. Yi Feng had a knot in his heart. Although Gao Yu was not like the latter mentioned earlier, she was also with him for financial reasons. Such a relationship was definitely not 100% pure. But Gao Yu, she should be more like the former. If she wasn't in it for the money, she wouldn't be working at a bar. Gao Yu's father was probably not an ordinary person before he passed away, otherwise Gao Yu wouldn't exude such inherent pride and a cold-blooded decisiveness in her eyes. If Gao Yu wasn't in it for the money, she wouldn't stoop to working at a bar. She should be able to achieve as much as Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi, and others. As for the innocent girl, Yi Feng wasn't sure. With Gao Yu around, he didn't want to get to know another girl working in such colorful places. But from the innocent girl's performance just now, it seemed that her inner thoughts were not as pure as they appeared. If it weren't for Tao Gu being faithful, she probably could have been bought with some money. The four of them didn't look for girls, instead, they went to a bathhouse for a bath. As for Xiao Qianqian, she was sent to Deshien Building to wait. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Zhang was in. Before? Han Huahao asked Yi Feng. He wasn't in business before, but recently he got some money and invested in Mr. Chen's project. Han Huahao just nodded and didn't say anything else. After washing up, Jiang Tao mentioned that he had to meet a client the next day, so he bid farewell to Han Huahao first and asked him to say hello to Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi. After nodding, Han Huahao let him go. The three of them arrived at a private room in Deshien Building. Han Huahao saw Chen Weiqiang in the room, smoking a cigarette, sitting on the sofa, laughing heartily. How come you're done so quickly? Is your ability declining? Do you need some 6-flavor Remania pills next time? Chen Weiqiang stopped talking to Xiao Qianqian, stood up, and greeted them. How is that possible? I'm a big strong man. I had barely been here for 2 minutes, and you guys showed up. The four of them took their seats first and called a beautiful female dealer. She was wearing a Japanese kimono, with her hair tied up high, and a red dragon tattooed on her shoulder, just like the beautiful female dealer in the movies. Strange, why hasn't Mr. Liu arrived yet? Look, Mr. Liu is even more powerful than you. You really need to catch up. Han Huahao joked, a man in his 40s who liked to make such jokes. Dirty jokes came naturally to him. That's not true, I'm a real man. I dare you to watch me next time. Oh, get out of here, I'm not watching you. Hearing these words, Xiao Chanshan blushed, her eyes filled with shyness. As a female assistant, she naturally felt embarrassed. Han boss, let's talk less about these topics, there are female comrades here. Chen Weiqiang also noticed that his assistant looked different. Okay, I won't say any more. Everyone laughed, and Lu Shiqi came in. Her wet hair was still not dry, draped over her shoulders, as if she had just come over after taking a shower. As soon as she sat down, she complained, Mr. Han, what kind of bodies do your male models have here? They look strong, but lack stamina. Miss Liu, they are just host companions, not specifically hired for this. They are good enough, Chen Weiqiang explained. I'm just reminding Mr. Han that the models you hired are all showy, with soft muscles that may look good at first glance, but are actually not good. Yi Feng never expected that at her age, Lu Shiqi had such high demands, that 2 male models were not enough for her to play with? Seemingly unsatisfied yet, she hurried over when it was almost time. The beautiful dealer distributed the chips. Mr. Zhang, 20,000 chips each, I'll cover yours, Chen Weiqiang pointed to the neat blue chips in front of Yi Feng. I won't play, I'm not very good at this. I'll just sit behind Xiao Qian and watch you guys play. Li Tao tactfully moved his chair behind Yi Feng. It's not that he can't play, but he can't afford it. He can't come up with 20,000, even if Chen Weiqiang covers him, he will owe him a favor in the future. After the dealer introduced the rules to Yi Feng again, she started dealing the cards. Yi Feng didn't look carefully at his cards, even giving Li Tao a glance at his hand. His luck wasn't great, with a 4 of clubs and a 9 of spades. Li Tao managed his expression well, showing no signs of anything unusual. Even before the community cards were dealt, Yi Feng's hand didn't have a high chance of winning. Because the odds of getting a good hand in Texas Hold'em are not very high. With a pot of 500, Han Huahao raised to 3,000, the other 2 called, and Yi Feng also called to see the flop. The 3 community cards were revealed, Jack of Spades, King of Clubs, 2 of Diamonds. Lu Shiqi folded directly, while Han Huahao smirked, betting 2,000. Chen Weiqiang smiled and also bet 2,000. Their hands should not be too bad, at least a pair, or the hope of a straight or flush. As for Yi Feng's hand, without a pair or a straight, his chances of winning were very slim. Li Tao thought Yi Feng would fold, but he didn't. All in, Yi Feng pushed all his chips forward. Damn, what cards do you have to play like this? Chen Weiqiang was just smiling a moment ago, but seeing Yi Feng being so brave, going all in, he was very surprised. Immediately, he folded his cards. Li Tao glanced at Yi Feng, wondering what he was thinking. Since he dared to bet 2,000, he must have a good hand, while Yi Feng's hand had a low chance of winning. Why did he go all in? He couldn't understand Yi Feng. Han Huahao remained silent, furrowing his brows in thought for a good half-minute, ultimately choosing to play it safe and folded. Even Mr. Han with such a strong hand folded? Chen Weiqiang analyzed, Han Huahao must have at least a pair of kings or jacks, but he still folded. Playing it safe, I think Mr. Zhang has a better hand than me, Han Huahao chuckled. The second round. Yi Feng got a 2 of diamonds and a 2 of hearts. Chen Weiqiang bet $10,000, his hand should be good. Han Huahao and Lu Shiqi called, and Yi Feng also called. The community cards were 9 of spades, 4 of clubs, 5 of clubs. With the smallest pair in hand, the chances of winning were still very slim. 30,000, Lu Weiqiang confidently raised. Han Huahao and Lu Shiqi folded directly. Mr. Zhang, are you in? I'm in, I'll raise another 50,000. Raise another 50,000? So he won't see the cards? Chen Weiqiang had an ace of clubs and a 9 of diamonds, the highest single card, forming a pair of 9s. I'm in, Chen Weiqiang gritted his teeth and threw down $50,000. The fourth community card, King of Hearts. It didn't help either of them. 100,000. Yifeng called out. The pot was already large, and Yifeng pushed out half of his chips. Chen Weiqiang glanced at his whole cards again. I'll call. The final card, 9 of Hearts. Chen Weiqiang breathed a sigh of relief. After revealing their cards, Chen Weiqiang had 3 nines, winning against Yifeng's pair of 2s. Mr. Zhang, doing business is just like playing poker. The marketplace is a battlefield without gunpowder. A successful person must have ambition, crazily seizing all resources in society, women, money, status. You can't succeed without being greedy or ruthless. Just like in that last hand, if I hadn't been ruthless, how would I have known the last community card was a 9? At this moment, Chen Weiqiang didn't forget to impart the most basic principles to Yifeng before entering the business world. The third hand. Yifeng was lucky, holding the Ace of Spades and Ace of Hearts. He called 20,000 and saw the community cards, Queen of Diamonds, 5 of Diamonds, Jack of Spades. Han Huahao and Chen Weiqiang both folded. Lu Shiqi stayed, holding the King of Diamonds and 9 of Diamonds. With her hand, she could get a straight or a flush, both with good odds. Both players called 50,000 and saw the final community card. The current community cards were Queen of Diamonds, 5 of Diamonds, Jack of Spades, Jack of Clubs, 4 of Diamonds. This hand had a pair in the community cards. Although Lu Shiqi could form a flush, she was also worried that Yifeng might have 3 of a kind with a pair, a full house. Judging from Yifeng's aggressive betting, he likely held at least 1 jack, forming 3 of a kind. Whether he had a pair, she couldn't be sure. If Yifeng had a queen or 5, it would be 2 pairs from the start, so he shouldn't have bet so big. He should have bet smaller to lure her into a big bet and then call. All in. Yifeng pushed his chips out once again. All in again? Lu Shiqi, who dealt with numbers all year round, calculated in her mind that she had about a 70% chance of winning. Since she had a 70% chance of winning, why not go all in? Lu Shiqi went all in as well. After the showdown, Lu Shiqi naturally won. Yifeng let out a sigh, lost it all, ha ha ha. I won't play with you guys for now. Tao, are you leaving or staying for $1? Let my assistant see you off, Chen Weiqiang suggested. Okay. The 3 watched Yifeng leave, lost in thought. After Yifeng left, Han Huahao flipped over his whole cards and saw a pair of aces. This person has the gambling spirit, is steady yet ruthless. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Xianzi, how did you meet him? After revealing the whole cards, Han Huahao couldn't help but praise Yifeng's character. Earlier, during a bath, he had asked about Yifeng's age. He had graduated from university 3 years ago and was not yet 26 this year. 26 years old. When he was 26, if he had such capital behind him, he would definitely have bought a sports car first thing, indulging in a life of luxury and pleasure. How could he have had the patience to invest and enter the business world? If he hadn't experienced so much, watching those around him go through trials and tribulations, Han Huahao wouldn't have been able to, in his 40s, at this age of strength, hold on to the assets of Wanyue Island and live a life almost like retirement. Introduced by a friend, Chen Weiqiang replied. He also felt that Yifeng had a good character and didn't seem like a man living off others. Yifeng's attire was very well put together, either he had taste or the woman behind him did, but would someone with such taste really be interested in a man living off others? Yifeng told him that the 30 million was given by his girlfriend, which Chen Weiqiang absolutely didn't believe. When in the KTV private room, at first everyone thought Yifeng was an honest person, treating him as such. But Yifeng keenly sensed something amiss and demanded a change, subtly implying, I am not a pushover, don't mess with me. With such a personality, how could he be willing to be a soft rice man? Yifeng's last trump card is A, as Han Huahao said, steady yet ruthless, with a certain ability to control the situation. This person is an excellent partner. Currently, he has not yet emerged because Yifeng knows few people and lacks extensive connections. If one is willing to share resources with him, Yifeng will surely show gratitude. If in the future he achieves great success, he will bring benefits to those around him. Only Lu Shiqi did not take Yifeng seriously, ultimately falling victim to her blind confidence. She believed that Yifeng's ruthlessness was just reckless behavior without using his brain, charging ahead blindly. Even when she had played her last card, Yifeng refused to back down, clearly showing his lack of intelligence. Just like in the business world, relying solely on Chen Weiqiang's ruthlessness is not enough. Besides being ruthless, there are many other factors contributing to his success. Chen Weiqiang is smart. If his hand is not good, he simply does not play, avoiding any potential losses. As for Han Huahao, a man in his 40s, he is stable in both playing cards and handling affairs. In Lu Shiqi's eyes, Han Huahao is overly stable, lacking the ruthlessness he had before. Being too stable is considered cowardly, lacking the previous aggressiveness. However, due to Han Huahao's unique experiences, if he were not cautious, he would not have been able to hold on to the assets on Wangyue Island. At the age of over 40, he has retired early, safeguarding his assets for retirement. In Lu Shiqi's view, a wolf without its ferocity is just a toothless dog. Her only doubt is whether Yifeng is truly a soft rice man, and if the 30 million was given by his girlfriend. Mr. Han, could you help me investigate this person? Lu Shiqi asked. Sure, since Ms. Lu has asked, how can I refuse? Han Huahao responded with a smile, showing his interest in Yifeng. Lu Shiqi works in a fund, so she has her ways of gathering information about Yifeng, but Han Huahao may provide different insights. By gathering information from multiple sources, one can truly understand what kind of person Yifeng is. Yifeng had Xia Qianqian drop Li Tao off at home first before taking him to Jiangshan International. Mr. Zhang, tomorrow morning I will prepare some documents and set up an office for you. In the afternoon, you can come to the company. Starting tomorrow, I will be your secretary. On the way, Xia Qianqian shared this news with Yifeng. Aren't you Mr. Chen's secretary? How come you'll be my secretary tomorrow? Yifeng was curious. I don't know, this was Mr. Chen's instruction. I guess he thinks you have a different perspective on me. Xia Qianqian's superior was not subtle in her words about Mr. Zhang's future. Yifeng was surprised, wondering how he could have a different perspective on her. Although he did glance at Xia Qianqian a few times during dinner and at the KTV, it was not with ill intentions. Different perspective? What about my perspective, is it correct? I also think it's not quite right. Xia Qianqian answered while driving. When you started calling me sister, I knew you must often frequent places of romance and intrigue, not exactly a gentleman. Yifeng? It's awkward, Xia Qianqian obviously misunderstood him. But Yifeng didn't explain, I'll be your boss tomorrow. Aren't you afraid of offending me by speaking like that? Aren't you afraid I'll make things difficult for you? That's just my personality, and I'm not afraid of you making things difficult for me. I can handle any job seamlessly, without any flaws. Even if you want to make things difficult for me, you won't find a way. I'm not a materialistic woman. If you have any ideas about getting involved with me, you better drop them now. I have no ambiguous relationship with Mr. Chen, let alone with you. If you think we don't get along, you can tell Mr. Chen tomorrow to replace me. Yifeng suddenly felt more favorable towards her. Glancing at her affection for him, it was only 30 points. Not being a materialistic woman meant that he could spend money on her without limits and get cash back from the system, right? No need to replace, it's just you. Yifeng replied firmly. Huh? Why? Xia Qianqian was actually prepared to be replaced by Yifeng. The words she just said were also a hint for Yifeng to kick her out. Although Chen Weiqiang indulged in a lavish lifestyle, he was very capable, and following such a boss, she could still learn something. As for Yifeng, she couldn't see anything special about him, so she might as well continue following Chen Weiqiang. I think you are astute and capable, intelligent and eager to learn. You should be a good assistant by my side. I'm not the person you imagine, you'll see in the future. The car arrived at Jiangshan International. After Yifeng got off, he let Xia Qianqian go back. Besides being able to spend money, Yifeng thought Xia Qianqian was quite good. Chen Weichang probably assigned Xiao Chanshan to him based on her personality, work style, and the fact that she wanted to change secretaries. As long as Xiao Chanshan wasn't a spy or informant planted by Chen Weichang, Yifeng felt she would be easy to work with in the future. Inside Jiangshan International. The lights on the first and second floors were brightly lit. Walking into the living room on the first floor, Gao Yu was reading on the sofa. She was wearing a thin silk pajama that barely reached her knees, just covering her thighs, with her 2 jade feet crossed in place. "You're not asleep yet?" Yifeng glanced at the time. It was already 2 a.m., and Gao Yu was still awake. I've been waiting for you since you said you were coming back." After seeing Yifeng, Gao Yu took the initiative to help him take off his coat and change his shoes. "I made hangover soup for you. I'll go get you a bowl so you can sleep comfortably tonight." "This is too caring." Yifeng gulped down 2 bowls of hangover soup and indeed felt refreshed. Lying on the bed, Gao Yu even helped massage Yifeng's shoulders. Yifeng had some occupational ailments from sitting in front of the computer for a long time, with his waist and shoulders not feeling quite right. After Gao Yu's massage, he felt much better. With such a virtuous woman at home, even if Yifeng were to have a colorful life outside, Gao Yu would definitely hold the position of the main wife. "Why are you dressed like this today?" Yifeng glanced at Gao Yu's outfit. "This is pajamas." Gao Yu knew what he was thinking after seeing his expression. "Hungry? Then I'll make you something to eat. I want some steamed buns." Last time, Gao Yu tricked Yifeng with a milk drink, and Yifeng didn't mind. Yifeng turned over. Aftermath of tenderness. "Your health isn't very good. What's wrong? You were the one begging just now." "I'm not talking about that aspect, you were quite forceful there. I mean, if you keep coming home late like this every day, your body won't be able to take it. You'll feel tired, and won't have the energy to do anything. You don't usually exercise, do you?" Gao Yu asked again. "Occasionally, 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the nets." "Are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to the gym. I quit my job at the gym yesterday, but I know some people there who can make some space for you to practice." "Are you a personal trainer at the gym?" "Yes, I used to have 3 jobs to make money: a personal trainer at the gym, a bar salesperson." "What else?" "I also partnered with friends to open a coffee shop, and I occasionally go check on it." No wonder Gao Yu can live in the city of Yebi, save up 3 million, she must be a time management master. A disciplined person is really scary. "Okay, tomorrow morning works, but I don't know if I can get up." "I'll wake you up." The next morning at 10:30, Yifeng was promptly awakened. After a simple breakfast, he followed Gao Yu to the gym. The journey was not far, just a 15-minute drive, and another 7 to 8 minutes straight to the Red Rose. It must be said that Gao Yu's planning was still very good. Upon arriving at the gym, Yifeng went to the changing room to change into workout clothes. This scene was clearly captured by the gym's personal trainer. "Wow, who is the guy who came with Jean Jie today?" "I don't know, a new face, I've never seen him at the gym before." "He should be Jean Jie's client, I saw them going to the changing room to change clothes." There were quite a few pursuers of Gao Yu here, some even from outside gyms, who, after seeing Gao Yu's photos in the group, directly switched to this gym. There were 2 personal trainers who used to like Gao Yu, became rivals, fought in the gym, disrupted the gym's order, and after consulting Gao Yu, the boss directly fired the 2 trainers. Following that, the hostility turned into a covert competition, comparing each other's muscle training and achievements. There were also many clients who signed up for Gao Yu's personal training classes because of her beauty, but were discovered by other male trainers to have impure intentions, always trying to take advantage of Gao Yu. A few male trainers privately surrounded this client, warning him that if he dared to have any thoughts about Gao Yu, they would hold him underwater in the pool. This client never dared to come to the gym again, deleted Gao Yu's contact information overnight, and didn't even dare to ask for a refund for the gym card and personal training classes. "Wait, I heard Jean Jie already resigned yesterday, why is she still bringing students?" "Really? Jean Jie resigned? How come I didn't know?" "Why lie to you, she really resigned." Suddenly, everyone had a thought. Gao Yu wouldn't have resigned for that guy, right? Impossible. That guy isn't even that great looking, at most he's considered handsome, doesn't seem very wealthy, just an ordinary man. How could he catch Gao Yu's eye? As far as they knew, the handsome and wealthy men who admired Gao Yu openly and secretly, the second-generation rich, the tycoons, could line up from here to the Red Rose. What outstanding qualities does that guy have? At this point, Yifeng had changed into his workout clothes and walked into the yoga area with Gao Yu. No way, Jean Jia has never brought male students to yoga class. Yoga classes naturally involved physical contact between personal trainers and students, so Gao Yu had always refused to bring male students to yoga class. No matter how much they offered, she had never brought male students. Your lumbar spine isn't very good, let me stretch you first. Just as Gao Yu was about to teach Yifeng the first movement, a group of male trainers came over to greet her. Jean Jia, have you eaten? Why did you come at this time for lunch? Jean Jia, this is the lunchbox I brought from home at noon, do you want to eat some? Gao Yu glanced at a certain male coach's lunchbox, which was sugar-free, oil-free, and low in calories, a perfect fitness meal. But she still refused, saying, "Go away, this was made for you by your girlfriend, there's no need for you to offer it to me." I've already eaten, don't worry about me, Gao Yu responded, you guys go about your business, I'll do some stretching with my boyfriend. By the way, do you have classes this afternoon? We'll use your private coaching area later. In theory, only private coaches and students could enter the private coaching area, but Gao Yu had been working here for so long that it was no problem for her to bring Yifeng in. However, the male coaches didn't pay attention to the latter part of her sentence. Their focus was all on the word boyfriend that Gao Yu mentioned. How many men had confessed to Gao Yu? But without exception, she had rejected them all. She resigned yesterday, and today she brought her boyfriend, who was just an ordinary guy. What did this queen like Gao Yu see in him? Everyone was puzzled. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. Everyone finally came back to their senses. Okay, Jean Jia, feel free to use it, there are fewer students in the afternoon, so our classes are mostly in the evening. Everyone understood that Gao Yu had indeed quit her job at the gym for this guy. Gao Yu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Yifeng, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded. When Gao Yu spoke to them, it was like an older sister instructing her younger brothers, and no one dared to argue or interrupt. Are you Jean Jia's boyfriend? I'm Duan Qiran, nice to meet you. Duan Qiran, a male coach, took the initiative to shake hands with Yifeng. His appearance was not as impressive as the others, but Duan Qiran mainly focused on teaching martial arts classes at the gym. Duan Qiran had trained with the provincial Sanda team, participated in competitions, won second place twice and third place once. Due to conflicts with the coach, he left the Sanda team and switched to this small gym. In terms of treatment and salary, it was not as good as his previous boxing gym. He simply wanted to get to know Gao Yu and see if they could develop a relationship, preferably becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. Nice to meet you? Yifeng might have been a bit naive, as he couldn't see any happiness on Duan Qiran's face, and there was even a hint of hostility in his eyes. He understood. These people were all Gao Yu's suitors, and they saw him as a rival. Yifeng also reached out to shake hands with him. This handshake was a test for Yifeng by Duan Qiran, who found Yifeng's hand to be delicate and even touched the calluses on Yifeng's palm. These calluses were not from lifting weights but from typing on a keyboard. Duan Qiran understood that this person was a bookish type, not into martial arts, and didn't have a muscular physique. I'm sorry for taking up your space, since you don't have classes in the afternoon, I'll cover all of you, just watch me practice on the side to prevent injuries. Everyone looked at each other. What the heck was going on? Private coaching sessions cost $300 per hour, while someone like Duan Qiran charged $500 per hour. With 7 of them, it would be around $3,000 per hour, and let's say 3 hours, that's $10,000 spent. The key point was that they didn't have to do anything but watch Yifeng practice on the side? Everyone instantly understood. This guy seemed average in talent, but spending money so generously, he must be a rich second generation. And not just any rich second generation, but one who could win over Gao Yu, he must be extremely wealthy. Yifeng's strength had already explained this issue thoroughly. No need. Gao Yue glanced sideways slightly. She knew that Yefeng wanted to put pressure on these people, but how many meals could this $10,000 buy for Yefeng? With her around, who would dare to bully Yefeng? It's okay, can't just use someone else's private coaching area for free, swiping the card. Yefeng took out a bank card. His actions seemed to be telling everyone, young master never takes advantage, young master has plenty of money. What's just $10,000? Not even worth mentioning the change in his bank account. A male coach took the bank card, swiped it at the front desk for about 3 hours, which was roughly $10,000, and then cheerfully returned the card to Yefeng. Yefeng, you stretch with Jean Jie first, do some warm-up exercises, I'll go prepare a towel for you. Yefeng, I'll get you some water, do you want cold water or room temperature? Yefeng, I'll make you a cup of protein powder for quick energy recovery. Let me know what exercise you'll be doing later, I'll go clear the area for you in advance. Yefeng. The few people instantly turned into Yefeng's lapdogs. Only Duan Shiran furrowed his brow. Damn, are they all softies for a big sum of money? Being a dog in front of a goddess, not even caring about their dignity? It's not that they have no shame, it's just not necessary at all. He is now Gao Yue's boyfriend, they didn't have much chance to get close to Gao Yue before, and now they have even less chance. Yefeng generously treated them for the whole afternoon, not requiring them to do anything, they must serve him well. If Yefeng takes a liking to them, thinks they are good, they might just rise to the top and work under Yefeng. Hi. Gao Yue wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. Next, Yefeng started stretching exercises, and Gao Yue personally corrected his movements and stretched his tendons. After stretching, they began exercising with some simple equipment. Gao Yue's knowledge in this area is very strong, providing very professional guidance to Yefeng. Yefeng felt that Gao Yue was really amazing, no wonder she could easily put her legs on her shoulders. As for the tasks of the other male personal trainers, it was to hand towels and water on the side. Some even took the initiative to wipe Yefeng's sweat. I'll wipe my sweat myself, you guys take a break, don't follow me. Yefeng regretted hiring them. Because these people were just too attentive. Every time he switched equipment, they followed him like shadows, constantly cheering him on, making the gym a beautiful sight. Now they even took the initiative to wipe his sweat. In this half hour, Yefeng received countless strange looks, making him very embarrassed. Go, I'll take a break. Gao Yue also spoke up. At this time, Duan Shiran walked over. He had been watching from the side, Gao Yue getting close to Yefeng in various poses, patiently and gently guiding Yefeng in using the equipment. No man had ever enjoyed Gao Yue's treatment like this. Duan Shiran felt very uncomfortable, full of jealousy. He had been pursuing Gao Yue for so long, not even touching Gao Yue's hand, and had never even heard of Yefeng before. Today, bringing him here, and directly getting this close, he felt so miserable. Brother, interested in learning Sanda with me? Duan Shiran asked. He wanted to use learning Sanda as an excuse to teach Yefeng a lesson. Not interested, I'm only interested in Muay Thai, let's forget about Sanda. Yefeng clearly rejected Duan Shiran, he really had no interest in Sanda. Sanda and Muay Thai actually have many similarities, how about I take you to experience it first? Duan Shiran, what are you trying to do? Gao Yue could see Duan Shiran's true intentions at a glance. Why not do something? They just handed out towels, water, and wiped sweat. They've done everything, I took his money, so I should do something too. Just say it if you have something to say, don't beat around the bush. Gao Yu couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Xuan, I don't think he's good enough for you. Why did you choose him as your boyfriend? Is it because he's rich? Don't call me Xuan, you're not worthy of calling me that. Gao Yu's whole body filled with anger upon hearing Duan Shiran's words, she grabbed his clothes and shoved him into the octagonal cage. Saying such things in front of so many people, isn't it embarrassing for her, and even more so for Yifeng? If it's just about money, Gao Yu wouldn't bother with him. Today she brought Yifeng to the gym, and Yifeng lost face here, she must help Yifeng get his dignity back. You want to fight, is that it? Then come and fight me. The crowd was shocked, gathering around the octagonal cage eagerly waiting. Everyone had heard that Gaoyu had practiced Sanda, but how good she was, no one really knew. Even Yifeng thought that Gaoyu was just trying to scare him, but he didn't expect her to actually drag Duan Shiran into the octagonal cage. Outside the octagonal cage, there were many people gathered in 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Even the gym owner, Ho Jianya, heard the commotion and ran to the outside of the octagonal cage. Xuan, that's not what I meant, you don't need to be angry. I said, don't call me Xuan. Gaoyu delivered a clean and precise kick, an exceptionally standard right roundhouse kick. The sudden roundhouse kick caught Duan Shiran off guard, causing an injury to the back of his thigh. The crowd gasped. This roundhouse kick was very standard, it seemed that Gaoyu had indeed practiced. She may have practiced, but Duan Shiran was from the provincial boxing team and had won several second places in the province. No matter how much Gaoyu had practiced, she couldn't beat Duan Shiran. Duan Shiran seemed to think the same, so he kept dodging Gaoyu's attacks. I really didn't mean that, Gaoyu, you misunderstood me. Misunderstanding? How could it be a misunderstanding? Gaoyu understood Duan Shiran, the way he had just spoken was clearly to save Yifeng's face, wanting to challenge Yifeng. She had the responsibility to help Yifeng save face. Then, another roundhouse kick. Gaoyu, stop fighting, or I'll fight back. Duan Shiran felt that if he struck, he would easily break Gaoyu's bones. But wasn't this a good opportunity for physical contact? Xuan, be gentle, if you hurt her, you'll have to pay for her medical expenses. Yifeng kindly reminded from below. Damn. As the saying goes, those who enjoy watching a show are not afraid of big things happening. You are Jin's boyfriend, how could you say that? As expected, just as the crowd had anticipated, Duan Shiran took Yifeng's words as a provocation. He had many reasons not to strike, but he only needed one reason to do so. Duan Shiran raised his arms in a standard boxing stance. His plan was that the next time Gaoyu kicked, he would use his strong body advantage to grab her leg, trip her, then mount her and subdue her. Not only would he defeat Gaoyu, but he could also take advantage of this goddess without hurting her. 3 birds with 1 stone. Duan Shiran secretly decided to go with this plan. Seeing Duan Shiran's boxing stance, the crowd knew he was serious. Brother Ran, be gentle, don't hurt Sister Jean. Yeah, go easy on Sister Jean, don't hurt her. He, who asked him to go easy? Gaoyu snorted coldly. She unleashed another roundhouse kick. The purpose of a roundhouse kick is to control the distance and intensity of the attack on the legs, to control the distance between the opponent and oneself. Far away, your fists can't reach me. Once I want to enter the attack range of the fist, I will kick you with a whip leg to force you away. If you resist and stay, you will have the opportunity to strike first. Therefore, in various competitions, it is often seen that a player continuously uses whip legs to strike the opponent, forcing them outside the attack range. A certain boxing champion once won a world-class championship just by using whip legs, breaking the opponent's leg bones and ending their professional career directly. Duan Shiran predicted in advance, reaching out with both hands to catch Gaoyu's leg. However, unexpectedly, Gaoyu's right whip leg was just a feint, extending a little distance before retracting, followed by a high-turning left whip leg that kicked Duan Shiran directly in the face. No one expected this scene. Duan Shiran's body was strong and did not fall, but his head was already dazed by Gaoyu's kick, swaying with arms raised in defense. Gaoyu seized the opportunity, swung out with his right elbow, hitting Duan Shiran's left face, then retracted and hit Duan Shiran's right face with a back elbow strike. Duan Shiran's face started bleeding heavily, falling heavily to the ground and slipping into unconsciousness. The whole audience gasped in shock. Gaoyu actually knocked down Duan Shiran? He was the 3rd place in the provincial Sanda team. How terrifying must Gaoyu's Sanda skills be? Yifeng was also stunned. Gaoyu really knows Sanda? And is so strong? No wonder when they first met, these male coaches treated her like their little brother. Gaoyu looked down at the crowd below and then walked out of the octagon. You really know Sanda? Yifeng asked in amazement. Gaoyu nodded repeatedly. Lulu, why are you so angry today? Ho Jianye walked over. Nothing, this kid deserves a beating. Gao Yu glanced at Duan Qiran, who was being carried out of the octagon by two people. Let me introduce, this is my boyfriend, Yifeng. And this is the owner of this gym, Mr. Ho Jianye. Ho Jianye was surprised, shook hands with Yifeng. Duan Qiran had switched to his gym to pursue Gao Yu. Gao Yu resigned yesterday and brought her boyfriend Yifeng today. He could probably imagine what drove Gao Yu and Duan Qiran to appear in the octagon. Ho Jianye's purpose in running this gym was not for profit, just for fun, wanting to make more friends. The gym was located near some institutions, so most of the people who came here after work were civil servants, wealthy people, and they all became friends with him. The gym was not losing money now, nor making a profit, with revenues and expenses roughly balanced, exceeding Ho Jianye's expectations. Yifeng was not someone he had heard of. But a man who could win over the goddess in his shop must have an extraordinary background, status, and identity. So it's Manager Zhang, feel free to come over anytime, you are always welcome here, just call me if you need anything. Ho Jianye was very polite and enthusiastic. Thank you, Mr. Ho, we're almost done training today, why don't you go take a shower? Gao Yu replied for Yifeng. Yifeng nodded, then went to take a quick shower. So fast? Your hair is still wet, let me help you dry it. Gao Yu was like a virtuous wife at this moment. Everyone watching couldn't help but feel envious. If Gao Yu were their girlfriend, how great would that be? To have Gao Yu help dry their hair, and even carefully blow dry it with a hairdryer, that would be so blissful. If they could enjoy such treatment once, it would be worth dying for. Alright, so many people watching, I'll do it myself. Why be shy, I even washed the underwear you changed out of yesterday. They've already washed Yifeng's underwear? It is obvious that they have spent the night together, living together, otherwise how could they have gotten Yifeng's underwear? The goddess in his heart was taken down by Yifeng in just one day. Depressed. After leaving the gym, Yifeng had Gao Yu drive him to the company. On the way, Yifeng remembered that he still needed to find a lawyer, so he sent a message to Wang Zhao. Yifeng, lawyer Wang, have you left? Wiping sweat, Wang Zhao, not yet, Zhang Xiao, is there something going on with tonight's flight? Yifeng, location, Yifeng, come here, help me look at a contract. Wang Zhao, okay, Zhang Xiao, I'll be right over. After arriving at the company, Yifeng had Gao Yu go back. He called Chen Weiqiang and said he had arrived downstairs at the company. Soon, Chen Weiqiang came downstairs to meet Yifeng. Zheng Zong, you're here, come up with me quickly, Mr. Lu and I are about to contact you. Conference room. 3 people were sitting at a long table, 2 men and a woman. This is Mr. Lu, no need for introductions, this is my lawyer, Lawyer Yin, and this is Mr. Lu's lawyer, Lawyer Luo. After Chen Weiqiang finished introducing them, he asked Yifeng to take a seat. Zheng Zong, let me introduce you to. The 2 lawyers detailed the equity agreement, legal matters related to shares, as well as positions and benefits to Yifeng. In the end, with just a signature and payment, he would become the vice president of the company. By tomorrow noon, you can find Yifeng's shareholder information at the Industry and Commerce Department and some apps. By the way, we haven't discussed the salary aspect yet, Zheng Zong, what are your thoughts on salary? Yifeng didn't come to work, he came to expand his network and improve himself. As for how much money he made, he didn't care. If he wanted to make money, he just needed to spend money on women. But it didn't seem quite right to not take a single cent. After some thought, Yifeng and Lu Shiqi were both vice presidents of the company, so he asked, how much does Mr. Lu make? Oh, well, our company is just starting out, so the salaries are not very high. I make 30,000, and Mr. Lu makes 25,000. Then I'll take the same as Mr. Lu. Lu Shiqi leaned back, looking aloof. When she heard that Yifeng wanted to make the same salary as her, she couldn't help but sneer. She and Yifeng mainly relied on the company's profits. It's not that she thought Yifeng couldn't make 25,000, but she found it a bit ridiculous that he thought he had the same attitude as her. Alright, 25,000 it is. Do you need another lawyer to take a look? Chen Weiqiang had prepared the contract, but he didn't say he would find a lawyer for Yifeng. Instead he let Yifeng find one himself, to avoid any suspicion of collusion and fraud. Well, I've already brought a lawyer here. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, Wang Zhao messaged him, saying he was already downstairs. Yifeng asked him to come up directly. After knocking on the door, Wang Zhao, dressed in a suit and tie, with the appearance of a social elite, entered the conference room. Mr. Chen? Mr. Liu? Wang Zhao was surprised when he entered the conference room, not expecting to see familiar faces. Lawyer Wang? Senior? Lawyer Yin and Lawyer Luo were also surprised. Little Yin? Little Luo? You're here too? What a coincidence. Wang Zhao is Yifeng's lawyer? Wang Zhao was their senior, and Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi had been his clients before, but Wang Zhao had left Yebei due to a job transfer and hadn't seen them since he rose to prominence in the big city. Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi were impressed by Wang Zhao's professional abilities and had repeatedly asked him to handle cases, but Wang Zhao couldn't come over from the big city, so he recommended his two junior brothers to Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi, becoming their dedicated lawyers. Lu Shiqi was somewhat surprised, but more angry. She had tried several times to ask Wang Zhao for his services, but he had always turned her down. Why did Yifeng just have to make one phone call to bring him back? Is the money she gave not enough, or is it about saving face? Lu Shiqi developed some negative emotions towards Wang Zhao. Zhang Xiao, I'm really sorry for being late, Wang Zhao apologized sincerely to Yifeng. Yifeng is his big benefactor. Not to mention helping to look over a contract before leaving, even if he is already in the Magic City, with just a message from Yifeng, he would buy a plane ticket back to Yebi. It's okay, since you all know each other, it's fine. Please have a seat, take a look at the contract, if everything is okay, I'll sign it. Yifeng instructed. Okay Zhang Xiao, I'll take a look now. Wang Zhao received the order and immediately sat next to Yifeng, picked up the contract, and carefully examined it. Wang Zhao actually called him. Zhang Xiao? What's going on? His respectful attitude is hard not to arouse suspicion. An elite lawyer in the Magic City, only when facing a big benefactor would he have such an attitude. The rest of the time, wherever he goes, he is high and mighty, full of arrogance. Is Yifeng Wang Zhao's big benefactor? Doesn't seem like it, but if he isn't, how to explain Wang Zhao's behavior? Lu Shiqi had many doubts in her mind. Chen Weiqiang saw this scene and confirmed his previous guess that Yifeng is definitely not a man who lives off others. After carefully reviewing the contract, Wang Zhao was surprised to find that Yifeng was going to buy 24% of Chen Weiqiang's company for 30 million. This should be just one of Yifeng's assets. After all, he is willing to spend 30 million on a whim, just to buy a house. To show off to Gaoyu, he didn't hesitate to spend 8 million on legal fees to let him handle it. This amount of money in Chen Weiqiang's hands is really just a small matter. Zhang Xiao, I've reviewed it, this contract is fine. Wang Zhao's professionalism and ability were very impressive. At this moment, he didn't care how close Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi, and his two junior brothers were to him. If there was a problem, he would point it out to Yifeng immediately. After all, Yifeng is his big benefactor. In his many years of work, he had never seen a man who spends money like this. He must serve him well. Yifeng nodded. Since there were no issues, he signed it. Immediately, he transferred the money to the company's account via his phone, to be handled by the finance department. Okay, congratulations Zhang Zong, you are now officially part of our company. Chen Weiqiang stood up and shook hands with Yifeng as soon as he received the payment. Lu Shiqi, not in a hurry, only smiled after Chen Weiqiang and Yifeng shook hands with Yifeng. Welcome Zhang Zong. This welcome sounded so insincere. But it didn't matter, Yifeng didn't mind. After a few polite words, he sent the three lawyers away. Chen Weiqiang walked out of the office with his arm around Yifeng, followed closely by Lu Shiqi. Everyone, pause your work for a moment, let me introduce you. Mr. Yifeng will be in charge of the company's public relations and some domestic business in the future. Welcome Zhang Zong. Welcome Zhang Zong. Welcome. A round of warm applause rang in their ears. Cece, come here, add Zhang Zong to our company group, and then take him to his office. Zhang Zong, she will be your secretary from now on. If you have any dissatisfaction with the office, you can tell Cece and she will make the changes. Yifeng nodded, exchanged WeChat with Xia Cece, and then entered the company group. After joining the group, the screen was filled with, "Welcome Zhang Zong." Yifeng, hello everyone, Yifeng, I hope everyone will take care of me in the future. Smiling face, Yifeng glanced at the number of people in the group, about 68, which was quite a large scale. Then, he sent a big red envelope in the group. Another round of messages flooded the screen. Thank you Zhang Zong is generous. I sent a red envelope in the group, hurry up and grab it. Yifeng looked at Xia Qianxian leading the way in front of him. Today, she tied her hair in a short ponytail, dressed in a professional OL outfit, wearing Parisian silk stockings on her legs, and a pair of high heels that clinked under her feet. There's nothing worth grabbing. It's okay if you don't grab it, everyone has a guaranteed minimum of 1,000. Xia Qianxian suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking at Yifeng in disbelief. 1,000 for everyone? Why are you giving out such a large sum? Xia Qianxian opened the red envelope and indeed found 1,000 inside. Just to show respect, let everyone recognize me as the vice president. Who cares about me? You should add all my subordinates to the group too. Yifeng explained. Even without the red envelope, everyone would still recognize you as the vice president, there's really no need for this. Xia Qianxian explained, this is your office, is there anything you're not satisfied with? Yifeng looked around after entering. The office layout was elegant and refined, with a rosewood desk as the centerpiece, an Apple all-in-one computer on the desk, a fake mountain, flowing water, and even a considerate touch of a cactus. The bookshelf, sofa, and coffee table in the back were also meticulously arranged. Did you design this layout? Yifeng asked. Yes, if there's anything that needs to be changed, you can tell me. No need to change, it's fine as it is. Xia Qianxian's ability in layout design was quite strong, showing that she was quite capable. Yifeng sat on the soft and comfortable boss chair, unconsciously propping his legs on the desk. This was the position only the company boss used to sit in, but now he was sitting there. Yifeng felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Was he now considered a successful person? By the way, the company can provide you with a company car. With a budget of 300,000, you can choose which model you want. With 300,000, what kind of car could he choose? A luxury car? When Yifeng went upstairs, he glanced at the parking lot, filled with Mercedes-Benz and BMWs. What cars do Director Chen and Director Lu drive? Director Chen drives a black Mercedes-Benz S, and Director Lu drives a Porsche Cayenne. Both the Mercedes-Benz S and Cayenne definitely cost more than 300,000. With their high budgets, why were they only given 300,000? Well, Director Chen and Director Lu didn't use the company's budget, those are their personal cars. Xia Qianxian explained to Yifeng. With that said, Yifeng understood. Since that was the case, he definitely couldn't use the company's budget. So, what do you think? What kind of car suits me? Yifeng asked her. Xia Qianxian fell into silence. It's okay, just tell me, I won't blame you. I think Director Zhang is suitable for a Santana. What? Yifeng didn't discriminate against Santana. It's just that with his current net worth of over 100 million, was it suitable for him to drive a Santana? Even though Xia Qianxian didn't know about his net worth exceeding 100 million, with his position as vice president, shouldn't he at least drive an Audi? Director Zhang, a Santana is perfect for you, just like you, Loki. Others would think you're a company employee, but in reality, you're the vice president, you can also play dumb. Xia Qianxian rarely joked with him. No way, I'm not driving a Santana. Every time Santana was mentioned, Yifeng remembered the days when he was being rubbed on the ground by the driving instructor's car. How could he, as a successful person, drive a car lower than what Lu Shiqi drove? What car was a step higher than a Cayenne? Yifeng pondered. How about just buying a Rolls-Royce directly? He was already a vice president, driving a Santana was not appropriate, he had to maintain his image. Let's talk about this tomorrow. How many people directly report to me? 6. One of them took a day off today and is not in the office. Yifeng felt a bit frustrated. Now that he was a vice president, he only had 6 people under him? Of course, he can also manage other employees, but there are 6 people directly under his management, which is actually not a small number. Yifeng asked Xia Qianqian to create another group and sent a red envelope in the small group, this time 2,000 each. He returned to the main page, where many people added him as a friend, and Yifeng approved each one. Giving red envelopes doesn't count as cashback, but fortunately, all the employees under him are female, so he just needs to treat them to dinner at night. Yifeng posted in the small group, "Tonight at 8 o'clock at Wangguolu, I'll treat everyone to dinner." Deng Shuxin, Manager Zhang is generous. He Yen, Manager Zhang, I just saw you, you look so handsome. Hao Rushua, of course, our Manager Zhang is the visual representative of our company. Chang Meng, indeed. Zhong Xiaoyao, Manager Zhang, I love you. There were quite a few names, and Yifeng couldn't remember them all at once. But the next message from one person in the small group made Yifeng remember instantly. The message read, "Manager Zhang, I have a stomachache today and had to take leave from the company, so I may not be able to make it. I'm really sorry, and thank you for the red envelope." Looking at the name on the profile picture, Yao Manman. Yao Manman? Yifeng immediately took his feet off the table and opened Yao Manman's moments, but because they were not friends, he couldn't see anything. Is she his ex-girlfriend, Yao Manman? The profile picture was different, and the personal signature was also different. There were just too many people named Yao Manman. Could it be just a coincidence? It shouldn't be that coincidental, right? Is it that ex-girlfriend who put a green hat on him, the one who he caught red-handed without any guilt? Do you have information on this Yao Manman? Bring it to me. Yifeng asked. Xia Qianqian snorted coldly. Indeed. Yifeng didn't have any good intentions. Just as he became the vice president of the company, he was already starting to pursue his own employees. Manager Zhang, I remind you that this Yao Manman is indeed quite attractive, but as for her personality, I can't comment. Yifeng? She thought he wanted to pursue Yao Manman? It's not what you think. I just want to take a look. I think I know this Yao Manman. Yifeng didn't mention that she had the same name as his ex-girlfriend, as Xia Qianqian would think even worse of him, especially since players often use this tactic. It's okay, you don't need to explain to me. I was just kindly reminding you. I'll go get Yao Manman's information for you. Xia Qianqian was very self-aware. She was just a secretary, and she couldn't control what Yifeng wanted to do. Soon, a file on Yao Manman was presented in front of Yifeng. The photo was exactly the same as his ex-girlfriend's. Or rather, this was his ex-girlfriend Yao Manman. Wow, what a coincidence. Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. Manager Zhang, do you know her? Xia Qianqian asked curiously. Yes, I know her, an acquaintance. After that incident, Yifeng and Yao Manman had deleted each other from WeChat. Yao Manman changed her profile picture, nickname, and personal signature. If it weren't for the notes in the group, he wouldn't have recognized her. Oh, then you should know that she has a boyfriend. You mean Chang Rui? Chang Rui, Yao Manman, Yifeng was now 100% sure that they were that despicable couple. Yifeng tried to keep his expression unchanged. Chang Rui's father, Chang Dashan, is in the timber business and is also a major client our company has been negotiating with recently. If you're interested in Yao Manman, it might not be easy to win her over. Of course, if you use the halo of being a vice president, I believe you can still succeed. It seemed that Xia Qianqian knew Yao Manman quite well. Let's not talk about that for now. Go book a table at Wangguolu based on a budget of 2,000 per person. Okay, Manager Zhang, I'll arrange it now. After receiving instructions, Xia Qianqian left Yifeng's office. Yifeng held Yao Manman's information in his hand, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It turned out that Yao Manman's publicly acknowledged boyfriend was Chang Rui. Outside the office, Shuxin, the new manager Zhang seems to be very wealthy, sending out big group red envelopes, small group red envelopes, and even inviting us for team building in the evening. I wonder what kind of person he is, He Yen asked excitedly. Just a bit short. Shu. He Yen quickly covered Deng Shuxin's mouth. If Zhong Xiaoyao, Chang Mengmeng, Haorushue, and Yao Manman heard this, they might report it to manager Zhang. Even if someone is good, speaking ill of the boss behind their back is not a good idea. What's there to be afraid of? Let them talk if they want. Deng Shuxin and He Yen didn't get along well with Zhong Xiaoyao, Chang Mengmeng, Haorushue, and Yao Manman for one reason: they were too straightforward and didn't like to flatter their superiors. But Deng Shuxin didn't care about that. Yifeng was just over 1.7 meters tall, while she was 1.76 meters tall. If they stood together, Yifeng would be shorter than her. With that, He Yen glanced at the people touching up their makeup nearby and found nothing unusual, which relieved her. You're definitely shorter than her, but manager Zhang is young, probably a few years younger than you. Let's not talk like this in the future. If it reaches the boss's ears, you'll be in trouble. Have you forgotten how manager Lu treated you? Thinking about this, Deng Shuxin felt aggrieved. Last time during the company team building, she was 10 centimeters taller than Lu Shiqi. Just because she didn't squat down during the group photo, Lu Shiqi deducted 3 months of her bonus after finding out. When a leader wants to target you, they will find all sorts of ways to do so, and you can't argue back. Finding a job is so difficult now, but Deng Shuxin had to support her father, so she didn't dare to quit. Otherwise, with her temper, she would have packed up and left long ago. It's all so helpless. 6:30 p.m. Yi Feng's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Yi Feng quickly paused the single-player game on his computer and looked at Xia Qianshan walking in, asking her what's the matter. Manager Zhang, the car is ready for you, using the company's alpha, let Xiao Chui drive you there. Aren't you going? Xia Qianshan was a bit puzzled, including me? Of course, you are also my subordinate, naturally part of my team, so you must go, Yi Feng replied. Xia Qianshan thought that this team building would have some special meaning, and Yi Feng must have some strange ideas, so she probably wasn't included. If she went, wouldn't she ruin Yi Feng's good thing? Including her, would this team building be legitimate? Yi Feng didn't think that much. He just wanted to use these people to retrieve the red envelopes sent out in the afternoon. The more people, the more money spent. Alright, I'll inform them. Xia Qianshan clapped her hands outside Yi Feng's office. Sisters from the PR team, you can leave now, take the company's alpha. Outside Yi Feng's office were not only his employees but also employees from other departments. If they had some unfinished work, they would have to stay and work overtime until it was done. Hearing Xia Qianshan's words, they couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The PR team members happily jumped up and gathered downstairs in front of the company in full view. After finishing the game, Yi Feng straightened his collar and also walked out of the office. As he was leaving, he ran into Chen Weiqiang. Manager Zhang, causing such a stir right after arriving? Xia Qianshan used the company's bus, so Chen Weiqiang naturally knew about Yi Feng taking his subordinates out for dinner. I just arrived, getting to know everyone. I'll treat you and manager Lu to dinner another day. No problem, Mr. Zhang, do you have a car? You can't drive, so take mine. Chen Weiqiang said as he put his hand in his pocket to feel for the keys. No need, we can all ride in one car. Yi Feng said, and after a few more polite words, they parted ways. As they went downstairs, Yi Feng felt that a car was indeed a necessity for him now. Mr. Zhang, hello, I am the driver of our company, Chui Xiaobo, you can call me Xiaocui. As they approached the car, Xiaocui came up eagerly and handed over a cigarette. Yi Feng waved his hand, there are so many female colleagues, you shouldn't smoke either. Mr. Zhang, I don't usually smoke, this is specially prepared for you, Xiaocui said. Mr. Zhang, let me open the door for you. Xiaocui opened the electronic door of the Alpha and reserved a seat in the middle for Yi Feng. As soon as he got in the car, he was surrounded by beautiful women. Mr. Zhang is such a gentleman, I really like him. Of course, Mr. Zhang is able to be the general manager of our company at such a young age. He must have outstanding qualities. In the future, we must work hard for Mr. Zhang. The Moon Pavilion is where Mr. Chen and important clients discuss business. I have never been there before. Mr. Zhang is really good to us. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Xia Chanxian glanced at Yi Feng sneakily. Yi Feng had worked for others before and naturally knew that these were just flattering words, so he didn't take them to heart. While chatting in the car, Yi Feng took the opportunity to get to know these employees. Two of them left a deep impression on him. Zhong Xiaoyao, who had a distinctive appearance, somewhat resembling the character played by Dong Dong, with a voluptuous figure exuding a mature woman's charm, a hint of coquettishness in her bones, seductive eyes, very alluring. And then there was Deng Shuxin. She was tall, sitting silently in the back seat, her head almost reaching the car roof, looking tall, at least 1.75 meters, taller than him by a few centimeters. Deng Shuxin left an impression on Yi Feng, white. Her skin was surprisingly white, all over her body, even described as fair as snow. In addition, a pair of long legs that caught people's attention also left a deep impression. Moreover, she was quiet overall. When Hao Rishuang, Chang Mengmeng, and others were talking to him crazily, Deng Shuxin and He Yinyan sat quietly in the back without much communication along the way, but Ji Feng remembered her. During the evening rush hour, the road was a bit congested, and they arrived at the dock after 7 o'clock to take the speedboat to Moon Island. Mr. Zhang, I'll go back first, just call me if you need anything. Do we all take this to Moon Island? I can't swim, Mr. Zhang, you have to save me if I fall into the water. Zhong Xiaoyao sat next to Yi Feng and leaned closer to him. If there weren't so many people watching, she probably would have hugged his arm directly. Yi Feng felt a bit hot inexplicably. Wasn't he just inviting them for a team-building activity? Zhong Xiaoyao seemed to be a bit too enthusiastic. Yao Yao, weren't you on the diving team in school? How come you can't swim when you see Mr. Zhang? Hao Rushuang teased. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, even Xia Chanxian and Deng Shuxin. I forgot how to swim when I saw Mr. Zhang, you're so annoying. Zhong Xiaoyao blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Taking this opportunity, Yi Feng glanced at everyone's level of fondness towards him. Xia Chanxian's fondness remained at 30 points. Hao Rushuang and Chang Mengmeng had a fondness of 45 points, while He Yanyan's fondness was 35 points. Zhong Xiaoyao had the highest, with 50 points. Deng Shuxin had the lowest, with only 20 points. The system's fondness level wouldn't deceive Yi Feng, he could judge the distance between each other based on the fondness level. But Zhong Xiaoyao and the others seemed a bit out of the ordinary, with a fondness level of 45 to 50 points on their first meeting. For a large part of the reason, it should be the halo on Yi Feng's head. Soon, everyone landed on the island and arrived at the 19th floor of Wanyue. A table full of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Several girls, upon seeing these dishes, naturally did not forget to take photos and post them on their social media. TSK, Man took the day off today, what a pity, missing out on this delicious food. Zhong Xiaoyao had already taken the photo and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's a shame not to have the opportunity to have a meal with such a handsome CEO Zhang. Yi Feng had already looked at Yao Manman's information. Because she was a university student, she was not a formal employee of the company, just an intern who only worked half a day. But Yao Manman always told him that she was busy with her studies, had no time to leave the campus, and could only go home on weekends. Yi Feng realized that Yao Manman's lies were endless. How did he fall for a scheming woman like Yao Manman? Dealing with such girls, they would squeeze every bit of value out of a man, and in the end, the man would either be cheated or dumped, losing everything. Yi Feng regretted his realization too late. CEO Zhang, do you want to hear some gossip? Ha, we know a lot of gossip about Man. What gossip? Yi Feng was curious. Yao Man is not simple at all. She is dating two boyfriends at the same time, one is the son of a major client of our company, Chang Rui, and the other is her senior at school. Her senior has been kept in the dark all along, supporting her throughout her 3 years of university, providing her with living expenses and tuition fees, being treated like an ATM machine. What a pitiful man. Yes, Yao Man Man is really something. She often uses this as an example, proudly sharing her skills in managing men with us, brainwashing us, but we just treat it as a joke. Ha ha ha, how can there be such foolish men in the world? Yi Feng laughed along with them. Xia Qianqian noticed something different on Yi Feng's face, as if he didn't like this topic. Alright, all this food can't stop your mouths. I can tell you, CEO Zhang is acquainted with Yao Man Man. Be careful, one day Yao Man Man might cause trouble for you. Yi Feng waved his hand. It's okay, we're not that close. There's nothing I can't say with you guys. I won't tattle, and I don't like it when someone tattles to me about others, that's all. The group at the table felt their favorability towards him increase by 5 points. Deng Shuxin heard that Yi Feng didn't like people tattling to him, and his favorability increased rapidly, directly by 20 points. CEO Zhang is really magnanimous, unlike the other two CEOs. The group began to flatter him again, but they couldn't understand how Yi Feng was acquainted with Yao Man Man. From Yi Feng's tone, it seemed like their relationship was quite unusual. By the way, accompany me tomorrow to pick up a car. It's inconvenient to always use the company's car. Halfway through the meal, Yi Feng suddenly brought up the topic of the car. What car do you want to pick up? Let me see if I can have the dealership prepare all the paperwork in advance. A Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce? Everyone looked at Yi Feng with wide eyes, and Deng Shuxin was also slightly surprised. This new vice president, so wealthy? He looks like he's only in his 20s, how can he just buy a Rolls-Royce like that? Everyone felt that they had underestimated Yi Feng's capabilities. Zhong Xiaoyao, favorability plus 15, Hao Ruxue, favorability plus 15, Chang Mengmeng, favorability plus 15, He Yanyan, favorability plus 10, Deng Shuxin and Xia Qianqian were just slightly surprised, but their favorability did not increase. CEO Zhang, there is no Rolls-Royce dealership in Yabei North, the nearest one is hundreds of kilometers away, you might have to wait a long time. I can't wait that long, I need it tomorrow. Then you may need to add a large sum of money. I'll give you a budget of 1 billion, can you secure it? I'll contact them right away. No problem, let's discuss after dinner. What's wrong with Yob? Just adding some money, right? Is 1 billion enough? Yi Feng has only seen a Rolls-Royce online, and he really doesn't know how good the car is. But for some reason, he really wants to have a Rolls-Royce. Hao Ruxue, Chang Mengmeng, and Zhong Xiudao's fondness for Yi Feng has increased by 5 to 10 points each. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the ear. Then, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt and shorts walked in. Behind him, a waiter pushing a cart with 2 bottles of wine and a tall wine glass. General Zhang. Why didn't you inform me of your visit? If it wasn't for the front desk, I wouldn't have known you were here. Come, let me offer you a drink. Han Huahao poured a drink to toast Yi Feng. At the same time, he looked around and noticed that besides Yi Feng, there were all beautiful girls at the table. Each one more attractive than the other. Wow, the woman sitting next to Yi Feng is really familiar. There's also a tall, fair-skinned girl over there. Yi Feng is not an ordinary person. Seeing Han Huahao offering a toast, Yi Feng quickly stood up to return the gesture. Oh, I just took office as the general manager and invited a few subordinates for a meal. Yi Feng explained. So that's it, General Zhang, youth is indeed good. The two clinked glasses crisply. Han Huahao's last sentence seemed to have a hidden meaning. What does he mean by youth is good? Han Huahao leaned in and whispered to Yi Feng, General Zhang, can you handle it alone? Mr. Han might have misunderstood, it's just a simple meal, not what you're thinking, ha. Yi Feng felt that Han Huahao had misunderstood. By the way, there's an international wine event the day after tomorrow, rented the hotel next to mine, they said they're hosting a wine event. General Zhang, if you're interested, you can come. Han Huahao suddenly remembered this and took out an invitation from his pocket, handing it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng himself is not very interested in the wine event, not sure if Gaoyu is interested. Anyway, since it was offered, Yi Feng accepted it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Han. I have some other matters to attend to, General Zhang. Enjoy your meal and drinks, I'll head off first. Except for Xia Qianqian, the secretary who often follows the general, and is used to being around important people, almost everyone else felt a bit overwhelmed by Han Huahao's presence. Although Han Huahao was dressed more casually, his demeanor and aura were that of a big shot. Yob's Moon Island is a high-end leisure and entertainment venue. As the owner of Moon Island, Han Huahao naturally holds countless wealth and elite connections. But despite being such a big shot, he was surprisingly polite and warm to the newly arrived deputy general manager. This indicates that Yi Feng's background is extraordinary, not just a company's deputy general manager, but possibly something more. Haorushua, fondness +5, current fondness, 65 points, Chang Mengmeng, fondness +5, current fondness, 65 points, He Yanyan, fondness +5, current fondness, 45 points, Zhong Xiao, fondness +2, current fondness, 72 points. Yifeng saw it and felt quite helpless. Han Huahao just came to say hello, how come your favorability has increased so much again? If it's so easy to max out, how are you going to spend money on these women in the future? Only Deng Shuxin and Xia Qianqian's favorability have not changed, one is 40 points, the other is 35 points. After eating a meal, it's still early, just past 9 o'clock. Spent $14,564, system cashback $145,640, received. 140,000 received. The red envelope sent out in the afternoon almost recovered some of the expenses. Yifeng suggested moving to the neighboring KTV to sing, and everyone agreed. Rent a private room, order a few bottles of slightly more expensive wine, that should be enough. When ordering drinks, Yifeng mostly ordered very expensive wines, the most expensive being a bottle of Chateau Lafite Rothschild, costing $60,000 per bottle. Mr. Zhang, are you mistaken? This bottle of wine costs $60,000, not $6,000, Chang Mengmeng reminded from the side. So what if it's $60,000? It's for you all to enjoy, drink as you please, I'll foot the bill. Damn, a man who buys a Rolls-Royce for $1 billion, just think about it, he wouldn't care about tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars are several months' salary for them, but for Yifeng, it's just the money for a night of drinking. A man who buys a Rolls-Royce for $1 billion, just think carefully, Yifeng wouldn't care about tens of thousands of dollars. Chang Mengmeng realized she had spoken out of turn. Renting the private room, ordering drinks, cost about $120,000 to $130,000, Yifeng felt it was enough. After sending out hundreds of thousands of red envelopes in the afternoon, not only did she recover the costs, she also made hundreds of thousands in profit. Indeed, with alcohol, no matter how expensive, it's available. Using alcohol to earn cash back from the system, Yifeng has never failed. Xia Qianqian was also a bit surprised. She seemed to have underestimated this man's financial strength. This is not a soft rice man, he's simply a local tyrant, spending money like water, even Chen Weicheng can't compare. She even thought Yifeng was going to buy a Rolls-Royce, boasting in front of the girls, so she consciously praised him and pretended to agree. Xia Qianqian seemed to have miscalculated. Yifeng said he was going to buy a Rolls-Royce, as if he was serious? If he really wants to buy one, it's probably too late to contact now. Whether to buy or not, since her assistant has agreed, she has to make some arrangements. Thinking about this, Xia Qianqian went out to call the nearest Rolls-Royce 4S store. Seeing Xia Qianqian leave, Zhong Xiaoyao took the opportunity to sit on Yifeng's right side. Sorry to disturb, this is the wine our boss Han sent to Mr. Zhang, wishing Mr. Zhang a fun night. At this time, a waiter pushed a cart in. 2 bottles of XO, not too expensive, but not cheap either, were placed in an ice bucket to keep the wine at a low temperature. In addition to the wine, there were various fruit platters. Okay, just leave it there, Yifeng pointed to the coffee table. After the waiter left, Xia Qianqian also returned from making the phone call. Seeing Zhong Xiaoyao's change of position, she just glanced at her and didn't say much. He Yanyan especially likes singing, and has never used such professional equipment before, so she was the first to get the microphone, chose a song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and sang it passionately. Don't you drink? Yifeng looked at Xia Qianqian on his left. In his impression, he hadn't seen Xia Qianqian drink, neither last time nor this time. I do, but usually when I go out with the boss, I have to drive, so I don't touch alcohol. You don't need to drive this time, have a little. Yifeng poured some ice wine into an empty glass and handed it to Xia Qianqian. Qianqian, Mr. Zhang personally poured you a drink, you're not going to refuse, are you? Zhong Xiaoyao saw this scene and reminded her. Xia Qianqian glanced at the wine glass. She had a lot of work pressure, and usually enjoyed drinking at home when she had nothing to do, but she had never drunk this kind of high-level wine before. Just take it easy. That's right, we're here to have fun, you don't need to be in work mode all the time, Yifeng said as he saw Xia Qianqian take a sip from the wine glass, smiling contentedly. Yifeng wanted to focus his energy on drinking and singing, in order to distract himself from thinking about Yao Man. Well done, you sing really well, I like listening to good singers, Yifeng praised Yanyan's singing and clapped. Who's next to sing? Mr. Zhang, why don't you sing, someone teased. Yes, Mr. Zhang, why don't you sing, we are all your audience. No, I can't sing, today my mouth is only for eating and drinking, Yifeng quickly refused, not wanting to expose his lack of musical talent. I'll do it. Deng Shuxin, who had been silent all along, walked to the microphone and chose Jay Chou's Simple Love that was popular everywhere. Can't say why, I've become more proactive. Yifeng was amazed and couldn't help but exclaim. Her singing voice was melodious like morning dew on flowers, creating an indescribable charm when heard. Great! So nice! Yifeng applauded in admiration. Deng Shuxin didn't intend to stop there, instead she chose another song, Unfinished Song by Joker Shui. I sang for you, A Wandering Journey. Her voice was clear and sweet, like a spring of water, flowing to nourish people's hearts. After the song, Yifeng was quite impressed by Deng Shuxin's unexpectedly good singing. Zhong Xiaoyao keenly noticed Yifeng's expression. She stood up indignantly, walked to the microphone, and chose a song by Kai Tianho, Spy J. Screams pierce through the long night. After singing, everyone applauded. Zhong Xiaoyao's voice was also very good, each note was very standard. With her mature charm and singing a song by a diva, she immediately became the center of attention. After stepping down from the stage, Zhong Xiaoyao disdainfully glanced at Deng Shuxin. When I was in school, I wasn't just on the diving team, I was also a soloist in the choir, okay? Want to compete with me for men? You better step back. Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. He realized that Zhong Xiaoyao was not simple, talented, and probably quite capable. Most importantly, she deeply understood a famous saying, good men are valuable resources, they won't come to you on their own, you have to take the initiative and reach out to grab them. Zhong Xiaoyao clearly embodied this principle. When she found that Deng Shuxin's limelight was overshadowing hers, she immediately chose a powerful and energetic song by Kai Tianho to outshine Deng Shuxin's two love songs. Especially with those two sexy gasps, she fully displayed her mature charm. When Yifeng heard those two sounds, he almost sprayed out his drink. Among the women Yifeng knew, Zhong Xiaoyao's level was probably second only to Gao Yu. Mr. Zhang, how do you think of my performance? Back at her seat, Zhong Xiaoyao smiled again and asked Yifeng about her singing. Very good, very good. After a few drinks, everyone loosened up and took turns to sing a few lines, regardless of their singing abilities. Even the meticulous Xia Qianqian went up and sang Red High Heels. Deng Shuxin and Zhong Xiaoyao seemed to be competing, and later it turned into taking turns on stage. However, Zhong Xiaoyao, with several high-difficulty and powerful Cantonese songs, firmly overshadowed Deng Shuxin's few love songs, truly becoming the karaoke queen in the private room today. In the end, Zhong Xiaoyao was so tired that she had to sit honestly on the sofa. Yifeng watched the two of them compete, listened to the excitement, and drank a lot of alcohol. Next, when Xia Qianqian went on stage to sing, Zhong Xiaoyao unexpectedly leaned her entire weight on Yifeng without warning, her long hair very charming, even placing her hand on Yifeng's leg. This move went unnoticed by others, but Xia Qianqian, who was singing, saw it, causing her to miss a line in her song. Mr. Zhang, how did I do today? Did I sing well? Good, very good. So, did I sing the best today? Yes, you sang the best. Yifeng spoke the truth in both sentences, Zhong Xiaoyao did sing well. He. Zhong Xiaoyao smiled foolishly, her cheeks flushed. Obviously she had drunk too much, otherwise she wouldn't have been in such close contact with Yifeng. Yifeng's evil fire had been ignited by Zhong Xiaoyao. Zhong Xiaoyao's actions became more and more excessive, and finally she directly snuggled into Yifeng's arms. Yifeng only felt the warmth in his arms, feeling at a loss. In fact, Zhong Xiaoyao even bit Yifeng's collar, and took the opportunity to suck hard on his neck while he wasn't paying attention. Although her hair blocked the view, others also noticed this scene but didn't say anything. After all, she had sung so many songs in a row today, surpassing everyone else. No one could compete with her. Mr. Zhang. I feel a little uncomfortable, can you help me to the bathroom? Zhong Xiaoyao whispered softly in Yifeng's ear. This was a request that couldn't be refused. Yifeng helped her up, ready to take her to the bathroom, but was stopped by Xia Qianshan. Yao Yao, you usually have a good alcohol tolerance, why are you leaning on Mr. Zhang now? Sisters, come help, let's take Yao Yao to the bathroom. Xia Qianshan said, then took Zhong Xiaoyao's shoulder. Don't touch me. Zhong Xiaoyao forcefully pushed Xia Qianshan away. She had finally managed to pretend to be drunk and flirtatious, but Xia Qianshan was too bad, ruining her plan. Xia Qianshan wasn't angry and continued to smile while supporting Zhong Xiaoyao. What's wrong, are you really drunk? Mr. Zhang, please let go, I can support her. Zhong Xiaoyao still held onto Yifeng's arm. But in the end, Yifeng let go of her hand. Okay, then you take her to the bathroom, be careful with two people. Zhong Xiaoyao wanted to curse. Yifeng, oh Yifeng, can't you just say you'll help? As long as you say a word, Xia Qianshan naturally wouldn't say anything more. Tonight you can do whatever you want, can we go to any hotel? Helpless, Zhong Xiaoyao could only be supported by Xia Qianshan and Hao Ruxue to the bathroom. Her alcohol tolerance was actually very good, she wasn't drunk, she just pretended to dry heave in the bathroom and then came back. We've all had a lot to drink today, and it's getting late, so let's just stay here for now. Yifeng glanced at the time. After leaving the island, Yifeng called a car for them alone, ready to send them back. But Zhong Xiaoyao still wanted to try one last time. Mr. Zhang, can you take me home? It's late, I'm a little scared, what if I encounter any danger, what should I do? Zhong Xiaoyao looked pitiful, making everyone feel sorry for her. Yifeng was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She was so eager for him to take her, would he have to help her up to her apartment later? Yao Yao, don't you and Ruxue live in the same neighborhood? You two can share a cab back, Mr. Zhang has had a lot to drink today, let him go home and rest early. Xia Qianshan spoke up again. Zhong Xiaoyao seemed to ignore her, not even looking at Xia Qianshan, blinking her eyes and staring straight at Yifeng. Who does Xia Qianshan think she is? I want Yifeng's answer. Set the emergency contact person, call your parents first if anything happens, and send a message to the group when you get home to let everyone know you're safe. I'm really tired, so I won't send you off. Alright then. Zhong Xiaoyao reluctantly got into the taxi. After the car drove away. Mr. Zhang, are you particularly angry with me now, thinking that you shouldn't have brought me here? Xia Qianshan asked. Yifeng shook his head, he really wasn't angry with Xia Qianshan. In Zhong Xiaoyao's eyes, Xia Qianshan seemed a bit meddlesome. Yifeng also didn't understand why she was doing this. Zhong Xiaoyao had a relationship with Mr. Chen before, but it wasn't public. As Mr. Chen's secretary, I naturally knew. Also, I once saw a medical report about Zhong Xiaoyao on Mr. Chen Weiqiang's desk. I don't need to say more, you should understand, right? Medical report? Does this mean Zhong Xiaoyao is sick? Yifeng was a bit dizzy, just being charmed by Zhong Xiaoyao. When Xia Qianshan said Zhong Xiaoyao was sick, his head suddenly cleared up. Whether before or now, Chen Weiqiang is the actual controller of the company, a proper CEO, handsome, talented, and quite compatible with Zhong Xiaoyao. Office romances, if not public, are fine. When he first met Chen Weiqiang, he knew he was quite wild, likely carrying some disease, and if Zhong Xiaoyao had any involvement with him, she might also be sick. If it weren't for Xia Qianshan's repeated interference, Yifeng might have really climbed into Zhong Xiaoyao's bed, and if something went wrong, it would be too late to regret. Phew, you are my savior. Yifeng took a deep breath, not daring to think further. You're welcome. Xiao Chanshan knew that most men couldn't resist Zhong Xiaoyao's advances. In theory, she should turn a blind eye, so as not to become enemies with Zhong Xiaoyao in the future at the company. But she couldn't bear it. Although Yifeng seemed a bit unreliable, he didn't seem like a bad person. You've had so much to drink, can you get home? Do you need me to send you? Xiao Chanshan asked considerately. No need, a few girls have already gone home. What's there to fear for a big man like me? You go back and rest early. After saying that, Yifeng called a car and returned to Jiangshan International. Bang bang bang. Yifeng was drunk as a skunk. He didn't expect the aftereffects of this foreign liquor to be so strong. Getting out of the car, he staggered to the door, not even having the strength to take out his keys, and could only weakly knock on the door. Fortunately, Gao Yu hadn't gone to bed yet. After hearing the knocking, she immediately opened the door for Yifeng and helped him inside. My goodness, how much did you drink? Gao Yu looked at Yifeng's appearance, feeling a bit sorry for him. She first helped Yifeng change his clothes, then wiped his face with a towel, and gave him 2 bowls of sobering soup, which helped Yifeng sober up a bit. This liquor really packs a punch. I didn't feel anything when I was drinking, but I collapsed as soon as I got off the car. Silly, that's how foreign liquor is. Feeling better now? Gao Yu chuckled. If you can't handle it, don't drink so much next time. Yeah, I won't drink so much next time. There's an invitation in the pocket of my jacket, see if you're interested. Yifeng pointed to his coat. Gao Yu picked up the jacket, and before she could put her hand in the pocket, she noticed something strange. Honey, why does your jacket smell like perfume? Perfume? Really? Yeah, it smells like jingling. No, it's jingling. Yifeng's face changed slightly. Gao Yu's nose was quite sharp. She could even smell the perfume, and even knew the brand? It was only now that he remembered where the perfume scent Gao Yu smelled came from. When they were in the KTV private room, Zhong Xiaoyao leaned on him for a while. It should have been at that time. In addition, Zhong Xiaoyao also took a sip on his neck. Yifeng subconsciously touched his neck, not sure if there was a lipstick mark. There was none on his hand, but Yifeng saw a hint of crimson on the towel that Gao Yu had just used to wipe him. Gao Yu was so smart that she probably noticed the perfume scent and lipstick mark long ago, but she waited for Yifeng to wake up a bit before gently asking, seemingly without blaming him. Let me explain, things are not as you imagine. What's there to explain? This is men's perfume. What do you think I'm thinking? Gao Yu took the initiative to explain for Yifeng. Oh, men's perfume, it must be what Mr. Chen sprayed, I didn't even notice. Yifeng said guiltily. He casually checked his phone and found out it was indeed men's perfume. He didn't know if Gao Yu was giving him an out or if she hadn't noticed at all. No, even if Zhong Xiaoyao sprayed a men's perfume, when Gao Yu helped him wipe his face, she must have noticed the lipstick mark and wiped it off for him. When Yifeng thought Gao Yu would continue to ask about the lipstick, she had already picked up the invitation letter. Yuntang International Wine Association? How did you get this invitation? Gao Yu was slightly surprised when she saw the invitation letter. Well, are you interested? It seems to be the day after tomorrow, how about we go together? Sure. Seeing that Gao Yu didn't seem to continue questioning, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that Gao Yu was quite sensible, not embarrassing him or making things difficult because of this incident. If it were an ordinary woman, upon discovering the perfume scent and lipstick mark, she would have probably started a quarrel, or even a fight. How could she still sincerely help you wipe your body and change clothes? This should also be one of the reasons why Yifeng liked Gao Yu. He glanced at Gao Yu's affection for him at this moment. It hadn't decreased, still at 80 points, very stable. What's wrong? Can't behave even when you're just awake? Coach Jean, the exercise you taught me at the gym this morning, I didn't understand it. Can you demonstrate it to me again? You're doing this on purpose. No, I'm not very smart, coach, please demonstrate it to me again. Yifeng slept until he woke up naturally. Gao Yu had already woken up, but she hadn't gotten up, still curled up in Yifeng's arms. Huh, why are you so obedient today? Yifeng kissed Gao Yu's ear from behind, holding her tighter. It still hurts a bit, I don't feel like moving much. Last night, Yifeng was a bit excited, even a fitness coach couldn't handle his antics. Ah, I'm sorry, I'll be gentler next time. Actually, you're also to blame, why is your body so flexible, able to do so many positions? Yifeng turned the tables. You must be a scumbag, why do you know so much? Gao Yu pouted. No, I also learned from the videos of my predecessors, it's my first time in practical use. I don't believe you. Alright, get up, I'll make some food, then take you to the gym. Yifeng continued to linger in bed for a while, he had indeed drunk a bit too much last night, and his head still hurt a bit now. Gao Yu quickly brought breakfast, a cup of fragrant coffee, and 2 sandwiches. Huh? Why does this coffee taste strange? What's strange about it? Strangely delicious. Where did you learn those cheesy lines? I thought my coffee didn't suit your taste. Gao Yu really thought Yifeng couldn't handle coffee, and he tricked her. It's quite delicious, better than those sold in stores. Yifeng actually doesn't have a habit of drinking coffee, but his previous company often required overtime work, and after a long time of feeling drowsy, he would almost fall asleep at his desk without a cup of coffee to perk him up, gradually developing the habit of drinking coffee. He found Gao Yuechong's coffee to be fragrant and sweet, with a very good taste, much better than those sold on the market that tasted like dishwater. Is this coffee made by the owner of the coffee shop herself? It's delicious. Gao Yu smiled and said, Alright, finish up and get up, I'll go get your clothes. The two of them went to the gym, worked out for 2 hours, and it was almost time for dinner. After showering and getting ready to leave, they ran into Hou Jianye, who warmly greeted Yifeng. Is Lulu accompanying General Zhang to the gym again? Yes, it's mandatory, Yifeng laughed. By the way, I just received an invitation from the Yuntang International Wine Association today, can bring 2 guests. I'm not interested in wine, I remember Lulu, you seem to be very interested in wine, so why don't you take this invitation and go? With General Zhang? Hou Jianye took out an invitation from his pocket, identical to the one Han Huahao gave Yifeng yesterday. No need, Uncle Ho, my husband received a wine party invitation yesterday. You can go and have fun at that time, just treat it as making friends. Yesterday it was a boyfriend, today it's a husband? That change was quite fast. Moreover, the invitations from Yuntang just started today. Hou Jianye felt he must have been among the first to receive it, so how did Yifeng get it faster than him? He already received it yesterday? Alright, see you then, I'll go and have fun too, Hou Jianye awkwardly smiled. Okay, Uncle Ho, we'll leave first. Gao Yu linked arms with Yifeng and went downstairs. Yesterday you called him Boss Ho, today he's Uncle Ho? Yifeng was a bit curious. Yesterday there were many people, so I called him Boss Ho, today there's no one around, so I called him Uncle Ho. Gao Yu told Yifeng that her father had a good relationship with Hou Jianye before, and he had been taking care of her all these years. This job at the gym was arranged by Hou Jianye himself, offering her better treatment than anyone else, sometimes even giving her extra benefits. Yifeng nodded, understanding now. He is actually very interested in wine as well, so he must have given you this invitation to get to know you. Gao Yu analyzed for Yifeng without reservation. So, what do you think I should do? It's up to you, if you want to get to know him, go ahead, you don't have to go out of your way to build a relationship with him because of me. Gao Yu honestly told Yifeng. Yifeng nodded, he actually noticed that Hou Jianye greeted him warmly twice, probably just wanting to get to know him, without any other motives. After having lunch outside, Gao Yu dropped Yifeng off at the company in the afternoon. Okay, study well at home, I'm leaving. Wait a minute. What? Gao Yu slightly lifted herself and left a mark on Yifeng's lips. Alright, let's go, I need to go back and study. Wow, sneak attack, I won't let you off easily tonight. The two of them tangled in the car for a while before Yifeng finally let Gao Yu go. When they arrived downstairs, they found a brand new Rolls-Royce parked there. The shiny black paint was dazzling under the sun, impossible to ignore. Yifeng suddenly slapped his forehead, he just remembered that he asked Xia Qianqian to help him buy a Rolls-Royce yesterday, so he hurried upstairs to the office. General Zhang, you're here, let me introduce, this is the general manager of the Rolls-Royce dealership in the capital, and this is our General Zhang. General Zhang, hello, hello. Two gentlemen in smart suits warmly shook hands with Yifeng. This is the configuration sheet for your Rolls-Royce, please take a look. We didn't have time to customize it for you, but if you're willing, the dealership can help you with upgrades later, said Xia Qianqian as she handed over the Rolls-Royce configuration sheet to Yifeng. It was a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at 11 million, totaling 13 million after all expenses, only a tenth of Yifeng's budget. Alright, let's go with this for now. Do you have the purchase contract and paperwork? Yes, we have them. The two men handed a document bag to Xia Qianqian. Great, let's proceed with the payment. Yifeng took out his card and let the two men swipe the money. His original budget was 1 billion, but he didn't expect the Rolls-Royce Phantom to cost just over 10 million. Although it didn't include the customizations, factoring in the cost of the trip and transportation fees, 13 million was quite cheap. After completing the handover, Yifeng let the two men leave. A few words and a Rolls-Royce deal was done. What a concept! It seemed like nothing, just having money and being willful. Yifeng almost forgot about it, but Xia Qianqian remembered. He didn't know how she managed to get the Rolls-Royce, but her efficiency was undeniable. With a secretary like her, even a gold mine would be worth considering. Yobiai's location was unique, guarding the northern gateway to the Central Plains. It was too far north to be considered part of the Central Plains and not quite recognized as the North. It was over 1,000 kilometers away from the developed Jiangnan region, with the nearest Rolls-Royce dealership in the capital. Xia Qianqian told Yifeng that she didn't go home yesterday. After making a phone call at the KTV, she urgently booked an early morning flight to the capital for negotiations. Here's the flight ticket. Since it's a private business, I can't charge the company, so you'll have to reimburse me, Xia Qianqian handed the flight ticket to Yifeng. Wow, you really didn't go home? Yifeng was surprised to see the departure time and destination on the ticket. No wonder Xia Qianqian looked different today, a bit tired, clearly not well rested. I've reimbursed you for the round-trip ticket, and I'll give you an additional reward. Do you have anything this afternoon? If not, I'll take you out for shopping. Just transfer the money for the ticket and accommodation directly to me. It's working hours now, I can't skip work like this. I don't need your compensation or reward. No, I must compensate you, Yifeng insisted firmly. What's wrong with working hours? I'm the vice president, I can come and go as I please. Lu Zong is a shareholder in several companies, but she doesn't come every day, does she? No, you can't. In that case, I order you to go shopping with me to purchase some office supplies. No. Xia Qianqian was annoyed by Yifeng. Are you refusing a task assigned by the boss? Yifeng hit the nail on the head, using a clever excuse. During his previous business trips, he had often asked for receipts to be reimbursed by the company. Xia Qianqian regretted a bit, she didn't expect Yifeng to use this tactic. She dug the hole herself and now had to fill it. Alright then. The two of them openly skipped work. Xia Qianqian, I officially appoint you as my part-time driver from now on. Xia Qianqian had driven the most expensive car, Chen Weiqiang's Mercedes S-Class, worth several million, but she had never touched a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 10 million. Yesterday was the first time she saw the actual car, as she had only seen some pictures and videos online before. She didn't dare to drive it, afraid of causing any damage. Let's make it clear, if you damage it, you're not responsible. It's okay, we have insurance. Time is money, let's drive quickly. Yifeng was also sitting in this luxury car for the first time, with real leather seats and a starry sky roof above, feeling quite different. Below the company building, Yao Man got off a taxi and saw the Rolls-Royce just leaving, furrowing her brows slightly. After signing in at the company, she sat at her own desk. Man, you finally made it, you're getting regularized the day after tomorrow, right? Yes, it's time for regularization. Yao Man just finished her last exam this morning, submitted her thesis, and now she is about to start working full-time at the company during the summer vacation. Man, you missed a big event. Our department has a new leader, General Zhang, young and promising, handsome and wealthy. Yes, we had a big dinner at Wangyue building yesterday. I saw your posts on social media, Yao Man replied. She regretted taking a day off yesterday when she saw the posts from Zhong Xiaoyao and Hao Rushua showing luxurious dishes, abalone, lobster, and expensive drinks at KTV. Yao Man was not at the company yesterday and did not see Chen Weiqiang introducing Yifeng to everyone. As she was not a formal employee of the company, she was not in the company's main group chat and did not see Yifeng's message introducing himself. Although she received a red envelope in the smaller group chat, Yifeng did not introduce himself again. She had no idea that this new General Zhang was actually her ex-boyfriend Yifeng. Have you seen the Rolls-Royce downstairs at the company? That's General Zhang's car. It was shipped directly from the capital last night, really impressive. Yes, we thought General Zhang was just boasting in front of us, but he actually got a Rolls-Royce. I checked the price, it's at least $1 million car. I heard General Zhang only invested $30 million in our company, and he casually bought $1 million car. So rich? Yao Man exclaimed. Yao Man furrowed her brows slightly, realizing that the Rolls-Royce she saw earlier belonged to General Zhang, not a big client as she thought. Yesterday afternoon, she received a red envelope in the small group and thought this new vice president was quite wealthy, but today she realized he was even wealthier than she imagined. She did not attend General Zhang's team-building activity yesterday, so today she was thinking whether she should personally apologize to General Zhang and show some respect to her superior. Is General Zhang in his office now? I don't know, we were just in the printing room, why don't you go check? Yao Man got up and went to the door of Yifeng's office. The glass was specially treated, allowing visibility from the inside out but not vice versa. Knock. Yao Man lightly knocked on the office door. General Zhang, hello, I'm Yao Man who took a day off yesterday, are you busy now? No response. Yao Man was puzzled, wondering if the vice president was not in the office or just ignoring her. Could it be that he had already left in the Rolls-Royce she saw earlier? Yao Man knocked on the door again. General Zhang, are you there? Still no response. Suddenly, Chen Weiqiang's voice came from behind. Yao Man, what are you doing at General Zhang's office door? Ha? I'm here to see General Zhang. Yao Man was startled. Is General Zhang not in the office? Chen Weiqiang knocked on the door, found no response, then pushed the door and peeked inside, only to find that Yifeng was indeed not there. He probably went out for some business. Wait for General Zhang to come back and tell him I need to see him. After instructing Yao Man, Chen Weiqiang left directly. Yao Man nodded. She did not leave the office, quietly walked to the front of the desk, and saw a document placed there. She was surprised to find that this document was actually her own information. Yao Man was a little curious, but still couldn't figure it out. What did Manager Zhang want with her information? Could it be that he noticed her? This attention, is it because he is interested in her, or because she didn't attend the team building yesterday and he wants to show his authority? After all, she is about to be confirmed in the company, and Manager Zhang has absolute power. If it's the former, then there's nothing to worry about. If it's the latter, then there might be some trouble. Now that Manager Zhang is not in the company, Yao Man made up her mind to wait for this vice president to come back. Whether it's the former or the latter, she must apologize and admit her mistake, and then create a wave of goodwill. Joy City. Alright, pick whatever you want after we go in, I'll foot the bill. Manager Zhang, what are you doing? Trying to knock me down with money? Impossible. Xia Qianshan was indignant. She was not a materialistic woman. This trick might work on people like Zhong Xiaoyao or Yao Man, but it wouldn't work on her. I didn't mean that, I just want to compensate you, my female secretary, for your hard work, so you can work well for me in the future. Xia Qianshan? Work, don't think otherwise. Yifeng deliberately said that just to tease her. Joy City is considered the place with the highest consumption in class in Yob. Yifeng also wanted to go to high-end malls like Hanlong, Guajin, and SKP, but unfortunately, there are none in Yobe. There is a Wanda, but it's quite deserted, and the things sold there are cheap, a bit downmarket. Alright then, if Manager Zhang really wants to show some goodwill, just buy a lipstick. Xia Qianshan said as she entered a lipstick counter. Yves Saint Laurent. Yifeng was puzzled. Why do girls like to buy lipstick, especially from this counter? No wonder the first time he came to Joy City, that old saleswoman looked down on him. Turns out they are never short of customers. Since Xia Qianshan had gone in, Yifeng could only follow quickly. Welcome. The old saleswoman didn't recognize Yifeng at first glance. Because the last two times, Yifeng's clothes were not very classy, but this time he changed into a new outfit, giving off a rich and handsome vibe. Welcome, are you here with your girlfriend? This time the old saleswoman was clever. She didn't call Yifeng young Master Zhang, pretending not to recognize him. She understood why she wasn't well received last time when she was so enthusiastic. Being too close to Yifeng might make the girls think he often brings girls to this store, causing misunderstandings. Although Yifeng did come often, he brought different girls each time. If the girls found out, they would definitely think Yifeng is a playboy, right? Indeed, she should be more cautious. So, here comes another beautiful girl, buying lipstick. I'm not his girlfriend. Yes, she's not my girlfriend, she's my secretary. Yifeng quickly added. Xia Qianshan glared at Yifeng, can't you just keep quiet for once? Coming here with your female secretary to buy lipstick could easily lead to misunderstandings. What's with that bright smile of yours, saleswoman? Xia Qianshan felt, this is bad, there must be a misunderstanding now. The old saleswoman smiled knowingly and nodded. Yes, indeed, none of the girls who come here with Yifeng claim to be his girlfriend. So, what lipstick are you looking for? Let me recommend some for you. The old saleswoman was very enthusiastic, completely different from her previous attitude of looking down on people. Well, this time is not bad, no wrong words, quite enthusiastic. Yifeng was quite satisfied. No need, I'm just browsing, not sure if I'll buy anything. Xia Qianshan quickly refused, feeling like this saleswoman was treating her as a big customer. Besides the old saleswoman, there was also a young saleswoman, that Lu, both following behind Xia Qianshan, ready to serve her at any time. That's not the case, you may not be a big client, but the man behind you is a big client. In the end, Xia Qianshan chose a lipstick, probably around $500. The price was moderate, not cheap, but not outrageously expensive. Spent $588, cashback $5,888, already credited. The next shops they visited were mostly luxury boutiques. Xia Qianshan would pick one, and Yifeng would buy it. This way of spending money made many boutique staff remember Yifeng. Some even had good memory and knew that Yifeng had already been to their boutique 3 times, each time with a different girl. After a round of shopping, they probably spent about $70,000 to $80,000, and the system cashed back $70,000 to $80,000. Then Xia Qianshan's affection for him. From 35 points, it increased by 15 points to 50 points. They were not yet lovers, still at the level of ordinary friends. Ha! Isn't it impossible to win over with money? How come your affection level has increased? Yifeng smiled mischievously in his heart. After shopping, the two of them went to a restaurant for dinner. General Zhang, I really can't accept these things you're giving me. Yifeng was preparing to suppress Xia Qianshan's affection for him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to spend money on her in the future. Although Yifeng had no feelings for her, having such a high affection level was not a good thing for him. Why not? I'm giving them to you because I see you like them. Yifeng cut the steak on his plate and put it in Xia Qianshan's bowl. I really can't accept them. General Zhang, if you're trying to pursue me in this way, I advise you to stop, it won't work on me. It won't work? Why did your affection level increase then? Maybe not spending enough money. Oh, okay, how about this, you keep the things, but leave the bag for me. Ha! I'll just give it back to you, why leave the bag behind? Xia Qianshan was a bit puzzled. Did you see the table next to us? I need her contact information within a minute. After Yifeng said this, Xia Chanshan's affection level, which had just increased by 15 points, plummeted instantly, returning to 35 points. Xia Chanshan blushed, not knowing how to deal with Yifeng. Hurry up. I'm not going. I don't want to be your accomplice. This is aiding and abetting. King Zhou commands you to go. Look at her, blonde and blue-eyed, full of exotic charm. Our company has ships on international routes. What if she's a potential client of our company? I'm thinking about the company's performance. Secretary Xia should understand, right? International business is not under your jurisdiction. You're only responsible for company public relations and some domestic business. What's it to you? I'm a company shareholder. Naturally, I have to consider the overall situation. Finding clients is my responsibility. Getting contact information is your responsibility. Go quickly. Yifeng used this move again. Xia Chanshan couldn't argue with Yifeng, so she mustered up the courage and approached the table not far away to strike up a conversation with the beautiful woman dining alone. Excuse me. Miss, that extremely creepy man over there wants your contact information. I advise you not to give it, just smile at me casually to let me handle it. Xia Chanshan communicated with her fluently in English. The foreign beauty, wearing only a blue and red oversized t-shirt, didn't quite understand. Hello, I don't understand English. I'm of the Ezo people. I can speak a little bit of Yangxia language. Ezo people? No wonder her legs are so long, so fair, and so tall. Xia Chanshan subconsciously compared her to Deng Shuxin in the company. Beauty, I want your contact information. Can I scan a code? Yifeng appeared quietly behind Xia Chanshan. Oh, scan a code. I understand. The Ezo girl opened her phone and let Yifeng scan it. Are you alone? Why don't you join us for a meal? Sure, I'd be honored. The Russian girl replied fluently. Yifeng invited her to his table for a meal and ordered another dish for her. After some conversation, he learned that her name was Natasha, a senior executive of a company in northern Russia who had come to Yabai for business cooperation. But I've run into a bit of trouble. The transportation company we usually work with is currently full, so they can't transport our goods. I'm stuck in Yabai for a few days, which gives me a chance to take a break. Xia Chanshan was surprised. A potential client? Yifeng stumbled upon a great opportunity unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Xia Chanshan immediately introduced Yifeng's shipping company, which operated international routes by sea. If land transportation is not feasible, you can consider using our cargo ships, departing from Bohai, passing through the Okhotsk Sea, and even through the Bering Strait. Although she was now responsible for public relations and domestic operations at Yifeng's side, she had worked with Chen Weichun before and knew about the company's international routes. Really? That's great. When do you have available ships? I'll add your contact information and get back to you tonight with an answer. Is that okay, Miss Natasha? Sure. After the meal, Yifeng bid farewell to Natasha and left the restaurant. Spent $14,365, received a cashback of $143,650, already credited to the account. Besides the bank message confirming the cashback, Xia Chanshan also received a message from Natasha. Thank you, Zheng, Rose. See, I told you she was a potential client. You didn't believe me. Yifeng sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce with his legs crossed. Xia Chanshan glanced at Yifeng through the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat unconvinced. Even a blind cat can occasionally catch a dead mouse. She couldn't find a reason to refute him at the moment. She didn't expect Yifeng to handle it so smoothly. After dropping Yifeng off at Zhongshan International, Xia Chanshan took a taxi home. You're back so early today? Yeah, nothing much today, just met with a client from northern Russia. Yifeng stretched his neck and handed his coat to Gaoyu. Oh, park the car in the garage so it doesn't get scratched. Yifeng handed the car keys to Gaoyu. Gaoyu looked at the car key label, RR, Rolls-Royce? Is this your car? Yeah, just got it. Gaoyu was a bit shocked. A Rolls-Royce must cost at least millions. How could Yifeng be so nonchalant about it? Is he really a god of wealth? Oh my. Gao Yu felt that Yi Feng's wealth was unfathomable, and her understanding of Yi Feng seemed only the tip of the iceberg. After quickly parking the Rolls-Royce in the garage, she came back up to iron Yi Feng's clothes. It was only then that Yi Feng noticed several messages from Chen Weiqiang that he hadn't replied to yet. Yi Feng, what's up, General Chen? Just met with a client from northern Russia, sorry for not checking my phone. Chen Weiqiang, a client from northern Russia? Going for international routes? That's impressive. Well done, General Zhang. Yi Feng, I let Xia Qianqian handle the specifics, not sure if it will work out. Chen Weiqiang, okay, fist bump, fist bump. Chen Weiqiang, General Zhang, tomorrow around 5 p.m., come with me to meet a client. Yi Feng, what client? Chen Weiqiang, Chang Dashan, owes us 2 unpaid freight charges. I'm taking you to collect the debt in person. Isn't Chang Dashan Chang Rui's father? Yi Feng heard that he was in the timber business, quite wealthy, selling wood to Southeast Asia, Singapore, and even Kotobuki, earning foreign exchange. He owes the company 2 unpaid freight charges? Chen Weiqiang, we'll discuss in detail after tomorrow's meeting. Yi Feng replied with an emoji and put his phone away. Tomorrow's cocktail party, wear this outfit, I bought a new Armani for you when I was shopping, would you like to try it? Yi Feng looked at the deep blue suit in Gao Yu's hand, low-key luxury, showing a sense of atmosphere. As far as he knew, there was only one Armani store in the entire Yobe North. When did you go shopping? Around 7 or 8 o'clock, I ordered it the day before, but it was only airshipped in the afternoon. Thinking carefully, Yi Feng felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he didn't go in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Yi Feng was shopping with Xia Qianqian at Dayue City. If he had run into Gao Yu, he really didn't know how to explain it. Okay, I'll try it on. After putting it on, Yi Feng instantly felt more like himself, but his wrist was empty, so he should buy a nice watch. I also ordered a watch for you, an Omega Seamaster, it will arrive the day after tomorrow. Thoughtful. Considerate. With such a considerate wife, Yi Feng felt very comfortable. He was willing to spend however much money on Gao Yu. Okay, the size fits well, take it off. How did you know my size? I measured it with a soft ruler while you were sleeping. Yi Feng imagined himself sleeping heavily, being turned over by Gao Yu, and having his measurements taken with a soft ruler, which was a bit funny. Next time, don't do this while I'm sleeping. Humph, you sleep so soundly, you wouldn't even know. In the morning, Gao Yu still took Yi Feng to the gym, and many people saw this $1 million class car, causing quite a stir. In their eyes, Gao Yu's boyfriend was a true tall, rich, and handsome man. After working out, the two changed into formal attire, had some food, strolled around a nearby mall for a while, and then headed straight to Wangyue Island to attend the Yuntang International Wine Association. Yi Feng wasn't very interested in wine, he was just accompanying Gao Yu. As for the matters in the company, Xia Qianqian naturally took care of them. As the deputy general manager, he could go if he wanted to, or not go if he didn't want to. If he did go, he would just sit in the office and play games. The company's public relations department was dispensable, and as for the part of the domestic business, Chen Weiqiang did not give clear instructions, it was a very vague boundary. Normally, having a 3-star hotel in a city like Yobe North was already good enough, but who made Yobe North have Wangyue Island? It was unclear how Han Huahao managed to invest so much money and open a 6-star hotel on the island. Perhaps this was what Yuntang International valued. Luxurious decoration, magnificent. In the main hall, many people were dressed in sharp suits, with almost no wrinkles on their clothes. They held tall wine glasses, standing in groups of 4 or 5, smiling and chatting. Most of these people, like Yi Feng, were not very interested in wine, but they were not here to taste wine, but to expand their network and make new friends. Perhaps their next business partner was hidden among the people at the wine party. Hey, who do we have here? A discordant voice sounded not far away. A man in a white suit, with a neatly tied double flower tie, accompanied by a woman of considerable beauty, walked towards Yi Feng and Gao Yu. He had a slick back head with a lot of hair gel, shining to the point of reflection, but his eyebrows were neatly done, with a face that looked like he deserved a beating. Do you know him? Gao Yu asked. Not really. These two people were Yao Man Man and Chang Rui. How come you're here too? Who invited you? Chang Rui held a glass of wine, rolled his tongue and took a sip. It was only then that he noticed Yi Feng was holding a woman's arm. Gao Yu? How could Chang Rui not recognize Gao Yu? He was naturally playful, had some money at home, and was a frequent visitor to the Red Rose. A month ago, he ordered a set of de Shunlong at the Red Rose. When Gao Yu came over to toast him, he was deeply fascinated by this woman. Whether it was appearance or temperament, she outshone Yao Man Man. Especially Gao Yu's deep, experienced eyes. Even if she did nothing but stood quietly in place, she would capture all of a man's thoughts and attention. That night, Chang Rui ordered a set of de Shunlong for Gao Yu, hoping to take her to the hotel. But he was directly rejected by Gao Yu. Chang Rui had drunk a bit too much that night. How could he tolerate being rejected by a bar saleswoman? He immediately tried to forcibly take Gao Yu away, only to be thrown out by the security of the Red Rose. What's going on today? How did these two end up together, coming to attend the party organized by Yuntang International? Yao Man Man was shocked and a bit dumbfounded. She didn't expect to run into Yi Feng here. She subconsciously compared herself and Yi Feng's companion, but in every aspect, she felt inferior. Miss Jean? What a coincidence, is this your boyfriend? Chang Rui asked with a smile. Gao Yu glanced at Chang Rui. This person had a pale complexion, heavy eye bags, a floating body, a frivolous demeanor, and even his eyebrows looked freshly drawn. Although dressed in designer clothes, he gave off a pretentious vibe. At the same time, she also remembered Chang Rui, who had tried to take her away forcibly that night at the Red Rose, but was thrown out by the boss's security, so she had no reason to pay attention to such a person. It's none of your business, stay away from me, Gao Yu said as she pulled Yi Feng to the side. Hey, don't leave, I'm asking you a question. Are you just going to walk away without answering? Chang Rui immediately stopped the two of them. That night at the Red Rose, he was driven out by the bar's security, taking advantage of the crowd. Now at the Yuntang International party, he couldn't afford to lose face. How could he? This wasn't the Red Rose, it was a place for the upper class to socialize, not for bar hostesses like her and losers like Yi Feng. How could Gao Yu associate with Yi Feng? Her taste didn't seem that great. But then again, was he really worse than a Yi Feng? How did Yao Man Man end up with him? Wasn't it because she was dumped by Yi Feng? This was Chang Rui's territory. He had suffered a loss at the bar, but here, he wouldn't let Gao Yu off easily, and he also wanted to humiliate Yi Feng. How did you two get in here? Ignore him, Gao Yu whispered to Yi Feng. A pair of sneaky rats sneaked into the party, thinking of themselves as high-class people? Don't run, since you two enjoy the taste of being rats, I won't expose you to Yuntang International, so you better thank me soon. Yi Feng patted Gao Yu's shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. This time, his identity, status, and wealth were different. Why should he fear Chang Rui? Moreover, these two were Yi Feng's enemies. Before, Yi Feng didn't have the strength to confront Chang Rui, but now he did. He didn't like it, and there was no need to swallow his pride. Taking a detour was not something Yi Feng liked to do. Who are you cursing at? Who are the rats? Who are the sneaky couple? Whoever talks to me, I'll curse at them, don't blame me for hitting the nail on the head. Chang Rui sneered, his face full of disdain and contempt. Smack! Yi Feng stepped forward and delivered a slap. Chang Rui was caught off guard, stumbling and falling to the ground, his wine glass shattered, his white suit covered in stains. This slap left Chang Rui dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Yi Feng would dare to confront him so directly, in front of everyone. Ye Feng's actions also caused quite a stir, with guests from all walks of life focusing their attention on him. Even Gao Yu stood dumbfounded in place. Ye Feng actually slapped Chang Rui directly? Yao Man Man hurried forward to support him. Rui, are you okay? Then, with a resentful look in her eyes, she stared at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, are you crazy? How dare you hit someone? I'm fine, this kid is dead, damn. Still cursing, huh? Ye Feng took advantage of Chang Rui not being stable yet and kicked him several meters away, leaving a very obvious shoe print on Chang Rui's clothes. Rui. Yefeng, you. Yao Man saw this scene and felt that Yefeng had gone mad. She rushed to Yefeng, wanting to slap him to wake him up. A pair of jade hands grabbed Yao Man's wrist. Gao Yu used a set of grappling techniques to pin Yao Man to the ground, unable to move. Damn, this woman can fight so well? Isn't that the son of Chang Dashan? He and his woman were beaten like this? Who are these two? They seem unfamiliar. Everyone present, including Yefeng, was stunned. Gao Yu knows grappling techniques too? Lulu, stop for now. Ho Jianya stepped out of the crowd at this moment and pulled Gao Yu back. Chang Rui and Yao Man were then able to get up. You're finished, both of you. Chang Rui angrily picked up his phone and started making a call. Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Why are they fighting again? Ho Jianya just entered the hotel and saw this scene. That person has a foul mouth and deserves a beating, Yefeng said angrily. Let me tell you, Chang Rui is Chang Dashan's son. Ho Jianya quietly told Yefeng about Chang Rui's background. Mr. Zhang, what do you think we should do now? Ho Jianya's question was actually pointless. Chang Rui's spoiled behavior, even he had heard of it. Yefeng had already hit someone. No matter what Yefeng wanted to do, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. I'll hold him off for you, you guys go first. Ho Jianya thought this was the most prudent approach at the moment. While Chang Rui was still on the phone, the person in charge of Yuntang International called a team of security guards, briefed them on the situation, and surrounded the three of them. These security guards were all retired Special Forces personnel, hired at great expense by Wanyue Island. Even Gao Yu, alone, couldn't handle so many of them. What's going on? A man suddenly walked in from the entrance, his steps vigorous and imposing. Boss Han, you have to help me out. Seeing Han Huahao, Chang Rui rushed up to him first. Han Huahao saw that the one in conflict with Chang Rui was actually Yefeng. Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Han Huahao couldn't be bothered to listen to Chang Rui's side of the story, so he went straight to ask Yefeng. Yefeng briefly explained the situation. Han Huahao nodded wisely. On one side was the spoiled son Chang Rui, the son of Chang Dashan. On the other side was Chun Weiqian's deputy general manager, Yefeng, whose background and strength he had yet to fully grasp. After all, Yefeng was the one who struck first, but Chang Rui's mouth was really dirty, and each had their own reasons. It all depended on whom he would help. Chang Dashan was in the timber business and was one of the well-known wealthy businessmen in Yabai, so they had some acquaintance. Yefeng was a young man that Han Huahao recently wanted to get to know, and he should have a promising future. This situation was a bit tricky. The former had no conflicting interests with him, nor any business dealings, just casual encounters, essentially a relationship of no consequence. The latter, Yefeng, had some capital in his hands, although there were no current business dealings, there might be in the future. After a brief consideration, Han Huahao decided to help Yefeng. Chang Rui, your mouth is really foul, can't even shut up with such good wine, huh? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Zhang? Han boss, what did you say? Chang Rui's face turned pale, suspecting he had misheard. Han Huahao spoke clearly, word by word, are you deaf? I said apologize to Zhang Xiao for me. Apologize to Yifeng? Yao Man also couldn't believe it. Previously, Chang Rui had told her how close the boss here, Han Huahao, was to his father, Chang Dashan. Now, why was Chang Rui being asked to apologize to Yifeng? Does Han Huahao know Yifeng? Even if he does, considering the pros and cons, shouldn't it be Yifeng apologizing to Chang Rui instead? Gao Yu stood foolishly in place, never expecting Han Huahao to speak up for Yifeng. Normally, if both sides cannot be offended, shouldn't one act as a mediator? It seems her boyfriend is even more formidable than Chang Dashan. She became more convinced that what she knew was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to Yifeng. Even some onlookers were confused. Who is this guy that can make Han Huahao risk offending Chang Dashan to speak up for him? Oh no, not just apologize to Zhang Xiao, but also to the beautiful lady next to Zheng Xiao. You must apologize to her as well. Han Huahao spoke with authority, not joking with Chang Rui. Han boss, you. What you? Can't you understand? Even if your father comes, he must respectfully offer me a drink and call me Brother Han. You have no face here. You are provoking the guests I invited on my turf, showing me no respect. You can ask your father if he dares to do the same here. I can tell you, Chang Rui, if you don't want to apologize, I will have someone press you in front of Zheng Xiao, and it won't be a pleasant situation then. Han Huahao issued his final ultimatum. Chang Rui instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. He glanced at the security personnel around Han Huahao, as if waiting for them to press him in front of Yifeng at any moment. After a difficult internal struggle, Chang Rui reluctantly walked up to Yifeng and Gaoyu, and said, Zheng Xiao, Miss Jean, I'm sorry. The look in Chang Rui's eyes towards the two was full of resentment and hatred. The whole scene erupted in a commotion. Did this playboy from the Chang family really apologize? Of course, how could he not? Han boss is serious. By the way, who is that kid? I've never seen him before. These comments reached Chang Rui's ears. They amplified in his mind, fueling his anger. Let's go. With these words, Chang Rui left the hotel on his own. It took Yao Manman a while to react, and she hurriedly followed Chang Rui. She now wondered why Yifeng could generate such a strong response at the party, even getting Han Huahao to speak up for him. She felt something was off until they reached the parking lot and saw a brand new Rolls-Royce with a temporary license plate. Could Yifeng be the new deputy general manager? Yao Manman shook her head, thinking it was unlikely. The deputy general manager had been generous, reportedly giving out hundreds of thousands in red envelopes. A few days ago, Yifeng caught her and Chang Rui in bed, too scared to even make a sound. How could it be Yifeng? To confirm, she just needed to ask her colleague about the new deputy general manager, Zhang, and his full name. Yao Manman picked up her phone to send a message, already typed out in the input box, but she hesitated. Inquiring about this new deputy general manager seemed inappropriate. Yao Manman finally decided to rely on herself. When she went to the office the next day, she found the deputy general manager to meet in person. It just so happened that she needed to submit the documents for her internship conversion. It's okay, everyone continue to enjoy the wine and socialize, Han Huahao reassured the people at the wine party. Then, he apologized to Yifeng. Zheng Xiao, I'm really sorry for startling you. Chang Rui, that kid, I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time. I didn't expect you to take action today, but it made me feel good, Han Huahao said with a smile. Yifeng felt that Han Huahao was acting a bit unusual. Shouldn't he be siding with the other party? Why was he standing on his side? Was it because he brought him more benefits? Or was he trying to see if he could move the mountain named Chang? Yifeng didn't know. But in a way, Han Huahao helped him this time. He would find out the purpose later. After exchanging pleasantries with him, Yao Manman said she wasn't in the mood to continue attending the wine party, so the two of them left Wangyue Island. On the way back, Gaoyu suddenly asked, Is that your ex-girlfriend? You can tell? Yifeng was a bit surprised. Gaoyu nodded. She could tell that Yifeng didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask further. Gaoyu had to study in the afternoon, so after Yifeng dropped her off at home and stayed for 2 to 3 hours, he returned to the company. He had originally planned to spend the day with Gaoyu, but Chen Weiqiang had contacted him several times, so he had to come to the company. Yifeng knocked on Chen Weiqiang's office door. Besides Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi was also there. General Chen, what's the urgent matter? Chen Weiqiang glanced at his watch. General Zhang, there's something I need to discuss with you. Chen Weiqiang told Yifeng that 4 months ago, a client named Chang had visited their company several times in Singapore, but there were 2 outstanding freight charges that had not been settled until today. Although our company is not very cash-strapped, it's not a good idea to keep dragging this on. I'm afraid it will become a bad debt if we do. So I want you to accompany me on this trip to learn how to collect debts. General Zhang, have you ever chased after debts before? Chen Weiqiang had actually wanted to take Yifeng with him yesterday. In the afternoon, he heard from Han Huahao about what happened at the wine party and even called Yifeng twice, deciding to take him to Changdashan today. However, he didn't mention anything about the wine party, pretending not to know, and didn't tell Lu Shiqi either. Yifeng shook his head. His life had been tight before, and he could barely take care of himself, let alone lend money to others. General Chen, is this client you're talking about Changdashan? Yifeng asked. Do you know him? Chen Weiqiang pretended not to know. He actually wanted to give Yifeng some face. If Yifeng met Changdashan, would he still not mention this matter? I wouldn't say I know him, but I have some connection with someone surnamed Shang. Yifeng also didn't mention what happened at the wine party. Alright, shall we go? Is General Lu coming too? General Lu is not coming. General Lu is a very busy person. She's going to negotiate with a hedge fund tonight, Chen Weiqiang said with a smile. General Zhang, I heard you bought a Rolls-Royce? Is that true? Lu Shiqi looked at Yifeng at this time. She had heard about this from her subordinates and wanted to confirm if it was true. Chen Weiqiang also wanted to ask. Yifeng didn't hide it. Yes, I just got it. Is there a problem? That's not a problem. It just shows that General Zhang is quite capable. Lu Shiqi's eyes lit up after getting confirmation from Yifeng. Her ride is a Porsche Cayenne, while Chen Weiqiang's ride is a bit more upscale, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, but it was bought on mortgage to maintain appearances. Yifeng is quite extravagant. As a vice president, he actually drives a Rolls-Royce several levels higher than her and Chen Weiqiang's cars. It is said that Yifeng paid in full for it, swiping the card in the office. Based on the economic strength Yifeng is currently displaying, she outshines Chen Weiqiang, and can even compete with her foundation. Her foundation helps clients and some investors manage funds, as she herself doesn't have much assets, just a high salary. Yifeng also noticed that Lu Shiqi's favorability towards him has increased significantly, from 15 points to 50 points. Quite an exaggerated increase. It's okay, I'm not that wealthy either, Yifeng said weakly. Buying the Rolls-Royce was just a spur-of-the-moment decision for him, wanting to showcase his current economic strength in front of Yao Man. Otherwise, he might as well have bought a sports car, as there are supercars available in that price range. Mr. Zhang, if you have extra funds, instead of leaving them in the bank, you can entrust them to our Zhangguan Foundation for Management, with a conservative annual return of 10%, Lu Shiqi began to boast, trying to sell her foundation to Yifeng. Chen Weiqiang's expression at this moment was not good. He couldn't influence Yifeng's decision on whether to invest in the Zhangguan Foundation, but this woman trying to undermine him right in front of him, isn't she being a bit too disrespectful? Yifeng was well aware of this, and knowing that Lu Shiqi had not shown him a good attitude before, and immediately increased her favorability towards him after he bought the Rolls-Royce, he found it hard to believe. Zhangguan, spending halfway through the year, this name doesn't sound good, a bit unlucky, let's talk about it later, Ms. Lu. Yifeng casually made up a reason to evade the topic. Mr. Zhang, shall we go now? It's getting late, we might miss the opportunity to meet people, okay? Chen Weiqiang said, leading Yifeng out of the office. Mr. Zhang, why not drive your car? Let me experience riding in a top-level Rolls-Royce, sure, but we're missing a driver. Yifeng made a call and had Xia Chanxian come downstairs. The three of them got in the car and headed to Dafu Timber. Nice, this car is really nice. When our company makes money, I'll grit my teeth and buy one too. Not necessary, with Mr. Chen's abilities, it could be as soon as 2 years, or as little as half a year, to buy this car casually. Mr. Zhang, don't praise me too much, with your capabilities, you could probably buy 10 of these, right? This statement, seemingly praising, was actually probing. No, Mr. Chen is just joking, I was also impulsive and bought it. Yifeng gave a perfect response. Mr. Zhang, are you satisfied with Secretary Xia? She has been my secretary all along, been with me for 2 to 3 years, if there's anything she hasn't done well, you can directly tell her, she will correct it promptly. Chen Weiqiang didn't find anything from that statement, so he changed the topic. Yes, I'm quite satisfied, truly worthy of Mr. Chen. You have a keen eye for people. Secretary Xia is smart and quite capable. With her by my side, I can relax more. That's good. Xia Qianqian glanced at Yi Feng through the rearview mirror. Not bad, this new boss finally said something positive about her. By the way, Mr. Zhang, the North Russian client you brought in, has already reached an agreement with our company to rent our ship. Although the freight is not much, it is still an income for the company, Xia Qianqian reminded. She originally wanted to say the client you approached, but with Chen Weiqiang present, she didn't want to expose Yi Feng, so she changed it to brought-in client. Yes, almost forgot about this. Chen Weiqiang said, you've made a great contribution to this deal, Mr. Zhang. 3 people were talking and arrived at Dafu Timber. The security guard took one look at the small golden figure on the hood and waved Xia Qianqian through without stopping, even instructing the security inside to help find a parking space. Chen Weiqiang had already made an appointment with Chang Dashan, but when they arrived at the office, Chang Dashan was not there. The secretary said that Chang was in a meeting and would be about 20 minutes, so she asked the 3 to wait in the reception room. The female secretary dutifully informed Chang Dashan, who was in the meeting, of the arrival of the 3. Upon hearing that Chen Weiqiang had come in person, Chang Dashan, in order to show importance, instructed the secretary to have the deputy general manager receive them first and to be polite, respectful, and not to speak out of turn. This deputy general manager was Chang Rui. When Chang Rui opened the door to the meeting room, he was dumbfounded. Yi Feng? How come this guy is everywhere? Chang Rui knew that the visitors were from the dock transport company, here to settle accounts. Could Yi Feng be from this dock transport company? But wait, didn't Yao Man say that Yi Feng was not in the transport intermediary business? The visitor was of a high rank, the CEO of the dock transport company, Chen Weiqiang. The woman with him should be Chen Weiqiang's secretary, whom Chang Rui had met before. So what was Yi Feng doing here? Wait. Chang Rui figured it out. Yi Feng must be Chen Weiqiang's driver. Mr. Chen, hello, my father is in a meeting, so I'll receive you first. Chang Rui ignored Yi Feng and went to greet Chen Weiqiang with a handshake. Okay, we can talk when your father arrives. Chang Rui felt disrespected. He was the company's deputy general manager. Even though he didn't handle much as deputy general manager, shouldn't he be addressed as Mr. Chang outside? Chen Weiqiang was really putting on airs, finding his rank too low. Mr. Chen, our chairman just requested your presence. Following Chang Dashan's instructions, the female secretary escorted Chen Weiqiang away. The reception room was left with 3 people, Chang Rui, Yi Feng, and Xia Qianqian. The atmosphere instantly became tense. You've got some nerve to come here. Do you know where you are? Are you here to apologize to me while following Mr. Chen? Let me make it clear to you, it's not possible. Chang Rui was furious at the sight of Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng knelt down and apologized to him now, he wouldn't accept it. On Moon Island, Yi Feng had made Chang Rui lower his proud head with Han Huahao's support. Now, in Chang Rui's father's company, on his turf, what storm could Yi Feng stir up? You're mistaken. I'm here today to settle accounts with you, Yi Feng said coldly. Previously, he had caught Yao Man and Chang Rui in bed, but he did nothing afterwards for fear of affecting his normal life. Chang Rui was a second-generation rich kid, with Chang Dashan as his wealthy father, money automatically deposited into his account if he didn't work for 3 days. But Yi Feng was different, he had many concerns. He had rent, utilities to pay, and had to consider daily necessities. He didn't have the time or cost to confront Chang Rui, so he had endured it. But now, he didn't care about Chang Rui at all. Having money meant having the confidence to handle disputes and conflicts. He could spend a month dealing with Chang Rui. Previously, Yi Feng couldn't afford to do this. If he didn't work for a month, he would starve the next month. But now, Yi Feng had the capital and the confidence. 90% of this came from the balance in Yi Feng's bank account and his current status. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Chang Rui was about to confront Yi Feng. He had even peed at the doorstep. Chang Rui didn't care who Yi Feng's master was. Mr. Chang, why are you so hostile towards our general manager Zhang as soon as you arrive? Xia Qianqian quickly intervened. What? General Manager Zhang? Are you kidding me? What kind of Zhang is he? Chang Rui frowned. Chen Weiqian was invited to attend the meeting of Dafu Timber Company. He sat in an empty seat in the meeting room listening to the executive meeting. The meeting was actually coming to an end, with the PPT on the whiteboard showing the annual revenue report of Dafu Timber Company, as well as setting the revenue forecast and direction for the next quarter. Chen Weiqian could tell at a glance what Chang Dashan meant by inviting him to listen to the meeting. It was evident from the PPT that the revenue situation for the first 2 quarters of the year at Dafu was not ideal, with a significant amount of bad debts and the company facing the brink of bankruptcy due to funds being unable to be recovered. Unless a large sum of tens of millions of dollars was injected, the company's normal operation could not be guaranteed, and it would still be in a loss-making state for the next 1 or 2 years. After the meeting dispersed, Chang Dashan had his secretary clear the room, then he walked over and shook hands with Chen Weiqian. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I was in a meeting just now. What brings you here today? Chang Dashan asked knowingly. Chen Weiqian didn't hide anything and mentioned the matter of 2 freight charges. Mr. Chen, as you've seen the situation of our company, business has been tough this year, with a large amount of debt owed. I have the intention but lack the ability. Here's the thing, consider it a personal favor. Once the company recovers, I will definitely introduce clients to you. You can trust my connections. Chang Dashan held Chen Weiqian's hand, patted it, and said helplessly. Mr. Chang, with the size of Dafu Timber, nearly half of Yebai relies on Dafu Timber to survive. How come you can't even come up with 1 or 2 million in freight charges? There's nothing I can do, that's just how the international market is. Chang Dashan sighed. In the past, let alone 2 million, he could easily come up with 10 times that amount. But now the company was facing a crisis. When there was no money, even tens of thousands of dollars were too much for him. Mr. Chen, your company doesn't rely on cash flow, so don't treat this as the last straw. Are you trying to crush this old camel? Chen Weiqian had already prepared himself for not being able to recover the accounts before he came. His main purpose was to hear about what happened at the Yuntang International Wine Conference, knowing that Chang Rui had conflicts with Yifeng, so he wanted to bring Yifeng over to save face and vent some frustration. Mr. Chang, my company just secured a loan and added another cargo ship. We don't even have enough money to pay the sailors' wages now. If you don't pay the freight, I won't be able to explain to the shareholders, especially the one who's scrutinizing our financial reports. Which shareholder? Mr. Liu? No, a new shareholder, Mr. Zhang. Has Mr. Zhang arrived? How about I explain it to him in person? Alright, Mr. Zhang is here, he's in the meeting room now. Chen Weiqian quickly shifted the conversation to Yifeng. The two of them headed towards the VIP room. I say, Mr. Chen, do I know this Mr. Zhang? You probably don't know him, but your young master might. Does Chang Rui know him? Chang Dashan wondered in his heart. This troublemaker who always stirs up trouble, does he really know such a big capital tycoon? Then could you speak for me later? Mr. Chang, you can rest assured, that's a given. Along the way, a team of security guards with batons hurriedly passed by them. Hey, where are you all going? Chang Dashan stopped them all and asked. Mr. Chang, Manager Chang is fighting with someone in the VIP room, and he called us over to help. The security team leader reported to Chang Dashan. Chang Dashan and Chen Weiqian were momentarily stunned. Fighting in the VIP room? What on earth was going on? Take me there quickly. After pushing open the door to the reception room, Chang Dashan, the female secretary, Chen Weiqian, and the security guard from the boat team were all stunned. The reception room was in a mess, with chairs, monitors, keyboards, ashtrays, and water cups all used as weapons, scattered all over the floor. Chang Rui, as the son of the chairman of Dafu Timber, and the deputy general manager of Dafu Timber, was actually fighting with someone, his face bruised and swollen, with many bruises from blunt objects on his body. Yifeng also had some injuries, but not as serious as Chang Rui. Xia Qianqian hid in the corner of the reception room, with a red mark on her forehead. She tried to stop the two men from fighting, but was accidentally injured by Chang Rui, and then the two men fought more fiercely, causing chaos in the reception room. "Stop it!" Chang Dashan shouts stop Chang Rui and Yifeng. Chen Weiqian was completely stunned. He had intended to bring Yifeng here to show off, expecting Chang Rui and Chang Dashan to apologize to Yifeng with $1, but things escalated in just a short time. What kind of deep-seated hatred could make them fight in the reception room like this? At this moment, as Yifeng's big brother in the circle, Chen Weiqian was definitely going to protect Yifeng. "Chang Zong, is this what you intended for Chang Gongzi to do?" Chen Weiqian's face darkened as he questioned. "Chen Zong, please don't misunderstand. I was in a meeting just now, as you know, and I just found out about this situation." Chang Dashan hurriedly explained. "Chang Rui, what's wrong with you? Why did you fight with Manager Zhang? Look at the state you've left. Manager Zhang in. Why don't you apologize to Manager Zhang? Apologize to him again?" Chang Rui felt a wave of frustration in his heart. Last time it was Han Huahao calling him Zhang Xiao. This time it was his own father, directly calling Yifeng Manager Zhang. It wasn't until now that Chang Rui realized that Yifeng was not just a driver, but actually Chen Weiqian's deputy general manager. In just a few days, Yifeng had transformed from a struggling laborer to a deputy general manager of a company with a registered capital of over 50 million. Chang Rui couldn't understand it at all. Yifeng suddenly felt that working out more had its benefits. At least when it came to fighting, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He had only been grazed on the cheek by Chang Rui with an ashtray, leaving a minor injury, nothing serious. Chang Rui, this guy, indulged too much, was thin and weak, with no strength at all. Yifeng felt that he could easily overpower him with just one hand. With both hands, Chang Rui ended up in his current sorry state. "Dad, why should I apologize? He humiliated me at the reception this afternoon, and he was the one who started the fight just now. So what if he's a deputy general manager?" Compared to Chen Weiqian's company, Chang Rui felt there was no need to fear them. "It's okay, no need to apologize. I did start the fight." Yifeng's clothes were torn, but he felt great at the moment, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Smack! Smack! Two crisp slaps landed on Chang Rui's face. "Apologize to Manager Zhang, where do you get off with so much nonsense?" Chang Dashan's temper flared, not holding back at all. This prodigal son, despite being made a deputy general manager, didn't even know the most basic situation of the company and was acting so arrogantly. Dafu Timber urgently needed funds, and Chang Dashan was also preparing for financing to keep the company running. If Chen Weiqian or Yifeng were to take Dafu Timber to court with a lawsuit, letting the investors know that Dafu Timber couldn't even come up with over $1 million in shipping costs, how could the company secure financing? By then, Dafu Timber would go bankrupt, with no chance of recovery. Being able to beat up Chang Rui like this was something he had never dared to imagine before. After the beating, there were still people backing him up, asking Chang Rui to apologize to him. This was like a dream come true for Yifeng. "Dad, why are you speaking up for him? Am I still your biological son?" Bang! Chang Dashan kicked Chang Rui directly in the stomach. The female secretary and the security guards were shocked. Chang Dashan was usually kind and friendly, so why was he so angry now? Regardless of who was right or wrong, even if it was all Yifeng's fault, if he couldn't let go of his pride, it would lead to the bankruptcy of Dafu Timber. Dafu Timber was Chang Dashan's life's work, and it wasn't worth sacrificing for a little pride. "Dad, please stop, isn't my apology enough?" "I'm sorry, General Zhang, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me, General Zhang." Chang Rui cried and begged Yifeng for forgiveness. As the saying goes, a filial son is raised under the rod. Although Chang Dashan was kind in his old age, he was a tough man when he was young. Chang Rui was raised under Chang Dashan's strict discipline. If there was one person in the world who made Chang Rui tremble with fear, it was his father. In recent years, Dafu Timber had gradually expanded overseas, and Chang Dashan's efforts were indispensable. He worked harder than Emperor Hangu, focusing on business development and neglecting Chang Rui's education. But today, Chang Rui crossed a line with Chang Dashan, who felt it was time to educate him. General Chen, General Zhang, my son is useless. Are you satisfied with how I handled this? Yi Feng nodded, somewhat satisfied, but that was it. The three of them left Dafu Timber. Chang Dashan had wanted to invite them to dinner and apologize, but Yi Feng refused. He didn't want to spend any more time with Chang Rui. Chen Weiqiang kept apologizing to Yi Feng in the car, feeling embarrassed about how things turned out. It was fortunate that they encountered Dafu Timber in a downturn today, otherwise, with Chang Dashan's protective nature, who knows how it would have ended. It's a small matter, General Chen, you don't need to apologize to me. I understand what you mean. Han Huahao had a special relationship with Chen Weiqiang, and he must have known about the incident at the reception. Bringing him to Dafu Timber today was to give him some face and help him save face. Originally well-intentioned, the situation didn't turn out too bad. At least Chang Rui got a beating, and Yi Feng felt relieved, so Chen Weiqiang didn't do anything wrong. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't mind, Chen Weiqiang breathed a sigh of relief. After dealing with the injuries at a nearby hospital, Chen Weiqiang was dropped off at the company, and Xia Qianqian turned towards Jiangshan International. Thank you today, I was touched, but please don't do this next time. After driving to Jiangshan International, Xia Qianqian didn't immediately get out of the car but thanked Yi Feng. Oh, it's rare to hear a compliment from you. Why are you thanking me? Yi Feng was surprised and curious. Didn't you fight with Chang Rui for my sake? Xia Qianqian asked. When Chang Rui and Yi Feng were arguing, she stood in front of Yi Feng and spoke up. For him, but Chang Rui pushed her, causing her forehead to hit the table corner and get scratched. She thought Yi Feng fought with Chang Rui for her, which resulted in Chang Rui looking like a fool. Yi Feng glanced at Xia Qianqian's increased favorability towards her, rising from 35 points to 50 points. Xia Qianqian mistakenly thought Yi Feng fought with Chang Rui for her. Xia Qianqian's favorability was hard to increase, but today, due to a series of coincidences, it unexpectedly rose by 15 points. This situation is getting a bit tricky. No, you misunderstood. I wanted to beat him a long time ago, but just didn't have the chance. Okay. Favorability plus 5, another 5 points, Xia Qianqian's favorability towards her reached 55 points. What's going on? I wish I hadn't said that. Alright, you go back first, rest well, don't let the wound get infected. Okay. Yi Feng called a car for her and sent her away. Then he entered Jiangshan International. There was no one on the first floor. Yi Feng went up to the study on the second floor and saw Gaoyu with a desk lamp on, biting the tip of a pen, concentrating on thinking about the postgraduate entrance exam questions, so focused that she didn't even notice Yi Feng approaching behind her. It wasn't until Yi Feng rested his head on Gaoyu's shoulder that she noticed his presence. Ah? You're back? Gaoyu exclaimed joyfully. What are you doing? Solving problems, it's difficult. Gaoyu turned on the main light in the study and noticed a nail-sized scratch on Yi Feng's face, his clothes tattered as if he had just been in a fight. What happened to you? Got into a fight with someone? How did you end up like this? Gaoyu quickly stood up, placing her hands on Yi Feng's shoulders, looking back and forth several times. You didn't go back to find Chang Rui again, did you? Not really. Yi Feng briefly recounted what happened in the afternoon. Daifu would owes your company money? You went to collect the debt in the afternoon and ended up fighting? Heavens, is this how you communicate? It doesn't seem like the high society I know, it's more like the underworld, isn't it? It was the first time Gaoyu had heard Yi Feng talk about work-related matters. Yi Feng had never told her what business he was in before, and Gaoyu tactfully refrained from asking. It's a pity that the Armani my wife just bought was ruined. Yi Feng felt a bit regretful. It was the first time he had received clothes from a girl, and they were torn in less than a day. Clothes can be repaired, as long as you're okay. Gaoyu helped Yi Feng take off his clothes. What are you doing? Where are you touching? You're injured and still not honest? Just a scratch on my face, the rest of me is fine. Go take a shower first, let me finish this page. We'll shower together later. You don't. 1 hour later. You're so bad, I didn't realize you were a bad person. Gaoyu playfully splashed water on Yifeng's face. I asked you to let me finish that page of questions, but you wouldn't. Then I must not be a bad person. Yifeng smirked. Outside the bathroom, the phone rang. Calling you so late, is there an emergency? Do you need to go out? It's just the two of us now, there's no emergency here. You're a dog, not full yet? Not full with you. Yifeng, wrapped in a bathrobe, looked at his phone after coming out of the bathroom. It was a missed call from Deng Shuxin. Seeing that Yifeng didn't answer the call, she left a message. General Zhang, are you busy now? I need to talk to you about something. Can you call me back when you see this? What does she want? Yifeng thought for a moment and decided to call back, walking to a deserted area on the first floor and dialing the number. I was busy just now, what's the matter? Yifeng asked. General Zhang, my father suddenly fell ill and is in the hospital for treatment. I want to take a few days off, is that okay with you? I just talked to Secretary Xia, she said she couldn't make decisions about taking leave, so I had to call you. Deng Shuxin was sobbing on the phone, looking very sad. Take your time, don't rush, how many days off do you need? I'll approve it for you. Yifeng responded immediately. I don't know, Sub, my father has been in the operating room for over 2 hours, I don't know what the situation will be when he comes out, Sub. Alright, where are you now? I'll come over. Yebei 7th People's Hospital. Okay, I'll be right there. Yifeng hung up the phone and started changing clothes. After wrapping himself in a bathrobe, Gaoyu saw Yifeng changing clothes downstairs and asked, Are you going out? Yeah, something came up, Yifeng replied. How's the situation at the Chang family? Gaoyu had heard Yifeng's phone ringing non-stop before, so there must be something going on. There's nothing much happening at the Chang family, but there's an issue with a subordinate in the company, so I'm going to check it out. Shall I accompany you with $1 million? Gaoyu was very considerate. No need, I can go by myself. Then drive safely, will you be back tonight? Gaoyu glanced at the time, it was already past 1 o'clock. Not sure, depends on the situation. You go to sleep first, no need to wait for me. Yifeng didn't take the Rolls-Royce, but took the BMW key and rushed to the hospital. After arriving at the floor that Deng Shuxin had told him about, he found 2 girls anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Deng Shuxin at that moment had red eyes. It was evident that she had barely stopped crying with the comfort of another woman. Mr. Zhang, you didn't need to come. Deng Shuxin looked up and saw that Yifeng had indeed arrived. What's going on? Yifeng stepped forward. The woman next to Deng Shuxin was her sister, named Deng Yuqing. Deng Yuqing was elegant and beautiful, with long hair, tall stature, slender waist, and exquisite curves. Compared to Deng Shuxin, she exuded more mature charm, each with her own unique qualities. Deng Yuqing told Yifeng that the doctor said the surgery would take about 40 minutes, but it had been almost 3 hours, indicating a deterioration in the situation and a possible accident. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of the operating room opened, and a man and a woman walked out. The man wearing a mask, surgical gown, and sterile gloves was the lead surgeon. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin immediately surrounded him. Doctor, how is our father? The surgery didn't go smoothly, but his life has been temporarily saved. I must remind you, the patient may need around $300,000 for further treatment. How do you plan to pay for this? 300,000? Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin widened their eyes in unison. Where could they find $300,000? Unfortunately, the patient is in the late stage of uremia and needs a new kidney source. You arrived too late. The doctor took a form from a nurse. Please go pay the surgery and hospital fees now. The patient will be transferred to the ICU. The amount on the form was not small, $97,485. In total, they would need around $400,000. Doctor, I'll go pay now. After taking the form, Deng Yuqing hurried to the first floor to make the payment. After Deng Xuxin's father was wheeled out, he was immediately taken to the intensive care unit. Yifeng observed the expressions of Deng Xuxin and her sister Deng Yuqing and could imagine the impact of uremia on their family. Deng Xuxin, looking through the glass of the ICU, burst into tears at the sight and leaned on Yifeng's shoulder. Whoa whoa! Deng Xuxin's tears soaked Yifeng's clothes, and he could feel the intense emotion. When Deng Yuqing returned after paying on the first floor, she happened to witness this scene and felt that the relationship between her sister and Yifeng was not simple. Perhaps they were more than just friends. Seeing Deng Yuqing return, Deng Xuxin turned to her for comfort. The doctor said we will need a large sum of money for the follow-up treatment. Can you afford it? Yifeng asked. Deng Yuqing shook her head helplessly. We just paid over 90,000, almost 100,000, which was all our savings. If we need another 300,000, we'll have to sell the house. I will contact the agent soon to see if we can sell the house in the next few days. Deng Yuqing was very helpless, her eyes were a little red, but there was a strong will inside her telling her that she must be strong at this moment, absolutely cannot cry. Through the conversation with Deng Yuqing and Deng Xuxin, Yifeng learned that their mother passed away from a serious illness when they were young, and their father raised them both on his own, which was not easy. A few years ago, my father told me that he was feeling unwell. Xuxin and I wanted to take him to the hospital for a checkup, but he kept refusing, saying that as long as he went to the hospital, it would cost several thousand yuan, and he wanted to save money to pay for Xuxin and my university tuition. The doctor just said that it was too late. This illness was actually prolonged. If it had been discovered early, it wouldn't have been so serious. Poor parents in the world. In the past 2 years, Xuxin and I have been working one after another, helping our father pay off the mortgage, but now, besides selling the house, there is no other choice. Yifeng could see how important their father was to the two sisters. Either of you send me your card number, I'll help you with the money first. Yifeng said quietly. Ha? Deng Xuxin and Deng Yuqing looked puzzled. 300,000 yuan. This is not a small amount. What are you waiting for? Send it over quickly, it's a matter of life and death. Their father spent half his life paying off the mortgage, he definitely wouldn't want the house to be sold to pay for his treatment. Maybe their father felt that even if he died, he didn't want the house to be sold. This, Yifeng's father had shown early on. 300,000 yuan was just a small amount in Yifeng's account. In such a crisis, any help he could provide was worth it. Mr. Zhang, I can't take this money for free, consider it a loan from you. Before sending the card number to Yifeng's phone, Deng Xuxin reminded, I'll write you an IOU. No need for an IOU. Yifeng waved his hand and transferred the money. Spent 300,000, system cashback 3 million, already credited. Helping Deng Xuxin and Deng Yuqing's father with his treatment, and there's cashback? Yifeng didn't expect this, he didn't help with the expectation of cashback. After the transfer, Yifeng glanced at the two. Deng Yuqing, affection plus 50, current affection 60 points, Deng Xuxin, affection plus 20, current affection 60 points, their affection for him increased significantly. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, you are my father's lifesaver. Deng Xuxin was excited and tears welled up again. In private, just call me Yifeng or Xiao Qian, otherwise it's too formal. Okay. Deng Yuqing was even more convinced that the relationship between Yifeng and Deng Xuxin was extraordinary. Such a person would be suitable as her brother-in-law. Deng Yuqing planned to play matchmaker. Xuxin, it's late now, you and your husband should go back first, I can handle it here alone, you can come back to take over my shift tomorrow morning. Yifeng checked the time, it was already early morning, indeed quite late. But, what was the meaning of husband? Just as Yifeng was about to explain, Deng Yuqing spoke again. Mr. Zhang, is your home far from here? It's okay, I live in Jiangshan International. If you don't mind, stay at our place for the night, although it's not as good as Jiangshan International, it's closer, driving home late at night is not safe. Deng Yuqing was very considerate. But Deng Xuxin had been wanting to interject and explain on the side, but never found the opportunity. Sis, we are not. Xuxin, you take Xiao Qian home first, he still has work tomorrow. Deng Yuqing didn't give Deng Xuxin a chance to speak. In the end, Deng Shuxin could only nod, and then left the hospital with Yi Feng. Along the way, Deng Shuxin remained silent, not engaging in much conversation with Yi Feng. Deng Shuxin's home was not far from the hospital, probably about a 10-minute drive. Upon arriving home, Deng Shuxin found a pair of slippers for Yi Feng to change into. The house was not large, around 140 square meters, but it was clean and tidy, with every item neatly arranged. The decoration was not luxurious, nor was it simple, but the layout and colors were carefully chosen, showing a special taste. In this cozy little house lived Deng Jiming, Deng Yuqing, and Deng Shuxin as a family of 3. Yi Feng, thank you. Oh, don't mention it. After all, you are my subordinate. This house was paid off by my father after half a lifetime of mortgage. If he knew that my sister and I were planning to sell the house for his medical expenses, he would probably pull out his own oxygen tube. Yi Feng remained silent, nodding quietly, as he had expected Deng Jiming to be this kind of person. Well, why don't you take a shower? I'll find you some clothes and tidy up a bit. Tonight, you can sleep in my room, and I'll sleep in my sister's room. Yi Feng had just taken a shower, but in his haste to rush to the hospital, he sweated a lot, and his clothes were wet from Deng Shuxin's tears, so he needed to wash them again. When Yi Feng entered the bathroom, he caught sight of some personal clothing items in pink, sky blue, cartoon patterns. Wait! Deng Shuxin suddenly realized something was wrong, then rushed into the bathroom and quickly took away these personal clothing items, her face turning red. There are no spare towels, so you can use mine for now. With that, Deng Shuxin covered her face and ran out of the bathroom. Yi Feng was greatly stirred up. After a quick shower, drying himself off and changing clothes, he walked out of the bathroom. Deng Shuxin was already waiting for him in the room. The air conditioning is on, the room is tidied up for you, it's a bit messy, but please bear with it. Yi Feng carefully looked around Deng Shuxin's boudoir. The entire room was in blue and pink, neatly arranged, with several cartoon plush toys on the bed. The room was full of a girlish cherry blossom vibe. Unexpectedly, Deng Shuxin, who stood shoulder to shoulder with him, had such a young mental age, all in pink. It's quite nice. Yi Feng nodded and lay down on the bed directly. The soft and comfortable big bed felt good. There's one more thing. Deng Shuxin hesitated, she hadn't left yet. What is it? I don't know if I should ask. It's okay, since you brought it up, go ahead and ask. Are you trying to pursue me? Is that why you helped me in this way? Deng Shuxin lowered her head, unable to look at Yi Feng. She had been considering this question on the way here. Yi Feng had only been at the company for a short time, and even if he was considerate of his subordinates and cared about their families, it was unlikely for him to offer 300,000 just like that. Moreover, their relationship was not good, and Yi Feng could probably tell that she didn't have a high opinion of him. But even so, Yi Feng chose to help her at this moment, which touched Deng Shuxin deeply. During the team-building event organized by Yi Feng before, Deng Shuxin had already noticed that Yi Feng was not a gentleman, he liked to flirt around, and if it weren't for Xia's secretary stopping him that night, he might have gone home with Zhong Xiaoyao. Such a person was not Deng Shuxin's type, she even found him somewhat repulsive, but as long as they didn't become a couple, they could still be friends. But tonight, Yi Feng's help with the medical expenses completely shook Deng Shuxin. She felt that Yi Feng must be trying to pursue her through this method. Her question left Yi Feng dumbfounded. However, thinking about it carefully, it's still quite normal, after all, his actions are indeed suspicious. I didn't help Uncle Deng with the medical expenses because I have feelings for you and want something to happen between us, so you can rest assured, Yi Feng reassured her. Although Deng Shuxin is very attractive, that is not the reason. In Deng Shuxin's view, this response was said to save face. Well, I'll tell you the truth, you can pursue me, but I don't want it to be this way. I am the kind of person who warms up slowly, everything depends on feelings. Yi Feng nodded. Why are you telling me this? I wasn't trying to pursue you. But Deng Shuxin's meaning was simple, giving Yi Feng the opportunity to be willing to be with him. From Deng Shuxin's current level of fondness, it can be seen that 60 points is the highest level of a close friend, just one more point and it can reach the level of a lover. It's simple to win over Deng Xuxin, just a matter of a few points of fondness. Okay, I'm a bit tired, I'm going to rest. Yifeng said, placing his right hand on his left shoulder and massaging it. Do you have problems with your shoulders and spine? Deng Xuxin suddenly asked. How did you know? Yifeng regretted saying it as soon as it came out, revealing it all. I can tell, I've studied a bit of meridian massage. Let me try, see if I can help relieve it for you. Okay. Yifeng took off his shoes and shirt, lying on the bed, and Deng Xuxin slowly sat down and started massaging Yifeng from the lumbar spine. It felt really good. Honestly, this technique is quite professional. If Deng Xuxin hadn't said she learned it from her father, Yifeng would have thought she was a professional. As soon as she touched his shoulders, Yifeng winced in pain. Hey, be gentle. How about now? Deng Xuxin lightened her pressure, asking. Much better. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. The pain was unbearable when Deng Xuxin first started. Yifeng, at such a young age, already had some hardening of the lumbar spine, and his shoulders were extremely sore with just a light touch, clearly from sitting in the office for long periods and overworking. The fact that he could achieve this at his age clearly indicated that he had endured hardships that others couldn't bear, not a useless second-generation rich kid, but in many ways, more like a first-generation wealthy individual. The wealth that a second-generation rich kid can control, tens of thousands of dollars or even hundreds of thousands, if they want to mobilize more funds, they definitely have to report to their family and come up with a reason. But Yifeng's way of spending money was clearly not like that. Deng Xuxin felt that Yifeng was not the kind of person Xia Chanxian described. She might have misunderstood Yifeng. How is it? Feeling more comfortable? All Deng Xuxin got in response was Yifeng's snoring. He fell asleep so quickly. It seemed that Yifeng was already quite tired. Deng Xuxin helped cover Yifeng with a blanket, then quietly left the room. Knock, knock, knock. Yifeng, are you awake? Yifeng was awakened by a series of knocks. He blinked his sleepy eyes and responded. Yesterday, Deng Xuxin's massage was so comfortable that he fell asleep right away. After waking up in the morning, he felt refreshed and energetic, without any fatigue. I've prepared breakfast for you, can I come in? Just a moment. Yifeng was only wearing shorts now. Who took off his pants? Could it be Deng Xuxin? Okay, come in now. After putting on his pants, Yifeng called out. Deng Xuxin slowly pushed open the door, holding a tray with 2 steaming cups of coffee, buttered toast, and fried eggs. Good morning. Good morning, but first, can I ask you something? Who took off my pants last night? Yifeng really wanted to know about this. Deng Xuxin's pretty face blushed. I helped you undress, but I closed my eyes and didn't peek at you. Oh, I see. I've prepared 2 drinks for you. You can choose whichever one you prefer. Deng Xuxin quickly shifted the conversation to the 2 cups of coffee. 1 cup was Americano, and the other was latte. Okay. Yifeng didn't like bitter things too much, so he chose the latte. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but smack his lips. It's quite delicious. Did you make it? Yes. Deng Xuxin nodded. Without exaggeration, the coffee Deng Xuxin brewed was slightly better than the one made by Gaoyu, perhaps due to different ingredients. My father is a barista. He used to be a coffee taster in Kyoto and later opened a coffee shop in Yabai. However, due to various reasons, the shop closed down. I learned how to make coffee from my father. What does your sister do? Yifeng asked curiously. My sister is a nutritionist, Deng Xuxin replied. This family is all in niche boutique industries, a barista and a nutritionist. Why didn't your father continue running the coffee shop? His skills are excellent, so the business should have been booming, Yifeng praised as he sipped the latte. There were many reasons, mainly because of insufficient working capital. My father used all his money to support the house, as well as mine and my sister's education. Later, we were saving money to reopen the coffee shop, but before we could accumulate enough, my father ended up in the hospital. Yifeng nodded. The $100,000 he paid at the hospital earlier should have been the money saved by the three of them. In this era of rampant consumerism, it's hard to save even $10,000, let alone $100,000. Yifeng actually had an idea in mind. What if he became a shareholder and helped Deng Xuxin's father start a coffee shop? Of course, Yifeng's idea was just a sudden thought. And he didn't mention it. Gaoyu also has a coffee shop in Yebai. If she found out he was investing in competing with her, she would probably kill him. Well, it's getting late. I'll take you to the hospital, and you can take over your sister's shift. Don't worry about the company, I'll write you a leave slip. After dropping Deng Xuxin off at the hospital, Yifeng also picked up Deng Yuqing and took her home. After staying in the ICU all night, Deng Yuqing looked tired, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Qian, are you pursuing my sister? Deng Yuqing suddenly threw out an epic-level question while sitting in the passenger seat. Yifeng? No, Xuxin and I just have a normal superior-subordinate relationship. It's not as complicated as you think, Yifeng explained. If Xuxin has a boss like you, she's really lucky. Thank you. It's nothing. Deng Yuqing believed that if Yifeng wasn't interested in her sister, how could he have come up with $300,000 to save their father? But since Yifeng had denied it, she couldn't press him further to admit it. It's okay if not. A man like you, many girls would throw themselves at you. Xiao Qian, if you want to pursue my sister, just tell me. I can help you out. Yifeng smiled wryly. Even though he had explained, Deng Yuqing still thought he was interested in Deng Xuxin. Well, there was no escaping now. Alright, go back and rest early. I have to go to the company, so I won't send you up. Yifeng parked the car at the entrance of the community. After Deng Yuqing got out of the car, Yifeng watched her back and was surprised to find that Deng Yuqing's fondness for him had increased by 10 points, directly reaching 70 points. This level of fondness is something only lovers have. Yifeng can be sure that Deng Yuqing has that kind of intention towards him, but due to the relationship between her sister Deng Xuxin, she did not reveal it. However, the system's visual favorability system for Yifeng can clearly observe this. Finished. Got involved with a pair of sisters, how to get out of this now? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Yifeng is a bit at a loss. On the way to the company, Yifeng has been thinking about how to get out of this situation, but no matter how much he thinks, he can't come up with a good solution. In the end, Yifeng sighed, forget it, it's a blessing in disguise, can't avoid misfortune, let's just go with the flow. After going upstairs, Yifeng entered the company and found Yao Man standing in front of his office, holding a blue folder in her hand, as if waiting for him to sign some documents. Yao Man turned around and also saw Yifeng. What are you doing here? Yao Man was very surprised to see Yifeng in the company. How did you know I work here? I'm telling you, I don't have time to deal with you today. If you want to cause trouble for me, talk to me later. She was holding the documents for the internship conversion, but she didn't expect Yifeng to show up at her door. If Yifeng misbehaves here and the deputy general manager sees it, she will not only be scolded but also the internship documents will definitely not be approved. Although Chun Weiqiang founded this company only half a year ago, it has already grown to a certain scale and has great prospects. Yao Man believes that if she can become one of the first employees to join the company, even if the company does not go public in the future, as an old employee, she will definitely benefit from it and rise to the middle class. Why can't I come? Yifeng found it somewhat amusing. You're in my office asking me what I'm doing here? Yifeng ignored her and walked in. Hey, what are you doing? You can't come in, that's General Zheng's office. After Yao Man said this, Yifeng had already entered the office and sat on the office chair with his feet up on the table. Wait. Yifeng? General Zheng? Yao Man's head was spinning a bit. Both of them have the surname Zhang, and judging from Yifeng's recent performance, he could possibly be the new deputy general manager of the company. Yao Man felt like she was struck by lightning and stood frozen in place. How is that possible? Yifeng is actually the new deputy general manager of the company. He has transformed into her immediate superior? Yao Man simply couldn't believe it. But whether she believes it or not, the fact is right in front of her. You are General Zhang? What do you want? Yefeng raised an eyebrow. Yao Manman's legs started to tremble, even her tongue felt numb. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. A few days ago, she had put a green hat on Yefeng, and Yao Manman had been waiting for Yefeng to come and pack up his belongings in the rental house, but he never showed up. The last time she saw Yefeng was at the Yuntang International Red Wine Association, where he attended the event with a stunning and charming woman, but Chang Rui picked a fight with him, leading to a physical altercation, and Yao Manman even called Yefeng crazy and mentally ill. Last night, she received a message from Chang Rui saying that Yefeng went to Dafu Timber Company to find him, but he ended up getting beaten up. Today, when she saw Yefeng's face, there were indeed some injuries, but not as serious as Chang Rui had described. In fact, it was Yefeng who beat up Chang Rui, but Chang Rui exaggerated the situation. Chang Rui also warned her to be careful if Yefeng comes to her company to cause trouble, so when Yao Manman first saw Yefeng, she had such a big reaction. She should have expected it. Ever since she saw the document about herself on the office desk, she should have expected it. This is all over now. Just because of the green hat incident, Yefeng would never approve her internship documents. Yao Manman was still thinking about whether she should refuse or accept if this new boss wanted to take advantage of her. But she never expected that this new boss was Yi Feng. What should she do? I'm sorry, Yao Manman lowered her head and apologized to Yi Feng. I heard from Secretary Xia that you want to sign the confirmation document, right? Bring it over. Yi Feng put his feet down from the table, took out a pen from the pen holder, and uncapped it. You want to confirm me and then make things difficult for me in the company, right? I think it's better not to. Yao Manman had already imagined the scenes of him making things difficult for her, humiliating her, and forcing her to resign in the future. As you wish, Yi Feng sneered. He had originally intended to confirm Yao Manman, but since she was being difficult, he decided to let it go. But let me tell you, Yao Manman, business is business, personal is personal. I won't judge this matter based on our previous relationship. I have reviewed your internship records and the evaluation of your work by Secretary Xia. I believe you are capable of this job, so I should confirm you. But if you refuse, leave immediately and don't waste my time here. Yao Manman was stunned. The way Yi Feng spoke was particularly imposing and manly. It felt like he had undergone a transformation and become a different person. Her internship performance was indeed outstanding, and as long as personal feelings were not involved, Yao Manman believed that no leader in the company could refuse her confirmation. Moreover, Xia Qianshan, a senior in the company, had a high opinion of her work. Wait, Yao Manman seemed to have discovered a blind spot. The evaluation was about her work, not about her as a person? Forget it, that's not the point. The point was whether she should let Yi Feng sign and stamp the document for her now. After careful consideration, Yao Manman finally handed the document to Yi Feng respectfully and placed it in front of him. Yi Feng picked up the pen, elegantly signed Yi Feng in the lower right corner, and stamped the company seal on it. You may leave. After pushing the document aside, Yi Feng pressed the power button on the computer. He remembered there was a level he hadn't passed yet, and he had to do it today. Zheng. Yi Feng's humble words were abruptly cut off by Yao Manman. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Little did she know, Yi Feng was staring at the computer screen intently, as if he was focused on a file. Yao Manman left the office quietly with the folder in her arms. Back at her desk, she tossed the folder onto the table and rested her chin on her hands, lost in thought. What's wrong, Man? Didn't the confirmation go through? You look so down. How Rushiwa approached her. Yao Manman shook her head. It went through, I'm fine, just feeling a bit sentimental. What's there to feel sentimental about after getting confirmed? Mr. Zhang is not only wealthy but also easy to work with. Working under him will definitely bring us benefits in the future. Yes, do you know that Mr. Zhang wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce one night, and the next day, someone air-freighted one from Kyoto for him? He's not just rich, he's super rich. Chang Mengmeng chimed in. Who knows, why would someone as wealthy as him come to our company as a vice president? You said it yourself, Mr. Zhang invested in the company because he sees a bright future for us. Let's work hard for Mr. Zhang in the future. Air freighted directly? Yao Manman doubted if she had misheard. How did Yifeng suddenly become so wealthy? Even though Yao Manman wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, a Rolls-Royce would cost at least 10 million, right? Did he win the lottery? No, winning the lottery doesn't bring in that much money. You need to win the Mark 6 or the Powerball to spend like this. To be able to have a Rolls-Royce serve him like this, directly airlifted to Yabai. At this moment, Yao Manman can confirm that Yifeng did not just crash the party, he really is wealthy. By the way, Yen, why didn't Shushin come to work today? Yao Manman didn't want to bring up this matter and changed the topic. It seems like something happened at Shushin's home, so she asked General Zheng for leave. Everyone nodded, only Zhong Xiaoyao remained silent, focusing on handling the documents. She glanced at Yao Manman. Last time when she went on a team-building outing with Yifeng, Yao Manman wasn't at the company, and Zhong Xiaoyao felt it was a good opportunity. Yao Manman's promotion was expected, which CEO could resist such a beautiful woman? In her heart, Zhong Xiaoyao already considered Yao Manman as an unbeatable competitor, so she naturally had nothing to say to her. Yao Manman, I admit you are beautiful and know how to handle men, mastering the art of seduction. But General Zhang, I have already marked him as my prey, you better not interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile and playing dirty tricks. Yifeng stared at the screen, looking at the big death word in the middle of the screen, sighed. This level is really difficult. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang, it was a call from Gao. Yifeng then remembered that he hadn't checked in with her yet. Gao Yu had been worried about Yifeng since last night, which made Yifeng feel ashamed. He quickly apologized and reassured her that he was at the company and safe. They talked for about half an hour before hanging up. Knock, knock, knock. General Zhang, are you busy right now? Xia Chanxian's voice came from outside the door. Yifeng closed the game and let her in. What's the matter? Well, the North Russian client is coming to our company today to sign the contract, and Director Chen hopes you can be present. Xia Chanxian explained. Has the person arrived already? Yifeng was surprised, it had only been 2 days, he didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Natasha's business was urgent, but Xia Chanxian's efficiency was also a factor. Yes, Director Chen is currently in the meeting room receiving them, are you available now? Yifeng got up and followed Xia Chanxian to the meeting room. Oh, my dear Qian, you have really helped me a lot. Upon seeing Yifeng, Natasha immediately stood up from her chair, threw herself into Yifeng's arms, and warmly displayed the open North Russian etiquette, planting a kiss on both of Yifeng's cheeks. Ah, this. Chen Weichang didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. With Yifeng's accompaniment, Natasha signed the contract, made the payment, and after the whole process was completed, it was time to see the client off. Ding dong. Yifeng received a message from Natasha. Strange, Natasha was sitting right in front of him, why couldn't she say it in person and had to send a message? The message read, Xian, are you free tonight? Will you accompany me for dinner? Yifeng understood immediately. Chen Weichang was the company's CEO, if she wanted to invite Yifeng to dinner, she would have to invite Chen Weichang as well. But if you want to invite, just invite, if you want to thank our company, a few people sharing a meal is nothing, why send a message privately? Unless. This is a hint. No, Natasha couldn't be said to be hinting anymore, it could be considered a direct invitation. Having dinner with a foreigner naturally involves drinking, and if they drink, what does that represent? Unexpected gains? Yifeng couldn't refuse, so he replied okay. Natasha's level of fondness for him was at 50 points. Not too much, not too little. North Russian girls are really open, willing to have dinner and drinks with a stranger like him at just 50 points. After some brief pleasantries, Natasha left the company. Before leaving, she turned back and gave a smile that could touch 90% of men's hearts to Yifeng. How's your alcohol tolerance? Yifeng asked Xia Chanxian after returning to the office. It's okay, what's up? Come with me to accompany a client for dinner tonight for $1. Yifeng felt that with his small capacity, he wouldn't be able to handle it in front of Natasha, so he definitely needed someone to accompany him. After thinking it over, Xia Qianqian seems suitable. Which client? The one who just left, Yifeng told her directly. Xia Qianqian was a bit puzzled. When they signed the contract earlier, she was there and didn't hear anything about them going out for dinner for $1. Was it arranged privately? Then what was she supposed to do in this situation? I don't want to go, you can go by yourself. After understanding, Xia Qianqian directly refused. Miss Xia, if Natasha invites us to dinner, are you going to refuse the client just because they paid the company? Before the transfer, act like a grandson, after the transfer, act like a master. I can't do that. A magic trick. This move never failed with Xia Qianqian. As expected, Xia Qianqian eventually agreed. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the two arrived at the agreed location. Hi. After meeting Natasha, her expression was obviously a bit strange, but it quickly disappeared. She deliberately changed into a new outfit, wearing denim shorts that reached her thighs and knee-high boots, a peculiar combination. However, this outfit showcased her hot figure perfectly, especially her long and white legs, high nose bridge, and blue eyes with blonde hair, exuding exotic charm. Yifeng keenly caught Natasha's unusual gaze. Of course, he knew what Natasha was thinking, all because he brought Xia Qianqian along. If I invite you, it's obviously just you, why did you bring a girl? I'm not a tiger, can I eat you up clean? It's still early, let's go shopping for $1. Okay. The date was at the mall, so how could they miss the chance to earn cashback? Yifeng immediately suggested going shopping, and Natasha gladly agreed. Inside the mall, Yifeng naturally took Natasha shopping, only visiting brand stores and ignoring the cheaper ones. They naturally held hands and chatted. The things they bought were handed over to Xia Qianqian to carry, big and small bags. Xia Qianqian knew that nothing good would come out of coming out with Yifeng tonight. How was this a dinner invitation from Natasha? She knew right from the start that Natasha didn't invite her at all. Now, following behind Yifeng and carrying bags, it felt like she was being used as a laborer. Affection -2, affection -3, affection -5, Xia Qianqian's affection for Yifeng visibly decreased. Yifeng was surprised, but he took this opportunity to lower Xia Qianqian's affection for him. I want to browse this store. Xia Qianqian was exhausted. Why was this Russian woman so good at shopping? Okay, I'll accompany you, let me know if you see something you like, I'll buy it for you. Thank you, you're so good to me. Yifeng didn't hesitate and agreed directly. Wait a minute. Why does this store look so familiar? Oh no, it's the lipstick counter again? Yifeng wanted to suggest going to another store, but Natasha had already walked in. Helpless, Yifeng had to follow along with Xia Qianqian. Welcome. The old saleswoman recognized Yifeng at a glance and warmly welcomed them. Wow, Yifeng changes girlfriends quickly, it's like changing one every day. Can your back handle it? Indeed, young people are young, strong, and energetic. Wait a minute, the person behind Yifeng is carrying big and small bags. Wasn't she brought here by Yifeng a few days ago? How did she fall out of favor so quickly and end up in the position of carrying bags behind him? Sister Lao Gui's eyes lit up, she understood. Previously, Xia Qianqian said she was just a secretary, and it turned out she really was a secretary. But not an ordinary secretary, in her opinion, she should be the secretary managing Yifeng's harem. After all, with so many people, Yifeng alone couldn't handle it all. Hello, what would this beautiful lady like to buy? Hello, I would like to see your lipsticks. Wow, when this girl spoke, Sister Lao Gui finally noticed something unusual. Look at her fair skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, she's a foreign girl. Really, this handsome guy has good taste, such a girl is pleasing to the eye. Alright, let me introduce to you, this is our newly launched sunscreen for the summer. After coming out of the Yves Saint Laurent counter, Natasha's favorability towards Yifeng increased significantly, currently maintaining at 60 points. As for Xia Qianqian, it had dropped significantly. After a round of shopping, it had already fallen to 20 points. The three of them arrived at a Black Pearl 3-diamond restaurant, had a meal, and Xia Qianqian volunteered to go back to handle documents, so she didn't accompany them. Regarding this, Yifeng only had 3 words in his mind: really thoughtful. During the meal, Yifeng didn't order strong alcohol, just 2 bottles of sparkling champagne, mainly because he was afraid of the strong aftereffects of alcohol. If he got drunk and passed out, it wouldn't be good for him to handle things at night. After only 2 people were left, they found a nearby hotel to stay in. Natasha had North Russian bloodline, her combat power was quite impressive, and Yifeng didn't sleep peacefully until after 3 in the morning. The next morning, after Yifeng opened his eyes, the golden-haired beauty was no longer by his side. He rubbed his lower back and stood up to find a glass of water, only to unexpectedly find a note left on the table. On the note, there was poorly written Chinese with a marker pen. "You have good stamina, much stronger than my husband. I have a flight at 7 in the morning, so I'm going back first." In the lower right corner of the note, Natasha drew a heart shape with lipstick. Yifeng was completely stunned. Natasha was already married. If she hadn't confessed voluntarily, Yifeng would never have known. If he had known she was married, Yifeng would definitely not have done such a thing, as it would go against morals. It was now 10:30 in the morning, and Natasha was probably already in North Russian airspace. There were several unread messages on his phone. "Gaoyu, are you coming back tonight?" Yifeng quickly replied, "I drank too much last night, got a hotel room, forgot to reply, I'm on my way back now." After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes without a reply from Gaoyu, he might be doing his homework and not looking at his phone. In addition to Gaoyu, there was also a message from Xia Qianqian. She sent only one message, but it filled the entire screen of the phone, resembling a short essay, but fortunately, it had punctuation marks, making it easier to read. Xia Qianqian wanted to express that she was Yifeng's secretary, not a personal assistant in private life. Don't ask her to accompany you shopping and carrying bags next time, otherwise she would resign voluntarily. Yifeng replied, "Okay, I'll be more careful next time." Afterwards, Yifeng quickly tidied up and hurried back to Jiangshan International. When he arrived at the study, Gao Yu was indeed reading in the study. "Have you been busy these past few days? You haven't been home for 2 days." Gao Yu asked with concern. "Yeah, I was drinking with a North Russian client. Those Russians can really drink. They got me drunk, so I found a hotel nearby." Yifeng didn't dare to lie completely. What he said was half true and half false. Was it a man or a woman? Definitely a man. Yifeng felt a little guilty, but he tried to remain calm. Before coming back, Yifeng deliberately took a bath and changed his clothes, so now he wasn't afraid that Gao Yu would smell the scent of a woman again. Oh, okay. But Gao Yu had no intention of pursuing it. For men, socializing outside is very normal, even if it's with a woman, and whatever happened between Yifeng and her, what could she do about it? Men of this class, more or less, have a bit of this nature. It's human nature. She couldn't erase a man's nature. As long as Yifeng didn't actively tell her, she would naturally pretend not to know anything. "Have you had breakfast? Will you accompany me to the gym now?" Yifeng had reluctantly gotten a gym card before, but for various reasons, he only went a few times a year to take a shower, wasting over $1,000, which made Yifeng very distressed. Now there was a beautiful female personal trainer willing to accompany him every day, so Yifeng naturally agreed to go. These days, Yifeng had gradually come to like exercising, feeling comfortable only when he sweated a bit every day. "No need to go," Gao Yu said gloomily. Yifeng was surprised. Was she angry because he hadn't come home for 2 days? "Are you angry?" "No, Uncle Ho closed the gym. I'll help you find a suitable gym today," Gao Yu explained. "The gym closed? How did that happen?" Yifeng was a bit curious. It was fine when he went there these past 2 days, so how could it suddenly close? There are various reasons, mainly because of financial difficulties. People open gyms just to socialize, make friends, not to make money. Now that they've built up a certain network, they don't want to continue, so they close it. Yifeng nodded, so that's how it was. Well, you can ask Uncle Ho for me. If he's willing to continue, I can provide him with some financial assistance. Consider it as investing. Ho Jianye was Gao Yu's father's brother, who had helped Gao Yu before, so morally and logically, Yifeng had to lend him a hand. Moreover, Ho Jianye had shown him kindness twice, so Yifeng had no reason to refuse to establish a relationship with him. Gao Yu was a bit dumbfounded. She was just satisfying Yifeng's curiosity. She didn't expect him to actually offer to help Ho Jianye. Are you serious? Gao Yu stepped forward and asked. Yes, I'm serious. You help me make an appointment with Uncle Ho. I'll treat him to a meal, and we can discuss this matter then. Smack. A sweet kiss was left on Yifeng's face. Thank you. Hey, what's there to thank between us? It's normal. Previously, Ho Jianye's intentions to make friends were obvious, which Yifeng had noticed. She thought Yifeng would be wary of Ho Jianye, but she didn't expect him to offer help after hearing about this matter. After being intimate in the study for 20 minutes and having lunch made by Gao Yu, they returned to the company. As soon as Yifeng sat down, Xia Chanxian walked in. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you still mad at me? Yifeng looked at Xia Chanxian with a puzzled expression. Mr. Zhang, there's something I need to tell you. What's the matter? Yifeng took a sip of tea. Deng Shuxin has been transferred by Mr. Liu. Deng Shuxin was his subordinate, and Liu Shiqi had transferred him without informing anyone. What was Liu Shiqi up to, not even informing him and directly transferring his people? Yifeng felt embarrassed. No matter how much Liu Shiqi looked down on him, she shouldn't disregard him like this. I'll go find Mr. Chen. Yifeng put down his teacup and headed towards Chen Weiqian's office, with Xia Chanxian following closely behind. A subordinate of the company's vice president was directly transferred by another vice president without any notification. If there wasn't an explanation for this matter, how would the people in the company view him in the future? Mr. Chen, are you busy? Come in. After entering the office, Yifeng found that the boss, Liu Shiqi, was also there, and the two of them were discussing something. Oh? What a coincidence, General Manager Liu is also here. Since General Manager Liu is here, I have something to ask you. Yifeng got straight to the point. Chen Weiqian was a bit puzzled, as Yifeng's eyes were full of dissatisfaction, something he had never seen before. Although he hadn't reached the point of losing his temper, he was close to it. Yifeng was like a pile of dry wood, just waiting for a spark to ignite a raging fire. Oh? Liu Shiqi sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, leaned back, and said, Zhang, feel free to ask whatever you want. Why did you secretly transfer my subordinate? What does this mean? Yifeng restrained his dissatisfaction, knowing that losing his temper in this situation would only make him look petty. Who are you talking about, Zhang? I don't understand what you're saying. Even at this point, Liu Shiqi was pretending not to understand, and Yifeng didn't know her intentions. Oh, Liu Shiqi dragged out the word, are you talking about Deng Shuxin? If it's Deng Shuxin, then I can explain to Zhang. Deng Shuxin was originally my subordinate, just temporarily transferred due to the company being busy recently. She was already her subordinate? Temporarily transferred? Yifeng had never heard of this. If that was the case, then bringing this up to Liu Shiqi would make him in the wrong. Yifeng glanced at Xia Chanxian, but she looked helpless, clearly not knowing whether Deng Shuxin was temporarily transferred. Chen Weiqian immediately understood the situation. Zhang, let's sit down and talk slowly. Yifeng sat next to Chen Weiqian, far away from Liu Shiqi, wanting to know if Deng Shuxin was really temporarily transferred. Yes, I do remember this employee. She was originally under Liu Shiqi and was indeed temporarily transferred to that work group. Chen Weiqiang explained to Yifeng. Temporary transfer is like borrowing. Borrowing someone's employee means that in the end, you have to return the favor and owe a small favor. If it was indeed a borrowed employee, then Yifeng's actions were somewhat rash. But this fault couldn't be blamed on Yifeng, as he didn't know about the borrowing situation. At the very least, General Manager Liu should have informed me, even a word, this is General Manager Liu's fault, isn't it? How could I discuss this over the phone? I had to tell you in person. You're only in the office for half a day, I didn't have a chance to inform you before you came looking for me. Lu Shiqi laughed. Chen Weiqiang poured a cup of tea for Yifeng, who took a small sip. Lu Shiqi was indeed eloquent, turning the situation around as if it was his fault. Chen, is it necessary to make such a big deal over a small employee? Lu Shiqi could see the dissatisfaction in Yifeng's eyes, and that was exactly what she wanted. This whole situation was her doing. There were two purposes. 1. To suppress Yifeng in the company and make her presence known. 2. To see if Yifeng was interested in this employee. Lu Shiqi had heard about what happened at Deng Shuxin's house last night. After Yifeng went to the hospital, he paid 300,000 yuan for Deng Shuxin's medical expenses without hesitation, which was very generous. While it was considerate to pay for a subordinate's medical expenses, it was not common to be so generous. Deng Shuxin was indeed her subordinate, temporarily transferred to the public relations department, and Lu Shiqi knew about Deng Shuxin's family situation. Although she claimed to be a white-collar worker with a decent salary, at the end of the day, she was just a laborer. Despite receiving 14 months' pay a year, she would still need nearly 2 to 3 years to pay off her debts even if she didn't spend a penny. She already had a good idea of the first purpose. As for the latter, she hadn't had the chance to ask yet. In other words, she had already anticipated that Yifeng would come looking for her in a rage to inquire about Deng Shuxin. Could it be? Mr. Zhang has feelings for Miss Deng? Has he fallen for her? Lu Shiqi asked half-jokingly. Mr. Zhang, at any time, in any company, office romances are not allowed. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. I shouldn't have to remind you of this, right? This was it. The fox's tail had finally been revealed, and Yifeng was certain that Lu Shiqi was setting a trap for him. But he still foolishly fell for it. However, who was Yifeng? He had a system to rely on. Lu Shiqi was delusional if she thought she could manipulate him. After calming himself down, Yifeng felt a sense of relief and let out a long sigh. Mr. Lu, one must be careful with their words. Moreover, hearing such rumors about a relationship between an employee and a vice president from you makes me curious about what you are really focusing on every day. Even trivial matters of love and affection can be brought up by Mr. Lu. But it's inappropriate for a vice president. Yesterday. Lu Shiqi was about to speak but was interrupted by Yifeng. Do I need to explain myself to Mr. Lu for everything I do? Isn't Mr. Lu being too intrusive? I need this person. Immediately transfer the file back to the Public Relations Department. With that, he left with Xia Qianshan. Before leaving, Yifeng gave Lu Shiqi a meaningful look. Don't underestimate me. Lu Shiqi's calculations had indeed failed. She did not expect Yifeng's reaction to be so intense. Especially that last look, Lu Shiqi understood that Yifeng had already held a grudge against her. After returning to the office, Yifeng did not come out again. Xia Qianshan tactfully did not follow to disturb him but found a random workstation outside to start working on documents. However, the glass in Chen Weiqiang's office was transparent but soundproof. The incident between Yifeng and Lu Shiqi in the office was heard outside, sparking private discussions among many colleagues who speculated on what the three bosses had discussed. Especially the few employees under Yifeng, their discussions were particularly intense. Why do you think Mr. Zhang stormed into Mr. Chen's office in anger? I don't know. The glass is soundproof, and I couldn't hear. Of course, we are just speculating. I feel Mr. Zhang's aura is very strong. His face remains calm, but deep down, he is seething with anger. It's quite scary. I think it might be related to Shuxin. He Yen hit the nail on the head. She had asked Shuxin why she hadn't come to work in the morning. Shuxin? It was said that Shuxin had been transferred by Mr. Lu, and since she took the day off today, Yifeng was so angry. This possibility was quite high. Besides being the vice president of the shipyard company, Lu Shiqi had a few other roles. Shuxin had previously worked at Lu Shiqi's foundation. Due to business reasons, the foundation no longer needed as many people, and Lu Shiqi thought highly of Shuxin's character and strong business acumen. She then recommended her to Chen Weiqiang, and Shuxin joined his company. Shuxin worked at this company because she received an internal referral from the vice president of the company, Lu Shiqi, not as she claimed, a temporary transfer. Could it be that Mr. Zhang has taken a liking to Shuxin? Mr. Lu transferred Shuxin, so Mr. Zhang is angry? Upon hearing this, Yao Manman and Zhong Xiaoyao felt a sudden tension. Yi Feng had feelings for Shuxin? Besides this reason, everyone couldn't find any other explanation for why Yi Feng was so angry. Everyone was somewhat surprised because from the surface, Deng Shuxin and Yi Feng didn't have much interaction. After that team-building event, the person who had the best relationship with Yi Feng should be Zhong Xiaoyao, followed by Chang Mengmeng, Hao Ruxue, and others. As for Deng Shuxin, she barely said a few words the whole time, only sang 2 songs, so she should be at the bottom. Unexpectedly, she was the one who caught Yi Feng's favor? Zhong Xiaoyao never dreamed that she would lose to Deng Shuxin. In terms of aura, she exuded a mature woman's charm and was open to all kinds of styles. In terms of singing, she was a queen of the music industry, completely overshadowing Deng Shuxin. In terms of looks, she was not inferior to Deng Shuxin, just that Deng Shuxin was slightly taller. Not only taller than Zhong Xiaoyao, but she was even taller than manager Zhang. Who would have thought he would like this type? Deng Shuxin sang mostly pure or love songs, while she sang with grandeur, crushing the songs of the music industry queen. It turned out that Yi Feng liked Deng Shuxin's type, not her mature woman type? Zhong Xiaoyao was somewhat unwilling. With her good qualities, why wouldn't Yi Feng like her? Just because she was a bit sick? It's nothing. Yao Manman was shocked and regretful. She had been in the company for a while and knew what kind of person Lu Shiqi was, with a strange temper towards subordinates. Even Chen Weiqiang didn't dare to speak loudly in front of her, let alone them as part-time workers. But for Deng Shuxin, Yi Feng dared to confront Lu Shiqi face to face, even tearing apart their relationship. How good would it be if that person was her? Previously, Yi Feng had been very caring towards her, almost like a male servant, but Yao Manman gradually looked down on Yi Feng and treated him like a dog. That's why she openly cheated on him, feeling no shame when caught by Yi Feng. Why did she do those things that hurt Yi Feng? Yao Manman regretted deeply, clenching her fists tightly. Now Yi Feng's attitude towards her was somewhat unclear, and Yao Manman couldn't figure out what Yi Feng was thinking. For an ordinary person, if their ex-girlfriend had cheated on them, would they still approve Yao Manman's internship? Was it harboring feelings or being selfless? Yao Manman felt it should be a bit of both. No, she had to find a way to understand what Yi Feng's current feelings towards her were, the boundaries, and if there was hope for reconciliation. If they could reconcile, she would do her best to make it up to Yi Feng. If they couldn't reconcile, Yao Manman thought it would be better to leave the company early, move to a city or company where no one knew her background, change her identity, establish a new persona, start over. The fact that she could win over Yi Feng before showed that she had the ability to conquer him, so why not try now? Gossiping about the 2 vice presidents during work hours, do you know how serious this is? Xiao Qianqian, who had been working diligently on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted the discussion. Alright, all of you shut up and get back to work. Xiao Qianqian ordered, and the girls couldn't withstand this threat. If gossip about the bosses got out, it would surely lead to trouble, especially since it was about the 2 vice presidents. The girls knew Xiao Qianqian wouldn't report them, but if others heard, it would cause trouble, so they quickly quieted down and focused on their work. Xiao Qianqian let out a long sigh. As Yi Feng's secretary, she couldn't reveal what happened in the office or join in these discussions. However, Yi Feng's recent actions in the office had impressed her. Xiao Qianqian had also heard some things about Deng Shuxin. Yi Feng argued with Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi, striving for the power of Deng Shuxin under his command, not just for his own face, but more for the benefit of Deng Shuxin, representing the interests of the employees. This company is not large, but not small either. There are rules and regulations. The Deputy General does have the power to transfer employees, but the proper procedures still need to be followed. You can't just transfer Deng Shuxin because of a word from Lu Shiqi. Moreover, where to transfer to, whether it is a promotion with a raise or a demotion, and for what reasons, Lu Shiqi, have no clue at all. In Xiao Qianqian's view, Lu Shiqi has malicious intentions, completely trying to disgust Yifeng. Yifeng paid 300,000 medical expenses, showing his care for subordinates, but she cannot be sure of this care. Yifeng is just interested in Deng Shuxin. Most of the time in the company, Xiao Qianqian is with Yifeng. She has never seen Yifeng communicate with Deng Shuxin, nor has she inquired about Deng Shuxin. Of course, it is also possible that Yifeng is very secretive, and no one knows, but this possibility is very small. Xiao Qianqian glanced at the time, feeling that Yifeng's anger should have subsided. She also had a few documents to submit to Yifeng for review, so she set off for Yifeng's office. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Yifeng left the company on time. In the evening, Gaoyu made an appointment for him with Hou Jianye. He was ready to attend this dinner and discuss gym matters with Hou Jianye. Yifeng did not drive the Rolls-Royce. He felt that this car was difficult to drive, completely lacking the comfort of BMW's handling. After parking the car at Zhongshan International, he took Gaoyu's car to the restaurant. "You don't look too good." Gaoyu glanced at Yifeng and noticed that his expression was different from usual. "Yeah, ran into some annoying things, quite frustrating, no need to mention it." Yifeng really felt that Lu Shiqi was somewhat disgusting. She was just the founder and manager of a foundation. How much funding could she have? Yifeng even had an impulse to find out what projects Lu Shiqi's foundation had invested in, to give her a lesson and make her remember not to mess with him. Gaoyu did not ask further. Since Yifeng did not voluntarily tell her, it meant he did not want to bring up the matter. As Yifeng's wise assistant, she should not press Yifeng for details. Around 7 o'clock, the two arrived at a restaurant called Lotus Pond Moonlight. This restaurant was upscale, with an average cost of at least 3,000 per person, and Hou Jianye was already waiting at the restaurant's entrance. General Zhang, Lulu, Hou Jianye warmly greeted them. Yifeng shook hands with him and then followed Hou Jianye into a private room. Inside the private room, there was another person. Han Huahao. "He's here too?" "General Zhang, you should know Mr. Han, no need for me to introduce him," Hou Jianye said with a smile. Han Huahao stood up with a smile and shook hands with Yifeng. "General Zhang, you're here so early. I was just on the phone, didn't go to the door to greet you, sorry about that." "Mr. Han, where are you talking? I should be the one who's late, making you wait for so long." Yifeng saw Han Huahao being so polite, so he followed suit, being polite as well. You can never be too courteous. Moreover, Han Huahao's status was not lower than what he showed. Not coming out to greet was also normal. Yifeng's current identity on the surface is just the deputy general of the dock transport company, not the boss yet. While Han Huahao is the owner of Wanyue Island, there's no comparison. However, the fact that there is substantial financial support behind Yifeng is known. Casually taking out 30 million and driving a Rolls-Royce, Han Huahao should be aware of it, so the two can sit at the same table for dinner. Hou Jianye invited Han Huahao. The meaning was also very clear, that Han Huahao is interested in Hou Jianye's gym business, so the purpose of tonight's gathering is very clear. After the four of them sat down, exchanged some pleasantries, Hou Jianye brought up Gaoyu's father. "Lulu, is Brother Yuan coming out soon?" "Yes, my dad recently applied for another reduction in sentence, there's about a month left," Gaoyu replied. "Ah, Brother Yuan has been in for over 10 years, he's finally coming out." Apart from the first time meeting Gaoyu, Yifeng didn't have many chances to hear her talk about her father. Through their conversation, Yifeng learned that Gaoyu's father's name is Jin Ziyuan, but they didn't delve into other details. When Brother Yuan comes out, he'll definitely praise you for being capable. With a son-in-law like Zhang Zong, you'll live a comfortable life in the second half, ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Currently, Gaoyu is indeed Yifeng's girlfriend in public, and even the main one. However, Yifeng's willpower is not very strong, and sometimes he makes mistakes that any man would make. What surprised Yifeng was that the clever Gaoyu pretended not to know and tacitly allowed him to behave recklessly outside. In Gaoyu's words, with his wealth and status, there would surely be many women actively pursuing him, so how could he stay completely faithful? As long as the family's red flag doesn't fall, she wouldn't care how many other women Yifeng had outside. "By the way, Uncle Ho, what's going on with your gym?" "I told Shuangshuan that I wanted to work out, but was told that you had already closed it." Yifeng felt that the small talk was almost over. so he steered the conversation towards business matters. Before coming, Gao Yu had briefed him on Ho Jianye's background in the car. He had bought some shops in earlier years, made some investments, and lived off rental income and dividends. The gym was just something he ran for fun. Recently, it's tough to do business in various industries. Since we're all insiders, I might as well tell you that I suffered an 80% loss in one of my investments, the capital chain broke, and the gym had to close down. The gym was publicly announced to be closed for reorganization, but in reality, the capital chain had broken. Ho Jianye's gym was strategically located, not too big but not small either. After years of operation, he had built up a good network of contacts and didn't want to see the gym go under like this. However, without new funds coming in, he would have to shut down the gym, sell the shop it occupied, to recoup the funds. Today's discussion was about selling and buying the gym. Ho Jianye had two plans in mind. First, to buy the gym but not the premises, and pay a certain annual rent for the space. Second, to buy the gym and the premises outright, offering a 5% discount but requiring the funds to be in place immediately. However, the membership cards that have been issued should be refunded. I can't do a runner with the money. Also, some of the staff positions need to be retained, Ho Jianye added at the end. The prime location of Ho Jianye's gym in the city center was highly sought after, and the large area could even be divided into several smaller shops, making it a challenging purchase. This condition was akin to the existing customers remaining as gym members, not forcing them to get a new membership just because the owner changed. To be honest, Ho Jianye was a relatively conscientious boss, treating both customers and employees fairly. With a wide network of contacts, including wealthy individuals, businessmen, and senior government officials, he was sure to find a buyer. The others had only briefly chatted about it, and it was the first time Yifeng and Han Huahao discussed this matter at a meal. As for the price, my current plan is 4.5 million, but since we have such close relationships, Zheng Zong and Boss Han, we can negotiate down to 4 million. Buying a gym in the central area of Yabe City, including the premises, for 4 million, upon careful analysis, was still a good deal, and Ho Jianye didn't ask for more. Uncle Ho, if you sell the gym, what will you do next? Yifeng was curious. I haven't decided yet, let's take it step by step, Ho Jianye replied. Yifeng nodded and turned to ask Han Huahao, Boss Han, are you interested? Definitely interested, apart from Moon Island and Yabai, there are no other industries, and I am particularly interested in the fitness industry. But if President Zhang is also interested, I'll let you go first. Boss Han, I feel bad about this. However, Yifeng was indeed interested. The fitness industry, if managed well, is very profitable, but if not managed well, it can lead to losses. Ho Jianye has been running a gym for so many years, and he heard from Gao Yu that he can maintain a balance between income and expenses without losing money. I initially planned to open a gym on Moon Island, but on second thought, who would want to take a boat to the gym every day, so I didn't do it, Ho Jianye said with a smile after taking a sip of wine. But Yifeng wanted to buy the gym not to make money, but because he heard from Gao Yu that after her father went in, Ho Jianye helped her a lot, so he wanted to repay this favor for Gao Yu. Later, he would ask Gao Yu to help him manage it casually, and with her around, Yifeng was not afraid of losing money. If two people do it, the profits are not very obvious. Someone like Boss Han probably wouldn't be interested in such small money, Gao Yu suggested to Yifeng. A gym. 4.5 million, or 4 million, the initial investment is not small, the payback period is long, and it doesn't make much sense for two people to do it together. Yifeng also nodded, agreeing with Gao Yu's idea. Let's do this, I won't negotiate the price, according to the agreed 4.5 million, do you have the contract? Yifeng didn't want to haggle with him, 4.5 million, as long as Ho Jianye had the contract, he would transfer the money immediately. Ho Jianye was surprised, so smooth? His mental price was actually 3.8 million, Yifeng was clearly trying to repay the favor owed to Gao Yu. A big sum. President Zhang, I don't have the contract with me, can we sign it tomorrow, is that okay? No rush, I'll transfer the money to you first for emergency use, and you can give me the contract later. Yifeng asked for Ho Jianye's bank account and transferred 4.5 million. Ho Jianye looked at the change in his bank account balance and was stunned. 4.5 million, transferred just like that? Gao Yu, oh Gao Yu, you have a good eye. 4.5 million, enough to buy a brand new Ferrari, but Yifeng is repaying a favor to Gao Yu, so generous, truly a top-notch rich kid. Gao Yu suddenly felt that Yifeng buying Ho Jianya's gym was not just acquiring an asset for himself. Boss Han Huahao didn't care about such a small amount of money, and Yifeng definitely wouldn't either. Ho Jianya had already said 4 million was negotiable, but Yifeng didn't ask further, just transferred the money directly, as if he was helping to repay a favor. This man, she couldn't figure him out. Yifeng then asked, Shuang, you just said that it doesn't make much sense for two people to open a gym together, right? Gao Yu nodded. She had researched the population and geographical location of Yebai City when she joined the gym before. There are many white-collar workers in Yebai, as well as many civil servants, middle-class families, who value physical and mental health. As long as the gym is not too bad and poorly managed, it can generate decent income. If two people open it, it must be a high-end gym. If you are interested in partnering with Boss Han, I suggest opening a high-end gym. Opening a gym together? How so? Both Han Huahao and Yifeng were very interested. In terms of location, choose next to Yehu Lake. It must be high-grade, high-class, large in size, and equipped with advanced equipment. Gao Yu began to explain her ideas in detail. Running two gyms at the same time doesn't mean I'm stealing my own business. After all, on the other side of the city center, no one is willing to run 20 or 30 kilometers to go to a gym. Yobe has only two lakes, Wanyue Lake and Yehu Lake. These two beautiful areas are gathering places for the rich, with convenient transportation and basically all the necessary facilities in place, except for the messy gym. I have personally inspected the area near Yehu Lake. There are not many high-end gyms around, the equipment is old, the decoration is shabby, the quality is low, the area is small, and some even have unusable bathrooms. If you want to open near Yehu Lake, you need at least over 20 million. Equipment and decoration are just the beginning. Just buying a large piece of land will cost over 10 million. With two people running it, the investment is not that much, making it relatively cost-effective. After Gao Yu suggested to Yifeng that there is a lack of high-end gyms in Yobe, he promptly did some research and felt that it was a good opportunity. If you want to partner up, you and manager Han each contribute 10 million, holding 42.5% of the shares. Uncle Ho currently doesn't have any plans, but he has experience in running gyms and can help operate the gym. Give him 15% of the shares, and he can be a silent partner, not having to worry about anything. Yifeng took the initiative to buy Ho Jianya's gym before Han Huahao, to repay a favor for him. She didn't want to owe Han Huahao anything. Her suggestion was that Han Huahao could do as he pleased, either join or not. After listening to Gao Yu's suggestion, Yifeng and Han Huahao felt it was promising. Ho Jianya hesitated for a moment, but quickly agreed, as opening a gym was too simple for him. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go scout for a location tomorrow and then show you both if it's suitable. No, manager Han and I will only provide the funding, we won't be involved in the operations. You will have the final say on everything. Yifeng and Han Huahao both expressed that they only wanted to be silent partners. The three of them quickly reached an agreement. Everyone present was amazed at Gao Yu's business acumen. Yifeng thought that Gao Yu's thorough preparation for this dinner was all her own wisdom. Ho Jianya even felt that Gao Yu knew more about gyms than he did. Manager Zhang, your wife is quite knowledgeable in business. Did she study for an MBA or a master's in finance? Han Huahao asked with a smile. Manager Han, you misunderstood. I am still preparing for postgraduate studies, Gao Yu replied calmly. Ha, you have a great business acumen, well done, Han Huahao praised Gao Yu. At that moment, Yifeng glanced at the charming Gao Yu beside him and noticed that her favorability rating was rapidly increasing, reaching 100 points. System test, should the host Yifeng marry this woman? Not again? No. Yifeng declined directly. Yifeng received a message from Deng Shuxin on his phone. Manager Zhang, have you eaten? My sister and I made steak, can you come over when you're free? After leaving the restaurant, Yifeng sat in the passenger seat and replied to Deng Shuxin's message. Do you still have business to attend to? Gaoyu closed the car door and asked. Yi Feng nodded. This could also be considered as business. Where are you going? I'll take you there, Gaoyu said with more affection in her eyes. Let's talk about it later. Why wait? I miss you. After closing the car window, Yi Feng leaned over the console and kissed Gaoyu passionately. At first, Gaoyu resisted a bit. After all, they were in a parking lot with many people coming and going. It wouldn't look good if they were seen. But Yi Feng's kiss was determined, not giving Gaoyu any chance to avoid it. Besides his mouth, Yi Feng's hands also started to become restless. The ambiguous atmosphere in the car quickly heated up. After about 10 minutes, Yi Feng took a deep breath and sat back down. Just drop me off near Winfeng Road. Since he had already told Gaoyu that it was a social engagement, he definitely couldn't let Gaoyu take him to Deng Shuxin's house. Although he was just meeting someone, Yi Feng and Deng Shuxin didn't have any relationship, they were still in a normal superior-subordinate relationship. No, now they weren't even in that kind of relationship. Yi Feng had no intention of telling Gaoyu about all this. It would be too complicated to explain, and Gaoyu might not even believe it. The car gradually drove near Winfeng Road. Are you coming back tonight? Should I wait for you? The blush on Gaoyu's face had not yet faded, and her rosy cheeks made Yi Feng somewhat reluctant to leave. Not necessarily, depending on the situation, I may need to have you come pick me up. If it's past midnight and I haven't called you, just go ahead and sleep, no need to wait for me. Gaoyu obediently nodded. Yi Feng walked to the residential area where Deng Shuxin lived, and when he arrived at the building, he sent her a message asking her to press the elevator for him. I'm coming down to pick you up. After meeting, Deng Shuxin led Yi Feng to the 14th floor. Deng Shuxin was dressed in a cool manner, with long hair down, a touch of makeup, and a faint jasmine fragrance on her body, obviously prepared after agreeing to the appointment. Upon entering, Deng Yuqing greeted them immediately. Perhaps because of her older sister, Deng Yuqing dressed more formally and maturely, with a scent different from jasmine that Yi Feng couldn't identify. Xiao Qian is here? Please have a seat. Deng Yuqing smiled warmly. On the dining table, it wasn't Chinese food that was prepared, but Western cuisine, delicate and exquisite appetizers, steak with sauce, and dessert. There was a decanter and 3 Bordeaux wine glasses on the table. How is Uncle Deng? Can both of you manage at home? Yi Feng asked. My dad has been transferred to another hospital, Deng Shuxin replied. Transferred? Yes, he's now at the capital. Union Hospital in the capital city. Mr. Liu helped arrange it and hired a special caregiver to wait for a kidney match. The surgery should take place in a few days. Speaking of which, Xiao Qian and Mr. Liu are both benefactors of our family. Deng Yuqing sighed. Yi Feng hadn't quite understood the situation and took a few seconds to come back to his senses. The Capital Union Hospital was one of the most powerful hospitals in the 9 provinces, with advanced medical equipment and a professional medical team that outperformed many others. If Deng Jiming was transferred there, Yi Feng believed he would receive the best treatment. Yi Feng nodded, feeling more favorable towards Lu Shiqi again. But the question was, why did Lu Shiqi do this? Originally, I invited Shuxin and Mr. Liu tonight, but she said she was too busy with work to come, Deng Yuqing explained. Xiao Qian, even though we're at home, I assure you the quality is not inferior to outside. This bottle of wine will help you sober up, it's a Romani. Yi Feng held the wine glass, and Deng Yuqing poured him half a glass from the decanter. Helping with a hospital transfer didn't require much networking. As long as the money was there, everything would be fine. Lu Shiqi's actions clearly didn't fit her usual image. Why did she suddenly become a caring boss to her subordinates? Deng Shuxin explained that Lu Shiqi had learned about her father's situation the next day and immediately arranged a flight to the Capital Union Hospital, hiring 3 caregivers to look after him 24/7. Does this have anything to do with Lu Shiqi transferring you? Yi Feng asked. It should be related. Mr. Liu said he wanted to transfer me, and I couldn't refuse, but she didn't specify where she wanted to transfer me, whether to continue at this company or go back to her foundation. Lu Shiqi's recent actions had left Yi Feng puzzled. Why didn't she mention it earlier, especially after helping Deng Xuxin so much? Deng Xuxin probably didn't know that Yifeng had gone to confront Lu Shiqi on her behalf. Although it didn't escalate to a fight, it had strained their relationship. President Zhang, nothing happened at the company because of me, right? Deng Xuxin felt that if Yifeng had done something out of line because of her, it would be her responsibility. Yifeng shook his head and said everything was normal. You mentioned wanting to open a coffee shop before, why don't we talk about it now? Ah? Cafe? Deng Xuxin obviously didn't expect it. Deng Yuqing also looked shocked. Did her sister tell Yifeng about the cafe? Well, I plan to cooperate with you too, open a cafe. I provide the money, you provide the expertise, create a brand yourselves, 55% split, interested? He had a falling out with Lu Shiqi, and before leaving, he left a harsh word for her to bring Deng Xuxin back, but he has not received any messages from Lu Shiqi, only a few comforting words from Chen Weiqiang, advising him to be calm and make money. Getting angry is always the worst option for a person. Yifeng regretted leaving that sentence in the office. After the argument with Lu Shiqi, Yifeng regretted it. This situation is embarrassing for both him and Lu Shiqi. If Lu Shiqi insists on transferring Deng Xuxin, he loses face. But if Deng Xuxin is not transferred, she loses face too. Even if Deng Xuxin is transferred, she may not be valued. The most secure way to save face is to have Deng Xuxin not work under him or under Lu Shiqi. What do you think? I heard from Xuxin that uncle used to run a cafe before and has been planning to open another one, but due to financial issues, the plan was shelved. Deng Xuxin and Deng Yuqing looked at each other, none of them expected Yifeng to bring up such a thing. Xiao Chen, opening a cafe is not something that can be done with just tens of thousands. Take Yobi for example, finding a small storefront in the city center costs tens of thousands in annual rent, not to mention renovation, materials, machines, all require money. Money is not a problem, as long as you are willing, just name the amount. Money is the last thing I lack. Yifeng took a sip of Romani, trying hard not to show a bad taste. This wine is not bad, but Yifeng is not used to it. He used to drink mostly beer and white wine, and good red wine costs over $1,000 a bottle, which he cannot afford. But since red wine is a drink that upper-class people like, Yifeng has to change this habit. He will get used to it after drinking more. The two sisters looked unusual. Money is the last thing he lacks? But, starting a cafe conservatively requires at least 1 million. Yifeng smiled, opened his mobile banking, found a record of the transfer he made to Deng Xuxin before, and transferred another 2 million. Spent $1 million, system cashback $10 million, received. Deng Xuxin inadvertently glanced at Yifeng's balance, it was a lot of digits, too many for her to count. The person in front of her, Yifeng, the company's vice president, turned out to be a tycoon with over $1 billion in wealth? Then why did he condescend to work for Chen Weiqiang's company and be a small vice president under him? Deng Xuxin couldn't understand. Have you received the money? Xuxin, you should resign tomorrow. Yifeng said lightly, Yuqing's sister, I heard you are a nutritionist, you should also resign tomorrow. Let's work together to get this cafe up and running. Yifeng was also a bit surprised that sponsoring the Sisters Flower Cafe would also have a cashback. However, he transferred out 2 million, why did he only receive a cashback of 1 million? Yifeng quickly understood that it was because he had proposed a 55% split, which meant he took out 1 million from his own pocket, and only 1 million was to support Deng Xuxin and Deng Yuqing. Xiao Chen, did you really transfer it? Deng Yuqing stood up and came to Deng Xuxin's side, seeing the balance of exactly 2 million in her sister's phone. Yes, 200, not enough, let me know. Yifeng said expressionlessly, as if the money he had just transferred was not money, just a bunch of numbers. Indeed, for Yifeng, money is just a bunch of numbers right now. His values are being reshaped by the system. Deng Xuxin held the delicate hand of her phone, trembling slightly. She had never seen so much money in her life. Deng Yuqing was the same. Their father, Deng Jiming, sacrificed a lot to put both sisters through college, and now that they were working and had some ability, they wanted to show filial piety to their father. But even if they lowered their living standards, they wouldn't be able to save up 2 million in a few years. Their father was approaching old age, and they didn't know if he would fulfill his dream of opening a coffee shop in his lifetime. Yifeng's appearance was undoubtedly a timely help for the Deng family, even willing to invest in opening a coffee shop with them. If covering medical expenses and helping with transfers were signs of caring for subordinates, then investing 2 million in a coffee shop had already transcended that relationship and entered the hearts of the two sisters. Affection plus 10, affection plus 10, affection plus 10, Deng Xuxin's affection for Yifeng had reached 90 points. Affection plus 25, Deng Yuqing's affection for Yifeng had soared to 95 points. Yifeng was surprised. He hadn't spent that much money, so why had their affection increased so much? 90 points for one, 95 points for the other, it was quite exaggerated. Xiao Qian, you've helped us cover medical expenses and invested in opening a coffee shop again. I really don't know how to thank you, Deng Yuqing was at a loss. She felt like she still owed Yifeng a lot of favors in her life. The equity you've given us is too high. We only need 30%, you're the boss, how can you take 55% with us? Deng Yuqing voluntarily lowered the income ratio. The coffee shop was my father's lifelong dream, 30% is enough. No, it must be 55%. I was counting on you to make money with your unique skills, 30% is too low, Yifeng insisted. Tomorrow you will go see the location of the shop. If necessary, we will just buy a shop directly, regardless of the amount of money. The two didn't know what to say. Especially Deng Xuxin, who had already been upfront with Yifeng that using money to pursue her was not the way, as she was slow to warm up to people. But Yifeng still did it, and she surprisingly didn't feel repulsed. If Yifeng were to confess to her tonight, Deng Xuxin wouldn't know how to refuse, she could only agree. But looking at Yifeng, who was focused on cutting the steak on his plate, he showed no intention of confessing to her, which puzzled Deng Xuxin. Covering medical expenses could be seen as caring for subordinates, but investing in a coffee shop couldn't be categorized the same way, right? Besides wanting to pursue her, Deng Xuxin couldn't find a second reason. But why hadn't Yifeng made any moves? Why didn't he confess to her? In fact, Yifeng was facing a true love test from the system. Ding, the system has detected that female characters have developed true love for the host. Is the host Yifeng willing to marry and have children with one of them and spend the rest of his life together? Can't be, true love is so cheap now? Encountering 3 true loves in one night? Damn, and Deng Yuqing didn't even show any signs of affection towards him, just a high affection level, and this is called true love? The system must be malfunctioning. The system didn't respond to Yifeng. Yifeng still had some money in his account, and after choosing the option to marry and have children, the system would compensate him with a large sum of money. It seemed like opening a coffee shop and spending the rest of his life with either Deng Xuxin or Deng Yuqing was a good choice. However, Yifeng still chose no. Gaoyu didn't choose yes, so he wouldn't choose Deng Xuxin or Deng Yuqing either. Even if Yifeng did not choose to marry Gaoyu, he would still be fine, no different from being married. If Yifeng had not refused to marry Gaoyu at the beginning, he would not have entered Chen Weiqiang's company as vice president, nor would he have met Deng Xuxin and Deng Yuqing, these two beautiful women. The road ahead is still long. Without a vast financial source system as his backing, entering the circle of capital would only result in being played. Having assets of over 100 million, so what? A true capitalist can make your money disappear in an instant. Yifeng is still a sheep, occasionally using his horns to confront his enemies, but if he wants to work only 2 to 3 hours a day or not work at all after losing the system, and have money flow into his account, Yifeng still has a long way to go. To break into the circle of capital, one cannot be a sheep, one must be a wolf, a fierce wolf with sharp fangs and claws. Just as Chen Weiqiang said at the card game. Women, money, status. Without greed, without ruthlessness, one cannot succeed. To grow fangs, to grow claws, Yifeng still has a long way to go. Whether it is refining the heart in the mortal world or navigating the business world, what awaits Yifeng are numerous tests to transcend social classes. Well done, this steak is really good. After putting the steak in his mouth, Yifeng couldn't help but praise Deng Yuqing's cooking skills. The steak was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, perfectly medium rare, not losing any protein, maintaining a good texture. It's no wonder she's a nutritionist, she must make steak often. Yifeng had already eaten a lot at the dinner table, he thought he couldn't eat anymore, but unexpectedly he finished almost everything. Xiao Qian, why don't you stay here tonight, sleep in Shuxin's room, Shuxin can squeeze with me. Yifeng said, looking at his watch, it was already past the time he had told Gao Yu. Okay. Yifeng agreed. After eating, the two sisters prepared toiletries for Yifeng, towels, and asked him to take a bath first. To avoid embarrassment, Deng Shuxin hurried to take away some clothes hanging in the bathroom before Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng just smiled. After he finished bathing, the table and dishes were already cleaned up, even the bed was made by Deng Yuqing. Yifeng wrapped himself in a towel, drying his wet hair with a towel. But Yifeng didn't notice that there was someone sitting on the bed, he casually shook off the constraints on his body, humming an unknown tune. Ah! A soft cry brought Yifeng back to reality, startling the little brother. Yuqing's sister, what are you doing here? Yifeng hurriedly wrapped the towel around his sensitive parts, asking awkwardly. Deng Yuqing blushed, covering her eyes, embarrassed. Xiao Qian, I have something to talk to you about. I'll go out first. Deng Yuqing didn't dare to look at Yifeng, she got up and rushed out of the room. Yifeng shook his head with a smile, he didn't expect Deng Yuqing, a mature woman, to be so shy, making him feel like a little rogue. After a while, Yifeng changed his clothes and signaled Deng Yuqing to come in. Yuqing's sister, what do you want to talk to me about? Yifeng asked. It's nothing special. Deng Yuqing's face was still red. I just wanted to ask you, do you want to pursue my sister? It's this question again. Yifeng had already answered it last time, he didn't want to pursue Deng Shuxin, it was just a situation that arose, and he paid for some medical expenses on a whim. To be honest, 300,000 to 400,000 was not a big deal for Yifeng, and the system even returned it tenfold. Investing in a coffee shop was just to save face in the company for Yifeng, who knows if Lu Shiqi will bite the bullet and really go against him. I don't mean anything else, just asking casually, Deng Yuqing explained quickly, afraid that Yifeng might misunderstand. It's okay, I can tell you the truth too. I do have some feelings for Deng Shuxin, but it doesn't mean I want to pursue her. I have feelings for you too, should I pursue you as well? Ha ha ha, Yifeng spoke truthfully, feeling conflicted about both sisters. Maybe he should just take both sisters? No, that would complicate things too much. Deng Yuqing would have to call him husband, Deng Shuxin would have to call him brother-in-law, and Deng Jiming's daughter would simply call him son-in-law. The real trouble lies in the relationships between the two, how to handle it without ruining the bond between the sisters and causing discord in the Deng family. Yifeng couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. You can pursue me too. Ha, Deng Yuqing laughed. Yuqing, don't joke around, that's not possible, Yifeng quickly waved his hand. Why not? You can pursue both, whoever you win over first is yours, Deng Yuqing continued, do you think I'm not good looking? She even made a cute face, sparking some mischievous thoughts in Yifeng. Deng Yuqing inherited Deng Jiming's genes, not as tall as Deng Shuxin but still standing at 1.7 meters. She was tall and slender, with a perfect figure, exuding extraordinary charm with every smile, even outshining Hong Kong and Taiwan female celebrities. With her looks, Deng Yuqing could easily become an international model, Yifeng believed. Despite having the looks to rely on, she chose to rely on her talent and abilities. You're very beautiful, just my type, Yifeng answered truthfully. So, between me and Shuxin, who do you prefer? Deng Yuqing asked. Well, I like both, Yifeng replied honestly. Aren't you afraid your sister will hear what we're saying? I'm not afraid, what's the harm? Deng Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Outside the door came Deng Shuxin's voice calling out, Sis, can you help me find some lotion? Coming. Deng Yuqing responded from the room. By the way, I heard you have some issues with your waist and shoulders, should I call her over to give you a massage, make you feel better? No need, it's getting late, let her rest, Yifeng declined. All right. After lying down, the sound of running water from the bathroom lasted for almost an hour, making him restless, until the two sisters finished showering, and Yifeng finally managed to fall asleep after suppressing the fire in his heart. The next morning, after breakfast, Deng Yuqing drove Deng Shuxin to the company to handle her resignation, and also dropped off Yifeng. She drove an old model Santana, and the workbench creaked constantly as they drove. Now that you two are also coffee shop owners, why not get a new car when you have the chance? We can manage with this, it's just for daily use, Yifeng replied. We want to upgrade too, but we don't have the money, Deng Yuqing said. It's okay, download some apps on your phone these days, and when I have time, I'll take you to the dealership to buy one. Yifeng thought that even if they bought a car worth hundreds of thousands, with the system's tenfold cashback, they would easily make millions. It would be a waste not to earn that money. It's really too much, Xiao Qian, you've already spent quite a bit these days, how can we accept your car? We can't go to business meetings in this car, it would make us look weak. If we don't show enough presence, people won't take us seriously in negotiations. Deng Yuqing wanted to refuse, but Yifeng stopped her. Enough, no need to say more, it's settled. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin frowned. Is this what they call a rich and handsome guy? After arriving at the company, Yifeng asked Deng Yuqing to wait downstairs for a while, then took Deng Shuxin to the HR department. With a vice president present, everything was quickly settled in 2 to 3 minutes. After moving things downstairs, Yifeng had Deng Yuqing drive her away. Yifeng had barely sat in the office for half an hour when Xia Qianshan knocked on the door and walked in. What's the matter? General Zhang, I think we need to talk. Yifeng raised his eyelids, glanced at her, then closed the computer game and asked, Oh? What do you want to talk to me about? Xia Qianshan locked the door, walked up to Yifeng, placed her hands on the desk, leaned forward, her chest pointing straight at Yifeng, and solemnly said, I don't care about what happened between you and General Liu, but please don't involve Deng Shuxin. You forced her to resign, do you know that? It was hot weather, and Xia Qianshan was dressed more revealingly today, wearing a simple tight skirt. With her questioning posture, Yifeng had an angelic view of her, but he didn't pay attention to a word she said. Wait, can you stand properly? I couldn't hear what you were saying with your mouth opening and closing, Yifeng gestured, and Xia Qianshan realized her mistake. She straightened her clothes, stood upright, her displeasure towards Yifeng more evident on her face, and repeated her words with anger. You said Deng Shuxin resigned, I know about that, Yifeng replied truthfully. Deng Shuxin was the one he took to the HR department to resign, so how could he not know? However, Xia Qianshan also found out quickly. In less than half an hour, she knew about it. Seeing her angry expression, his favorability decreased by 15 points, clearly a misunderstanding. Xia Qianshan might think that Deng Shuxin resigned because of his relationship with Liu Shiqi. You know? How can you be so calm when you know? Don't you feel any guilt? Why should I feel guilty? Yifeng countered. Xia Qianshan was speechless at Yifeng's response. She believed that Yifeng and Liu Shiqi should not have affected Deng Shuxin. She worked hard, diligently as an employee, but because of the conflict between the two bosses, she was forced to resign and find another job. Isn't that irresponsible? Why don't you say these things to Liu Shiqi instead of coming to me? Do you think I'm easier to talk to than Liu Shiqi? Should I bring Deng Shuxin back? Yifeng posed his question. No, I think you can be a better boss and superior than Liu Shiqi. I see. Yifeng understood. But he had no intention of telling Xia Qianshan about sponsoring Deng Shuxin to open a coffee shop. Since she misunderstood, it was better for fewer people in the company to know about it. Is there anything else? Yes, General Chen wants you to come to his office. He said he wants to talk to you about something. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, hoping it wasn't about Deng Shuxin. After leaving the office, Yifeng found Chen Weiqiang. Besides Chen Weiqiang, there was another familiar person in his office. Li Tao. Li Tao hadn't been at the company for the past few days as he was sent out by Chen Weiqiang to discuss business. Today was the first time Yifeng and Li Tao met in the company. However, Yifeng didn't plan to be overly polite with Li Tao in the company. Instead, he maintained a professional relationship with him. They could be casual in private, but in the company, their positions were different. Li Tao was a business manager, while Yi Feng was a vice president. If he acted too friendly all the time, no one would take him seriously as a vice president. "Mr. Zhang is here, please have a seat." Chen Weiqiang poured a cup of tea for Yi Feng. After Yi Feng sat down, he first handed a cigarette to Li Tao and Chen Weiqiang. "Managerly, how are the business negotiations outside these days?" Yi Feng was not showing off, but this was the company. Li Tao naturally understood what was going on. "It's going well, quite smoothly. I've always said that managerly coming to me can at least increase the company's orders by 40%. Now he is the backbone of our company. In just a few days, we secured a long-term order worth 20 million. Mr. Chen, you're exaggerating. This is what I should be doing." After some simple pleasantries, the three of them got down to business. "Mr. Zhang, I called you here not for anything else, but because there is a client in the inland region. Would you like to try negotiating with them?" What Chen Weiqiang referred to as anything else was naturally about Deng Shuxin, but he didn't mention it. Yi Feng's position in the company was vice president, responsible for some of the inland business, but Chen Weiqiang did not provide a specific boundary for this part. In other words, if Chen Weiqiang said you were responsible, then you were, but if it was not within your jurisdiction, you had no other choice. However, Yi Feng did not invest in Chen Weiqiang's company just to come in every day and play games in the office. He did it with the goal of self-improvement. Chen Weiqiang had previously told Yi Feng that he would introduce him to the clients and friends he knew, but so far, only Han Huahao had been introduced. As for the clients, Chen Weiqiang did not let Yi Feng get in touch with them. Natasha came to the company by chance. "Okay, what client?" Yi Feng agreed immediately. Chen Weiqiang briefly introduced the client's information and the background of the company, and Yi Feng and Li Tao set off. The company Yi Feng was going to visit today was Jinshou Group, a company mainly engaged in processing steel coils, threads, and steel bars. They also dealt with wood and were an old local company in Yebi. Although not large in scale, they had been operating steadily for decades. "Mr. Zhang, you're driving a Rolls-Royce?" "Ha, something like that. Come on, I'll be your driver, let's experience what it's like to drive a Rolls-Royce." Privately, the two of them were naturally friendly and did not have many constraints in the workplace. Li Tao even took the driver's seat, wanting to experience what it felt like to drive a Rolls-Royce. On the way, Li Tao detailed the information about Jinshou Group to Yi Feng. The CEO of Jinshou Group, Su Qingye, had a daughter late in life at the age of 50. She is now old and has retired, and today we are going to meet Su Qingye's daughter, Su Shuyun. Jinshou Group's reputation is greater than its actual strength. For companies like this, we can't negotiate high shipping fees, just making a little profit is enough. Yi Feng nodded, knowing that if Li Tao understood this, then Chen Weiqiang must also know. Yi Feng felt that this was a good opportunity to challenge himself. After arriving at Jinshou Group, Yi Feng and Li Tao, led by the secretary, met Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun had regular features, stood at the same height as Yi Feng in high heels, with a head of thick black hair neatly tied up. She was wearing a women's suit, giving off a smart and capable vibe. Su Shuyun was very young, looking only 2 or 3 years older than Yi Feng. She had taken on the position of general manager at a young age and had taken over the family business. She was the nominal general manager of the company, but in reality, Su Qingye was just a figurehead chairman, and Su Shuyun was in charge of all the company's affairs, big and small. Yi Feng was a vice president, and Li Tao was the manager of the business department. On the surface, they seemed to have higher positions than Su Shuyun, but in reality, the two of them combined did not hold as much weight as Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun did not waste time and went straight to the point, briefly explaining the needs of the Jinshou Group before discussing the price. On the way, Li Tao had told Yi Feng that as long as they could make some hard-earned money, it would be fine, guaranteeing Su Shuyun a freight fee of 750,000 yuan. However, Su Shuyun offered a price that was too low, only willing to pay 250,000 yuan, a difference of a full 500,000 yuan, which would result in the company losing money if they accepted the order. They were immediately stuck in a negotiation deadlock. Su Shuyun remained calm throughout, with an attitude of take it or leave it, making it difficult to negotiate a price. Companies like Su Shuyun's usually subcontract transportation to a large contractor, who then hires trailer teams or privately operated trailer transport, without putting much thought into transportation. Since they had found a dot company and wanted to switch to water transport, it was likely due to some trouble with land transport that forced them to consider water transport as a last resort. Manager Sue, your price is far below our costs, forgive me for being blunt, but the company cannot afford it. Li Tao, who had been in business negotiations for many years, was skilled in discussing money matters. Although the company was newly established, they were not desperate enough to accept transportation orders at a loss. Even if Chen Weiqiang were here, they would not agree to such terms. Li Tao signaled to Yi Feng to find an opportunity to leave directly. However, Yi Feng did not agree and believed that it was necessary to secure this order. Manager Su, Jinsho Group has always used land transport for years, outsourcing transportation costs. Why suddenly consider water transport? This statement struck a chord with Su Shuyun. In reality, Jinsho Group was planning to expand its business, but outsourcing transportation costs annually was too expensive. Su Shuyun wanted to cut outsourcing and handle transportation themselves. The 250,000 yuan discussed earlier was roughly the cost of each outsourced order. Transporting in batches like this was inefficient. Customers usually ordered thousands or tens of thousands of tons, and improving efficiency with semi-trailers was not feasible. Only by using large transport ships that could carry thousands or tens of thousands of tons at once could efficiency be significantly increased. Once the steel was delivered to the customer's city port, the rest would be easier. Su Shuyun knew that trying to use land transport prices for water transport was unrealistic, but she had not intended to finalize the deal today. She was still exploring and comparing options to choose the most suitable one. Li Tao thought carefully and realized that Yi Feng's point made sense. He wondered why he hadn't noticed it before. At that moment, he glanced slightly at Yi Feng. Su Shuyun couldn't tell Yi Feng the truth, so she casually lied, I just wanted to try a new way of operation, but if the cost is too high, then forget it. Since Manager Su is trying water transport, have you already talked to other dock companies? How do they feel about your offer of 250,000 yuan? Before meeting Yi Feng, Su Shuyun had already met with representatives from several dock companies, but after hearing that she was only willing to offer 250,000 yuan, they had all left without a word. On one hand, this was because Jinsho Group was not very large and did not transport goods frequently throughout the year. On the other hand, it was due to the price. 250,000 yuan was simply too low. Once the cargo ship started moving, it burned fuel every minute and second, calculated by the ton. For a cargo ship with a load capacity of 7,000 tons, it burned about half a ton of fuel per hour, costing 100,000 yuan per day at current oil prices. The cost price for the destination Su Shuyun mentioned ranged from 500,000 to 850,000 yuan. Let me give you a rough idea. Running 7,000 tons to Jiangnan costs 200,000 yuan, and 12,000 tons costs 300,000 yuan. Running 7,000 tons to Shanghai costs 350,000 yuan, and 12,000 tons costs 500,000 yuan. This is our cost price. It is impossible for any shipping company on the market to offer a lower price than us. Yi Feng took out 2 thick contracts from Li Tao's briefcase. If it's okay, we can sign the contract now. Manager Zhang. Li Tao hesitated to speak. Yi Feng couldn't have remembered wrong. His quoted price is completely different from the company's cost. Each trip's price is 300,000 to 400,000 lower. This is clearly a losing business. Originally thinking of making a small profit, if they can't reach an agreement, they won't talk. Why is Yi Feng doing this? Running the cargo ship one less time will take longer, and the annual maintenance of the ship is a big expense. Not to mention this is a losing deal. Su Shuyun naturally understands some market prices, knowing that for these two cities, the price for a 7,000-ton ship is around 600,000, and for a 12,000-ton ship it's around 1 million. Just as Yi Feng said, he is the cheapest cargo ship company Su Shuyun has ever seen, far below market price. The price he quoted earlier was 250,000, just to test Yi Feng's bottom line. Her goal was achieved, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Su Shuyun was very cautious. Yi Feng's quoted price was too low, more than half the average price of other dock companies. She even thought this contract was fraudulent. After carefully reading the contract brought by Yi Feng, she signed it after confirming there were no issues. During this time, Li Tao kept tugging at Yifeng's sleeve, wanting to remind him, but Yifeng pretended not to see. This is a disaster. If they bring back a losing contract, it would be strange if Chen Weiqiang doesn't question it. How would they explain it then? Today Yifeng was the main negotiator, but Chen Weiqiang sent him here for this purpose, just to prevent Yifeng from causing any trouble. Before he could say anything, the contract was already signed. If Chen Weiqiang holds him accountable, he would be the first responsible person. Manager Su, congratulations on becoming a customer of our Jingxin shipyard. Yifeng stood up proactively and shook hands with Su Shuyun. On the way back, Li Tao naturally had questions. Tao, if you believe me, don't ask anything, I will explain to Mr. Chen on that side. Yifeng was someone he had mentored, smart, since he signed this kind of contract, he must have his own plan. Since he had already said he would handle it with Chen Weiqiang, there was nothing more for him to say. All right. Li Tao sighed and obediently kept quiet. Su Shuyun watched the Rolls-Royce leave the Jinsho Group. Her secretary stepped forward. Manager Su, should I take the contract to the legal department to double-check for any issues? No need, I know what he's up to. Su Shuyun waved her hand. Intentionally lowering the price to give her a bonus, Su Shuyun had encountered this olive branch tactic many times. If Yifeng thought this trick could work on her, he was gravely mistaken. In Yabe, the young masters pursuing her could line up from here to Longhu. She had seen all kinds of tricks and greasy methods. Yifeng seemed a few years younger than her, looking harmless on the surface, but unexpectedly so sly inside. Help me find out who exactly this Yifeng is. Su Shuyun instructed her secretary. At this age, being able to afford a Rolls-Royce, it was unlikely to be his own car. There might be a significant background in his family. Su Shuyun thought carefully. It didn't seem very likely. She had seen all the young masters in Yabe, and had never heard of a family with the surname Zhang. No, she had to have dinner with Yifeng. After a meal, she would have a clearer understanding of what kind of person Yifeng is. Su Shuyun immediately sent a message to Yifeng. Manager Zhang, if you're busy at noon, I won't keep you. Are you free tonight? Shall we set a time to have dinner? Yifeng sat in the passenger seat and saw this message. Su Shuyun is rigorous in her work, very intelligent, with a well-proportioned figure, and quite pretty. It is said that before Su Shuyun became the general manager of Jinsho Group, no one in the company knew that she was the daughter of Su Xingye. After returning from studying abroad, she started as a small salesperson and was quickly promoted to general manager. Lu Shiqi and Su Shuyun are both strong women, but Su Shuyun exudes a certain indescribable charm that Lu Shiqi lacks. Yifeng doesn't mean to belittle Lu Shiqi, but a woman like her, without a family or background support, must have used some unconventional means to succeed. Her story, if written, would probably be considered inspirational. Su Shuyun and Lu Shiqi are both strong women, but Su Shuyun carries an air of integrity and confidence that Lu Shiqi lacks. This quality has been cultivated in her since she started handling a ladle on her own, and now in her 20s, it is deeply ingrained in her. This quality will be passed down through generations in the Su family, and time cannot erase it. Yifeng signed a contract with Su Shuyun to compensate her, with his own plans in mind. Jinsho Group is undergoing a transformation, trying to focus on water transportation. Yifeng's plan is to give Su Shuyun a taste of success, as transporting thousands of tons of cargo at once will surely be more efficient than using external shipping companies. After a few shipments, Su Shuyun will realize the efficiency of water transportation, and a transportation network between Jinsho Group and its clients will be established. By then, raising prices and signing long-term contracts with Jinsho Group will lead to long-term clients and profits far beyond what can be achieved with just a few 100,000. As long as Jingxin doesn't fail, Jinsho Group will always be a client of Jingxin. Li Tao is Yifeng's mentor, but Li Tao's mindset is still that of a worker, only focusing on how many deals he closes, profits, and losses, without considering the company's perspective. As the vice president of the company, Yifeng must consider the bigger picture, willing to sacrifice some immediate benefits for long-term gains, ensuring that the cost matches the results. Yifeng also has another plan, to establish a relationship with Su Shuyun through this low-cost contract. Jinsho Group mainly deals with steel and wood, positioning itself as a medium-sized enterprise. Due to Su's adherence to traditional methods, the company has been unable to progress further. With Su Shuyun in charge, the move towards water transportation is a sign of innovation. Jinxiu Group and Dafu Wood are competitors. During dinner that night, Yifeng heard that Dafu Wood had borrowed a sum of money from the private sector, not only to cover Chen Weiqiang's shipping costs but also to make a comeback. Yifeng thought that perhaps he could use Jinxiu Group to completely ruin Dafu Wood and eliminate this thorn in his side. I have time in the evening, please suggest a time and place, General Su. Yifeng replied to Su Shuyun's message. 8 p.m. at Wangguolu, okay, I'll be there. After receiving the message, Su Shuyun instructed her secretary to book a private room at Wangguolu. Yes, General Su. By the way, General Su, who is here? He has been waiting for you in the meeting room for 30 minutes, saying he has something important to discuss with you. This guy is like a stubborn dog, can't shake him off. Su Shuyun cursed silently, as usual, tell him I'm not here and send him away. He said your car is parked in the yard, so he knows you're here. He won't leave until he sees you. The secretary was at a loss. Su Shuyun sighed and had to go to the meeting room to meet with Hu Yuebin. Hu Yuebin is the son of the chairman of Maya Transportation Company and holds the position of general manager in the company, with a family situation similar to Su Shuyun's. Hu Yuebin's father and Su Shuyun's father are old acquaintances and fellow villagers. The two elderly men have intentionally tried to match her with Hu Yuebin. Su Shuyun had long heard about Hu Yuebin's character, spending his days idly indulging in pleasure, leading a dissolute private life. Maya Transportation Company was originally a giant in Yebai, but it has declined significantly since Hu Yuebin took over. Su Shuyun has no interest in meeting, let alone developing any romantic relationship with someone like Hu Yuebin. Hu Yuebin, do you have something to discuss with me? Su Shuyun asked directly as she entered the meeting room. Actually, it's nothing important, Hu Yuebin replied with gel in his hair, a big quiff, dressed in an Armani suit with a noticeable Ferragamo belt around his waist. The Hu family is very short, with poor genetics, resulting in Hu Yuebin being only 1.6 meters tall. Su Shuyun, standing in front of him in high heels, was half a head taller. If there's nothing, please leave. I have a lot of work to do, Su Shuyun said, not wanting to waste any words on him. Unlike Hu Yuebin, she had to take care of all matters, big and small, in the Jinxiu Group. The company is currently facing transformation issues, adding to her workload. Su Shuyun had only slept 4 hours the previous night and had dark circles under her eyes from several consecutive late nights. She had to apply some makeup every morning to cover them up. Don't go. Seeing Su Shuyun's attitude, Hu Yuebin quickly changed his tone. Actually, I'm here to discuss business with you. Jinxiu Group is planning to transition to water transport, and Maya can help you. No need, I've already signed a contract with Jingxin Shipyard Company. We will start shipping from the Yebai port the day after tomorrow. Please leave, Su Shuyun replied firmly. Even if Hu Yuebin offered a lower price than Yifeng, Su Shuyun had no interest in associating with such a person. In the words of the Yebai locals, Hu Yuebin only used his brother to think, never his brain. Su Shuyun knew exactly what Hu Yuebin was up to, and dealing with such a person would only waste her time. Zhengxin? You mean Chen Weiqiang's company? How many small ships does his company have? Can they compare to Maya? It must have cost you a lot, Hu Yuebin said dismissively. Don't work with them. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I can offer you the lowest price and minimize Jinxiu Group's costs, he continued. Hu Yuebin never took Chen Weiqiang seriously. Just half a year into maritime transport, buying a few old ships and daring to take orders, he wondered who gave Chen Weiqiang the courage. In Hu Yuebin's view, Chen Weiqiang was not going to achieve much. We have already signed a contract with legal effect. Do you think I can just tear it up now? Su Shuyun challenged. Besides, can you match Xingxin's price? Can I match Xingxin's price of 200,000 for a trip to Jiangnan? Su Shuyun asked, looking at Hu Yuebin with disdain. 200,000? That's impossible. Hu Yuebin couldn't believe it. As the general manager of Maya Shipyard Transportation Company, he may have lived a lavish lifestyle, but he had some business acumen. Even if he was not diligent, he could not believe that Jingxin could offer such a price. 200,000 for a trip to Jiangnan would be a loss-making deal. Even if Maya were to quote a price, it would be at least 350,000, based on the foundation laid by his father in maritime transport. Go get the contract from my desk and show it to Mr. Hu, Su Shuyun instructed her secretary. As the contract was brought over, Hu had been carefully reviewed each clause. The price was indeed 200,000 per trip, as Su Shuyun had stated. This is impossible, there must be a problem with the contract. Even though it was written in black and white on paper, Hu Bin still didn't believe it. I have already sent the contract to the legal department for verification, there is no problem. If you have nothing else, I won't keep you for dinner. Send Mr. Hu off. Su Shuyun issued the order to see him off. Hu Bin left Jinsho Group with a displeased expression, remembering the name on the last page of the contract, Yifeng. This Yifeng is really something. If the contract is real, won't there be a huge loss? What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to pursue my woman? No, I need to investigate him thoroughly. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce, Yifeng remained unaware of what was happening at Jinsho Group after he left. Xiao Qian, can I give you a suggestion? Go ahead, Tao Gu. I think that the Rolls-Royce is a good car, but it doesn't quite match your current status. Is that so? Why do you say that? It's too ostentatious. Li Tao told Yifeng that doing business is actually a game of big and small, often fought in the realm of psychology. In the business world, whether big fish or small shrimps, all have to compete. Whether big fish or small shrimps, when they encounter a shark, they either think of running away or forming an alliance with it. However, leeches think differently, they think about whether they can suck some blood from you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Li Tao didn't forget to impart some experience to Yifeng. I roughly understand the meaning, then according to you, what kind of car suits me? Based on my experience of negotiating contracts with those big bosses multiple times, if you drive a Mercedes S-Class, most of them also drive an S-Class. Like the one Chen Weiqiang drives? Yes. Global bosses all love the S-Class, do you know why? With this car, no matter who you are talking to, it won't be too much or too little in terms of status. Some young people are more arrogant, relying on their parents' wealth, driving a convertible sports car without understanding their place. The S-Class gives a mysterious feeling, making people wonder about the person's background, status, all based on their own judgment. Yifeng felt that Li Tao still had many admirable qualities, living up to his years of experience in the workplace. Li Tao often dealt with big bosses, making him much more mature than Yifeng. Yifeng suddenly became wealthy, claiming to be financially supported by his girlfriend, who provided him with startup funds. However, Li Tao may have already seen through this facade, but since Yifeng didn't explain it proactively, Li Tao didn't ask further questions. That's how people are. There wasn't much going on in the afternoon. Both Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi were not in the company. And Yifeng was not called in for questioning. Before leaving work, he sent a message to Gao Yu, saying that he wouldn't be coming home for dinner tonight as he had to meet a client. Then he went alone to Moon Island for the appointment. Following the agreement, Yifeng arrived at the 24th floor of Moon Tower. He wanted to see what the woman's intention was in inviting him to dinner. Mr. Zhang, please have a seat. Su Shuyun snapped her fingers, signaling the waiter to start serving the dishes. To her surprise, Yifeng hadn't changed his clothes or appearance from the morning, his face slightly oily. Mr. Zhang, I invited you to dinner tonight, with no other intentions, just wanted to thank you for the great support you have given to our Jinsho Group. Not at all, I just have a long-term perspective. I believe that Jinsho and Jingxin will be long-term partners in the future. We shouldn't be greedy for small gains. For Mr. Zhang, it may be a small gain, but for our Jinsho, it is a significant cost. Mr. Su joked, the strength and reputation of Jinsho Group are well known in Yabe North. Who doesn't know that Jinsho Group is a steady and old enterprise? Su Shuyun and Yifeng engaged in some mutual business boasting for a while. What's steady and old enterprise? My father is a bit conservative. Jinsho Group was founded in the 1970s. If we continue to manage the company with his methods, I believe it won't be long before Jinsho starts to decline. Yifeng felt that Su Shuyun had a good business sense, being able to keenly understand how to manage a company. Even he could see that the cost of land transportation was too high, so how could Su Shuyun not see it? If Jinxiu Group wants to advance further and become a large enterprise, a transportation model with large tonnage is definitely necessary. It's better to start early and get involved in maritime transportation. I can only do my best, whether it succeeds or not remains to be seen, Su Shuyun sighed. She was just saying some nice words on the surface. In reality, Jinxiu Group had already started to decline early on, a fact that couldn't be shared with outsiders. The company faced many problems, such as transformation, operational models, and cost control. Among them, funding was the biggest issue for Jinxiu Group. Otherwise, she wouldn't be trying so hard to reduce costs, giving up the inefficient and costly land transportation, and considering the efficient and cost-effective maritime transportation. Unlike you, Mr. Zhang, full of spirit and promising. Su Shuyun had someone look into Yifeng's background. Yifeng, a local, graduated from a university in Yabe North, orphaned with no parents. Not long ago, he invested 30 million in Jinshin Shipyard Company, but only held 24% of the shares. 2 days ago, he partnered with Han Huahao, each contributing 1 million, to register a gym in Longhu District. He owned a Rolls-Royce, paid in full. Besides that, he had no other assets. Su Shuyun initially thought the Rolls-Royce was either borrowed or driven by Yifeng's father to maintain appearances, but she didn't expect that he had bought it in full, with the registration not even exceeding 2 weeks. From a financial standpoint, Yifeng seemed like a nouveau riche. But upon closer examination, Yifeng's background became very mysterious. Buying shares in Jinshin indicated his foresight, selecting an industry with great prospects in the coming years. Jointly opening a gym might seem ordinary, but partnering with Han Huahao, who owned all the assets on Wangyue Island, was significant. Han Huahao, for some unknown reason, never engaged in any business outside the island and had no assets there. Collaborating with him to open a gym off the island indicated that Yifeng had a strong network. Moreover, buying a Rolls-Royce in full payment, rather than opting for a loan like most bosses, and registering it under his name, suggested he had substantial financial support. Su Shuyun grew increasingly curious about Yifeng's true background. Clearly, such a resume couldn't convince her. A seemingly ordinary young man suddenly possessing so much capital might have another explanation. Yifeng could be a front for some big shot. He might not have any real power, and his actions could be orchestrated by a big shot to help launder money, with a professional team guiding him. Of course, this was just Su Shuyun's wild imagination. Even if Yifeng was a front, he would operate in economically developed coastal cities, not in a small place like Yabe North. However, the source of Yifeng's funds remained suspicious. It couldn't be that he suddenly won the lottery or read a few biographies in business novels, aspiring to create his own business empire and become a legend. That would be too far-fetched. But what was Yifeng's true background after all? Mr. Su, do you want me to invest in the company? Invest? Yes, invest seriously, not in you, but in Jinxiu Group. Don't get any funny ideas. Su Shuyun blushed unexpectedly, not expecting Yifeng to joke like this with her. You are the vice president of Jinshin, currently in a cooperative relationship with Jinxiu. If you invest in Jinxiu, aren't you worried about rumors spreading in Jinshin? It's nothing. Our company also has another vice president managing 3 companies. Yifeng felt that his plan to bring down Dafu Timber should be discussed and implemented early. How much capital can you provide? Regardless of whether Yifeng is a white glove or simply interested in pursuing her, it doesn't matter. Jinxiu currently needs capital, and she has been in contact with some financial tycoons in coastal cities to see if she can raise some funds. How much do you need? Yifeng didn't waste time and asked directly. With over $1 billion in his account, taking a stake in Jinxiu Group should be enough. What does this mean? So, the more she needs, the more Yifeng can provide? Judging from Yifeng's calm and composed expression, he didn't seem too serious. Su Shuyun also didn't take it seriously and treated Yifeng as just casual conversation. Jinxiu Group currently has around 70 to 80 million on the books. To achieve scale expansion and corporate transformation, at least 200 million would be needed. Su Shuyun's original plan was to let Jinxiu develop slowly, accumulate enough funds, and then implement the plan formally. However, this slow development had a lot of uncertainty. The market trend could change rapidly, and within a few months, the company could have 200 million in funds. It was also possible that the market could decline rapidly, leading to Jinsho Group's downfall, continuous layoffs, and production scale reduction. It would be considered good if the company didn't incur losses within a few years, and having 200 million on the books would be impossible. Yi Feng's appearance undoubtedly represented a rapid transformation, a hope to change the business model. However, Su Shuyan didn't know whether Yi Feng was serious or how much money he could invest in Jinsho Group. "Mr. Zhang, may I ask why you want to invest in Jinsho Group?" Su Shuyan asked her inner question, unable to understand why Yi Feng would invest in a company that was on the decline. "I just have faith in you and believe that under your leadership, Jinsho can revive the glory of Mr. Su's era." During their meal, besides exchanging business compliments, they also chatted about some daily life matters. They didn't delve deeper into the topic of Yi Feng investing in Jinsho Group. After dinner, Yi Feng returned to Jiangshan International. These days, Yi Feng rarely stayed overnight at home, had few chances to meet Gao Yu, and didn't know if she was upset with him. Coming back late today, Yi Feng didn't want to make too much noise and quietly went upstairs. "I was just about to message you, and you're back." As he reached the corner of the stairs, he heard Gao Yu's voice. Feeling guilty, Yi Feng put on a smile and confidently walked up. A sheepskin blanket was spread on the floor, playing soothing music, and she was focused on doing yoga. She wore a black sports tank top and shorts, her perfectly proportioned, slender legs exposed, the tank top just reaching her prominent collarbones, accentuating her figure. Yi Feng knew that she only dressed like this at home. If she wore this outfit to the gym or any public place with men, it would be a blow to her image, drawing everyone's attention. "What are you doing? Why don't you even look at your husband?" Yi Feng approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her right shoulder. "Humph, do you even remember that you're my man? Count how many days you haven't stayed overnight with me these days. Where have you been? Isn't this just socializing? I have a lot to deal with every day, otherwise how would your man support you? Don't you agree?" Between Gao Yu's words, there wasn't much dissatisfaction actually. She also knew that someone like Yi Feng, who had a different schedule, would naturally have to make up for the time spent in the morning at night. She wasn't that angry, she just wanted to take this opportunity to let Yi Feng come home earlier, to avoid staying out overnight if possible, and to have a concept of home in his mind. "Alright, starting from today, I promise you, I won't stay out overnight in the future when I can come home." Yi Feng actually thought about it. There were many opportunities when he could have come home without staying out overnight, but he didn't want to trouble Gao Yu to come pick him up. "Where should I put my hands? Let's go take a shower first. I'm tired after a day, I don't want a shower. I've also sweated a lot, let me go wash up first. I suddenly feel like washing up again, how about we do it together?" Yi Feng said with a mischievous smile. If he washed up alone, Yi Feng really didn't feel like moving. But if they both showered together, Yi Feng wouldn't feel tired anymore, he would instantly feel energized. "Humph, I don't know if you're really tired or just pretending. I'm really tired, but when I see you, I'm not tired anymore." Smooth talker. "Tell me honestly, where did you learn that from?" "I learned it from a book." "What book?" "How to Make Your Wife Happy, hee hee." About an hour and a half later, Yi Feng lay on the bed, holding the exhausted Gao Yu in his arms, and suddenly noticed that Gao Yu's eyelashes were longer than most people's. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Speaking of which, Gao Yu had helped him a lot. Last time, Yi Feng was still thinking about how to not make things awkward with Han Huahao, but unexpectedly Gao Yu did her homework well and resolved it with just a few words. "You look cute. By the way, how's the gym situation?" Gao Yu told him that she had taken over the gym, reopened it, and there were no changes in personnel. But some of the equipment is quite old and needs to be updated. I've ordered a few Smith machines, imported ones. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to the gym. Sure. What about Longhu? Longhu is still selecting a location. Some sites have small areas but high prices. Uncle Ho thinks it's not very suitable, so he didn't buy them. Some are cheaper, but the locations are too remote, about 7 to 8 kilometers away from upscale residential areas. Well, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. In terms of funding, Yifeng could handle it. In terms of connections, Han Huahao should be able to handle it easily. The collaboration between the two could be considered a strong alliance. I've had a question for you. Why did you buy his gym? Tell me the truth. Gaoyu had been holding this question in her heart for a long time, and she had never asked Yifeng about it from start to finish. Today, she couldn't help but ask. For you. Yifeng didn't hide it either. Since Gaoyu wanted to know, he told her the truth. For me? What's wrong, can't I? I'm rich and can be willful. It's not $4,000 or $5,000, not even $40,000 or $50,000, it's $4,500,000. How rich am I as a man? Compared to those world-class billionaires, I'm like this. Yifeng said, extending his pinky finger. And compared to ordinary people like us? Then I don't know, I should be considered wealthy. Gaoyu flicked Yifeng's nose. Are you a Versailles prince? By teasing Yifeng like this, it naturally ignited a fire in his heart. Continue. The next morning, around 10 o'clock. Yifeng rubbed his sleepy eyes. Gaoyu was no longer by his side. No need to say more, Gaoyu is definitely different from this big lazy guy, he must have gotten up early. Stepping out of the door, she had already prepared breakfast, covered it with a steel-colored thermal cover, and she was in the study wearing Bluetooth earphones, doing English listening exercises. My big lazy pig finally woke up. Gaoyu took off her earphones as soon as she saw Yifeng. It's because I was too tired yesterday, Yifeng explained. Tired during the day or at night? Both. Gaoyu rolled her eyes with a smile. After breakfast, Gaoyu took Yifeng to the gym. Manager Zhang, hello. Manager Zhang, Jean Jia, hello. Manager Zhang is working out again? Without exception, all the gym staff greeted Yifeng. What are they doing? Yifeng was a bit puzzled, feeling that the gym was more enthusiastic than before. Even the company's receptionist was smiling and greeting Yifeng. You are their benefactor, of course they have to greet you. Gaoyu explained that it was not easy to find a job in Yob, and Yifeng buying the gym helped them avoid the risk of losing their jobs and losses. The contract has been sent to you as per your instructions, it's in electronic form, take a look, if there are no issues, I will go sign it this afternoon. Gaoyu handed the document to Yifeng. When Yifeng transferred money to Ho Jianya before, he specifically instructed him not to transfer the gym to his name, including the land and equipment, all of which were handed over to Gaoyu. No problem, go sign it when you have time. Manager Zhang. You're here. Would you like some water? A burly man approached with a cheerful smile. He came too close, forcing Yifeng to lean back and squint to see clearly. Wasn't this Duan Qiran, who was KO'd by Gaoyu last time? Duan Qiran's head was wrapped in thick gauze, looking like an Indian, with many bruises on his legs. He had a clean towel on his shoulder, a bottle of mineral water just taken out of the refrigerator in his hand, warmly offering it to Yifeng. Not for now. I just arrived, not thirsty yet. Okay, Manager Zhang, I'll keep it for you first. Do you want some protein later? To replenish energy after training with Jean Jia. No need, I'll go straight to lunch later. While Yifeng could accept others' attentiveness, he was still not used to Duan Qiran being so polite today, especially after his previous anger and threats to fight Yifeng one-on-one. Manager Zhang, I want to apologize for what happened before. Please don't take it to heart, just ignore me like a fart. Duan Qiran had his reasons for acting this way. He had heard that Gaoyu had trained in Muay Thai, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. In just a few moves, she KO'd him, a provincial team Sanda athlete. In the battle in the octagon that day, Duan Qiran admitted defeat. However, he didn't stay in the hospital for long before hearing that the gym was going to close. He hadn't even paid this month's car loan yet, so if the gym closed, what would happen to his loan? Fortunately, a few days later, news came that Yifeng took over the gym, spending hundreds of thousands. Yifeng transformed into the gym's owner, and Gaoyu naturally became the gym's lady boss. Gaoyu had defeated him in combat skills, while Yifeng had surpassed him in career and manly demeanor. So much so that Duan Shiran, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, came to the gym to apologize to Yifeng at the earliest opportunity, which happened today. "Is your injury healing well?" Yifeng asked casually. At that time, Yifeng could see clearly outside the octagonal cage. Duan Shiran was already foaming at the mouth. "Seriously? Injured?" Gaoyu had used deadly force, so he probably wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a few months. "Not yet. General Zhang has acquired the gym, and it's a time when manpower is needed. How can I lie in the hospital at this critical moment?" Duan Shiran quickly changed his attitude and became like a loyal dog to Yifeng, constantly wagging his tail, hoping Yifeng would pat his head. "Going to work with an injury is commendable, but don't neglect your health. Rest when you need to rest. Alright, let's not talk about it for now. I'll go train first." Led by Gaoyu, Yifeng entered the private training area of the gym and began today's sweating process. After training, Yifeng's sportswear was soaked with sweat, giving him an indescribable sense of pleasure. At the dining table, Gaoyu took Yifeng to a restaurant and ordered a high-protein lunch. "What are you planning to do this afternoon?" Yifeng asked. "I have to go to the coffee shop. How about you?" Yifeng said he was going to the company. Curious about the coffee shop, Yifeng couldn't help but ask, "What's the name of the coffee shop you own?" "Shu Mile." Yifeng nodded, remembering the name. After lunch, Yifeng went to the company. On his desk, there was already a detailed dossier about the Jinsho Group. This was prepared by Xia Qianqian as per Yifeng's instructions last night. After carefully reviewing the information, Yifeng gained a new understanding of the Jinsho Group. Of particular interest to Yifeng were Mr. Su and Su Shuyun, as well as the relationship diagram of the Jinsho Group, which included partners, competitors, and so on. Xia Qianqian did a great job. This information would be very helpful for Yifeng's investment in the Jinsho Group and his plan to bring down Dafu Timber. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Xia Qianqian entered with a dossier. "I was just about to praise you, and here you are. You did a great job with the dossier. I'll give you a bonus this month." Yifeng praised. "No, this is part of my job. You don't need to give me a bonus. This is the dossier for the candidates you'll be interviewing today. You can go to the small meeting room now to interview them." Xia Qianqian handed the dossier to Yifeng. "Interview? What interview? Deng Shuxin has resigned, and we need someone to fill the position. So we need to interview new members. You directly manage the public relations team, so you need to personally conduct the interviews. Manager Li is also here. He needs to interview an assistant. Considering that you only come in the afternoon every day, I've scheduled the interviews together to save time. It won't conflict. I heard you and Manager Li are old acquaintances, so you can discuss the candidate's qualities." Damn. Xia Qianqian is a top-notch secretary. Her thinking is exceptionally meticulous and considerate. Yifeng nodded, took the dossier, and headed to the small meeting room. Li Tao had already started reviewing the candidates' resumes for the interview. The small meeting room had 3 seats, with Li Tao sitting on the far right and a colleague from the Human Resources Department on the far left. Yifeng had met Deng Shuxin before when he took her to handle her resignation. Xia Qianqian, as the host of the interview, introduced the identities of the interviewees to Li Tao and Yifeng, and also introduced Li Tao and Yifeng to the interviewees. The previous candidates had impressive resumes, mostly from top universities, with the worst being undergraduates. In terms of skills, they all had over 3 years of experience in related industries. Yifeng's alma mater was average, and compared to these candidates, they were much more outstanding. But the one sitting in the chair now was Yifeng. Even Yifeng hadn't expected that he would be an interviewer in his lifetime, interviewing people who were much more outstanding than himself. Just one thing to note, when they participated in the interview, they all appeared very nervous, and I don't know why. Seeing their nervous appearance, Yifeng remembered his own demeanor when he submitted his resume and interviewed, which was exactly the same as theirs. Of course, it is also possible that after Xia Chanxian introduced Yifeng's identity as the vice president, they felt too much pressure. The previous interviewees were all pretty good, but neither he nor Li Tao were in a hurry to decide who to choose as their subordinate employee. When Yifeng flipped through the information of the last interviewee, he was somewhat surprised. It's not because of how outstanding her alma mater is or how rich her work experience is, but because this person, Yifeng, knows her. Qin Shueli. Yifeng and Li Tao looked at each other. Both of them did not expect Qin Shueli to come for an interview at Jingxin Shipyard Company. Manager Li, did you know this person would come for an interview before? I didn't know, she didn't tell me she was coming. Xia Chanxian was a bit puzzled by what these two were saying. Director Zhang, Manager Li, Qin Shueli's alma mater is a 211 university, and she also has relevant work experience, which meets our interview standards. Do you have any questions? No questions, let her in. Li Tao said to Xia Chanxian, she came here based on her abilities, we have no reason to refuse. Xia Chanxian didn't know that Qin Shueli used to be Li Tao's subordinate, and also a colleague of Yifeng when he was at his previous company. Their workstations were right next to each other. Qin Shueli dressed up very delicately today, her hair tied up as required, wearing a professional OL outfit, which was quite different from her previous casual style and trendy outfits. She found out through various channels that Li Tao had moved with Yifeng to a maritime transportation company called Jingxin Shipyard. She came for the interview today because of Yifeng. As a senior in the industry, it was normal for Li Tao to get promoted and a raise after changing jobs. She already knew before coming that Li Tao was the manager of the business department at Jingxin Shipyard. But she didn't expect that Yifeng would also be one of the interviewers today, and he was sitting in the most important position. It seems that he is even higher than Li Tao's position. What's going on? Yifeng has always been Li Tao's trusted little brother, following his big brother's success, naturally benefiting from it. But being an interviewer along with Li Tao seemed a bit too much. Miss Qin, this is our company's business department general manager, Li Tao. Manager Li, hello. And this person in the middle is our company's vice president, Yifeng. Vice president? Qin Shueli widened her eyes. How could Yifeng's position be higher than Li Tao's? This is a bit inexplicable. Director. Director Zhang, hello. Shueli, don't be nervous, we are all old colleagues. You did well when you were under my supervision before, I still appreciate your abilities, so don't worry, I won't reject you because of this. Li Tao's words had a hidden meaning. In other words, Li Tao meant to say that we all know each other well, there's no need for any tricks. The rules of the interview are not just recruiting for a single position. Li Tao's secretary, Yifeng's public relations team, both can be selected from these 8 people. If chosen by Li Tao, under the guidance of this senior, one can learn a lot of experience and the salary is not low. If chosen by Yifeng, one can enter Yifeng's public relations team, directly led by the company's vice president, with a high position in the company in the future. Promotion and raise will be just a matter of Yifeng's word, mainly because the public relations team has less work, the salary is slightly lower than that of Li Tao's assistant. Anyway, no matter who is chosen, it's a good thing. After deducting the 5 insurances in one fund, there is still a salary of $10,000. Jingxin is an emerging maritime transportation company with fixed assets, it will not go bankrupt in 10 or 8 years. Moreover, there are many opportunities in this company. Joining Jingxin is undoubtedly stepping into the middle class. However, Li Tao's implicit meaning is, you cannot join my team, ask if General Zhang is willing to have you. Li Tao recognizes Qin Shueli's abilities, but he also knows that Qin Shueli is a typical female sea queen. What he needs is an assistant who can dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to work, regardless of gender, but being a female sea queen is out of the question. The assistant position does not have fixed working hours. Whenever you are needed, that is considered working. Being a sea queen requires spending a lot of time feeding and raising fish. Qin Shueli may be a time management master, but in the long run, it will definitely affect work a few times. To avoid such work mistakes, Li Tao rejected Qin Shueli first. The two positions available today are Business Director and Li Tao's Assistant Department Manager. The value of this position is much higher than Yifeng's Public Relations Group. Xia Chanqian frowned slightly. If Li Tao had not mentioned it, she would not have known that Qin Shueli was originally his subordinate. Yifeng seems to be a colleague of Li Tao, so there should be a relationship with Qin Shueli. Regardless of Li Tao's reasons for rejecting Qin Shueli, his actions are very wise. Li Tao was personally recruited by the company's CEO, Chen Weiqiang, as the business director and department manager. With this relationship with Qin Shueli, Li Tao may not want to give others a handle to complain to Chen Weiqiang about his abuse of power, giving preferential treatment to people from the original company. In fact, Li Tao also considered this aspect. By rejecting Qin Shueli, she only has Yifeng as an option. Qin Shueli is very capable, but in terms of emotional and private life, Yifeng finds her somewhat repulsive. I have only one question. General Zhang, please go ahead. Why do you want to change jobs? This question is something many interviewers would ask. For Yifeng, he needs to understand. Qin Shueli certainly cannot say, I came here just for you. Last time, you left me alone at the hotel, not even coming to check on me. She felt greatly insulted. This insult sparked Qin Shueli's desire to conquer. Before, she was a sea queen, with many followers waiting in line for her. How come it doesn't work with Yifeng? Is she not even comparable to a nightclub girl? Driven by the desire to conquer and competitiveness, Qin Shueli decided to attend the interview at Jingxin shipyard today. Qin Shueli cannot speak her true thoughts. After a little thought, she blurted out, the work atmosphere in my previous company was relatively low. I am a girl who is not content with the status quo, with things I want to pursue. Jingxin Shipyard, an emerging entrepreneurial company, is the right place for me. I believe. Jingxin also needs my contribution. These words impressed all four people. Her confident and composed demeanor made Qin Shueli stand out directly from the previous 7 interviewees. Based on this confidence alone, it is already determined that Qin Shueli's performance in the company will definitely surpass others. She truly amazed Li Tao as well. Even if he were to hire Qin Shueli, no one would object, nor would they treat her as a pawn. If what Qin Shueli said is true, then the assistant position to Li Tao is more suitable for her. As long as she maintains this drive for progress, Li Tao will wholeheartedly support Qin Shueli. But before Li Tao could change his mind, Yifeng had already stood up. Whether she wants to flirt with Yifeng or truly seeks self-improvement due to discontent, Yifeng has no reason to reject such an outstanding employee. Welcome to join my team. Yifeng believes that Qin Shueli is fully capable of taking over the position after Deng Shuxin resigns. Manager Peng, take her to complete the procedures later. You can start today and get familiar with the work. Thank you, General Zhang. Seeing that Yifeng has already signed Qin Shueli, Li Tao didn't say anything. Well, there are plenty of people like Qin Shueli anyway. The girl named Ji Chunshao in front is also good, very ambitious. Li Tao is quite satisfied with her, just a bit shy. Qin Shueli has been cutting off relationships with those flatterers around her, giving gifts to those who should receive gifts, repaying debts to those who should be repaid. She has almost drawn clear boundaries with those people by today. For a few obsessed flatterers, Qin Shueli didn't hesitate to block them. It's not that she is heartless, the relationship between her and the flatterers was just for fun. If someone gets too serious, it's not her fault. Qin Shueli is already 25 years old this year, and in a few months, she will turn 26. Her classmates from the past are having children and getting married. There are many men around her, but most of them just want to have fun with her. There are a few serious ones, but Qin Shueli is not interested. Although it seems lively around her, she is still single. She doesn't know how Yifeng suddenly became wealthy and took on the position of vice president in the company, but she thinks Yifeng is a pretty good man. Qin Shueli now sees Yifeng as her ultimate goal to pursue. She used to take relationships seriously back in high school when she was still a pure girl. After being hurt by a senior, she thought she understood the relationship between men and women and became a queen of fishing. Now, Qin Shueli realizes that scumbags are actually the minority, and most people are decent and take relationships seriously. This time, Qin Shueli decided to use all her tricks to pursue Yifeng and make him her marriage target. After completing the procedures, Yifeng added Qin Shueli to the WeChat group and sent a 2,000 yuan red envelope. Yifeng, welcome to the new colleague. Yifeng, congratulations and good luck. Yifeng still sent a 2,000 yuan red envelope in the group, specifically for Qin Shueli to receive. This is an exclusive benefit for his public relations team, and just because Qin Shueli arrived late, doesn't mean she doesn't get this benefit. He treats everyone equally. After receiving the red envelope, Qin Shueli went to her workstation. Under the guidance of Xia Qianqian, she got to know her new colleagues and familiarized herself with the upcoming work. Hello, I'm Yao Man. Yao Man? Qin Shueli was a bit shocked. She had heard of Yao Man's name before. Isn't she Yifeng's ex-girlfriend? Why is Yao Man also in this work group? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know me from before? Yao Man smiled. Sorry, I was distracted. Hello, I'm Qin Shueli, your new colleague. Please take care of me in the future. Qin Shueli introduced herself to the rest of the people. She breathed a sigh of relief as she didn't recognize the others, except for Yao Man, who was Yifeng's ex-girlfriend. She thought Yifeng's work group was a gathering place for his ex-girlfriends. But it doesn't seem to be the case now. Why did Yifeng keep Yao Man in the work group? Does he still have feelings for her and want to reconcile? It seems that Qin Shueli was favored by Yifeng and brought into the public relations team not because of any feelings he had for her, but because of her work ability. Setting aside personal factors, Yao Man's work ability should also be strong. Qin Shueli now sees Yao Man as a potential competitor. Men like Yifeng are scarce high-quality resources in society. When you encounter a good man, you have to seize the opportunity. Even if you and I are sisters, I can't let go. Without this determination, how can you hold on to Yifeng? In the afternoon, under the guidance of a few colleagues, Qin Shueli already had a rough idea of her job responsibilities. It wasn't too much work, and she estimated that she could catch up with everyone's progress in about 1 or 2 days. As the end of the workday approached, Qin Shueli made an excuse to go to the restroom and quietly went to Yifeng's office door. Knock, knock, knock. She lightly tapped on the door. Mr. Zhang, are you busy? Upon hearing that it was Qin Shueli, Yifeng called her in. What's up? He set aside the information about the Jinsho group in his hand and asked, please have a seat. Qin Shueli closed the office door and sat in front of Yifeng. Mr. Zhang, are you free after work? I would like to invite you to dinner. I made a lot of mistakes before and I want to apologize to you. Yifeng remembered that when Qin Shueli asked him to dinner with a dollar bill as he was leaving to pack up his things, she wanted to apologize to him. However, they were interrupted by Ding Hongfei, who had taken over Li Tao's position, and they had a big argument before leaving the company directly. Let's do it another day, I'm busy today. I have to go back to accompany someone at home. Someone at home? Does Yifeng already have a girlfriend? Qin Shueli furrowed her brows, feeling completely incredulous. It's only been a short time, and Yifeng already found a girlfriend. From the tone of his voice, are they already living together? Everything happened so quickly. Qin Shueli suddenly felt a blow. There's one more thing I want to explain to you. Mr. Zhang, please go ahead. You performed very well in the interview, and I hope you can maintain this state. Don't let previous issues affect your new job. Since I chose you to join my team, I won't use personal emotions to judge you with colored glasses. That's all. Yifeng glanced at his watch. It's time to go. If there's nothing else, go back and rest, keep it up. Outside the office at this time, a few subordinate colleagues took the opportunity while Qin Shueli was away to start discussing this new colleague. This Qin Shueli is so flirtatious. How come she just joined and went to Mr. Zhang's office? It seems like Mr. Zhang called her over, right? Impossible, I saw it when I went to the restroom. She lingered outside the door for a few seconds. It was Qin Shueli who actively knocked on the door to find Mr. Zhang. it seems like she wanted to invite Mr. Zhang to dinner. Invite Mr. Zhang to dinner? Did Mr. Zhang agree? I don't know, I can't stick my ear to Mr. Zhang's office door, I just lingered for a few seconds and then left. Xin Shueli is quite scheming, just joined, and wants to seduce Mr. Zhang. Who does she think she is? Hey, look, Xin Shueli is coming out. Do you think Mr. Zhang agreed? Agreed my foot, look at her dejected look, you can tell she was rejected by Mr. Zhang. Xin Shueli walked out of Yi Feng's office very dejected. Yi Feng's words just now undoubtedly hit her hard. Xin Shueli originally walked into his office full of joy, but was driven out by Yi Feng as if she was being chased away. She thought that Yi Feng kept her because he still had feelings for her. But those words just now told her that Yi Feng already has a girlfriend, and advised her to be more cautious in her words and actions in the future. Although she didn't know if it was true or not, there was a cold indifference on Yi Feng's face that kept her at a distance. Xin Shueli would not give up. Xin Shueli's confidence comes from her graceful appearance and her determination to win over Yi Feng. She doesn't mind playing the role of a third party. But to play this role, she must first become Yi Feng's mistress. She must let Yi Feng see that she has changed and sincerely wants to have a relationship with him with the goal of marriage. Even if you have a girlfriend, so what? You're not married yet, right? If she's not married, she still has a chance. While waiting in line to clock out, Xin Shueli was questioned by a few colleagues. Lily, did Manager Zhang have any work for you? Xin Shueli's heart sank when she noticed these people looking at her with the same expression, as if everyone already knew she had been driven out by Yi Feng. No, Xin Shueli replied coldly. She could tell that among these people, someone had already set their sights on Yi Feng, hence the teasing. It turned out that besides her, there were others interested in Yi Feng, and Xin Shueli had many potential rivals. But this wouldn't stop Xin Shueli. Who are you to come and tease me? The outcome is still uncertain, let's wait and see. After enduring a round of mockery, Xin Shueli clocked out and left work. Lily, don't mind them. When you left just now, they were discussing you trying to seduce Manager Zhang. I don't think you're like that. It was He Yan who spoke. After Deng Shuxin resigned, she kept to herself every day, only engaging in necessary work-related communication and hardly speaking to those few girls. Thank you, Yan, Xin Shueli said, looking at this girl with round glasses who was cute and lovely. He Yan was the first girl to trust her after she joined Jingxin. After a brief conversation, they discovered that they lived not far from each other. After clocking out, they had dinner together and took a bus home for $1. After finishing the last bit of paperwork, Yi Feng returned to Jiangshan International as usual and went to the gym with Gaoyu the next morning. In the afternoon, he didn't go to the company but instead made an appointment with Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin to go to the car sales center in Yabe North to buy a car. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin initially refused. Yi Feng had already helped them a lot, and they couldn't ask for more from him. But Yi Feng was very determined. If the two sisters didn't agree, Yi Feng's face didn't look good, so they agreed on a meeting point. Deng Yuqing drove to pick up Yi Feng, and the three of them went to the 4S store together. Xiao Qian, it's really not necessary. My dad's car is fine as it is. Although it's an old car, it's sturdy and durable. Just as Deng Yuqing finished speaking, the car suddenly made strange noises. Deng Shuxin immediately panicked. The car stopped moving, and thick white smoke billowed from the engine hood. Yi Feng urged the two to get out of the car quickly. Sturdy and durable? Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, this. It was just repaired last month. What's going on? Alright, call a tow truck to take it away. Today, I'll take you to get a new car. Yi Feng smacked his lips. Oh. Deng Yuqing lowered her head and obediently called for a tow truck after dealing with the old Jetta. After sorting out the old car, the three of them took a taxi to the car sales center. Yi Feng also planned to follow Li Tao's advice and get a Mercedes-Benz S-Class after buying cars for the two sisters. Yi Feng carefully considered Li Tao's words and found them very reasonable. A businessman should create a sense of mystery and sometimes disguise himself. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class was his best choice, not a Rolls-Royce, which was too ostentatious. When Yifeng, Deng Yuqing, and Deng Shuxin, two roses, entered the car sales center, their heads turned, and everyone looked at Yifeng with admiration. Damn, that kid is really lucky, bringing two hot chicks with him. If you have money, you can do the same. These two beauties look alike, could they be sisters? No way, two sisters? Some male compatriots admire Yifeng even more, being able to handle even the sisters, definitely not just wealthy. As expected, those domestic brand Yifeng cars were not even glanced at, as he went straight into the Mercedes-Benz with two beauties. Damn, I need to work hard to make money, to support a young model and drive a luxury car. You? Forget it, you can barely afford a QQ on installments, let alone support a young model and drive a luxury car? These random remarks were naturally heard by the three, but Yifeng didn't care about others' opinions. However, the two sisters were different, blushing, and looking embarrassed. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Alright, you're early, I got it. Okay, it's on me. The Mercedes-Benz sales manager, Wang Huan, rolled his eyes and ended the call. The call was from an old classmate of Wang Huan's, who had sent him a $1,000 red envelope a few days ago, entrusting him with a task. The classmate's good buddy had recently hooked up with a tall model, knowing that Wang Huan was a sales manager at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, so he came up with a plan for Wang Huan to serve them throughout, but in the end, as a sales manager, he had to tell the tall model that the particular model was not available in stock and needed to be pre-ordered with a deposit of 100,000, informing her that she would have to wait for a month. If the model asked if there were any available, Wang Huan was to say that there were none at all. After the two left the 4S store, he was to arrange for the refund, returning 95,000 of the 100,000 deposit, keeping 5,000 as a favor. 1 month was enough for the good buddy to get tired of the tall model. The call just now was from that good buddy, saying there was no need to wait a week, and he would come today to accompany the model to see the car. Wang Huan had to keep this matter confidential, especially not letting Zhang Xiang, another sales manager at the store, know. Zhang Xiang had been competing with him for the top sales position at the 4S store all year round. Although they were usually friendly and no different from ordinary colleagues, they secretly hated each other. The monthly sales champion bonus was $20,000 in cash, and Zhang Xiang had been the sales champion for 3 consecutive months. Otherwise, Wang Huan would not have taken the risk of losing his job to help an old classmate. But today was actually fine, as Zhang Xiang had gone out to help a customer with registration and probably wouldn't be back for a while. Wang Huan glanced at the door. Already here so soon? Wang Huan had never seen this good buddy of his old classmate, but judging from the figures and looks of the two beautiful women, it was indeed the right person. The two women next to Yifeng had well-defined features, fair skin, and were exquisitely beautiful, with a graceful and elegant demeanor. Especially their height, all above 1.7 meters, which was the standard height for models. Looking at their appearance, the two even looked somewhat alike, as if they had some blood relation. 3 words instantly popped into Wang Huan's mind: sisters? It was supposed to be one person, but suddenly it became 2. No, he would have to ask for more money after the job was done. This is my classmate's brother, you guys take a break first, I'll go over. After telling the other sales managers, Wang Huan adjusted his collar and walked out. Sir, hello, are you here to see the car? Of course, why else would I come to the 4S store if not to see the car? Wang Huan furrowed his brows, his classmate's good buddy was quite the big shot. But since he had paid, Wang Huan would just have to go along with it. Alright, do you have a model in mind? Let me introduce you. Wang Huan said with a smile. Today, we're mainly buying cars for these two, you can ask them. Everything was going according to Wang Huan's plan. Xiao Qian, these cars are all too expensive, how about we go to a cheaper store? You have helped us so much, it's really embarrassing to ask you to buy a car for us. Dang. Yuqing and Deng Shuxin glanced around casually, even the cheapest C-Class costs tens of thousands, which is too expensive. They felt that in this lifetime, being able to drive an Audi A4 would make their lives complete. And they never expected that Yifeng would show them a Maybach, a car only big bosses would drive, right from the start. Completely beyond their expectations. It's okay, don't worry about the money, I'm not short of money. Today, I specifically want both of you to take one each. Don't just look at the C-Class, go over there and check out the S-Class. Yifeng pointed to the area where the S-Class cars were displayed. Don't worry about the money, I'm counting on you two sisters today to have the S680 I want reimbursed. Wang Huan clearly heard Yifeng's words. This guy can really put on a show. Even the lowest spec C-Class costs tens of thousands, and now one for each of them. When it comes to boasting, he really excels. Otherwise, how could he say he's not lacking beautiful women around him, even able to get both model sisters? It's all thanks to his silver tongue. Wang Huan has been in sales for 5 years, he can talk well, but now he doesn't even have a wife. Unlike Yifeng, who casually has 2 worldly beauties by his side. Wang Huan made up his mind to help settle things and then learn from Yifeng. If Yifeng can come up with a way to refund the deposit, it means he's full of these tricks to charm girls. As the sales manager of the Maybach dealership, he can also play these tricks to deceive girls. Wang Huan knows all the sales managers at the 4S dealership, except for that Zhang Xiang whom he doesn't get along with, everyone else is familiar. Xiao Qian, these cars are even more expensive, how can we afford them? The two sisters were stunned when they saw the price of the Maybach S-Class. Even the lowest spec S400 costs over $1 million, not to mention the S680 with the spotlight on it. It's okay, didn't I say, don't worry about the money, I'll pay for it. You take a look first, let me know which one you like, one for each of you, you both deserve it. One for each. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin felt a tremor in their hearts again. This isn't just Chairman Zhang, he's practically the god of wealth. The Maybach is impeccable, finely crafted, beautiful interior, and the sleek exterior design is ahead of the new cars on the market by more than 5 years. The two really liked it. But the only flaw, and a fatal one, is that it's too expensive. One car like this costs over $1 million, 2 of them would be nearly $3 million. Enough to cover the operating costs of a cafe for 2 years. The car is great, but it's just too expensive. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin both felt that they couldn't let Yifeng pay for the cars again. They decided to talk to Yifeng about this. Xiao Chen, we appreciate your kindness, but we really can't accept the car you want to buy for us. Yes, when the cafe makes money, we can use our earnings to buy a car, there's no rush for now. My dad's Jetta can still be driven after some repairs, it's just for commuting, no need for such a nice car. Yifeng could see that they had just spent a long time looking at the S400, touching it, sitting in it, testing it, and thought they would choose that one. But suddenly they came over and said this to him. Yifeng knew that based on their personalities, no matter what he said, the two sisters would not accept a car he gave them. How about this, consider this car as the cafe's official vehicle, is that okay? I'll provide the funding for you two bosses to use. I see you like that S400, right? Then let's go with that one. Yifeng didn't care if the two agreed or not, buying it as an official vehicle for the cafe, it would be used by these two, he has another car for himself. What about the sales manager? In this case, what are your orders, Mr. Zhang? Wang Huanla stepped forward cheerfully. Yifeng took out a card from his pocket, ready to hand it over to Wang Huan to swipe, but suddenly remembered the last time he accompanied Gaoyu to buy a car, Gaoyu only said a few words and the 4S store sent many things for free. Just a few words, it's free anyway, the future maintenance of the car will definitely be expensive, the two sisters may not even be able to afford the maintenance, so why not take advantage of it? Pay in full for 2 cars, any discounts? What gifts are included? Yifeng imitated Gaoyu's tone and talked to the sales manager. In just about 10 minutes, the price, discounts, gifts, and free maintenance were all negotiated. A high-end S400 costs around 1.3 million yuan, so paying in full for 2 would be 2.6 million yuan. Still paying in full, looking at your nonchalant appearance, it's already good if you can make a down payment. But acting cool is just acting cool, Yifeng played the role very convincingly and truly scared the 2 top models. Wang Huan also got into character, enthusiastically negotiating with Yifeng, exaggerating the discounts, gifts, and maintenance that are usually given to real customers by about 3 times. Anyway, they can't fulfill it, so just negotiate freely. On the other hand, Yifeng felt that the discounts he negotiated were even more than what Gaoyu negotiated, not sure if it was because Mei Ben was generous or if he had already learned the essence from Gaoyu. He was very satisfied with the result. Okay, let's go ahead and swipe the card. It was only at this moment that Yifeng finally handed the card to Wang Huan. Mr. Zhang, are you getting one car or two? Wang Huan decided to give Yifeng face. Nonsense, of course, it's 2 cars. Mr. Zhang, there's something I forgot to tell you, this S400 doesn't have a car in stock. No car in stock? Then what are those 2 in the showroom? Yifeng was a bit angry. Damn, we already discussed the price, discounts, and maintenance, and now you're telling me there's no car in stock? Are you kidding me? Mr. Zhang, those 2 you mentioned were reserved by customers a few days ago. They even paid a 10,000 deposit, but they haven't come to pick up the car, so it's not what you call in stock. Wang Huan acted very convincingly, even took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for Yifeng. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry, please calm down. Are you playing me for a fool? You're telling me now that there's no car in stock? If you had told me earlier that there's no car in stock, I wouldn't have wasted so much time here. Wang Huan was also a bit angry. This is not how the plot should go. Normally, he would have apologized, offered a cigarette, and Yifeng should have politely told the 2 beautiful women to wait for the car and then pay the deposit. Wang Huan could see that this guy was not playing by the rules. Originally it was agreed to bring 1 model, but today he brought 2. Fine, I'll play along with your act. After enduring so much frustration, it's definitely not going to be just 5,000 in the end. Wang Huan made up his mind that he would demand at least $20,000 from this guy afterwards as compensation for his mental anguish. Mr. Zhang, there's really no other way, this model of ours is too popular. You can pay a 100,000 deposit, and we'll reserve one for you. If you want to reserve 2, you'll have to pay 200,000 as a deposit. How long do we have to wait? Yifeng asked coldly. 1 month. Damn. Wait for a month? If this sales manager named Wang Huan had told him earlier that he had to wait for a month, Yifeng wouldn't have spent over an hour in the Mei Ben store. No car in stock, what's the use of negotiating well, it's all for nothing. Yifeng felt his intelligence was being insulted. Xiao Qian, let's just forget about it. Deng Yuqing had never intended for Yifeng to buy her a car, and now that it couldn't be bought, it was just as well, saving money. Yeah, let's forget it, we can just drive any car for transportation. Forget it? How could it be settled like this? Yifeng's S680, still counting on reimbursement for 2 people. No, you must give me an explanation, call your boss. Yifeng was a little annoyed. The more the 2 sisters said no, the stronger his determination to resolve this matter. Having spent so much time in the 4S store, coupled with the fact that the 2 sisters also quite liked this model, Yifeng had promised them before he came that he would take it away for them today. If he couldn't take it away, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? When Wang Huan heard that Yifeng wanted him to call the boss over, he felt it was a bit too much. He leaned in close to Yifeng's ear and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Bro, that's enough, I've made it clear to you." "Who are you calling bro? Are you sick?" Yifeng pushed Wang Huan away in one go. He had seen people trying to get close, but he had never seen anyone trying to get this close. Wang Huan was annoyed, his anger no less than Yifeng's. "Damn it, I've taken so little money from you, made it clear to you, and yet you're pushing it and shoving it, calling me sick. If you push me too far, I'll spill the beans on your whole thing." Hey, look, why is there a commotion outside? It's Wang Huan and that customer, didn't he say he knew him? How come they're arguing? I don't know, let's go watch the fun. In the sales lounge, several sales managers emerged, surrounding the area, wanting to know what was happening. Fine, if you don't give me face, don't blame me for not giving you face. Yifeng really pushed Wang Huan to the limit. You like to show off, don't you? Do you believe I'll spill everything you've told me? Do I know you? What have I told you? Go ahead and say it. Wang Huan smirked. The managers who were watching the fun had a good relationship with him, they wouldn't report this to the boss, so he might as well say it. Alright, listen up. Wan Huan, with a straight face, quickly revealed the whole story in 2 sentences. Ladies, you are actually deceived by him. I still have chat records of this, don't believe me, take a look. Wang Huan also showed the chat records. But, the person in the chat box with Wang Huan was not Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled and exchanged a glance with the 2 sisters, understanding that Wang Huan had mistaken the target as a setup. And Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin would not believe Wang Huan's story. The story he told might not be made up, but it definitely wasn't Yi Feng. Deng Shuxin had seen Yi Feng's bank card balance last time, with over 100 million in it. Yi Feng, a man of his word, had no need, nor would he use such low means to deceive the 2 sisters. Even if Yi Feng did this, what was it for? Just to show off? To flirt? The hearts of the 2 sisters had long belonged to Yi Feng, okay? You like to show off, don't you? Then I'll show off too. Open your eyes wide and take a good look, see how much money I have in my card. Yi Feng directly displayed his bank card balance. The crowd leaned in, squinting to carefully count. 1, 10, 100, million, billion? 180 million? Wang Huan was in trouble now. The person was not his accomplice, but a genuine rich and handsome man. A few million was just a fraction of the balance in his bank account. There was absolutely no need to impersonate some kind of high roller for this amount of money. After seeing the bank card balance, Wang Huan's eyes widened in shock, speechless. What are you all doing? Why are you gathered here? A man in a suit with a sales gold crown badge on his chest appeared in everyone's sight. Zhang Xiang? Weren't you accompanying a customer to get the license plate? There were fewer people at the vehicle management office today, so it didn't take too much time. What's going on? Zhang Xiang explained. Wait, General Zhen? Zhang Xiang recognized Yi Feng at a glance. Hello, I didn't expect you to visit our 4S store. Why didn't you say hi to me before coming? Hurry, go buy a Coke for General Zhang, make sure it's cold. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Who is this kid and how does he know that he likes to drink cold Coke? General Zhang, don't you recognize me? We've met before. Yi Feng still didn't remember. Last time you came to our 4S store to look at cars, you took a look around and then went to the BMW across the street. Hearing this, Yi Feng finally had some recollection. Last time when he came with Gao Yu, they did indeed visit M. Benz and he was the one who received Yi Feng. But how did he know that he liked to drink cold Coke? The salesperson at BMW is an old friend of mine. When we were drinking, he mentioned about serving you. With just a few words, he closed a deal for a 7 Series worth over 2 million. Impressive. Zhang Xiang didn't have much of an impression of Yi Feng initially, but that night while drinking with colleagues from across the street, he heard his friend from BMW say that he closed a deal for a car with just a bottle of cold Coke. Zhang Xiang didn't believe it at first, but his friend described Yi Feng and Gao Yu, as well as the transaction process. Zhang Xiang suddenly remembered, completely memorizing Yi Feng and his preference for cold Coke. When Zhang Xiang recognized Yi Feng just now, he said, here to buy another car, not here to buy a car with his girlfriend again. For a wealthy and handsome man like him, dating multiple girlfriends at the same time was quite normal. Buying a car for a well-performing girlfriend was not a big deal, as they were not short of money. Wang Huan had no idea that Yi Feng was genuinely there to buy a car, mistaking him for the good buddy who asked him to be a middleman. Wang Huan's face showed extreme fear. Zhang Xiang, what you said just now is all true. Could it be false? General Zhang, here's your Coke, enjoy it while it's cold. Thud. Wang Huan sat directly on the ground. Manager Wang? What are you doing? Zhang Xiang thought, although we don't usually get along, competing for customers should be based on ability, there was no need for such an exaggerated reaction. Zhang Xiang thought Wang Huan felt he was stealing his customer, but that was not the case. Wang Huan felt like his world was collapsing. At the same time, the automatic door of the 4S store opened. A man of short stature, dressed in a more hip-hop style, entered. He was hugging a tall, well-built woman, but her face was hard to describe. One couldn't tell how many injections of hyaluronic acid or surgery she had undergone, looking like a plastic surgery disaster. Who's manager Wang? I'm here to pick up a car from him. Wang Huan felt like crying even more. So this was the real deal. Damn it! Wang Huan got up from the ground, not caring about anything, and kicked him directly. I am manager Wang. The young man was stunned. He had just called a friend to talk to manager Wang, who had agreed, so why did he get kicked as soon as they met? No reason, I just felt like hitting you. Hitting me? How could the young man lose face in front of the model girlfriend he had just picked up? The two of them started fighting. The beautiful woman with the plastic face next to them had no idea what was happening, why they were fighting, and looked confused, covering her chest. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiang had already learned the ins and outs of the situation from his colleagues. General Zhang, two beautiful ladies, it's a bit noisy here. Let's go upstairs and chat, don't let this scoundrel affect your mood. Zhang Xiang continued to assist Yifeng. Both sides had a very harmonious conversation. Zhang Xiang mentioned that there was a ready car, the S400, which could be driven away today. Moreover, all the gifts, maintenance, and discounts promised by Wang Huan to Yifeng just now remained unchanged, everything as before. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. This was the kind of service he should receive when spending money. Not only was the conversation easy, but there was also ice-cold cola to drink. The car is bought for these two ladies, it can be registered under their names. Okay, Manager Zhang. Yifeng took out his bank card and swiped 2.6 million. Spent $2,600,000 US, cashback $26 million US, received. The two sisters were dumbfounded. 2.6 million, the money of a coffee shop, spent by Yifeng just like that? Is this the big shot with 180 million in the account? In fact, they were wrong. Yifeng already had over 200 million in his account. The two sisters were the lucky ones. By the way, Xiao Zhang. Is there a ready stock of the S680 in the store? I want to buy another one. Yes. Yes. When Xiao Zhang heard that Yifeng wanted to buy another car, a glint flashed in his eyes, 3.2 million. If the terms we discussed earlier regarding after-sales policies and gifts remain the same, then let's use the card. Yifeng handed over his bank card once again. Ding! Yifeng received a spending alert on his phone. Xiao Zhang was already grinning from ear to ear. It was only the beginning of the month, and he had already sold 3 cars, all of them S-Class, 2 S400 high-end versions, and 1 S680 top-end version. This month, he had secured the top spot in sales. Deng Yuqing. Deng Shuxin. How long had it been since he spent over 3 million again? Spending nearly 6 million in one afternoon? This spending speed was faster than a sports car. Deng Shuxin knew that Yifeng already had a BMW, a Rolls-Royce, and now he was getting another car. Damn, isn't one enough? Why so many cars? She couldn't understand the world of the rich and handsome. Xiao Qian, you. What's wrong? Nothing. Deng Yuqing hesitated, and Yifeng didn't press for an answer. With Zhang Xiang's full assistance, the car procedures were quickly completed. When the three of them drove the car out of the 4S dealership, Wang Huan and the young man were still fighting, both with swollen faces covered in bruises. Just then, JC arrived at the scene, forcibly restrained the two, and took them away. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin sat in the driver's seats of the new cars Yifeng bought for them. This car might be a lifelong goal for an ordinary person. Yifeng said it was a public car bought for the coffee shop, but which coffee shop's female boss drives this kind of car, and 2 of them at that? Wasn't it just a clever excuse in case they refused to accept it? Both of them instinctively touched the handcrafted leather. Indeed, it was different from the old Jetta, it seemed more prestigious. A goal that others might never achieve in a lifetime, Yifeng accomplished it for them with just a swipe of a card? It was a bit unbelievable. After dinner with the two sisters, Yifeng declined Deng Yuqing's invitation and agreed to meet for house hunting the next day before returning to Jiangshan International. It wasn't that Yifeng didn't want to stay, but listening to their shower sounds every night made Jifeng feel itchy. Although the two sisters had given their hearts to him, he couldn't directly share their joy. It was better to return to Jiangshan International, where there were beautiful women to warm the bed and no complaints from Gao Yu. The next day. 10 o'clock. Yifeng left 20 minutes early but still arrived 10 minutes late. The morning rush hour in Yobe was too congested. Especially at Shuangliu Bridge, the traffic hub of Yobe, a very large intersection. Yifeng waited for 7 to 8 minutes just for the traffic light. Deng Yuqing hadn't arrived yet, probably stuck in traffic. After waiting for 20 minutes at Shuangliu Bridge, Yifeng noticed a very interesting phenomenon. There were many coffee shops around. What a lucky X Coffee, RXAN Coffee, Starbucks Coffee, all the coffee shops with recognizable brands on the market are located on the street ahead. At 10 o'clock in the morning is the time when white-collar workers feel sleepy, coming and going. Riders of various colors are everywhere. Yellow riders, blue riders, black riders, they gather on Shuangliu Street, queuing to pick up takeout orders for customers. The business of Yabe Coffee is so big. No wonder Deng Yuqing arranged to meet him here and shows the coffee shop's address here. Shuangliu Street is located in Yabe, right in the middle, like a center, with more commercial buildings nearby, convenient transportation, close distance, and low delivery prices. Xiao Chen. Yifeng turned around at the sound, seeing the slightly powdered Deng Yuqing, carrying a white leather bag, running towards him. The summer breeze blew slightly, blowing Deng Yuqing's airbangs. The wind also made her unable to open her eyes, had to use her left hand to put on her forehead to slightly open her eyes. My hair is all messed up. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long, the road was really congested. I didn't expect this traffic light to be so long, I waited for 3 rounds to come over. It's okay, I just arrived. Yifeng helped Deng Yuqing tidy up her hair, his right hand playfully slid over her lips, and Deng Yuqing's face instantly blushed. Yifeng proudly sniffed his hand near his mouth, and in Deng Yuqing's shy eyes, asked, "Huh? Why are you the only one here? Where's your sister?" Deng Yuqing rolled her eyes cutely, then said, "My father is about to have surgery. She flew to the capital in the early hours of yesterday. I stayed in Yabe to take care of the site selection. If the surgery goes well, he will be able to transfer back to Yabe for recuperation in a few days. By then I and Shushin will take care of him." Deng Yuqing selected 3 shops in total, now going to see the first one. The first one is in a relatively remote location, no longer on Shuangliu Street, but on the adjacent Health Street. There are few coffee shops on this street, only 1 or 2 more are snack shops, milk tea shops, and cake shops. The rent of this one is relatively cheap, around 150,000 yuan a year. The landlord includes property fees. Next, Deng Yuqing took Yifeng to see the second one. This one is on Shuangliu Street, with an annual rent of 250,000 yuan, and the location is relatively suitable. But Yifeng was surprised to find that this empty shop happened to be right across from Shumile. Yifeng asked Gao Yu what the name of the coffee shop she opened was, called Shumile. The coffee shop across the street is opened by Gao Yu. How could this be so coincidental? Xiao Qian, what do you think of this one? Although the rent is a bit expensive, I quite like it. Isn't there one more? Let's finish looking at it first. Yifeng hurriedly walked away. He had already seen the familiar BMW at the entrance of Shumile, and Gao Yu must be in the store now. If she saw him accompanying Deng Yuqing to see the coffee shop, it would be bad. Oh, okay. Deng Yuqing didn't think much about it, just didn't know why Yifeng suddenly became so nervous. The third shop is also on Shuangliu Street, not far from the second one, diagonally across from Shumile. The rent of this one is even more expensive, 300,000 yuan a year, and the area is relatively large. Actually, the second one was fine. Let's go with this one. Huh? So decisive? Why choose this one? I think the second one was fine, the size is suitable, and the rent is not expensive. Deng Yuqing was confused. Analyzing rationally, the location of the second shop is very good, and it is right across from Shumile, which is a famous coffee shop on Shuangliu Street. Renting the second shop can also attract the customer flow of Shumile. As for the third shop, the location is mediocre, not as good as the second one, and it is more expensive than the second one. The main issue is that the area is a bit large, not matching Deng Yuqing's operating model in mind. The cafe is a cafe, and the coffee shop is a coffee shop. They have just started and definitely cannot be like the old shop like Shumile, with such a large area, accommodating so many customers. A few tables in the shop are enough, and in the initial stage, they will definitely focus on takeout. After listening to Deng Yuqing's thoughts, Yifeng had to admire her logic. However, Yifeng still disagreed with opening the cafe opposite Shumile. You are too cautious. If we want to do it, we should do it in one go. Don't differentiate between a cafe and a coffee shop. Your coffee skills are very good, so there's no need to worry about business. I believe in you. Yifeng placed his hand on Deng Yuqing's shoulder, looking at her clear eyes, and confidently said. Deng Yuqing suddenly felt a sourness in her nose, her eyes turning red. Apart from her father, no other man had ever treated her so well. Her heart was like a stormy sea, quickly envisioning a lifetime spent with Yifeng, even planning where they would be buried together. What's wrong? Yifeng saw Deng Yuqing silent, her eyes teary, and asked with concern. It's nothing, it's nothing. Let's go with your plan. Deng Yuqing secretly wiped her eyes with her sleeve, not letting Yifeng see her emotional state. Affection +5, current affection, 100, Yifeng? Alright, we've discussed it and we'll rent from you. Do you have the contract? I'll transfer the money to you now. After receiving the payment, the landlord happily signed the contract with Deng Yuqing, then rode away on an electric scooter. Yifeng was puzzled. He was still wondering why Deng Yuqing's affection suddenly increased by 5 points, reaching the maximum. Could it be because his words just now touched her? Affection becomes harder to increase as it reaches higher levels, usually increasing by 1 point at a time. Yifeng was sure that his casual words had stirred up a huge wave in Deng Yuqing's heart. Otherwise, even buying a car did not increase her affection at all, but a few words managed to fill it up. Women are indeed emotional creatures. A few words had Deng Yuqing quite stirred up. Yifeng believed that even without spending money on Deng Yuqing, gradually getting to know her would have led to success. However, Yifeng already had a girlfriend. Throughout, neither Deng Yuqing nor Deng Xuxin had asked him if he had a girlfriend, assuming he didn't. Yifeng speculated that this was the reason their affection for him increased so quickly. If they knew he had a girlfriend, things would not be the same. At noon, they found a restaurant to have lunch together. Xiao Qian, I want to ask you a question, I don't know if it's appropriate. What question? Go ahead. Do you really not have a girlfriend? Yifeng? Just as he was thinking about it, she asked during lunch. Yifeng hadn't decided how to answer yet. After some thought, Yifeng chose to conceal the truth. No, why suddenly ask this? Yifeng threw the question back. I'm just curious because I think a man like you should have many girls around you. No, I used to be a poor loser, I only recently became wealthy. Yifeng was telling the truth, he had indeed become rich recently, and it was through women. Oh, I see. With this explanation, Deng Yuqing understood why Yifeng spent money in this way. From nothing to something, there was always a process, and it would get better over time. Overall, Yifeng was a relatively stable, trustworthy man worth relying on. Otherwise, Deng Xuxin wouldn't have been so at ease letting Yifeng stay overnight at her place. As for how Yifeng got home, Deng Yuqing didn't ask, she knew it was a sensitive issue. Did you order wine? You're driving, maybe you shouldn't drink. The waiter carried a bucket filled with ice and 2 bottles of ice wine, placing it on the table. Yifeng thought Deng Xuxin had forgotten that she had driven there and reminded her. I know, I just feel like having a drink, do you want some? I have to drive later, and I have to go to the company in the afternoon, so I can't drink. Yifeng politely declined. Okay, then I'll drink by myself. Deng Yuqing skillfully opened the bottle and drank both bottles of wine by herself. Throughout the meal, Yifeng kept advising Deng Yuqing to drink less, or not at all if she couldn't handle it, but Deng Yuqing kept pouring it down. By the end of the meal, Deng Yuqing was already a bit tipsy, with a flushed face. Before they could pay the bill, Deng Yuqing collapsed on the sofa opposite. If you can't handle alcohol, you shouldn't drink so much. Now Yifeng had to send Deng Yuqing home. Why get so drunk in the middle of the day without any sad events happening? Now Yifeng had to send Deng Yuqing home. Wait a minute. Yifeng suddenly noticed the fluctuation in Deng Yuqing's favorability rating above her head. Favorability -1, favorability +1, favorability -1. Yifeng had experienced fluctuations in favorability before, but that was when the girl was sober. Could it be Deng Yuqing wasn't actually drunk? Yifeng gently shook Deng Yuqing. No response. Yifeng understood. Deng Yuqing was pretending to be drunk. Yifeng had only seen Deng Yuqing drink low-alcohol red wine before. If it weren't for the favorability system, she might have been fooled by Deng Yuqing's little trick. But what was the purpose of her pretending to be drunk? To test Yifeng? To see if Yifeng would do something to her when she was unconscious and defenseless? With a favorability rating of 100, was there a need for a test? Of course, Deng Yuqing might also be trying to test Yifeng on behalf of her sister Deng Shuxin, but using her body as a price seemed a bit too much. Perhaps in Deng Yuqing's mind, whether it was her or her sister who developed a romantic relationship with Yifeng in the future, it would be acceptable. Yifeng chuckled, helped Deng Yuqing into the passenger seat, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, lightly pinched her buttocks when withdrawing his hand. Surprisingly, it was quite elastic. On the way, Yifeng drove honestly, but Deng Yuqing was not so well behaved. Perhaps she drank too quickly, and the effects of the alcohol only kicked in after getting in the car. Before long, Deng Yuqing began to feel drowsy. She looked at the man beside her with sleepy eyes, then boldly leaned over and kissed the corner of Yifeng's mouth, her fragrant tongue slipping in. After more than half an hour, Yifeng finally put Deng Yuqing to bed, took a deep breath, and didn't expect the drunk Deng Yuqing to be so wild. But Yifeng didn't want to take advantage of her. Although she had taken advantage of him, he still decided to leave his pants on. After putting Deng Yuqing on the bed, covering her with a blanket, Yifeng left. That night, Deng Yuqing woke up from the bed, thinking that she had wanted to test Yifeng, but ended up getting herself drunk. There was no mess on her body, just swollen lips, probably from eating too much chili at noon. In a certain office of Zhongguang Fund. Something's wrong, Manager Lu. Lu Shiqi's female secretary rushed into the office, reporting the situation to her. Don't panic, take your time to explain. Lu Shiqi appeared calm, having experienced the ups and downs of the business world for several years. She had seen it all. The female secretary hurriedly reported the sudden situation to Lu Shiqi. A timber company in Yan'an has been withholding payment of 7 million yuan for 4 international routes operated by Jingxin Shipyard, and now they are planning to sue Jingxin Group for breach of contract. It seems like they have no intention of paying the money. Which company? Dafu Timber? No, it's Jiyuan Wood Products. Lu Shiqi furrowed her brows slightly, but quickly relaxed. Jiyuan Wood Products is an old friend of Chen Weiqiang. At the beginning of Jingxin's establishment, they signed a long-term business contract with Jingxin. It shouldn't be as serious as the secretary described, just that the secretary panicked for a moment. General Lu, it's not that I panicked, they have even sent a lawyer's letter. After the secretary handed her a legal document, Lu Shiqi began to take it seriously. What did General Chen say? General Chen went to do business in the Magic City and hasn't returned yet, so he may not be aware of this situation. This is troublesome. With this happening, Chen Weiqiang is not in the company. It's up to her and Vice General Yifeng to handle it. Let's pretend we don't know about it. I want to see how that kid will handle it. But General Lu. Enough, if he really can't handle it, we'll step in to clean up this mess. Jingxin Shipyard. Yifeng had just entered the office when Xia Chanxian hurriedly came to report this matter to him. How could this happen? After listening to Xia Chanxian's report, Yifeng seemed a bit confused. 7 million yuan is not a small amount, and the upfront costs for these 4 international cargo ships have already been paid. If this money cannot be recovered, the past 6 months will have been in vain. General Chen can't be reached at the moment, and General Lu hasn't given a definite answer. Xia Chanxian told Ji Feng that currently, only someone of his level is capable of handling this matter. As the leader of the public relations team, this matter falls within his scope of duties. Yi Feng finally understood the meaning of the public relations team. It's not about whitewashing celebrities in the entertainment industry, but dealing with such emergencies. This department may seem idle and inconspicuous in the company, but it is indispensable. Yi Feng originally thought that Chen Weiqiang had given him a trivial department, but he didn't expect the public relations team's role to be so important. No wonder Chen Weiqiang assigned one of his capable assistants to him. Yi Feng remained calm and immediately called a meeting with the members of the public relations team to investigate the background information of Jiyuan Wood products. Less than 2 hours later, there was a knock on the office door. Qin Shueli promptly brought the information about Jiyuan Wood products. Zheng General, here is the information I have organized for you to review. Xia Chanxian helped close the office door. It was evident that after receiving Yi Feng's instructions, she worked diligently without delay to investigate the background of Jiyuan Wood products and the history of cooperation between the two companies. The information showed that at the beginning of Jingxin Group's establishment, Jiyuan Wood products signed a 6-month cooperation agreement with the company, and now that period is almost up. Zheng General, I speculate that Jiyuan Wood products and the company's CEO should have a close relationship, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to sign such a contract on the second day of the company's establishment. What do you think? Yi Feng agreed with Qin Shueli's thoughts. Should I call General Chen to ask? General Chen is currently unreachable, his phone is not connecting. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The second person to enter was Yao Manman. She first glanced at Qin Shueli standing beside her, showing a hint of disdain. Qin Shueli seemed a bit too eager to show off, rushing to give Yi Feng the information before anyone else. What's her intention? Doesn't she know that Yi Feng is my ex-boyfriend? Do you want to compete with me for Yi Feng? Do you have the ability? Would Yi Feng be interested in a scheming woman like you? What a joke. Yao Manman cursed at Qin Shueli in her heart, then walked to the front of the desk and handed over a set of documents. General Zhang, this is the information I organized, please take a look. Yi Feng opened the second set of documents. Yao Manman had organized the financial issues of two companies. Zhengxin Group was in the development stage, although this industry did not rely on cash flow, the premise was that all customers would pay the final payment to the company according to the contract time. If all customers were like Jiyuan Furniture, not paying for the work done, it would cause great difficulties for the company. Yao Manman detailed the consequences in the documents if Jiyuan Furniture did not settle the 7 million final payment and decided to sue the company. After turning the page, there was Jiyuan Furniture's quarterly financial report. General Zhang, I checked the contract signed between the company and Jiyuan Furniture. At that time, President Chen promised a price that was about 5 points lower than the industry average, and Jiyuan Furniture used our 4 international freighters, making a profit of at least around 54 million. In addition, Jiyuan Furniture has no disputes with its partners, no lawsuits, the factory is shipping normally, and they are fully capable of paying our 7 million final payment. Yi Feng frowned. According to Yao Manman's analysis in the documents, was Jiyuan Furniture deliberately not settling the freight charges? But the boss of Jiyuan Furniture was a good friend of Chen Weiqiang, an old acquaintance, how could he do such a thing? Knock, knock, knock. The third person to enter the office was Zhong Xiaoyao. Her hair was already disheveled by the wind outside, as if she had been out for a while. General Zhang, I have investigated thoroughly. Don't rush, take a sip of water and tell me slowly. Yi Feng saw that Zhong Xiaoyao was still a bit out of breath, so he asked her to sit down first. After Zhong Xiaoyao calmed down, she said, I went to Jiyuan Furniture's factory and found that the production in the factory has not stopped. Yao Manman glanced at Zhong Xiaoyao. This information had already been investigated by this lady, and it was something that could be seen from the documents. Anything else? Yi Feng already knew this information from Yao Manman's documents. He still hoped that Zhong Xiaoyao's trip outside could bring more information that he didn't know. The production in the factory has not stopped, but they are no longer shipping to Yabei Port, instead, they have all been redirected to Yan'an Port. Yi Feng was familiar with the dock and port situation. Most of the company's freighters departed from Yabei Port, while Yan'an Port only had a small tonnage freighter, and it was not frequently stationed there. Zhong Xiaoyao continued, most of the ships docked at Yan'an Port belonged to Yamei Group. I speculate that Jiyuan Furniture may have collaborated with Yamei Shipyard. This legal letter is their doing. The two companies have joined forces to launch a targeted attack on our company. Yao Manman had already analyzed this in detail in the documents. The 7 million was not a huge amount for Zhengxin, but it was enough to break the company's financial chain. Zhong Xiaoyao acted quickly and uncovered the possible truth behind this matter. Xia Chanxian concluded, if this is true, then it is not just a normal business dispute. Zhengxin has been caught in a business battle. They say that a business war without gunpowder is the most ruthless war, and it was unexpected that Yamei Group and Jiyuan Furniture would play so deviously. Although it was still just speculation, from the evidence and the presented information, it was almost certain. Chen Weiqian could not be reached at the moment, and Lu Shiqi seemed unwilling to take charge, so it was up to Yi Feng to take the lead. Xia Chanxian had some doubts about Yi Feng's abilities, wondering if he could handle this matter well. At the moment, contacting Chen Weiqian was the most prudent approach. Chen Weiqian was acquainted with the president of Jiyuan Furniture, Ma Wenchang, so a simple greeting and inquiry might resolve the misunderstanding. Yi Feng was very satisfied with the three people who came to report the situation. Qin Shueli officially joined the company for only the first day, and she was already very familiar with the situation of the company's partners. Being able to achieve this shows that she is serious and has put in effort, which is not easy. Yao Manman has a keen sense of smell, grasping the main contradictions and making judgments with reason. Zhong Xiaoyao's actions amazed Yi Feng, directly uncovering the possible hidden truth. If Yi Feng were to score them, Zhong Xiaoyao would get 10 points, Yao Manman 8 points, and Qin Shueli 8 points. However, these three in front of him can only be considered as his advisory team. He cannot rely on them to solve the problem, and in the end, he has to take action himself. You all have performed well, keep up the good work, go ahead. Secretary Xia, organize these documents and come with me to Jiyuan Furniture. Let's go meet this Ma Wenchang. The three people walked out of the office, each with different feelings. Zhong Xiaoyao naturally had a hint of disdain towards the other two, with her biggest contribution in providing information and investigating backgrounds. From Yi Feng's expression, it can be inferred that he is most satisfied with her. She would definitely get a full score on this test. The other two did not think the same way. Yao Manman and Qin Shueli felt that Zhong Xiaoyao was just taking advantage of the situation, hitting the mark by chance. Yi Feng was most satisfied with her, but this evaluation was based on the information provided by the two of them. In a way, Zhong Xiaoyao had taken credit for their work. Qin Shueli felt that she had to work harder to stand out among the two. Yi Feng's feelings towards her were acceptable, at least her attitude was on par with Yao Manman. But Qin Shueli disdained to agree with Yao Manman. She wanted Yi Feng to see her in a different light. Yao Manman was confused, harboring resentment towards Zhong Xiaoyao, accumulating more and more bitterness on her face. Alright, let's start from here. Are you really planning to handle this matter on your own without waiting for General Chen? It would be safest for General Chen to handle it, but since we can't reach him now, I can't just sit and wait. Let's go, let's meet this Ma Wenchang. Jiyuan Furniture. In the chairman's office, there were two middle-aged men and a young man sitting together. They were Ma Wenchang, Chang Dashan, and Hu Yuebin. The three of them were smoking, filling the office with white smoke. The secretary standing beside them kept coughing, almost being sent away. Go open the window. While the female secretary went to open the window, Ma Wenchang took the opportunity to pinch her behind. The female secretary dared not resist and could only endure it obediently. Cough. Cough. Alright, you can leave, don't stand here. The female secretary quickly left the office as if granted amnesty. General Hu, your move is really ruthless. Zhengxin Group must be in chaos now. Ma Wenchang couldn't help but admire. This sniper operation was led by Hu Yuebin, involving their two companies. Of course, I've already investigated Zhengxin Group. Chen Weiqiang went to the Magic City for business and is not in Yabe. With just one Zhongguang fund, Lu Shiqi is already busy enough. She is currently in the financing stage and definitely has no time to deal with this matter. Moreover, that stinky woman Lu Shiqi is just a nominal deputy general manager, with no real power in the company. Unless authorized by Chen Weiqiang, she cannot intervene. Speaking of Chen Weiqiang, have you taken care of it, General Chang? Hu Yueben asked, as Chen Weiqiang was a key figure in this operation and needed to be temporarily suppressed. It was taken care of last night. Chen Weiqiang's phone has been confiscated, and he is now eating in jail. He won't be out for 10 days or so. That's good, a few days should be enough. You did well. Hu Yueben patted Chang Dashan's shoulder. This made Chang Dashan unhappy, but he still forced a smile. You're patting my shoulder? What rank are you? Even if your father comes, at most he can only pat my arm. When I started from scratch, your father hadn't even shot you out yet, just a pampered son of a bitch. The Yame group will sooner or later be dragged down by you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Chang Dashan knows this well. Right now the three of them are in an alliance. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse, the Yame group is several times larger than them. Chang Dashan can only endure for now. There is still an unknown deputy general manager left. I heard he just took office a few days ago, doing business for the first time. He must be rushing to ask Chen Weiqiang for help now. Hu Yueben is targeting both Jingxin Shipyard and this Yifeng. But what should I say if Chen Weiqiang comes to me? Ma Wenchang is feeling a bit uneasy. After all, he and Chen Weiqiang are acquaintances. Not only did he not settle the freight for him, he even sent a lawyer's letter, preparing to sue Jingxin Shipyard. It's awkward to meet. Ma, you are being unreasonable. Who is offering you a price 35% lower than the market price? Why would you still meet with that kid Chen Weiqiang? All right. Ma Wenqing carefully considered, at this price, it's enough to turn him against Chen Weiqiang and become enemies. Zhenyuan produces finished wooden furniture, mainly exported to island countries, old Singapore, and other countries. The manufacturing cost and labor cost are not high, transportation cost is the major expense. By using an acquaintance to reduce costs by nearly 20%, it can save a lot of money over the year, which is worth it. Ma Chang understands this well. In the business world, there are no long-term friends, only long-term interests. What can Chen Weiqiang compare with me when Jingxin only has a few old ships? When Hu Yueben said this, he looked down on Jingxin Shipyard. Yes, Hu is right, compared to the shipyard your father founded, Yame Shipyard, Jingxin Shipyard is nothing. Ha ha! The three of them burst into laughter. Chang Dashan was most pleased. He couldn't wait to see the joke of Jingxin Shipyard and Yifeng. From this perspective, his goal is the same as Hu Yueben's. When Chen Weiqiang asked him for 2 million in freight, it was like asking for his life, saying that even a few more days of grace were not acceptable. Chang Dashan had to make his son kneel down, swallow his pride and beg Chen Weiqiang, or face a lawsuit. Now, he wants Jingxin Shipyard to taste being sued. Is this true? Jingxin is too ruthless, 2 million is nothing, Chen Weiqiang can't even come up with that money? Then why do sea transport? Hu Yueben was also hearing this for the first time. Absolutely true, if I hadn't urgently borrowed a sum from a friend, Chen Weiqiang would probably have sued for real. After Chen Weiqiang left, Chang Dashan had no choice but to borrow a loan from the private sector, using Dafu timber as collateral, and even promised high interest. He reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Yame Shipyard, preparing to make a comeback. Petty, such a person can't achieve anything. Hu Yueben cursed. If Chen Weiqiang couldn't come up with 2 million, then this time 7 million, wouldn't it break Jingxin's financial chain? Thinking of this, Hu Yueben felt extremely relieved. He knew very well what would happen if the shipyard's financial chain broke. The captain, first mate, and sailors' wages couldn't be paid, fuel couldn't be added, the ship could only dock at the pier, just the daily docking fee was a lot of money. In this way, it would be difficult for Jingxin Shipyard to expand. Seeing these bad debts, those investors would not dare to invest, and customers would not dare to give their orders to Jingxin. If the ships couldn't sail, how could they fulfill the orders of Jinsho Group? That bastard Yifeng took down Jinsho at a very low price. and even reached out to Su Shuyun, right? Hui Bin was very clear, because he planned to do so, but was preempted by Yifeng. If someone dares to snatch the woman he has his eye on, he must give the other person a good beating. Yifeng failed to pick up girls this time, and he played himself into a dead end. He already had a premonition that before long, Su Shuyun would sue Jingxin shipyard and demand a very high compensation. Then Su Shuyun would contact him on her own, hoping that Yame shipyard could transport goods for Jinsho Group. At that time, Hui Bin would pretend to be very reluctant and reluctantly agree to Su Shuyun's request. Ah, just playing around. Su Shuyun was already his confidant, she just didn't know it yet. Mr. Ma, there is a man named Ji Feng downstairs, claiming to be the deputy general manager of Jingxin shipyard, and he wants to see you. Hui Bin had just been cursing this bastard, but unexpectedly, the man himself appeared. After asking for Hui Bin's opinion, Ma Wencheng decided to let Ji Feng come up and see what tricks he could come up with. Mr. Hu, do you think he's here to make amends? In my opinion, it's very likely. He probably didn't come to do any real business. I don't think Chen Weiqiang sent him, he's probably just trying to avoid trouble and preemptively come forward before Chen Weiqiang returns. Hui Bin analyzed seriously. Yifeng, accompanied by Xia Qianqian, followed Ma Wencheng's secretary into the office. Upon entering, he saw 3 people in the office. Yifeng only knew one of them, Chang Dashan, and had never met the other 2. Xia Qianqian quietly introduced the identities of the 3 people. The one in the black suit is Ma Wencheng, the head of Jiyuan Wood Furniture. The young man in the silver-gray suit next to him is the head of Yame Shipyard. After hearing this, Yifeng was a little surprised. The head of Yame Shipyard was actually so young? Judging by his appearance, he was only a few years older than Yifeng, even younger than Chen Weiqiang. Yame Shipyard was the largest shipyard company in the central and western regions, and it was unexpected that a young man was in charge. Xia Qianqian quickly explained to Yifeng that he was similar to Su Shuyun of Jinsho Group, but their development after taking power was different, one underground and one in the sky. With this explanation, Yifeng immediately understood. It turned out that he was a playboy who liked to eat, drink, and have fun, and Yame Group would eventually be ruined under his leadership. What a coincidence, Mr. Chang is here too. Yifeng glanced at Chang Dashan. Chang Dashan and Hui Bin did not give Yifeng a good look, nor did they pay any attention to him. On the other hand, Ma Wencheng, who treated Yifeng as a pawn, smiled warmly at him, asked Yifeng and Xia Qianqian to sit down first, and even took the initiative to pour tea for them. I wonder what Mr. Zhang wants from me. Ma Wencheng was a master of pretending to be confused. He knew the purpose of Yifeng's visit, but still pretended not to know. Yifeng snorted coldly, he had no intention of pleasing Ma Wencheng. Mr. Ma, you have a lot of important matters to attend to. Earlier today, your company sent us a lawyer's letter, have you forgotten? Oh, look at my memory, right, the lawyer's letter, what about it? What about it? Yifeng was directly provoked by his playful expression. Upon careful analysis of the situation on the scene, it was quite clear. Although Ma Wencheng appeared friendly, he was sitting with Hui Bin, Chang Dashan, and a few others, discussing something before Yifeng arrived. With Yame Shipyard involved, it was highly likely related to the current events. As for Dafu Timber, Yifeng had not heard any news about this company yet. The 3 of them sitting together with Yifeng made it clear to him, we are here to get you, what can you do to us? Yifeng had no intention of saying much, he signaled to Xia Qianqian, who then presented documents explaining the legal consequences of defaulting on payments to Ma Wencheng, as well as the absurdity of the lawyer's letter. Miss, please hold on for a moment. What's so absurd about the law? The wooden furniture I exported, when shipped to Singapore, was damaged by 7%, and when shipped to the island country, it was damaged by 15%. This is a breach of contract on your part. I can also tell you directly that you need to compensate us with a penalty of 13 million. So you won't pay a penny and want Jingxin to pay us 6 million in return? Mr. Ma, all our records show normal acceptance, we don't know where you got the data of 7% and 15% damage rates from. According to our sailors' records, the damage was only 3% throughout, within the range specified in the contract, and it was because your packaging was too simple. There's nothing more to say. I'll say this one last time, Jingshin Shipyard must compensate us with a penalty of 13 million, or we'll see you in court. Ma Wencheng couldn't argue with Xia Qianqian, so he started to be unreasonable. At this point, Yifeng finally couldn't hold back. Mr. Ma, I'll give you 1 day to transfer the outstanding 7 million freight balance to Jingshin Shipyard's account. The conversations in the business world are truly puzzling. Yifeng actually wanted to curse, but since the other party didn't, he refrained. What he originally wanted to say was, if you don't pay, try me. If it takes more than a minute, don't blame me for being impolite. Now Yifeng could only say, Mr. Ma, I have informed you in person that if you exceed the 24-hour limit I set, I will take unconventional measures. Let's go. After Yifeng finished speaking, he left GUN Furniture without wanting to stay any longer. In the office, there was an exaggerated burst of laughter. Did you see his expression just now? Hu Yuebin couldn't stop laughing. I will take unconventional measures. Ma Wencheng pouted, imitating Yifeng's tone and manner of speaking. Stop imitating, you're making me laugh. Chang Dashan slapped his thigh. They didn't believe that Yifeng could have any unconventional measures, just bluffing to scare people. On the way back, Yifeng called Su Shuyun, hoping to meet her today and discuss some business. Su Shuyun agreed readily. Xia Qianqian was somewhat puzzled. It was clearly a matter concerning Jingshin Shipyard, so why was he involving the Jinsho Group? At this point in time, he was still flirting? To be honest, even Xia Qianqian was a bit confused, whether Yifeng was just bluffing or already had a way to deal with them. Now the three companies have joined forces to target Jingshin Shipyard. Especially Ma Wencheng, she didn't know what benefits Hu Yuebin had given him, to turn against Chen Weiqiang. When she was Chen Weiqiang's secretary before, she had a close relationship with Ma Wencheng. For a little benefit, stabbing in the back was truly disappointing. Even if Chen Weiqiang is in Yabe now, he would feel the pressure. Have you contacted Mr. Chen? Not yet. I don't know what's going on, we still can't reach Mr. Chen. If this continues, the company will have to report him missing. Xia Qianqian was extremely anxious. Not being able to contact him at this critical moment was really frustrating. 7 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng arrived at Lanchi Hotel to meet Su Shuyun. Zheng, if you have something to say, just say it, why did you look for me? As soon as they sat down, Su Shuyun wanted to get to the point. Straight to the point. This was also in line with Yifeng's intentions. When he was at GUN Furniture, Yifeng had already figured out a solution, not just bluffing. Yifeng indeed had a card up his sleeve. This card was enough to make Ma Wencheng kneel down and call him Grandpa. Actually, it's nothing much, it's about the investment matter. We didn't finalize it last time, right? Let's have a good discussion this time, and if it's close, let's finalize it directly to avoid unnecessary delays. What do you think, Ms. Su? Wanted to get the help of Jinsho Group, it would definitely not be possible with just a low-priced contract. Moreover, the siege and sniping encountered by Jingshin Shipyard, Jinsho Group had no need to get involved in their mess. Su Shuyun doesn't owe anyone a favor, and a low-priced contract is a two-way street. Yifeng did want to establish a good relationship with Su Shuyun through a contract with Jinsho Group, but not to pursue her or have any other intentions towards her. He simply believed that Su Shuyun had business talent, but just had a bad starting hand. If he could support her a little, she might become a good helper for Yifeng in building his business empire in the future. Su Shuyun was actually a bit worried facing Yifeng, a man of similar age to her, with such great courage and financial power, which was beyond her expectations. For an ordinary young person, they would either be working in a different place or living off their parents, while Yifeng was focused on his career. Su Shuyun was worried that besides having intentions towards her, Yifeng's investment in Jinsho Group might have other ulterior motives. She had heard many business stories from her father, one legendary story being about a capital giant who acquired a company valued at 30 million with just 2 million, kicking out the founder and still running smoothly to this day. In business, this method is called the butcher's method, using money as a knife to divide your company into several dollars, and then introducing huge capital for acquisition, leaving the founder helpless. Okay, Mr. Zhang is indeed straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush either. How much money can you bring out? Su Shuyun originally wanted to fly to the capital or the Magic City, contact a few investment institutions, raise some capital. Yifeng had approached her twice to discuss this matter, so it wouldn't hurt to talk about it first, and if they couldn't reach an agreement, then so be it. The most important thing in financing is to consider three things. 1. How much money can the investment institution provide? 2. The reputation of the investment institution in the industry. 3. How much trust the investment institution has in you. The last one seems very important, but in reality, it's not that crucial, mainly the other 2 points. If the reputation and trust are okay, then money is not really an issue. However, the capital investment requires a huge return. Jinsho Group was founded by Su Shuyun's father, and unless absolutely necessary, financing was a last resort. Moreover, the Su family had been operating on the golden land of Yabe for a long time. They might have some connections, knowing some bosses in capital, but it was completely impossible to help their own Jinsho Group completely transform. So they had to find big capital and institutions in the capital or the Magic City. But in those first-tier cities, the Su family's connections seemed insufficient. Why would they give you money? Yabe? Jinsho Group? Sorry, never heard of them. There were only 2 ways to get money in that circle. 1. Know the big shots in the circle, a huge sum, and they are willing to endorse you. 2. Be a scapegoat for the capital. If the transformation fails, it's not worth mentioning, but if it succeeds, the majority will go to the capital. But Yifeng was not an investment institution. As an individual, he could discuss entering the stock. How much money do you need? Yifeng asked casually. Jinsho Group had always been considered a medium-sized enterprise, and for such enterprises to transform, it was just a small-scale change. The main business would remain unchanged, so not much money was needed. As long as it was within 200 million, Yifeng could accept it. 1 billion, 40% stake, Su Shuyun tentatively said. Okay, let's prepare the contract. Su Shuyun? Is that it? The actual market value of Jinsho Group was only around 70 to 80 million. Giving Yifeng 40% of the shares was to test whether he wanted control of Jinsho Group, whether he wanted to use the butcher's method on Jinsho Group. Yifeng's quick agreement made Su Shuyun even more suspicious. 1 billion, just giving it away like that? That's not a small amount. For an ordinary person, having 1 billion would already mean achieving financial freedom and entering retirement life. Yifeng was even more ruthless than she had imagined. Is that all? Su Shuyun was extremely surprised. When JD and TX discussed business, it took old Lu and old Ma more than half a year to negotiate. Although she and Yifeng were not internet giants, it still seemed too quick. Yifeng seemed to have a good understanding of the Jinsho Group, otherwise it wouldn't have been so quick. That's it, Yifeng didn't want to waste time. He already had a plan in mind. As you said, 1 billion for 40% of the shares. Yifeng didn't want to waste time. The current Jingxin Group was like an ant on a hot pan. Time was of the essence. But Su Shuyun also became suspicious of his quick agreement. However, you have to agree to one condition from me. Su Shuyun sighed inwardly. Indeed, there would be a price to pay for Yifeng's quick decision. What condition? Su Shuyun had already guessed that Yifeng wouldn't just invest 1 billion so easily. From their first meeting to discussing business, Yifeng and Su Shuyun had only met formally 3 times. She had already made up her mind that as long as Yifeng's request wasn't too unreasonable, she would agree. The next day, Ji Yuan Wood Furniture Chairman's office. Ma Wensheng held a notice from Jinsho Group, shaking with anger. Bang! Ma Wensheng slammed the notice on the table. Humph! What is Su Shuyun up to, daring to cut off the supply? Mr. Ma, don't get angry. Miss Su said there is a shortage of raw materials nationwide. She had no choice. The secretary with a perky bottom hurriedly advised. Shortage my foot. Do you know how many tons of raw materials are piled up in Jinsho's warehouse in the first half of the year? This is clearly aimed at me. Ma Wensheng's blood pressure soared from Su Shuyun's actions. He took out a bottle of blood pressure medication from the drawer and felt a bit better after taking it. No, he couldn't let Su Shuyun get away with this. Tell driver Xiao Wang to prepare the car, we're going to Jinxiu Group, I want to ask Su Shuyun for an explanation. Jinxiu Group conference room. Where is Miss Su? Why hasn't she finished her business? Sorry, Mr. Ma, Miss Su hasn't finished her meeting yet, please be patient. Wait? Wait, my foot. Ma Wenchang waited in the conference room for a full 2 hours, without seeing a trace of Su Shuyun, only a female secretary stalling him. It was obvious she didn't want to see him. Waiting any longer would be in vain. I'm not waiting anymore, let's go. Ma Wencheng felt that waiting any longer would be in vain. Mr. Ma, take care. Ma Wencheng didn't turn back, but went straight to Su's house. He really didn't believe this, the dignified chairman of Jiyuan Wood Furniture, being ignored by a young girl. Fine, if Su Shuyun didn't want to see him, he would go directly to see Mr. Su. Has he left? Miss Su, Mr. Ma has already left, he seemed quite angry. Su Shuyun remained calm, leaving Ma Wencheng waiting for 2 hours. Anyone would be angry. The fact that Ma Wencheng didn't cause a scene at Jinxiu Group showed that he had a good temper. Alright, you have nothing to do here. Ma Wencheng's Jiyuan Wood Furniture, Ma Wencheng's seniority in the industry was much higher than hers, and he even had a deep relationship with her father. The two companies had a long-standing cooperative relationship. Last night, Su Shuyun learned from Yifeng that Jingxin Shipyard was being targeted by 3 companies from Yobe, led by Hui Weibin, Ma Wencheng, and Chang Dashan acting as his henchmen. The Hu family's Yamei Group has a significant presence in both the north and south of Yi, mainly engaged in international shipping. Although there is some competition with small companies like Jingxin Shipyard, the Yamei Group is large and successful, led by Hui Weibin for reasons unknown. Su Shuyun is confident that it is not to prevent future problems, as even if Jingxin Shipyard does not experience a resource explosion, it would not be able to surpass the Yamei Group in 10 years. This leaves only one possibility. Hui Weibin is jealous of Yifeng and organized the sniper operation for that reason. Due to a low-priced order, Hui Weibin believes there is an unhealthy relationship between her and Yifeng. Hui Weibin is capable of such actions. However, Su Shuyun finds this absurd. She cannot refuse the conditions set by Yifeng, as she no longer believes that Yifeng simply wants to invest in the Jinxiu Group, but rather is willing to fight against these 3 companies with 1 billion yuan. Jiyuan uses Jinxiu Group's second business, timber, including black walnut, oak, and birch. Jiyuan produces finished wooden furniture, mainly exported to Singapore, where quality control is very strict. Only Jinxiu Group's timber meets the export standards in the north and south of Yi. Upon returning home, Su Shuyun is surprised to find that Ma Wencheng has found her home and is chatting with her father while having tea. Look, Shuyun is back, you two talk, Mr. Su said, pointing to Su Shuyun who had just returned home. Su Shuyun never expected Ma Wencheng to find her father directly. From the looks of it, Ma Wencheng probably revealed everything. You are ruthless. But what can you do? Su Shuyun's father is now focused on retirement, holding only the title of chairman, while Su Shuyun is in charge of Jinxiu Group. Mr. Su, You talk to Shuyun. I haven't been to the company in half a year, I don't know anything. Mr. Su waved his hand, showing he didn't want to get involved. Although he hasn't been to the company in half a year, Su Shuyun updates him on the financial reports and operations every month, so he has a general idea. Mr. Su also knows how much timber is in the warehouse. Suddenly terminating the cooperation with Jiyuan Wooden Furniture, Su Shuyun must have her reasons, but she hasn't had a chance to discuss it with him yet. Mr. Su is a smart man and knows he can't interfere with his daughter now, so he throws the problem back to the two of them. The meaning of his previous words was that Ma Wencheng finding him is useless, he should talk to Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun is now the one in charge of Jinxiu Group, while Mr. Su is just an old man who stays at home, occasionally drinking tea and playing chess, not much different from an ordinary old man. Ma Wencheng felt bitter, he brought so many gifts, but Mr. Su didn't care. Fortunately, he finally met Su Shuyun in person. Mr. Ma, what can I do for you? I apologize for keeping you waiting, there have been continuous meetings at the company today, and I am truly sorry for the delay. Su Shuyun politely apologized to Ma Wencheng. Mr. Su, you are too polite. I know you are busy, so I came to wait for you here with Mr. Su. Earlier today, I received a notice from Jinsho Group stating that the supply of timber materials will be suspended. Can you explain this situation, Mr. Su? Although he was extremely impatient, he had to remain calm at this moment. Oh, so that's the situation. Wood is currently in short supply, and we have run out of stock. I apologize, Mr. Ma. How long will the suspension last? It's hard to say. It all depends on the market, but given the current situation, it will probably be at least a year or so. Ma Wencheng cannot wait for a year or more, he cannot even wait for a month. Mr. Su, my relationship with Mr. Su is at stake here, can you help me think of a solution? The factory can't stop, I still have 2 orders to deliver in the island country, and I'm counting on this batch of logs from you. Well, I really have no way out. If Mr. Ma doesn't believe it, he can come to our warehouse and see for himself, there really isn't a single piece of wood left. Ma Wenchang left Su's house in a sorry state. Shuyun, what's going on here? Mr. Su couldn't help but ask. Shuyun told Mr. Su about Yifeng's situation. There have been a lot of things going on in the company recently, I didn't have time to tell you about this. After listening, Mr. Su couldn't help but feel a common ailment that old people would have. Mr. Su is over 70 years old and still hopes to see his grandson in his lifetime. How old is this Mr. Zhun you're talking about? He wouldn't be an old man in his 40s or 50s, right? He's in his 20s, seems to be younger than me. As soon as Mr. Su heard this, his eyes lit up. Shuyun, when will you bring him over for me to meet? Shuyun? How can I bring him over? Do I have to tell him, Mr. Zhang, do you have time to meet my father? Mr. Su would never listen to Shuyun's nonsense and said with emphasis, Shuyun, you're not young anymore, it's time for you to find a partner. I probably don't have much time left, you need to put in more effort and give me a grandson to hold. Mr. Su, after hearing his daughter describe Yifeng, found him to be extraordinary, courageous, and possessing a strong business acumen. Most importantly, Yifeng is younger than Shuyun. In Mr. Su's mind, he would be a very suitable son-in-law. Hey, Dad, don't say these unlucky things. Shuyun, who is a strong woman in the business world, blushed at her father's urging for marriage. Mr. Su, who has met many people, could not fail to notice his daughter's unusual expression turning red. Whether it's lucky or not, from now on, you should focus less on the company's affairs. I'll have Xiaopeng take care of it more, and you should figure out how to win over this Mr. Zhang. Getting married as soon as possible is your priority. How can a girl be busy with her career all day long? You're already an adult, and you haven't even had a relationship yet, it would be a laughingstock if this got out. GUN Furniture. Mr. Ma, this is a bank draft sent by Mr. Su from Jinsho Group as compensation for breach of contract. A secretary with a curvaceous figure walked in and placed the check on Ma Wencheng's desk. Ma Wencheng's face turned pale. What the hell is this? That little girl Shuyun from Su, is she trying to dismiss me with 500,000? Ma Wencheng held 2 orders from old Singapore in his hand. If Jinsho Group no longer provided him with logs, he would have to urgently contact wood merchants from other places, which would not only lower the quality of the logs but also increase the cost by at least 2.4 times. Even so, Ma Wencheng still faced the risk of delayed delivery of finished wooden furniture. Damn it, are they making fun of me? This 500,000, not even enough to cover his losses, it's clearly a joke on him. Mr. Ma, calm down, this is a document that our market research department colleague just brought in, you can take a look. The curvaceous secretary handed over a red folder. After Ma Wencheng read it, he almost couldn't catch his breath and slumped directly onto the sofa. The document showed that there had been a huge change in the share information of Jinsho Group, with a man named Yifeng buying 40% of the shares of Jinsho Group for 1 billion, and holding the position of vice president of Jinsho Group. Mr. Ma! Are you okay, Mr. Ma? The curvaceous secretary was frightened, quickly took out Ma Wencheng's medicine from the drawer, and gave it to him to calm down before he caught his breath. Ma Wencheng was in a terrible state due to anger. Yifeng didn't visit the deputy general manager of Jingxin shipyard yesterday, he doesn't even look mature, how could he have such great energy? Are you sure this document is not wrong? Ma Wenchang asked again. The share information on it was copied directly from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. There shouldn't be any mistakes, General Ma. Ma Wenchang's face suddenly turned ugly. Things were going to be difficult now. From the current situation, Yifeng's investment in Jinsho Group at this time clearly aimed to control the lifeline of GUN Wood Products. By controlling Jinsho Group, it was equivalent to controlling the raw materials of GUN Wood Products. Although they hadn't openly clashed with Jinsho Group yet, Su Lao's indifferent attitude was enough to show that the two companies were no longer in a cooperative relationship. Su Shuyun, that little girl, actually did such a thing for $1 billion in financing. That's $1 billion. What is the current market value of Jinsho Group? Only tens of millions. If it were Ma Wenchang, he would also unhesitatingly abandon any business partner. General Ma, there is one more thing. Our colleagues from the business department sneaked into Jinsho Group's warehouse and found that Jinsho Group had dozens of warehouses full of pressed wood, and the warehouse doors were tightly locked, not allowing anyone in or out. Of course, they are clearly not playing with you. They have found a new benefactor. No, I need to inform Hui Weibin about this situation, see if he has any solutions. Da Fu would. Father, there is new information. Chang Rui hurried into Chang Dashan's office. Oh? What's the matter? Chang Rui told him about the situation GUN Wood Products was facing. Our informant said this is top secret information. Many people within GUN Wood Products are still unaware. In small and medium-sized enterprises like this, the competition is much fiercer than in large companies. Who hasn't planted a few moles in the other company? After learning about the situation of GUN Wood Products, Chang Dashan furrowed his brows. What is Jinsho Group up to? With that brat you fought with? $1 billion? Are you kidding me? Not to mention the entire Jinsho Group, even his Dafu Wood couldn't sell for $1 billion on the market. Why could Jinsho Group? Are you sure you're not mistaken? This is no joke. Chang Dashan was still half in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the deputy general manager of Jingxin Shipyard, such a small company, could stir up the situation with $1 billion. If it was true, they would be facing someone who was willing to throw $1 billion and engage in this battle without gunpowder. Father, I didn't believe it at first either, but our person guaranteed it with their life. It's definitely true, that's why I hurried to tell you. I'll know if it's true with a phone call. Chang Dashan took out his phone, ready to call Hui Weibin to inquire about the situation. With such a big incident, Ma Wenchang's GUN Wood Products would definitely not handle it alone. The first person they would seek help from would be Hui Weibin. Father, we also have a lot of inventory. Since we are allies, why not help Ma Wenchang? Chang Rui was somewhat puzzled. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. He understood this principle well. His hatred for Yifeng was higher than anyone else. He wished to see Yifeng brought to his death, then skin him, pull his tendons, and boil his bones. Yifeng had hit hard last time, stayed in the hospital for a week, his head wrapped like an Indian, only just discharged. The swelling hadn't gone down yet, looking like a pig's head. What's more infuriating was that Yao Man had also cut ties with him, blocked all his contacts. He hadn't tasted the touch of a woman for several days now. Wearing a pig head, this rich young master felt embarrassed to go to bars and nightclubs, as people would surely ask what's wrong with his head, which would be too embarrassing. If his own company could help GUN Wood Furniture, saving Ma Wenchang from danger, it would also be considered as confronting Yifeng. What kind of wood are we dealing with? Can't you figure it out by now? For GUN Wood Furniture to produce a set of tableware, it requires dozens of processes, and our wood quality does not meet their requirements. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you telling me this news, but Ma Wenchang calling me personally for help. Bang! The door suddenly burst open by the assistant. Ali, I'm discussing matters with the chairman. What are you doing? Chang Rui, after being scolded by his father, could only vent his anger on the assistant. No. I'm sorry, Chairman, General Manager, I have urgent news to report. The female assistant, dressed in a tight suit, looked guilty and self-blaming, even a bit anxious, appearing to have some urgent matter. What's the matter? If it's about GUN Wood, you can leave, I already know about it. Chang Dashan waved his hand. No. The female assistant was already stuttering. Maya Group collided with our wood at the dock, the ship capsized, and all our goods went into the Yi River. What did you say? Chang Rui and Chang Dashan looked at each other, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Chairman, General Manager, what I said is true. The loading workers from Yan'an Dock are outside. You can call them in to ask about the situation. Bring him in. Chang Dashan was trembling with urgency. Soon, the assistant brought in the drenched worker, water dripping from him onto the floor. What's the situation at Yan'an Dock? The dock worker cried, Chairman, our wood had just been loaded onto Maya Group's ship. Their new docked cargo ship didn't sound the horn, and crashed recklessly at the dock, directly overturning Maya Group's cargo ship. And, what about the wood? Speak quickly. With the efforts of several workers and 2 cranes, we managed to salvage some, but about half of the wood got soaked and swelled. How much was salvaged? About 1/5. Smack! Chang Dashan angrily slammed the water glass in his hand on the ground. Seeing this, the assistant asked the loading worker to leave first. How did the ship from Jingshin Dock operate? Are the crew in the cabin blind, and the sailors on the ship blind too? Damn! Chang Dashan's eyes turned bloodshot, roaring hysterically. Father, please calm down first, getting angry is not good for your health. Chang Rui hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Chairman, according to our people, there was no sailor on the deck of the Jingshin Dock cargo ship at that time. As if it was planned, the other ships didn't collide, only the one carrying our goods did. The secretary's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Chang Dashan stood up directly from his seat, every hair on his face stood up, looking extremely frightening. All right, you can leave now. Chang Rui gestured for the female assistant to leave. Father, if this was planned by Jingshin Dock, then it's aimed at us. Chang Rui was also infuriated. Alright, this kid Ji Feng really has guts to do this. Let's go, let's find this kid and ask him face to face, what does he want to do? Jingshin Dock. Chang Dashan, accompanied by Chang Rui, rushed to Jingshin angrily, determined to hold Ji Feng accountable. Sorry, gentlemen, our general manager Zhang is not in the company right now. Li Tao, as the 4th highest ranking person in the company, received Chang Dashan and Chang Rui. Where is Ji Feng? Where did he go? Wei Zhang went to discuss business, and then went out in the afternoon, Li Tao replied with a smile. Who are you? Get the person in charge of your company out here. Chang Rui said loudly, almost everyone nearby could hear him. His father is the chairman of Dafu Timber, and he is the general manager of Dafu Timber. The top 2 figures of a medium-sized enterprise have arrived. At least send someone of equal status out. Director Chang, I am the business director of Jingshin Shipyard, the manager of the business department. Apart from Director Chen, Director Liu, and Director Zhang, my position is the highest. Are you looking for Director Zhang? Let's talk in the meeting room. Let's talk. Chang Dashan shouted angrily. With such a big incident, Yi Feng still has the mind to discuss business. That's quite audacious. Li Tao put on a puzzled expression. Director Chang, what big incident are you talking about? Don't pretend to be confused. The incident at Yan'an Wharf, don't you know about it? Chang Rui demanded. Oh, I know about that. Actually, Director Zhang had anticipated that your company would send someone over, but he didn't expect it to be the 2 top executives in person. We are sincerely apologetic. First, calm down, the incident at Yan'an Wharf was an accident. We are willing to bear the salvage costs for the timber sunk in the Yi River. If you don't want us to salvage it, we can compensate your company in cash. We will compensate based on the quantity of timber sunk. Chang Dashan was stunned. Is this Director Zhang's decision? Li Tao nodded. Director Zhang also mentioned that he is quite busy recently and unable to personally come to apologize. If you can meet with Mr. Hu from Yame Group, please convey that we are willing to bear all the salvage and repair costs for the cargo ship. At this point, Li Tao glanced at his watch. It's almost 6:30, it's time to clock out. I'll go clock out first, you 2 can leave. After giving the dismissal order, Li Tao lined up to clock out. The Chang father and son walked out of Jingshin Company in a daze. Dad, What is this kid up to? I'm a bit confused, Chang Roy was puzzled. Chang Dashan was also at a loss for a moment. After suppressing his anger and calmly analyzing the situation, Chang Dashan finally understood what was going on. You fool! Chang Dashan blurted out. At that moment, he was so angry that he forgot about the current situation of the company, which was no longer the same as before at Dafu Timber. Currently, Dafu Timber was able to operate normally without financial problems by borrowing a high-interest loan from the private sector for 6 months, promising a high interest rate. He hastily accepted several orders from the island country with the aim of quickly restoring the company's self-sufficiency status within 6 months, repaying the private loan and avoiding overdue payments and high interest rates as much as possible. The reason why Yifeng collided with the cargo ship of Yamei Group was not targeting Yamei Group, but targeting Dafu Timber. Chang Dashan was convinced that even if their goods were not loaded at Yan'an Wharf today but at Yanbei Wharf, they would still be hit. The purpose was to delay Dafu Timber's exports. Yifeng somehow learned about the current situation of Dafu Timber and knew about their borrowing from the private sector. As long as Dafu Timber's profits were not enough to repay this private loan within 6 months, they would go bankrupt completely. After listening to Chang Dashan's analysis, Chang Rui finally understood. This kid is too cunning. This is still considered normal. He hasn't played any darker tricks on you yet. Chang Dashan snorted, if I were in Yifeng's position, regardless of anything, I would directly seize and seal your goods, block you for 2 or 3 months. Father, what should we do now? There's no use in being anxious now. Chang Dashan needs to find Hu Yuebin as soon as possible and inform him of the situation. Yifeng played a bomb card, they must gather together to discuss how to deal with it. You go back first, I've already called Hu Yuebin, now I'll go to his place. After Chang Dashan finished speaking, he arrived at Maya Group. After entering the meeting room, he saw Ma Wenchang, who was walking on thin ice. After Li Tao left the company, he took out a tissue to wipe the sweat that had been slowly appearing on his forehead. Before Yifeng played this card, Li Tao had strongly advised against it, thinking Yifeng was crazy. But when Yifeng earnestly told him why he did it, Li Tao finally understood. The set of arguments just now was also taught by Yifeng, unexpectedly fooling Chang Dashan. But Li Tao believed that fooling someone for a while couldn't last a lifetime, and when Chang Dashan came to his senses, there would probably be another round of struggle. Yan'an. A luxurious mansion. Hu Yuebin was exercising on the balcony with his beautiful secretary. The phone kept ringing incessantly, it was endless. Hu Yuebin answered the phone extremely displeased. Hello, this is Hu Yuebin. Mr. Hu, haven't you finished the meeting yet? Mr. Chang is here too, he said there's a situation to report, and we need the 3 of us to sit down and discuss countermeasures together. Is it about Jingxin Shipyard? After receiving a positive answer, Hu Yuebin finally put on his pants. Where are you going? On the balcony, a young beauty who had been tossed around for a while, spoke with some reluctance in her tone. Something came up, hurry up and get ready, come with me to the company. Half an hour later. Hu Yuebin appeared in front of Ma Wenchang and Chang Dashan with his beautiful secretary. The secretary's face was still flushed, and her collar was not completely adjusted. The two could tell at a glance that Hu Yuebin was not here for a meeting, but was being ambiguous with this little mistress. Damn, things were urgent here, and Hu Yuebin was still fooling around with this mistress. Speak, what's the situation? Hu Yuebin lit a cigarette as soon as he sat down. After listening to the two's report, Hu Yuebin's eyes were full of disbelief. He had spent the whole night at the nightclub last night and had only woken up groggily around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. After hearing about Jingxin Shipyard and Yifeng's news from the two, he finally woke up. This is impossible, where did he get so much money? Whether Hu Yuebin believed it or not, the equity information was posted on the Industrial and Commercial Bureau's website, and he had no choice but to believe it. Yifeng invested 1 billion and acquired 40% of Jinsho Group's shares? No wonder Su Shuyun rejected him and threw herself into Yifeng's arms, turns out she found a big benefactor. Damn, for 1 billion, she sold herself? Hu Yuebin felt that he had underestimated Su Shuyun. If he had known, he would have also invested 1 billion to buy shares of Jinsho Group. With a series of operations, not only could he take down Su Shuyun, but he might also seize control of Jinsho Group, getting an enterprise for free. Su Shuyun, oh Su Shuyun, you think too simply. Why would someone give you 1 billion for no reason? Do you really think Yifeng just wants your body? His ambitions are not limited to that. Yifeng not only wants to sleep with you, but also wants to take away Jinsho Group from your hands. Hu Yuebin showed a disdainful expression. Su Shuyun was a fool. Mr. Hu, the most urgent matter now is the cargo ship of Yamei Group, and the raw materials on Mr. Ma's side. Can you think of a way to ensure my timber can be shipped smoothly? Yes, Mr. Hu, you have a wide network, know many bosses, can you help me solve the issue of the raw materials? Do I not know many people? Why do they have to find my dad? Hu Yuebin was a little unhappy. No matter who he dealt with, they would mention his father, thinking that his father was better than him. Don't worry about the raw materials, I also know many bosses, I will definitely solve it for you. Hu Yuebin readily agreed. Mr. Hu, what about me? Chang Dashan was a bit anxious, he couldn't afford to waste time. Sinking my father's ship, I must make this kid pay the price. Hu Yuebin was furious. Dafu Timber will continue to ship as usual, and I will send twice as many people to supervise. If he dares to bring the ship to my head again, it's not over with him. Hu Yuebin was puzzled. Are all the people on that ship blind? Jinshin Shipyard can turn a ship into that mess, it really is a small company. Assistant Liu, immediately notify the legal department to sue Jinshin Group. I must make this kid pay the price. With a series of actions, Hu Yuebin acted decisively, believing he was not weaker than his father. Mr. Hu, it's not necessary, I have already contacted Jinshin Shipyard, they asked me to bring you a message. Chang Dashan interjected. Oh? What did they say? Is that kid scared? Not sure, but they said they are willing to pay for the salvage fee for Yamei Group, as well as the shipyard repair costs. This was just an accident. An accident? Originally, Hu Yuebin also thought it was an accident, but when Chang Dashan brought the message, was it still an accident? It must have been a premeditated ship collision incident. Jinshin Shipyard hit me, and asked you to bring a message? Upon careful analysis, it was clear that they had already established that Dafu Timber and Yamei Group were allies. Chang Dashan only now realized the meaning behind this message. This is basically saying, I did it on purpose, what are you going to do about it? If the ship sinks, I'll pay you to salvage it, if the wood sinks, I'll pay you enough money to compensate, I won't let you two off easily. Damn, this kid is too arrogant. Hu Yuebin's face changed suddenly. Does he think he can get away with just paying money? Can he do whatever he wants with money? Knock knock knock. Mr. Hu, I'm from the legal department, there's something I'd like to report to you. Legal department? Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. After calling the person in, Hu Yuebin spoke firmly, insisting on holding Jinshin Shipyard accountable, and instructing the legal department to handle it with full force. Mr. Hu, this might be a bit difficult. The legal department manager broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Difficult? I spend so much money on you every year, what are you eating for? Overcome the difficulties for me, understand? Damn it, embarrassing him in front of two company bosses? Hu Yuebin lost his temper directly. Mr. Hu, that's not what I meant to say, we have been reported by Jinshin Shipyard. The legal department manager handed a document from the Maritime Bureau to Hu Yuebin. Damn, we've been reported? This kid is the first to file a complaint? After reading the document, Hu Yuebin finally understood what was going on. Several of our 10,000-ton cargo ships have been reported, not complying with the ocean shipping safety law. They are all detained at the dock now, not allowed to sail. They said they can only leave port when they are repaired. How many ships are detained? Most of the ocean freighters have been detained, only 2 7,000-ton small cargo ships are left. They can only go to Malaysia, they can't even sail to the Atlantic. Ma Wan Chang? Chang Dashan? Hu Yuebin? What did you say? Hu Yuebin felt like he was struck by lightning out of the blue. The legal department manager had to repeat what he just said cautiously. Holding the notice from the Maritime Transport Bureau, Hu Yuebin felt like he was struck by lightning out of the blue. The dock management department has actually approached him several times, saying that several ocean-going freighters need maintenance, but when Hu Yuebin heard that the price was too high, he refused the maintenance and even scolded the management department several times. He planned to do the maintenance at the end of the year. Not for anything else, mainly because it was too expensive, and Hu Yuebin was reluctant to spend the money. Without maintenance, the ships can still run. Running for another year would save a year's maintenance costs, right? He originally wanted to take advantage of a loophole, but he didn't expect to be caught by Yi Feng. Secretary Liu, we will start maintenance on the dock now. How soon can we set sail again? Hu Yuebin anxiously asked the secretary next to him. It will take at least 4 months, Manager Liu calculated on the calculator and gave the answer. The dock has been delayed for too long, and the maintenance cost this time may double. Alright, you can go now. Ma Wenchang and Chang Dashan looked at each other. 4 months. This is 4 months. Their two companies cannot afford to be delayed for 4 months. Ma Wenchang was most distressed. The raw materials were controlled, and now the ships couldn't run. What could be worse than the current situation? Please rest assured, I will use my father's connections. Our Hu family has been operating in the north and south of Yan'an for so long, we still have some connections. Trust me, we will definitely set sail again within a week. Trust you? Trust your ghost. Chang Dashan can't wait for a month, let alone a week. His timber must be loaded onto the ship and set sail immediately. The island nation places a heavy emphasis on time, and if he is late, he will have to pay a hefty penalty. This deal not only won't make money, but it might also lose money. Yame Group now only has 2 7,000-ton freighters, which can't even reach the Atlantic. How can this cooperation continue? Alright, since that's the case, I'll wait for good news from General Hu. General Hu, then I'll take my leave. After the two left, Hu Yuebin swept everything on his desk onto the floor. He had just boasted that he could handle these things himself, but he ended up having to use his father's connections, which was very embarrassing for him. But if he didn't do this, he couldn't stabilize the morale. Their alliance seems stable, but in reality, cracks have already appeared. No! Hu Yuebin cannot let Yi Feng use such a trick to ruin the carefully planned sniper operation. Now that Chen Weiqiang is not in the company, it is a good opportunity to completely destroy Jingxin. He must seize this opportunity. He wants Zhengxin to have no place to bury itself, to go bankrupt completely. As for Jinxiu Group, they can deal with it slowly in the future. The next day, Chang Dashan, with Chang Rui, headed straight to Jingxin Dock. Although he said yesterday that he would wait for good news, in reality, he would not wait for Hu Yuebin at all. Hu Yuebin is an unreliable person. In the end, he still has to rely on his father to handle this matter. Without this golden key, why bother with this porcelain work? They just made a move, and you couldn't handle it here. Chang Dashan doesn't expect Hu Yuebin to be as capable as Zhao Yun, charging in and out. He's like a weakling, not even comparable to a doe. What kind of alliance is this? It's better to disband it early. President Chang? Why are you here again? The salvage fee has already been transferred to your company's account. Are you planning to sue us? Li Tao once again received Chang Dashan and Chang Rui. You, a small business department manager, what are you being arrogant about? Let me tell you, our Dafu. Smack. Chang Dashan slapped Chang Rui's face with a loud sound. Managerly, I didn't come today to talk about salvage compensation, let alone to sue your company. Dad, why did you hit me? Chang Rui covered his face, took a step back, full of grievances and confusion. Chang Dashan's sharp gaze frightened Chang Rui half to death, and he quickly shut up. Managerly, my son has a loose tongue, please forgive him. Today, Chang Dashan is not here to hold Yi Feng accountable, but to seek reconciliation with him. He should focus on protecting himself first, regardless of Hu Yuebin, Yame Group. Dafu Timber is his lifelong effort, and Chang Dashan will not stand by and watch it become a sacrifice in the competition between two dock companies. Reconciliation is the right path. It's okay, the reputation of your son is well known throughout Yabe North, Li Tao said with a smile. Chang Dashan glanced at Chang Rue and could only smile alone. So, Mr. Chang, what brings you to our company today? I want to talk to General Zhang. Is he in the office? Chang Dashan never imagined that he would be so polite to a business director. But there was no other way. It's better to deal with the king of hell than with troublesome ghosts, let alone Li Tao is not just any ghost, his actions represent Yifeng, and offending him means not seeing Yifeng. He's here. Li Tao casually sipped his tea and said, but General Zhang is currently in a meeting and won't be available for a while. Would you like to wait? If you're willing to wait, I'll inform General Zhang. I'm willing, of course I'm willing to wait. Chang Dashan smiled apologetically, thank you, Manager Li. Li Tao nodded and went to Yifeng's office to inform him that Chang Dashan was waiting for him. Dad, what are you doing? Why are we being so polite to the small business manager at Dafu Timber, such a large enterprise? What status does he have? Even if Yifeng sees you, won't he still have to call you General Chang? You ungrateful child. Smack. Another loud slap. Next, shut up and behave yourself, or get out of the Chang family. Whatever I do, you do the same, understand? Chang Rue had no choice but to keep quiet. In the office, Yifeng was trying to pass a level in a game. General Zhang, Chang Dashan is here, as you predicted. His attitude this time is completely different from yesterday. He seems to be here to seek your help, Li Tao reported to Yifeng in his office. Yifeng smiled, okay, let's keep him waiting for a while. General Zhang, do you think Chang Dashan will sign this contract? Xia Qianxian held a business contract that was drafted this morning. In terms of content, it was more humiliating than a certain treaty. It was extremely unequal. After keeping Chang Dashan and Chang Rui waiting for 2 hours, Li Tao finally brought them to the meeting room. Upon seeing Yifeng, Chang Dashan immediately knelt down, crying uncontrollably. This scene shocked both Yifeng and Li Tao. Even Chang Rui was stunned. Hey, General Chang, what are you doing? I can't afford such a grand gesture. Ungrateful child, why haven't you knelt down to General Zhang yet? Chang Dashan hammered Chang Rui's knee hard, forcing Chang Rui to kneel before Yifeng. Xia Qianxian couldn't help but cover her mouth. The chairman and general manager of Dafu Timber actually knelt before Yifeng? This was too harsh. But it also indirectly indicated that Yifeng had a firm grip on Dafu Timber. As long as Yifeng wanted, he could make Dafu Timber disappear from Yabe North at any time. Please get up, let's talk about it properly. What are you doing? Yifeng pretended to be at a loss, but in reality, he was delighted. Isn't Dafu Timber powerful? Aren't Chang Dashan and Chang Rue arrogant? You're so powerful. What? Can't stand up anymore? Kneeling down? Since you're kneeling, then everything can be discussed and negotiated. General Zhang, I'm really at my wit's end. I hope you can overlook the past and cooperate with me again. Chang Zong, take your time to speak, the sky hasn't fallen yet, what exactly is going on with you? Yifeng was ecstatic. Now he knew he had found him with no way out? Chang Dashan cried with snot and tears, complaining about the difficulties of Dafu Timber, expressing willingness to pay the breach of contract fee to Jingxin Shipyard, as long as they could guarantee their weekly shipment volume, then he would renew a 1-year contract with Jingxin Shipyard. Chang Zong, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you, mainly our company's ship schedules are full. If you are in a hurry, you can use the privileges of the vice president to arrange 2 10,000-ton cargo ships for you, but you have to pay an expedited fee. Yifeng took advantage of the situation. To keep Dafu Timber alive, you must pay the price for what you have done before. Not only you, Chang Dashan, but also your son, Chang Rue. Yifeng will never forget what Chang Rue did to him in his life. Chang Dashan was momentarily stunned. Your kid is really good at acting. If he wasn't in a hurry, could he find you? Chang Dashan knew that Yifeng was trying to raise the price, but he had no other choice. At this point, he could only be like a leak, letting Yifeng's sickle wave over his head. Then let's triple the original price. Can you accept that, Chang Zong? Triple? Are you crazy? You might as well rob a bank. When Chang Rui heard about the triple shipping fee, he stood up from the ground and scolded Yifeng directly. It seems that General Manager Chang does not agree. Managerly, please escort our guest out, Yifeng said as he was about to leave. Chang Dashan had anticipated that Yifeng would ask for a high price, but he didn't expect him to triple the original shipping fee. But what choice did he have now? If he didn't accept this condition, Dafu Timber's goods would not be shipped out, and he could only sit in the office and worry. Only Jingxing Shipyard in Yan'an and Yebi has the ability to transport Dafu Timber's goods to the island country. He had to endure it. Zheng Zong, my son is ignorant, I will discipline him for you. Chang Dashan, who had not taken action, broke Chang Rui's almost healed wound with one blow. Chang Rui's head was wrapped in thick gauze, soaked in blood, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. Chang Rui was speechless. He felt that Yifeng was too much, so he stood up to accuse Yifeng of being wrong. He did not expect to be beaten by his father again. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door was followed by Yao Manman's gentle and sweet voice. Zheng Zong, I have prepared some documents, do you have time to look at them now? Come in. Ah. After seeing this scene, Yao Manman subconsciously exclaimed, covering her cherry lips. Chairman Chang is discussing business with us, put the documents on the table, Zheng Zong will look at them later, Li Tao instructed, and Yao Manman quickly placed the documents on the table and left the meeting room. Chang Rui could not believe that Yifeng would allow Yao Manman to come in and submit the documents while he was being beaten by his father. His embarrassing and pleading appearance was all seen by this woman. What would she think of him? Chang Rui kept cursing Yifeng in his heart. Chang Zong, please stop, I still have another document to look at later. Yifeng felt it was about time and stopped Chang Dashan. The conditions I just mentioned will not change, whether you agree or not, you better give me an answer now. Agree, Chang Dashan gasped. Good, since you agree, next you just need to sign the contract with my secretary. When Xia Qianqian placed this humiliating treaty in front of Chang Dashan, his face was stunned for a moment, but he still signed his name at the end without hesitation. Zheng Zong, thank you for your great kindness. Then I will take this unfilial son with me and leave, not to disturb you. Chang Dashan kicked Chang Rui's butt, and the two were ready to leave the Jingxing Shipyard Company. Xia Qianqian was a bit confused. She thought Chang Dashan would question whether there was a mistake in the contract, but he just hesitated for a moment, signed the contract, and even thanked Yifeng for his great kindness. It was really incomprehensible. Wait. Yifeng stopped them. General Zhang, do you have any orders? Chang Dashan had now become Yifeng's lapdog. Is it your doing that General Chen was detained in the Magic City? This made Chang Dashan quite scared. General Zhang, it was that brat Hu Yuebin who did it. It has nothing to do with me at all. In fact, it was at the behest of Hu Yuebin, but in order to distance himself from the Asia-America group, Chang Dashan couldn't admit it, especially since Hu Yuebin was not present, so he could shift all the blame onto him. Don't tell me so much, I just have one question, can you make it happen and get General Chen released? Yifeng couldn't be bothered to listen to Chang Dashan's nonsense. Yes, I'll call over there now and get General Chen released. After making the call in front of Yifeng, he finally let the two leave. As soon as the two left the company, Li Tao burst into laughter. Ah, this is hilarious. Yifeng's actions were truly admirable. Business warfare is not child's play, some means are inevitable, and Yifeng's methods were quite legitimate, nothing underhanded. Unlike some companies that even set up a special office for struggling knights to play dirty tricks. Yao Manman, after leaving the office, was feeling a mix of emotions. She was grateful that she had cut ties with Chang Rui some time ago. Otherwise, she might have ended up like Chang Rui, not necessarily beaten in front of so many people, but definitely in a miserable state. It seemed that her and Chang Rui's affairs would always be a thorn in Yifeng's side. Despite his polite demeanor towards her in the company, treating her as a regular employee, Yifeng's words still lingered in her mind, public is public, private is private. Privately, he must surely hate her. Ma Wenchang was pacing in his office, smoking anxiously. These past few days, Yifeng had given him a headache. After leaving the Asia-America group that day, Hu Yuebin had promised him that everything would be settled within 3 days. But 3 days had passed, and there was still no news from Hu Yuebin. "Mr. Ma, it's time for the board meeting. Are you available now? I want to report a new situation to you." "What situation? Is there news from the Asia-America group?" Ma Wenqing's eyes lit up. It had been 3 days, and it seemed like the wait was not in vain. "Mr. Ma, it's not from the Asia-America group, it's from Dafu Timber." "Dafu Timber? What new situation could there be with Dafu Timber?" Ma Wenchang was not concerned about Dafu Timber now. He only cared about 2 things, raw materials and transportation. Only when these 2 issues were resolved could Jiyuan Woodwork operate normally, and their alliance could continue. Otherwise, everything would be just empty talk. According to our arrangements with the people at Dafu Timber, their chairman Chang Dashan has renewed a year-long contract with Jingxin Shipyard, and the timber is gradually being transferred from Yan'an Port to Yebi Port. It seems they have started using Jingxin's cargo ships. "It seems?" "Let me tell you, this is not a seems situation. You better explain it clearly to me." Ma Wenchang was getting a bit anxious. This was indeed a new situation. After the secretary explained the current situation of Dafu Timber, Ma Wenchang understood immediately. Damn, Chang Dashan had betrayed their alliance and surrendered to Jingxin Shipyard. After entering the meeting room, several directors and executives immediately bombarded Ma Wenchang with numerous questions. "General Ma, our raw materials can only support us for 2 more days. When will the timber supply be restored? General Ma, our factory cannot afford to stop. Every hour of downtime costs tens of thousands of dollars. We can't bear it. General Ma, Yamei Group just sent people over, saying that the ships haven't been repaired in the past few days and have not been verified by the Maritime Bureau. At least we have to wait another week." Just as Ma Wenchang was calming down a bit, a few people started arguing, causing his head to ache even more. Damn it, another week of waiting? What a waste of time. Chang Dashan betrayed us 3 days ago. This guy is really ungrateful. He didn't even give us a heads up. I should have known he would surrender too. Alright everyone, let's not have the board meeting today. I will immediately go and solve these problems. Ma Wenching felt that if he stayed in the meeting room any longer, his head would explode. "Prepare the car, we're going to Jingxin Shipyard." Jingxin Shipyard. Li Tao greeted Ma Wenchang. "Manager Li, is General Zhang in the company?" "I am Ma Wenchang, the chairman of Jiyuan Furniture, and I have something to discuss with him." Ma Wenchang showed a humble attitude. "So you're General Ma, I've heard a lot about you." Li Tao still had a casual attitude. Once again, Yifeng guessed right, Ma Wenchang had indeed come. "General Zhang is currently in a meeting. Can you wait?" "If you can wait, I will inform him now." "Yes, of course, I can wait." "Thank you, Manager Li." Familiar conversation, familiar emphasis, familiar taste. Li Tao did not inform Zhang as Yifeng suggested. He thought it would be better to keep Ma Wenchang waiting for an hour or 2. He went to the pantry to get a cup of hot water and then returned. General Zhang said he knows about it. "Please wait here for a few minutes, he will be here soon." "Ma Wenchang? Are you kidding me? Did you inform him and come back to tell me? Don't think I didn't see you go to the pantry to get a cup of hot water and then come back. You didn't even go to find Yifeng." Ma Wenchang was very clever. He knew they were trying to make him wait. They said to wait a few minutes, but whether he could see Yifeng today was uncertain. Thud. "Manager Li, please inform him again, this is urgent." Oops. Li Tao saw this scene, and a mouthful of hot water sprayed directly onto Ma Wenching's face. "I'm sorry, General Ma, I'm sorry." Li Tao quickly took out some tissues and helped Ma Wenchang wipe his face. He didn't expect Ma Wenchang to be so direct, kneeling down without even meeting Yifeng. "Alright, since General Ma has urgent matters, I will inform him again, please wait a moment." This time, Li Tao finally entered Yifeng's office. "Chenner, Ma Wenchang is here. As we discussed before, let's make him wait for a while. I don't think that will work. Ma Wencheng knelt down in front of so many people, we can't make him wait any longer. You should go and meet him directly. Li Tao smiled. After hearing this, Yi Feng was very surprised. So direct? He knelt down without even meeting him, the chairman of GUN Furniture? The situation at GUN Furniture and the pressure Ma Wencheng was under were even more critical than Yi Feng had imagined. Alright, let's go meet him. Outside the door, numerous colleagues were discussing Ma Wencheng, the chairman of GUN Furniture, kneeling down. Hey, have you heard? Ma Wencheng knelt down in front of our manager Li. I heard about it a while ago, he's still kneeling in the meeting room. Is it true? I find it hard to believe. Believe it or not, go see for yourself in the meeting room. The chairman and general manager of Dafu Timber knelt down in our company a few days ago, did you know that? Really? I haven't heard about this. Tell me quickly. One kneeling in the reception room, one kneeling in the conference room. The incident of two company bosses kneeling under Zhengxin shipyard immediately became a hot topic, becoming the focus of discussion everywhere. Reception room. Yi Feng deliberately slowed down and arrived at the reception room. Sorry, Manager Ma, I was in a meeting just now. Why are you kneeling down? Get up quickly. After Yi Feng arrived at the reception room, he found Ma Wencheng on his knees, still kneeling, which was beyond his expectations. However, this also indirectly indicated that Ma Wencheng's GUN wooden furniture was not as popular as Chang Dashan's Dafu wood, and the situation was even more critical. Yi Feng controlled Ma Wencheng's raw materials, even intercepting Ma Wencheng's shipping method. If Yamei Group wanted to resume ship operations, they would have to pass through the Maritime Bureau first, which would take at least 2 to 3 months. Even if Hu Yuebin could pull some strings, would Ma Wencheng dare to use a cargo ship with quality issues? Who knows what might happen once they reach the Pacific Ocean? Ma Wencheng couldn't solve either of the two critical issues. How could he not be anxious? Manager Zhang. I am at my wit's end. Please help me out at this time, considering my relationship with Wei Chang. Considering his relationship with Chen Weiqiang? Damn, thinking of Chen Weiqiang at this time? Yi Feng couldn't help shaking his head. If Ma Wencheng hadn't acted recklessly and continued to cooperate honestly with Zhengxin shipyard, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Manager Zhang, I will immediately settle the 7 million owed, and I hope you can arrange for 2 10,000-ton cargo ships for me. Manager Ma, you are putting me in a difficult position. Just a few days ago, I promised Manager Chang to arrange 2 cargo ships for him. Currently, our company's orders are overflowing, and it's uncertain if we can allocate a ship schedule. Yi Feng looked troubled, wearing a difficult expression. At this moment, Li Tao also spoke up, Manager Ma, what you said is not right. GUN wooden furniture has been in arrears for so long, including interest and penalties, it's more than 7 million. The two looked at each other, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, almost confusing Ma Wencheng. Fortunately, Ma Wencheng was clever enough to understand the implications of their words. Yes, Manager Li is right. How much should I pay? Please name the amount, and I will have the company's finance department transfer it to you immediately. Yi Feng suddenly said, 10 million. 10 million? Ma Wencheng broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, this was a huge demand, asking for 10 million right away. Even the highest private loan interest rates wouldn't be this high. You are even more demanding than a loan shark. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to accept. Okay, 10 million. I will call the finance department right away. Manager Ma, why are you in such a hurry? Is Zhengxin shipyard lacking this small amount of money? Li Tao advised, finish talking with Manager Zhang first, it's not too late to discuss this later. Okay. Zhengxin shipyard is wealthy, how could they lack this small amount of money? Ma Wencheng spoke in a flattering manner, following Li Tao's lead, praising the Jinsho group. Alright, I reluctantly agree, but not 2 ships. I can arrange for 1 cargo ship for you, is that acceptable? Okay, Thank you, Manager Zhang. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Ma Wenchang nodded repeatedly like pounding garlic. One ship was already enough. He couldn't end up like Hu Bin, unable to sail even after docking at the port, let alone having two ships with document issues that couldn't even leave the Atlantic, let alone the Pacific. Also, Manager Zhang, I have one more thing I would like to ask for your help with. He felt that coming to the new shipyard was not in vain. With a down payment of 3 million and a bow, the ship matter was settled. Yi Feng did not make things difficult for him, much more straightforward than Hu Bin. With the ship matter resolved, all that was left was the raw materials. Yi Feng spent 1 billion to buy 40% of the shares of Jinsho Group, serving as the vice president of Jinsho Group. Supplying goods to him should be a piece of cake, right? I can't make the decision on this. You need to talk to General Su, Yi Feng refused. Li Tao was puzzled. Why would you go to Yi Feng instead of Su Shuyun for the raw materials issue? Even if Yi Feng had the ability, he wouldn't be able to control Jinsho Group under Su Shuyun with just a low-priced contract. Li Tao actually didn't know that Yi Feng had invested in Jinsho Group. These days, he was thinking more about why Su Shuyun cut off Ma Wencheng's raw materials at this critical moment, which was definitely not a coincidence. President Zhang, I will definitely go to General Su, but I hope you can say a few good words in front of General Su. It will make things easier. With the promise of the cargo ship, Yi Feng wouldn't let Ma Wencheng stop production. Okay, but at least sign a 1-year contract with our new shipyard, I'll sign. Ma Wencheng agreed without hesitation. After Ma Wencheng saw the contents of the contract, he hesitated for a few seconds. President Zhang, is there a mistake in this contract? There's no mistake. This contract is exactly the same as the one signed by Chang Dashan. If you don't want to sign, I won't have to say anything good to Su Shuyun for you. Yi Feng's tone sounded like a threat. Ma Wencheng understood it as, if you don't want to sign, get lost, and forget about the US dollars for the raw materials. He didn't dare not to sign. Moreover, according to Yi Feng, the contract signed by Chang Dashan was exactly the same as his, which was too humiliating. Chang Dashan was a tough guy. He could sign such a humiliating contract. But humiliation aside, saving the company was more important. Waiting to go bankrupt was the only option. I'll sign. Ma Wencheng obediently signed his name at the end of the contract. Good, everything is settled now, Mr. Ma. We will continue to cooperate in the future. I will talk to General Su on your behalf, so rest assured. Yi Feng looked at the contract and said with a smile. Li Tao on the side was getting more and more confused. Raw materials are the core of business competition. Would Jinsho Group provide raw materials to Ma Wencheng just because Yi Feng said so? Does Yi Feng have such a big influence with Su Shuyun? Yi Feng didn't explain to Li Tao, and Li Tao tactfully didn't ask. Outside, colleagues were in an uproar during the three-way negotiation. President Zhang is really amazing. He managed to deal with Ma Wencheng, such a cunning entrepreneur. Look at Ma Wencheng's expression, he's turning pale and green by turns. It seems that President Zhang has dealt with him quite harshly. I've always said that the new President Zhang is truly capable. Otherwise, how could he have taken that position at such a young age? You didn't believe me back then. Alright, now we all believe you. In a moment, many colleagues were deeply impressed by Yi Feng. Everyone in the company knew that these days, the new shipyard was at war against the Yamei Group, Jiyuan Wood, and Dafu Wood. The three major giants in the Yan'an and Yabei regions joined forces to besiege the new shipyard. With the CEO Chen Weichang absent from the company and Vice President Liu Shiqi indifferent, there was only a young and fair-faced scholar, Yi Feng. Many people believed that the new shipyard would either die or be crippled by these three companies. There would be no future development prospects, only a slow path to bankruptcy. Unexpectedly, after a few bold moves by Yi Feng, two CEOs actually came to visit, even kneeling and kowtowing, a scene that may never be seen again in this lifetime, truly impressive. After experiencing this incident, Yao Manman has seen Yi Feng's ability and ambition. A small place like Yabei is absolutely unable to stop Yi Feng's progress. At the same time, she also knows that she no longer holds the same weight in Yifeng's heart as before, and there may even be resentment, not even as important as an ordinary colleague. Yao Man felt for the first time that she was not worthy of this man. The charisma and business skills displayed by Yifeng far surpass all the men she knows. She truly does not deserve such a man. Even if Yifeng overlooks past grievances and reconciles with her, what can she do? Do laundry, cook, and take care of children for Yifeng? That's actually not bad, no shortage of money to spend. But Yifeng cannot overlook past grievances. Just as she thought a few days ago, that incident will always be a knot in Yifeng's heart, a dead knot. She made up her mind to give up pursuing Yifeng. The idea of overlooking past grievances and making amends is just wishful thinking on her part, it's simply impossible. Yao Man's thoughts were too idealistic. Zhong Xiaoyao glanced at Yao Man and noticed the complexity in her eyes, as if she had a heavy burden on her mind. It was only yesterday that she learned that Yao Man had a past relationship with Yifeng, but because Yao Man did something to betray Yifeng, their relationship broke down and they broke up completely. From Yao Man's recent actions, it seems she wants to win back Yifeng's loving heart. Zhong Xiaoyao could only say that Yao Man really doesn't understand men, yet she spreads techniques on how to control men in the company every day, it's simply a joke. A man like Yifeng, wherever he goes, is surrounded by beautiful women. Even if Yao Man is somewhat attractive, so what? There are plenty of people in society who are more attractive and have better figures than her. For example, Miss Ben. Wanting Yifeng to forgive her is simply wishful thinking, it's impossible. To describe Yao Man in 2 words, a big fool. How could someone be so foolish? Having such a treasure of a man in hand, not knowing how to cherish him, and even cheating on him, doing something that betrays Yifeng. Truly foolish. Zhong Xiaoyao no longer regards Yao Man highly. The only remaining opponent is the newly arrived Qin Shueli. The way Qin Shueli looks at Yifeng, she seems to want to devour him. This makes Zhong Xiaoyao very unhappy. In fact, Qin Shueli is just like Zhong Xiaoyao thought. She also just found out that Yao Man was Yifeng's girlfriend for a long time, but because she humiliated Yifeng, they broke up. Yao Man cannot judge people, and she doesn't believe in Phoenix men, she only values current achievements, ignoring Yifeng's potential. She's a foolish woman. Yao Man definitely won't be able to win Yifeng back, so the only one in the company who has feelings for Yifeng is Zhong Xiaoyao. Of course, we cannot rule out Yifeng's assistant Xiao Qianqian, but the biggest rival is still Zhong Xiaoyao. The battle is already halfway through, and Zhengxin Shipyard is bound to win. After it's over, rewards will definitely be given based on merit. Qin Shueli learned that after Yifeng took over, the position of team leader in the public relations department has been vacant, with no one selected to fill the role. It was because there was no team leader that 3 members of the public relations department went to see Yifeng to deliver materials. Once she becomes the team leader, all these tasks will be under her responsibility, and she will have more opportunities to interact with Yifeng. Leaving aside whether familiarity breeds affection, if Zhong Xiaoyao becomes the team leader, she will definitely find reasons to see Yifeng. Naturally, Qin Shueli will have fewer chances and reasons to interact with Yifeng. Even do not exclude Zhong Xiaoyao using the team leader's authority to suppress her, put her in a difficult situation. In this way, Qin Shueli will be at a disadvantage. This disadvantage will grow like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger, until she fails completely. Yamei Group. Grass Mudhorse, these 2 fence-sitters, traitors. Hu Bin, upon hearing about the betrayal of Jiyuan Wood and Dafu Wood, was so angry that he threw water cups, threw his phone, and went berserk in the office, scaring his colleagues. He had been urgently dealing with matters of the Yamei Group these days, and had met with leaders of the Marine Bureau several times, thinking that he could handle it without having to ask his father for help. At first, when the leaders heard it was about the Yamei Group, they were willing to talk, and Hu Bin thought the chances of success were high. But when they met, they found out it was not Hu Bin's father, old Hu, but a second-generation playboy. They immediately changed their minds and said it was not possible, it must comply with laws and regulations, leaving him frustrated. In the end, facing reality, Hu Bin was preparing to ask his father for help when he heard the news of Ma Wenchang and Chang Dashan's betrayal. Damn it, 2 cowards. Hu Bin was furious at the thought of these 2 useless people. Yifeng, I'll remember you. Prepare the car. Go to Jingxin Shipyard. Jingxin Shipyard Company. Chen Weiqiang got out of a taxi. These days, he had been detained at the 4th detention center in the Magic City, eating prison food for several days without being allowed to make a phone call. Without thinking, he knew he had been set up. Chen Weiqiang was mentally prepared that his company must be in chaos now, with employees leaving and slacking off, lacking any fighting spirit. He sighed lightly and finally went upstairs. But what he saw when he got upstairs was extremely surprising. The employees were spirited, enthusiastic, and greeted him warmly and excitedly. Mr. Chen, hello. Mr. Chen, hello. Mr. Chen, hello. Facing these employees, Chen Weiqiang nodded one by one, unable to hide his confusion and surprise. Chen Weiqiang thought the company must be in chaos, but everything was running smoothly, with many employees smiling. Could it be that Lu Shiqi had taken over the company in his absence? It couldn't be that young newcomer Yifeng, right? Chen Weiqiang believed that Yifeng did not have the ability. Mr. Chen, you're finally back. Yifeng, upon seeing Chen Weiqiang, excitedly rushed over. Is there anything happening in the company recently? Chen Weiqiang asked. Come in and talk. Yifeng called Li Tao and told him about the recent events in the company. Low price orders, hiring, defense battles, counterattacks. Excluding the matter of investing in Jinsho Group, Yifeng planned to keep this matter to himself and would not mention it unless asked. Wow, Zhang, I didn't expect you to have such strong business and management talents. Chen Weiqiang, after hearing about these events, praised Yifeng endlessly, with great admiration. However, I have a doubt. How did you convince Jinsho Group to cut off the raw materials for Jiyuan wood? I know Su Shuyun, she's not easy to deal with, very tough. Just with a low price order, it shouldn't be enough, right? What's your secret? You should share it quickly. Some things are better kept secret. Yifeng gave a strange look. Oh, I see. The 2 men smiled knowingly and dragged out a long O. Yifeng chuckled, thinking to himself that since he hadn't said anything, how would they know? They probably thought he had won over Su Shuyun. With his charm, he shouldn't have been able to easily win over a wealthy girl like her. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen, managerly, something big is happening. The company's receptionist hurriedly knocked on the office door. Don't worry, take your time to explain, what's going on? Li Tao reassured. There's a person claiming to be the CEO of Maya Group, causing a scene at the front desk demanding to see Mr. Zhang. Hu Bin. It seems to be that name, I'm not too sure. Are you free now? Or should I go and check it out? Our 2 security guards can't handle him. Ha! The 2 security guards can't handle him. Hearing this, the 3 of them burst out laughing. When they went to the front desk, sure enough, it was Hu Bin. He was acting like a thug, causing trouble at the company's front desk, not at all like a representative of a big corporation. Hu Bin, what do you want from me? Yifeng stepped forward, asking in a frivolous manner. I'm looking for you, you're quite something, playing so deviously. Chen Weiqiang? When did you come out? After seeing Chen Weiqiang, Hu Bin immediately backed down, even his tone weakened. Before making a move against Jingxin Shipyard, Hu Bin had someone investigate Chen Weiqiang's whereabouts. He found out that Chen Weiqiang was on his way to do business in the Magic City, so he hired a woman from a nightclub to seduce him. As a result, the police burst in while Chen Weiqiang's pants were down. What was originally a consensual encounter turned into an accusation of rape. This was all planned by him and executed by Chang Dashan. Hu Bin didn't intend to send Chen Weiqiang to jail, but he had more than enough time to drag him along for a few days. Unexpectedly, Chen Weiqiang came out so quickly. It must be that Chang Dashan had called back the woman, at least it would take 1 or 2 months to investigate Chen Weiqiang, not this quickly. Hu Bin, all the things you've done, Chang Dashan has told me everything. If we talk about being devious, you're the master of it. Who can outsmart you? Chen Weiqiang was full of anger as he brought this up. That night, he ended up with his pants down, never expecting to be played like that. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled with the beauty's trap. If it weren't for Yi Feng performing well in Yabe, he would have fallen into Hu Yuebin's hands. Hee, all's fair in war. If you couldn't resist the temptation, why blame me? All's fair in war, huh? Alright, Hu Yuebin, let's start from here. I want to see how long Asia May Group can last in your hands. Even if it's your father, Asia May Group would still start to decline. Let's wait and see. Mentioning his father again? Hu Yuebin gritted his teeth. Why did everyone like to compare him to his father? Would he never be able to escape his father's shadow in this lifetime? That damn old man, why did he do so well in the early days? I'm fed up. Chen Weiqiang, I don't know where you get the confidence to say such things to me. How many broken ships does Jingxin Shipyard have? What can you compare with Asia May Group? Let's see how it goes. The two sides declared war right at the company's entrance. After leaving some harsh words, Hu Yuebin left the company. Both of you, come with me, I have something important to tell you. Yi Feng and Li Tao glanced at each other and followed Chen Weiqiang into the office. After the three of them sat down, Chen Weiqiang started brewing tea. This time when I went to the Magic City, I met with two financial giants who are very interested in Jingxin Shipyard. We discussed a big deal. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound was heard. Who is it? Come in. Oh, what are you three whispering about? Appearing at the door was the stunning and fashionable Lu Shiqi, who was wearing black stockings and high heels today, exuding even more femininity. Oh, it's General Lu. Come and sit, I'll tell you something big. Chen Weiqiang got up and invited Lu Shiqi into the office, locking the door behind him. He didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Wait a minute, General Chen. You've returned from the Magic City, did you lose any parts on your body? I heard that you were ambushed quite badly. Lu Shiqi joked, causing Yi Feng and Li Tao to burst into laughter. Where did you hear that? How could I lose any parts? Otherwise, I can take off my clothes to show you. No, don't take off your pants. Even if you did, we wouldn't dare to look. Ha ha ha. Alright, let's get down to business. Chen Weiqiang told the three of them that he had made a big deal in the Magic City. You guys definitely can't guess how big this deal is. Chen Weiqiang deliberately teased. 1 billion. At this point, Chen Weiqiang was already expecting the three of them to be surprised. Just 1 billion, do you have to exaggerate so much? General Lu, compared to your Zhongguang fund, 1 billion is a small amount. But this 1 billion is just the first round of financing, we just need to dilute our shares a little. Chen Weiqiang looked at the other two, Yi Feng looked very calm, while Li Tao seemed more surprised. I thought it was 10 billion, just 1 billion, you should just ask General Zhang, he can easily give you 1 billion. Chen Weiqiang? What do you mean? Chen Weiqiang was puzzled. General Zhang spent 1 billion to invest in the Jinshou Group, buying 40% of the shares, just to secure Jingxin Shipyard and control the raw materials of Jiyuan wood. If you need money, just ask General Zhang directly, there's no need to go all the way to the Magic City and get ambushed. It's not worth it. What, you guys didn't know? Lu Shiqi furrowed her brows in surprise, but quickly relaxed. Right, General Chen stayed in the Magic City for several days, it's normal not to know. General Zhang is now the real vice president of Jinshou Group. Chen Weiqiang and Li Tao were stunned. Yi Feng invested 1 billion to buy 40% of the shares of Jinshou Group? This is too big of a move. Chen Weiqiang suddenly understood why Yi Feng could control the raw materials of Jiyuan wood, not by taking down Su Shuyun, but by investing in the Jinshou Group. Li Tao only came to his senses at this moment. No wonder when Ma Wensheng came to visit, he asked Yi Feng to speak a few good words for him in front of Su Shuyun. The vice president of Jinshou Group still needs to find Su Shuyun? Whether to give you raw materials is just a matter of a word. General Zhang, you really hide it well. Chen Weiqiang patted Yi Feng's arm. When Chen Weiqiang first met Yifeng on Wanyue Island, he knew that Yifeng was not an ordinary person. With a bit of money in hand wanting to enter the business world, but he never expected Yifeng to have such great power. What is Yifeng's background, and how much liquid capital does he have? After not seeing each other for a few days, Chen Weiqiang suddenly felt that Yifeng was becoming unpredictable. At this moment, Chen Weiqiang had a new understanding of Yifeng. In terms of company management, although Yifeng seemed a bit unfamiliar, the fact that the company could survive without him for this period of time showed his capability. Management skills can be honed, he just needs to delegate more authority to Yifeng, and within 6 months, there would be significant improvement. Secondly, Yifeng's talent in business was beyond his expectations. Faced with the siege actions of Yamei Group, Jiyuan Wood, and Dafu Timber, Yifeng remained calm and composed, handling the situation with stability and calmness. The current result was obvious. Although Yamei Group did not collapse, the siege action against Jingxin Shipyard definitely ended in failure. Chen Weiqiang felt that even if he had been in the company at that time, he might not have handled the situation as perfectly as Yifeng did, and the company would have definitely suffered some losses. Yifeng was not an ordinary person. Of course, ordinary people cannot come up with $1 billion to invest in Jinxiu Group. Yifeng may only have money now, he lacks social connections, so when something happens, Yifeng's first thought is to use money to settle it. Since ancient times, Zhozhou has been a society based on personal relationships. If Yifeng doesn't have a network of connections, he will suffer a big loss. This time is still okay. Chang Dashan and Ma Wenchang are both indecisive and soft-hearted. If it were those entrepreneurs who are unyielding, loyal, and willing to confront you to the end, the effectiveness of Yifeng's approach would definitely be greatly reduced, and whether it will work remains to be seen. I only discussed the general idea of this business, nothing has been finalized. In a few days, there will be a maritime trade summit in the Magic City. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably be finalized then. Chen Weiqiang's intention is clear, he wants Yifeng to expand his network of connections and meet those real big shots. In fact, our Zhongguan Fund also has a quota for the Maritime Trade Summit. President Zheng can attend the summit as a VIP client of Zhongguan Fund, which will make it more legitimate. President Zheng, what do you think? Lu Shiqi blinked at Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng could tell that Lu Shiqi was trying to show goodwill towards him and extend an olive branch. Let's talk about it later. Yifeng ambiguously refused Lu Shiqi. A few days ago, because of Deng Xuxin's matter, Yifeng was still upset, but you seem like you have no worries at all. Yifeng naturally did not accept this kindness, he was not being stingy, he just wanted others to know that he was not easy to bully. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now, there are some documents that need to be dealt with. After saying that, Yifeng left Chen Weiqiang's office. President Chen, President Lu, I'm leaving too. Li Tao followed closely behind. In the office, only Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi were left. Chen Weiqiang looked at Lu Shiqi, he did not feel much hostility towards Lu Shiqi's obvious attempt to undermine him. He even felt some sympathy for Lu Shiqi. Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi were old acquaintances. When the company was just starting out, Lu Shiqi helped him a lot, even part of the startup capital was raised by Zhongguan Fund. It may be an exaggeration to describe them as being as close as a cricket on a rope, but their connections and resources were indeed solid. If Yifeng did not accept this kindness, then Chen Weiqiang had no other way. President Lu, it seems that President Zhang is still upset about you transferring his subordinate. Why don't you talk to him again? Apologize or something? Don't be so tough, you will eventually make amends with him. Chen Weiqiang offered some advice to Lu Shiqi. After making a name for herself in the financial sector, Lu Shiqi's style of doing things changed a lot. Her approach to negotiations, discussions, and social interactions became more assertive, showing the demeanor of an elite career woman. But Yifeng was not one to be swayed by this. If you don't bow down, it would be difficult to establish any social relationship with him. I may not have a clear understanding of Yifeng's bottom line, but it's only temporary. He will eventually cooperate with me. Lu Shiqi made up her mind, she would do everything possible to win over Yifeng. Her Zhongguan Fund could offer Yifeng an irresistible high interest rate, making him the fund's biggest client. In this way, the scale and level of Zhongguang Fund would be raised to a higher level. Lu Shiqi is a woman who is never satisfied. It's a bit terrifying. Chen Weiqiang hadn't seen this look in Lu Shiqi's eyes for a long time. This is the rhythm of completely taking down Yifeng. Manager Lu, take it easy. She's still young, and in the future, she might become a giant in the business world. She's much younger than you, how can you bring yourself to do it? After work, Yifeng went straight home. These days have really worn out Yifeng. For several days in a row, he has been intensively monitoring the movements of 3 companies, devising plans to defeat them, and his body is really starting to feel the strain. So early today? Are you going to stay up late to review the plans? At 7 o'clock, Gaoyu saw Yifeng at home, feeling a bit surprised. No, I'm not going to review them. Things are almost done, I'll let someone else take care of the rest. The person Yifeng mentioned is Chen Weiqiang, who just returned from the Magic City. He has been busy these days and is almost at his limit, so he should take a good rest. At the same time, Yifeng also learned that being a capitalist is not as easy as it seems. The struggles between capitalists have left him physically and mentally exhausted. Alright, let's have dinner first, I've cooked some dishes. Yifeng quickly added 4 bowls of rice and enjoyed his meal. Gaoyu saw this scene and smiled contentedly. By the way, how are things going at the gym these days? Yifeng casually asked about the gym, remembering to inquire. Gaoyu mentioned that Ho Jianye had already selected a location in Longhu, and she had gone to see it. The location and size were quite suitable, and a batch of imported gym equipment was on the way. The renovation workers were also rushing to finish the decoration. If everything goes smoothly, the gym should be able to open for business in a month. With you in charge, I feel much more at ease. Gaoyu has also been busy these days, and Yifeng praised her for it. I don't need to pay too much attention. Uncle Ho's experience, can't let them reveal their identities to others. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If Gaoyu finds out that the cafe was funded by Yifeng, it will be troublesome to explain. Humph. You know your place. Xuan, to be honest, you don't need to invest too much energy in the cafe. Aren't you preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam? Just close the cafe, let them have the business, what's the harm? I can support you anyway. Yifeng spoke his mind. What if one day you stop supporting me? Gaoyu looked into Yifeng's eyes and asked. Impossible, I will support you for a lifetime. Yifeng's eyes were unwavering, answering from the heart. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds. Yifeng couldn't hold back anymore, his hands started to misbehave. Go take a shower first. The next morning. Yifeng saw the message from Su Shuyun last night. Su Shuyun, Zhang, do you have time in the morning? Su Shuyun, the company has prepared a welcome party for you, would you like to attend? Su Shuyun, please reply when you see this, smiling face, Yifeng replied, just saw it, sorry. Unexpectedly, Su Shuyun replied instantly, Zhang, do you have time in the morning? Yifeng glanced at the top right corner of the screen, it was past 9 o'clock now, if he didn't go to the gym, Yifeng indeed had nothing to do. Yifeng was exhausted these days, he didn't feel like going today. But he also had no interest in Su Shuyun's party. Although he had bought 40% of Jinsho Group's shares, there was no need to make a big deal out of it with a welcome party, it was too ostentatious, not his style. Besides, Yifeng wouldn't go to Jinsho Group to work, his focus was still on Jingxin Shipyard, investing in Jinsho Group was mainly to cut off the raw materials for Jiyuan wood. Yifeng, I'm a bit tired these days, let's talk about it another day. Su Shuyun, Zhang, if you don't want the welcome party, can you come over to sign those legal documents if you have time? Yifeng thought carefully, those legal documents still needed to be signed, otherwise, if someone tried to trick him, it would be a disaster. Although Su Shuyun wouldn't do that, there were others with ill intentions. Like Hu Yuebin. Yifeng agreed, quickly freshened up, had breakfast, and headed to Jinsho Group. Jinsho Group. Shuyun, what did Zheng say? Did he agree to come over? Su Qingye urged beside Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun looked impatient. Oh Dad, Zhang said he's coming right now, please stop rushing me, okay? Today's situation was really not Su Shuyun's style. She thought that with this effort, she could focus on work, at least do something practical. But Su's father was persistent. He wanted her to find a way to get Yifeng to come over, to see, whether by deceit or persuasion, they had to get him here. He even came up with a plan for Su Shuyun, suggesting a welcome party. Su Shuyun was not successful when she heard about this matter. After telling Yifeng, he indeed refused, and finally had to change his words to mention legal documents. Today, in order to meet Yifeng, Su Qingye dressed up in a suit and looked exceptionally spirited, even applying hair mud to his white hair. Dad, do you have to be like this? Mr. Zhang is very busy. Did you really have to call him over for such a small matter? Su Shuyun still felt very resistant in her heart, deceiving Yifeng like this, and even the old man seemed to have some thoughts about the future son-in-law, which made her very uncomfortable. Shuyun, how many times have I told you, this is not a small matter, but the biggest thing in your life. Xiaopeng has already been called over. He will take care of the company these days. You just need to focus on getting Mr. Zhang on board. Yifeng is a good person and quite compatible with her. This is also good, using her father's words to test whether Yifeng has any interest in her. Half an hour later, Yifeng met with Su Shuyun in her office. Mr. Zhang, I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to come over. Su Shuyun's politeness towards Yifeng was really unexpected for him. We are all on the same side, why be so polite? Yifeng felt that Su Shuyun was being too formal. He is now also a major shareholder of Jinsho Group, so these formalities can be skipped. Is this Mr. Zhang? You look so energetic and promising. It was only at this moment that Yifeng noticed an old man sitting at Su Shuyun's desk, with white hair but looking lively. The old man stood up from his chair, smiled, and walked towards Yifeng to greet him. Who is this? Let me introduce you to Mr. Zhang. This is my father, Su Qingye. He was already retired, but he specially rushed to the company to meet you when he heard you were coming. Su Shuyun introduced. So you are Mr. Su. It's an honor for me that you came to meet me. You can call me Xiao Zhang or Xiao Qian. It's rare to meet a junior like you, especially since you are the vice president of Jinsho Group. Su Qingye shook hands with Yifeng, smiling and patting his shoulder. The first impression is good. Mr. Zhang, this is a document prepared by our legal department. You can take it back to have it checked, and if there are no issues, you can sign it then. Su Shuyun handed a prepared legal document to Yifeng. Yifeng felt it was unnecessary to take it back, as it would show a lack of trust in Su Shuyun, creating a rift between them. He simply glanced through it. On the document, Su Shuyun's position in Jinsho Group had unexpectedly changed to chairman and CEO. Yifeng took out a pen from the desk and signed at the end. Mr. Zhang, you're signing already? Don't you need to take it back to review? Su Qingye curiously asked. $1 billion is not a small amount. No need, I trust Mr. Su very much. I came here today to sign these documents because I was afraid that some malicious people might take advantage. Otherwise, these things are optional. Yifeng expressed that he had a high level of trust in Su Shuyun. Xiao Qian, why do you trust my Shuyun so much? The first sentence was still very official from Mr. Zhang. The wording of the second sentence, Xiao Qian, my Shuyun, showed that Su Qingye was very tactful. This wording was equivalent to setting aside work and discussing personal life. Both Su Shuyun and Yifeng did not notice this issue. I think Mr. Su is a good person and won't harm me, that's all. Yifeng realized something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Oh, I see, then I understand. Su Qingye nodded in satisfaction. Yifeng stood in front of him, making him more and more satisfied as he looked at her. Well, Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yifeng said as he was about to leave. With everyone present, how could Su Qingye let Yifeng go so easily? He still had more questions to ask. Xiao Qian, now that you're the vice president of Jinsho Group, you should let everyone get to know you. For this, I had Shu Yun specially prepare a welcome party for you. You can leave after attending. Mr. Su, that's not necessary. Yi Feng tried to refuse. Su Qingye didn't give Yi Feng a chance to refuse. Xiao Qian, now that you're the vice president of Jinsho Group, you should let everyone get to know you. In the future, when you come to the company, at the very least everyone will know of your presence, and even the security guards at the entrance won't stop you. It's almost time for dinner, Shu Yun, have a car prepared. Before Yi Feng could finish speaking, Su Qingye covered his mouth and led him downstairs. He cast a pleading look at Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun shrugged, indicating she couldn't do anything either. Over the phone, you could come up with any excuse to refuse. But in person, it would be difficult to refuse. It's hard to resist the kindness of the elderly, so Yi Feng had no choice but to follow Su Qingye into the car. The three of them arrived at the Triumph Grand Hotel. One of the highest standard hotels in Yobe North. Mr. Su had booked a hall for today. Although Jinsho Group is not large in scale, the company's system is very sound. Those present today were mostly the company's COO, CFO, CIO, and OD-level executives. The legal representative, operations, finance director, technology director, and managers from various departments were all present. As Su Qingye stood on the stage, introducing the company's new VP, the vice president of the company, Yi Feng. Yi Feng greeted everyone politely, and after introducing himself, there was warm applause. During the meal, Yi Feng was seated next to Su Shuyun and Su Qingye. Mr. Zhang, do you have any insights on the transformation of Jinsho Group and its future business development? A director of operations asked Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. How come there's a QA session? Isn't this just a dinner? The people at the table were all pre-arranged by Su Qingye. He wanted these executives to ask Yi Feng a few questions to see his business insights and whether he had the ability to lead Jinsho Group. I think Yi Feng could only talk about his understanding of Jinsho Group's transformation. Jinsho Group was founded in the 1970s and still followed traditional methods of operation. However, in recent years, the rise of new channels such as the internet, maritime transport, and finished wood products would impact Jinsho Group's future development. It must innovate, otherwise, it would be outdated by the times and replaced by new enterprises. These were all Su's former confidants, and when they heard Yi Feng's evaluation of Jinsho Group, their faces suddenly turned ugly. Good. Well said. Only Su Qingye applauded and praised Yi Feng. My old ways are no longer effective. Technology is so advanced now, with QQ, WeChat, short videos spreading so quickly. Perhaps an unknown commoner could become famous overnight nationwide. I think Mr. Zhang's words are excellent. Su Qingye agreed with Yi Feng's remarks and supported Su Shuyun and him in the upcoming innovation of Jinsho Group. Although Su Qingye had retired a few years ago, it was impossible for him to hand over such a large enterprise to Su Shuyun. The backbone was still supported by his former subordinates, and each department had Su Qingye's confidants. The purpose of this speech was to ensure that in the future, they should not only listen to Su Shuyun but also to Yi Feng. Opinions could be raised, but they must not shirk their responsibilities. The other executives understood this and followed suit by applauding and praising. Today's gathering was not just a welcome party, it was also the formal transfer of power from Su Qingye to Su Shuyun. In front of several executives, the matter was clarified, and the company will be handed over to these two young people in the future. By the way, Xiao Qian, I haven't asked yet, how old are you this year? Su Qingye asked with a smile. I am 26 years old. Yi Feng replied. 26. When do you plan to get married? The crowd gasped in surprise. They finally understood. This new vice president named Yi Feng is the son-in-law that Mr. Su has in mind. No wonder he is so highly regarded. Yi Feng rubbed his nose and said, I currently have no plans to get married. I want to establish a career first before considering marriage. This is indeed his plan, diving into the business world to ensure a steady source of income even after he no longer has the system. The crowd felt that Yi Feng was a bit off track. Mr. Su asked you like that, he must be trying to match you with Su Shuyun. How can this kid not see it? Of course, Yifeng saw it, but other than pretending to be clueless, he had no other choice. At the same time, he glanced at Su Shuyun. The originally shrewd and capable female elite was now focused on cutting the steak, her face as red as a cherry. Current favorability, 60 points, best friend max. Only 1 point away from reaching the lover stage. However, Yifeng's favorability towards Su Shuyun is not actually high. If calculated according to the system, it's probably only around 40 to 50 points, still at the level of ordinary friends, not even close to best friends, let alone lovers. But Su Shuyun has a great figure and appearance, exuding an air of wealth and elegance, raised as a wealthy young lady since childhood. Xiao Qian, don't you understand this? Men emphasize building a family and career, starting with family before career. With a warm bed waiting every night, you wake up full of energy the next day, ready to tackle anything. I was just over 20 when I got married. If it weren't for health reasons, I would have been a grandfather by now. Yifeng silently nodded, realizing that in Mr. Su's era, marriage was generally early. Nowadays, people struggle to establish themselves in society, making them hesitant to marry. Yifeng's situation is even more unique. If he chooses to marry, the system will be unbound and disappear, leaving him uncertain about the rest of his life. Alright, Uncle Su, I will keep your words in mind and find a suitable partner to marry as soon as possible. Yifeng wanted to brush it off, as discussing his life's major events in front of so many people felt inappropriate. He thought the conversation would end with his response, but what followed was unexpected. Su Qingye looked at Yifeng, who had been so clear in his words, yet had not given a clear attitude, making it unclear if he was truly confused or pretending to be. So, he decided to be direct. Xiao Qian, what do you think of my daughter Shuyun? Su Qingye asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yifeng finally understood. Su Qingye was trying to match him with Su Shuyun. He realized that today's meeting was likely not just about legal documents but also about this matter. Experience counts, and Yifeng had just realized it. This question left Yifeng unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Su Shuyun and noticed her face was even redder than before, her favorability fluctuating, very unstable. Miss Su is great, she is beautiful, has a good personality, and is meticulous in her work. Yifeng could only praise Su Shuyun, unable to say anything else. He couldn't reject Mr. Su outright, as it would embarrass both Mr. Su and Su Shuyun. Su Qingye and Su Shuyun could both tell that Yifeng's words were just polite remarks. Well, I think so too. Shuyun is indeed very serious about her work, but one thing, too serious. She's already 27 this year and hasn't even been in a relationship yet, sigh. Su Qingye said, sighing involuntarily, looking like he was frustrated. Su Shuyun immediately became anxious, Dad. In front of so many people, revealing that she has never been in a relationship, how will she face others in the future? Most of her college classmates are already mothers of 2 children, while she is still single, some might even think she's a lesbian. Su Qingye, as he spoke, grabbed Yifeng with one hand and Su Shuyun with the other, and in front of everyone, placed their hands together. Xiao Qian, in the future, whether it's work or in private, you should communicate more with Shuyun. Okay. Yifeng realized that if he didn't agree for now, Su Qingye probably wouldn't let him go. Hearing Yifeng's agreement, Su Qingye laughed heartily and continued drinking with Yifeng. This scene was seen by some executives and employees. With Su Qingye's approval, they all believed that Yifeng and Su Shuyun had a close relationship. Su Shuyun found an opportunity and finally pulled her hand back. In front of others, she showed an unprecedented shyness. Su Shuyun didn't understand why her father was so happy. Clearly, the other party didn't show any interest in her, agreeing only superficially. No one knew what Yifeng really thought. Putting her hand together with Yifeng's, she felt it was a bit rushed. After dinner, Su Shuyun wanted to have a serious talk with Yifeng to clarify that he shouldn't misunderstand her intentions. But Yifeng made an excuse that he had a manuscript to write and left directly, not giving Su Shuyun a chance. After leaving the hotel, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Shuyun couldn't possibly be interested in him, so he didn't think much about it. It was just a common problem for people of that age. Su Qingye, being of such an age, naturally wanted to have grandchildren soon, and seeing this rising star, he wouldn't let it slip by. The next day, Yifeng received an invitation from Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuqing to go to a cafe on Shuanglia Street. These days, Yifeng was so busy that he didn't have time to pay attention to the cafe run by the two sisters. He had something to discuss with them, so he took advantage of the lunchtime to visit the cafe, Destiny Cafe. After meeting, Yifeng felt that the two sisters seemed even more beautiful. "How is Uncle Deng doing?" Yifeng first inquired about Deng Jining's situation in the capital. "The surgery went smoothly, and he has been transferred back to the city hospital." "Thank you." Deng Shuxin's eyes were full of genuine love. "When my father heard that we opened a cafe, he was very excited and wanted to come see it, but he just had surgery and can't get out of bed. It will probably be some time before he can see our cafe," Deng Yuqing said with a smile, her eyes also showing affection towards Yifeng. "That's good to hear." Yifeng nodded and organized his words. "However, there is something I need to tell you both." Yifeng informed the two sisters not to disclose the fact that he provided funding. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin nodded understandingly. Although they didn't know why Yifeng made this request, since he personally met with them to say so, there must be a reason. They promised not to reveal the matter to avoid causing trouble for Yifeng. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. "Xiao Qian, haven't had lunch yet, right? Since there are no customers at the moment, why don't we close the cafe and go eat something?" "Okay." The cafe temporarily closed, and the three of them went to have lunch for $1. When they returned, Yifeng chatted with the two sisters at the cafe for a while. The cafe, apart from the location suggested by Yifeng, had its decoration, layout, and menu all managed by the two sisters in an orderly manner, so he didn't need to worry about it or losing money. However, the arrival of a guest disrupted the tranquility in Yifeng's heart. "Jin Jia, why are you here?" Deng Yuqing exclaimed upon seeing a young woman dressed in trendy fashion at the door, quickly going to greet her. "Gao Yu?" Gao Yu's arrival made Yifeng drop the ladle in his hand in shock. "Oh no, this is bad. Oh, a guest, did I come at a bad time?" Gao Yu glanced at Yifeng sitting at the table, intentionally or unintentionally remarking. "No, I'm here to introduce Jin Jia, this is." Deng Shuxin pulled Gao Yu, looking very intimate, about to say that Yifeng was their boss, but then remembered her instructions and quickly changed her words. "Yifeng, Manager Zhang, is my former boss, I used to work under her." Hearing Deng Shuxin's introduction, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see." Gao Yu drawled. Deng Yuqing noticed Gao Yu's unusual demeanor and asked, "Jin Jia, do you know Manager Zhang?" Seeing this, Yifeng directly put his arm around Gao Yu's shoulder and gave her his seat. "Of course, we know each other, we're acquaintances," Yifeng said with a smile. "Manager Zhang, what are you doing here?" Gao Yu raised an eyebrow, her words filled with sarcasm, hinting at catching someone in the act. Yifeng felt a bit guilty, wondering if Gao Yu already knew something. With her intelligence, if she knew that she had invested in this cafe, she might not have come at this time to deliberately run into her, but would pretend not to know anything. This must be a test. "I just passed by, came to have a cup of coffee. You said the coffee here is good, so I came to try it." Yifeng lied. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin were surprised by Yifeng's behavior, realizing that the two indeed knew each other. Deng Shuxin, carefree as she was, couldn't imagine the relationship between the two. But Deng Yuqing could see that Gao Yu and Yifeng's relationship was extraordinary. Gao Yu didn't explicitly mention that they were in a romantic relationship. Yes, the coffee made by the two sisters is indeed delicious. Gao Yu, as the big boss of Shuanglia Street Cafe, a prominent figure, was referred to as sister by Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin. Mainly because Gao Yu's aura was too strong. In the bedroom, Gao Yu might occasionally take the lead over Yifeng, but in this setting, Gao Yu's presence overshadowed even Yifeng. After a brief chat, Yifeng made an excuse and left early, saying he had something to do in the afternoon. Gao Yu didn't stay long either, leaving the cafe with Yifeng. "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you hiding something from me?" Gao Yu sat in the passenger seat of Yifeng's car, smiling and asking. This smile made Yifeng break out in a cold sweat. No, there really is something going on at work. I have to prepare a speech. Yifeng explained. Are you thinking too much? I just mentioned the sister flowers to you, and you went to their shop. Can I not think otherwise? Gaoyu wasn't angry. She wanted to hear how Yifeng would explain. You must have misunderstood. It was just a coincidence. I really just passed by to buy a cup of coffee, and Deng Shuxin was a former employee under me, so we sat together and chatted. You didn't ask for her sister's WeChat? No, I didn't. Don't believe me? Check my phone. Yifeng took out his phone as he spoke, wanting to check on Gaoyu. He knew that Gaoyu wouldn't answer, so he dared to do so confidently. I'm not going to check on you, it would make me look petty. Gaoyu turned her head with a proud look. Then let me ask you, is the coffee I made delicious, or is the coffee they made delicious? This was an easy question. Of course, darling, the coffee you made is delicious. Although theirs also has its own characteristics, it can't compare to the rich and flavorful taste you make. Where did you learn to sweet talk like that, so cheesy? Gaoyu chuckled at Yifeng's teasing. Alright, you can go now, I have things to do this afternoon. Gaoyu's eyes revealed a sense of confidence. Only insecure women are afraid of their men being taken away. She believed that with Deng Yuqing or Deng Shuxin, they couldn't shake her position in Yifeng's heart. The attitude Yifeng just showed her, the two sisters didn't miss it, and she believed they would understand. Seeing that Gaoyu didn't pursue the matter, but instead left a light kiss on his face, Yifeng finally felt relieved. This showed that Gaoyu still trusted him. If she didn't trust him, she would have investigated him long ago. Yifeng believed that if Gaoyu wanted to investigate him, she would definitely dig deep into his recent connections, and when all the solid evidence was presented, he wouldn't be able to argue. But Gaoyu didn't do that. After returning to the company in the afternoon, Yifeng immersed himself in work again. Chen Weiqiang instructed him to write a speech introducing the company's financial report and income and expenditure for the first half of the year, and to showcase the company's strengths at the upcoming Maritime Trade Summit to attract investment. However, he couldn't reveal the company's plans for the second half of the year. This was a good exercise for Yifeng. In the company, Zhong Xiaoyao, Qin Xueli, and Xia Chanxian all made significant contributions to the speech, and after a whole afternoon of discussion in the office, a complete speech was produced. Returning home in the evening, Yifeng went straight to the study to memorize the speech. Creak. Gaoyu entered the room. Qian, what are you memorizing? It's past midnight, why aren't you sleeping? The speech. I have to fly to Modu the day after tomorrow. What speech? Let me see. After taking the speech from Yifeng, Gaoyu quickly skimmed through it. The content is good, but I feel there's room for improvement. Can it be improved further? Yifeng was surprised that Gaoyu had such an eye for detail. This speech was the result of the four of them working together in the office for an entire afternoon. Well, I may not understand the content, but some of the wording is not precise enough. Give it to me, I'll refine it for you. You go to bed first and review it tomorrow. Okay. After handing over the speech to Gaoyu, Yifeng lay down next to the pillow and fell asleep. The next morning, Yifeng received a neatly copied speech, with precise transitional and professional terms, making one think Gaoyu was an industry professional. Holding the speech, Yifeng walked to the second-floor living room and found that Gaoyu had already prepared breakfast, wearing Bluetooth earphones while doing yoga. Awake? How late did you stay up last night? Around 3 or 4 o'clock. Yifeng marveled at Gaoyu's discipline. Sleeping at 3 or 4 in the morning, waking up so early, making breakfast for him, full of energy, without any signs of fatigue. Gaoyu is truly a virtuous helper. I've packed your luggage. What time is your flight tomorrow? Do you want me to send you? Gaoyu pointed to the suitcase next to the sofa. Yifeng didn't say anything but walked up to Gaoyu and gently took off her earphones. What are you doing? Nothing, just wanted to hug you. I'm all sweaty, so don't hug me. That's $1 for a shower. Oh, this. After everything was ready, Yifeng and Chen Weiqiang flew to the Magic City together. This was Yifeng's first time flying first class, enjoying the meticulous service of the flight attendants. Zhang, how are your PPT and speech preparations going? Don't worry, all set. Yifeng was confident and made an okay gesture to Chen Weiqiang. After the plane landed, the two went to the Emperor Hotel first. The Maritime Trade Summit this time was held in the Grand Hall on the top floor of the Emperor Hotel, making it convenient to stay here. The Maritime Trade Summit was a business meeting organized by domestic maritime trade organizations, jointly funded by various companies. On the first day, they would announce the maritime situation of the past year and the trade trends for the coming year. The summit would last for 3 days, with professionals from various industries participating. The first day was for listening to reports and networking. The second day was for speeches, attracting investments, and formal negotiations. The third day was for the award ceremony, mainly honoring outstanding maritime trade companies in the country and awarding captains and sailors who made outstanding contributions to maritime trade. After a brief introduction, Chen Weiqiang mentioned he had something to attend to and left, leaving Yifeng to himself. Be careful, don't get into trouble again and get detained. Yifeng warned with a hidden meaning. Don't worry, last time was my carelessness. This time, it's one of my high school classmates. No problem, we'll succeed. After Chen Weiqiang left the hotel, Yifeng checked in with a few people using his phone. The sky darkened, and a light drizzle began. Yifeng saw a popular crab roe noodle shop on an app, selling a bowl for 288 yuan, sparking his curiosity. As he was about to hail a cab outside the hotel, he was almost hit by a car. Startled by the sudden Mercedes-Benz, Yifeng stumbled and fell to the ground, soaking his clothes. Oh no, I think I hit someone, Mr. Jiang. The female secretary driving the Mercedes S68, Du Bingbing, quickly shifted to neutral and engaged the electronic handbrake. Go check on the person, if there's an issue, take them to the hospital. Don't waste my time. Zhang Yanran in the back seat didn't even lift her eyelids, still focused on replying to a client's message. With distant eyebrows and watery eyes, her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a common OL outfit but couldn't hide her stunning figure and curves. Du Bingbing grabbed an umbrella and hurried to check on Yifeng. I'm sorry, did I almost hit you just now? Du Bingbing helped Yifeng up from the puddle. I'm fine, you almost did hit me. While she didn't hit him, falling still hurt. However, Yifeng appreciated her attitude and decided not to pursue the matter, planning to change into dry clothes later. Did you hit him? Zhang Yanran, who had come down from the car at some point, asked. Du Bingbing quickly held an umbrella for Zhang Yanran. Ms. Zhang, why did you come down? Please go back, I'll handle this. Slap. Zhang Yanran slapped 2 thick stacks of red bills on the hood. Her face was icy, exuding a distant and indifferent aura. Yifeng was puzzled by her attitude. Nearly hitting him and acting all high and mighty, was having money that impressive? Zhang Yanran's demeanor constantly reminded Yifeng that being wealthy was truly remarkable. But now, Yifeng was also wealthy. What do you mean? Yifeng asked. If you're injured, go to the hospital. If not, consider it compensation for your clothes. With that, Zhang Yanran ignored Yifeng and returned to the back of the car. She didn't want to waste a minute on Yifeng. I'm sorry, my boss is like that. Please don't take it to heart. Du Bingbing once again stepped forward to apologize to Yifeng, picked up the 2 bundles of cash, and stuffed them into Yifeng's hand. You can take this money as compensation. Looking at the $20,000 cash in his hand, Yifeng sneered. He didn't need the money now. Wasn't that woman a bit disrespectful, thinking money could solve everything? Yifeng couldn't be bothered. He was hungry, so he left the scene of the accident, leaving behind the $20,000. Du Bingbing wanted to chase after him with the money, but Yifeng didn't even look back. She had to return to the car to report to Zhang Yanran. General Zhang, he didn't take the money and left on his own. Let him be. Zhang Yanran didn't care about Yifeng. Besides responding to client messages, she was also preparing for the speech at the trade summit in 2 days. Yifeng returned to the hotel, changed his clothes, and then took a taxi to the noodle shop. The delicious crab roe noodles made Yifeng forget about the unpleasant incident that had just happened. Ha! Yifeng? While enjoying his meal, a man in a sharp suit approached him. Xiao Shenhao? Xiao Shenhao was Yifeng's college classmate, and meeting here was truly fate. The two hit it off and sat down to chat. What are you doing here? I heard there's a noodle shop in the city selling bowls for $288, so I came to try it out. Yifeng had 2 empty bowls on his table, indicating that the noodles were indeed delicious. Well, it's fate to meet here. Let me treat you to this meal. Xiao Shenhao was very generous. Boss, 2 more bowls of noodles. Xiao Shenhao had gone to the Jiangnan region for development after graduating from college. This time, he came to the city for the trade summit tomorrow, just like Yifeng. Xiao Shenhao told Yifeng that he was now a business manager at Asia Airlines. Impressive. I could tell back in college that you were the most promising in our class. You must be making at least $1 million a year now, right? Upon hearing the title of business manager, Yifeng immediately thought of Li Tao's salary level. In a big company like Asia Airlines, someone in Xiao Shenhao's position would be making at least $1 million a year. More or less, with the year-end bonus, I can make around $1.2 million a year. Xiao Shenhao modestly replied. But there was a hint of pride in his words. According to Xiao Shenhao, his salary level was the highest among their classmates from that year. The second highest, Songbin, was only making $300,000 to $400,000, so Xiao Shenhao was way ahead of him. Old classmate, what are you doing now? Xiao Shenhao asked. Well, I'm in the same industry as you. I'm currently at Jingxin Shipyard. Yifeng answered truthfully. Jingxin Shipyard? I haven't heard of it. Are you also in maritime trade? If so, that's quite a coincidence. Are you also here for the trade summit tomorrow? Xiao Shenhao thought that since they were in the same industry and appeared in the city at this time, they should also be here for the trade summit tomorrow. Yifeng nodded. So, what position do you hold at Jingxin specifically? Xiao Shenhao further inquired. After so many years since college graduation, Xiao Shenhao had heard news about everyone else except Yifeng. Since he could attend the trade summit, his position should be decent, at least at the same level as Xiao Shenhao. How should I put it? Yifeng thought seriously. If he said he was the vice president of Jingxin Shipyard, it would be a bit pretentious. He didn't need to show off in front of his old classmate, it was better to be down to earth. My position at Jingxin Shipyard is not high either. I'm just starting out and still in the learning phase. An intern? Xiao Shenhao chuckled to himself. So Yifeng was an intern. In previous years, many CEOs would bring a group of interns to listen in. Knowing that Yifeng's position was not higher than his, Xiao Shenhao felt relieved. The internships are pretty good. Being brought by the CEO to participate in the Maritime Trade Summit shows that the CEO values you interns and wants to focus on developing you. Work hard, and before long, you can also become a manager. Xiao Shenhao went from being an ordinary salesperson to a manager in 4 years. This time coming to the Maritime Trade Summit was also an opportunity that Xiao Shenhao happened to get. Otherwise, young managers like him who have just been promoted don't have many opportunities to participate in the Maritime Trade Summit. Xiao Qian, if you can't handle it later, I'll write you a recommendation letter so you can directly join Asia Airlines. I'll have your back then. Okay, thank you so much, Xiao Gu. Yifeng sincerely thanked him. Xiao Shenhao and he were from the same hometown and were college classmates. During college, whether in terms of economics or academics, Xiao Shenhao had helped Yifeng a lot, even introducing a girlfriend to Yifeng, being very kind to him. Meeting now, although comparisons were inevitable, there was more of his guidance, giving him an internal referral opportunity, which was considered a benefactor in Yifeng's life. Yifeng didn't take Xiao Shenhao's arrogance to heart. In college, he was Xiao Shenhao's junior, and now he wanted to confirm his own identity, which was understandable. The two chatted casually. Xiao Qian, where are you staying in the Magic City this time? It's pouring now, I'll take you back. No need to trouble you, Xiaoge, I'll just take a taxi. Come on, what trouble? We're old classmates. Xiao Xinhao said, taking out the key to his Mercedes from his pocket and playing with it in his hand. He mainly wanted to show off his new car to Yi Feng. Alright, Emperor Hotel, is it on your way? Yi Feng didn't refuse either. Since Xiao Xinhao wanted to show off, let him do it, he didn't mind. What a coincidence. I'm also staying at the Emperor Hotel, it's a $1 ride back. Xiao Xinhao was puzzled. What was the background of the Emperor Hotel? So wealthy? They even arranged interns at the Emperor Hotel? The Maritime Trade Summit was scheduled for 3 days, which meant 4 nights, and the price for one night at the Emperor Hotel was over 5,000 plus. After sending Yi Feng back to the hotel, he received a message asking him to come to the office on the 19th floor. Xiao Chen, let's not chat for now, I have some things to attend to. Sure, no problem, we'll talk later. Yi Feng didn't keep Xiao Xinhao. Xiao Xinhao arrived at the 19th floor of the Emperor Hotel. Most of the companies participating in the Maritime Trade Summit had already checked in at the Emperor Hotel. The 19th floor was an open office with a writing area where interns brought by the CEO or executives and managers who needed to handle important documents were temporarily working. Manager Xiao, why didn't you reply to the message just now? I was so worried. What's the matter, Secretary Du? Why so urgent? Xiao Xinhao was puzzled. Did something go wrong? Du Bingbing turned the notebook around and pointed out several basic errors to Xiao Xinhao. President Zhang found some problems with the PPT you made. You need to make some changes, and it must be sent to President Zhang's email before 10 o'clock tonight. After seeing those issues, Xiao Xinhao slapped his forehead. These were fundamental issues. It was okay if he noticed them regularly, but if President Zhang presented this PPT with these mistakes, it would surely be ridiculed in the industry. This was not just a basic error but a fatal one. Secretary Du, did President Zhang get angry after seeing these errors? Xiao Xinhao asked cautiously. Zhang Yanran, 26 years old this year, had just returned from studying in the Americas and took on the role of chairman of Asia Airlines Shipping. Zhang Yanran valued capability over qualifications. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold a managerial position at Asia Airlines at such a young age in such a large company. President Zhang is very angry. Du Bingbing sadly informed Xiao Xinhao of this unfortunate news. If you check it before sending it to General Zhang, or send it to me, I'll take a look and make the changes for you. I can't help it if you're so careless. Du Bingbing sighed. Xiao Xinhao was thunderstruck when he heard this news. Alright, go and make the changes quickly. I'll speak on your behalf to General Zhang, everything will be fine, Du Bingbing reassured. Xiao Xinhao had no choice but to accept his fate. Whether Du Bingbing speaks well or not, the result will be the same. Xiao Xinhao knew Zhang Yanran too well. A business manager making such basic errors in the PPT for the Maritime Trade Summit would surely be replaced as soon as he returned. 9:50 p.m. After correcting the basic errors, Xiao Xinhao carefully checked the PPT again and found errors on the last few pages as well. Zhang Yanran had not noticed them yet. If she saw them, she would definitely point out the flaws in his PPT and get angry on the spot. But now, there were only 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock. He had to make the changes. Xiao Xinhao was getting anxious. Finally, he decided to send an email to Zhang Yanran explaining the situation before making the changes. But to his surprise, Zhang Yanran replied instantly. Xiao Xinhao opened the email and saw only one sentence: no need to change the PPT, go back and claim your flight ticket reimbursement from finance, then go to HR to process your resignation. Xiao Xinhao was dumbfounded. This is too much. The requirements were too strict and harsh. In another company, he would have been demoted at most. But Zhang Yanran just fired him. Xiao Xinhao was at a loss. He had hoped that Du Bingbing could speak a few good words for him in front of Zhang Yanran, considering his outstanding performance in the company over the past 3 years. Xiao Xinhao no longer expected a promotion, just wanted to keep his current managerial position. But now, things had turned out differently. Just because he sent a file that needed to be delayed by half an hour, Jiang Yanran directly asked him to resign. It was ruthless. Although he had made a mistake, it didn't warrant such harsh treatment. Jiang Yanran was the toughest boss Xiao Xinhao had ever encountered. Xiao Xinhao didn't give up. He worked overtime to correct the PPT and still planned to attend the Maritime Trade Summit the next day, hoping that Jiang Yanran would show some mercy, not fire him, and give him a chance to make amends. He had just bought a Mercedes-Benz, and if he lost this job, how would he pay off the monthly car loan of over 20,000? Why are you here? Du Bingbing saw Xiao Xinhao at the opening ceremony and quickly pulled him aside. I have corrected the PPT, General Jiang can use it directly tomorrow, there will be absolutely no problem this time. Xiao Xinhao assured. He had reviewed it until dawn last night and polished it all over again, ensuring a higher quality than the previous version. Manager Xiao, forget it, you know General Jiang's temper, she will definitely scold you when she sees you, and won't leave you any face. Du Bingbing tried to dissuade him. Last night, General Jiang made a PPT by herself and called you a fool. Do you think with that attitude, General Jiang will forgive you? Du Bingbing kindly advised Xiao Xinhao not to go to Jiang Yanran again. Xiao Xinhao sighed helplessly. He had worked so hard and dedicatedly at AirAsia for 4 years, and just because of a small mistake, he was fired. How pathetic! Xiao Xinhao glanced at Jiang Yanran from a distance and finally walked out of the venue. Just as Xiao Xinhao walked out of the venue, he bumped into Yifeng, who was coming to attend the opening ceremony. Hey! Xiao, the opening ceremony is about to start, why are you going out? Yifeng looked at Xiao Xinhao, who was disheartened and curious. He asked, what happened? Yesterday he was full of spirit and energy, but today he seems like a different person. Xiao Xinhao sighed helplessly and shook his head, it's a long story. Don't make fun of me. Just then, Lu Shiqi walked over in a red dress. General Zhang, the Maritime Trade Summit is about to begin. Why aren't you going in? Where is General Chen? Lu Shiqi asked eagerly. General Zhang? Xiao Xinhao was greatly surprised to hear this title. Why does this woman look so familiar? Xiao Xinhao remembered that Lu Shiqi, the general manager of Zhongguang Fund, had visited their company when he was at Asia Airlines, and they had met briefly. Xiao Xinhao was certain that this was indeed Lu Shiqi. But wait, didn't Yifeng say he was an intern at Jingxin Shipyard? At the entrance of the venue, there were only the three of them. Besides calling Yifeng, who else could it be? General Zhang? Xiao Xinhao couldn't believe his eyes and mouth couldn't close. General Chen is inside. Yifeng felt that since Lu Shiqi had come over to greet him, it wouldn't be nice to ignore her, so he casually replied. Let's go, Xiao, let's go in first, and I'll explain it to you later. Yifeng pulled Xiao Xinhao and attended the opening ceremony of the Maritime Trade Summit. After meeting Chen Weiqiang was a bit surprised. Who is this? Oh, General Chen, this is my fellow townsman and university classmate, who is now a business manager at Asia Airlines. Oh, I see. Then please have a seat. There were many seats at the venue, and they were basically not all occupied. Each person's table had an identity badge in front of it. If there wasn't one, it meant they were interns or assistants. On Yifeng's table, there were 2 identity badges prominently displayed: Vice President of Jingxin Shipyard, VIP investor of Zhongguang Fund. Without a doubt, this was done by Lu Shiqi. Xiao Xinhao was stunned to see these 2 badges. So, Yifeng is not only an entrepreneur but also an investor? Initially, Xiao Xinhao had no reaction when he first saw Yifeng, but these 2 badges instantly elevated Yifeng's status by several levels in his mind. Xiao Xinhao stared at Yifeng intently. He never expected that Yifeng, who had been out of touch for 3 or 4 years, had made a name for himself after graduation. Even though he was still working as a business manager at Asia Airlines, with an annual salary of 1.2 million, he was just a middle-class worker. Yifeng, on the other hand, had already broken through the class barrier and become a capitalist, earning income just by lying down every day, without the need to worry about keeping his job or bowing and scraping. Yesterday, he had looked down on Yifeng with disdain. Xiao Xinhao had even offered to drive Yifeng back to the hotel to show off his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz. In reality, Xiao Xinhao appeared glamorous on the surface, but in Asia Airlines, he was just a lackey under Jiang Yanran. Xiao Xinhao had even boasted in front of Yifeng about his $1 million salary, encouraging him to work hard so he could reach his level. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xinhao had never imagined that Yifeng was so much more impressive than him, yet he didn't show off. A mere business manager, he had bragged in front of Yifeng. Xiao Xinhao suddenly realized that Yifeng not only had a higher status than him but also a broader vision and mindset. After the opening ceremony, Xiao Xinhao found an opportunity to tell Yifeng about his current situation truthfully. "Is that General Jiang you mentioned, the one with long hair who was as cold as an ice cellar?" Yifeng asked curiously. "Yes, that's her." "Do you know her?" "We have some connection, but I don't know her." Yifeng felt embarrassed and didn't mention the incident where he almost got hit by her car. Jiang Yanran offered him $20,000 to leave, which was quite embarrassing. Jiang Yanran is hard to evaluate. Xiao Xinhao left AirAsia and immediately started bad-mouthing the company. "Our company's general manager Chen is also here. Xiao, if you're willing, you can come to Jingxin shipyard to help me in General Manager Chen." Yifeng didn't say he would help but brought up Chen Weiqiang to avoid sounding disdainful. Then, Yifeng introduced Chen Weiqiang to Xiao Xinhao. After hearing about Xiao Xinhao's work experience and abilities, Chen Weiqiang thought highly of him. Being from the same hometown and university as Yifeng and having worked as a business manager at AirAsia with Yifeng's recommendation, Chen Weiqiang had no reason to refuse Xiao Xinhao. "Xiao, if you're willing, we have an opening for a business manager at Jingxin. Although we're not as big as AirAsia, we are a startup company with great potential." "Alright, since General Manager Chen speaks highly of me, why would I refuse?" Xiao Xinhao quickly found a new job for himself. Honestly, he didn't think highly of Jingxin shipyard. However, the headquarters of Jingxin shipyard was near his home, and with Yifeng as the vice president, he believed he wouldn't be mistreated. If things didn't work out, he could leave any time. When explaining his resignation to Yifeng, Xiao Xinhao didn't mention being fired by Jiang Yanran for a work mistake but claimed he resigned voluntarily due to family reasons and wanted a job closer to home. Xiao Xinhao quickly found a new job for himself and successfully hid the truth of his dismissal, securing an offer from Jingxin shipyard. Yifeng didn't dwell on Xiao Xinhao's behavior at the noodle shop. Xiao Xinhao was someone who had helped him a lot in college, and now that he was in a position to help, he would return the favor. The first day of the Maritime Trade Summit was uneventful, just meeting with various executives. Chen Weiqiang took the opportunity to introduce Yifeng to many senior figures in the industry, helping him expand his network. The second day was the highlight of the summit. Dock transport companies from various regions presented their PPTs to attract investment and inject new funds into their companies. The night before, Chen Weiqiang stayed in Yifeng's room for a while, making some minor adjustments to his PPT and speech, easing Yifeng's nerves. Yifeng had never spoken in front of so many people before. Even introducing himself to the whole class in school made him nervous. But this time, he wasn't just speaking to a class, he was on the main stage of a summit with hundreds of people, including accomplished individuals from various industries. This speech was not just a task, it was about attracting investments for Jingxin shipyard. Chen Weiqiang told Yifeng before going on stage that it was Jingxin shipyard's first time at such a high-level summit. Even if they didn't secure investments through the speech, it was mainly for publicity. Yifeng didn't overthink it and, once on stage, controlled his nerves and did his best. When stepping down, there was a warm round of applause. Many people were discussing the newly established shipyard company and its very young vice president, Yifeng. Another one opened in Yob? A new shipyard? Have you heard about it? I don't know, I only know there's a Yame group in Yob. This young man speaks passionately, looks energetic. So, the new shipyard is going to compete with Hu Lao for business. Hu Lao has retired, now his son is in charge of the Yame group. Speaking of the current situation of the Yame group, several big shots couldn't help but sigh. After Hu Lao's retirement, the Yame group has been on a downward trend. A good hand was played to pieces by Hu Lao's indifferent son. If he had inherited half of Hu Lao's intelligence, Yob would not have seen another shipyard company emerge. Xiao Xinhao in the audience couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, university is a watershed. Yi Feng and him were already worlds apart. He came to attend the Maritime Trade Summit, either promoted by Zhang Yanran or by chance. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was already on stage with his PowerPoint and speech, attracting investments. Xiao Xinhao felt inferior. After Yi Feng stepped down, Xiao Xinhao smiled and welcomed him back to his seat. Well done, everyone is applauding for you. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel? Chen Weiqiang asked. If he guessed correctly, this should be Yi Feng's first time doing such a thing. Still a bit nervous, look at my hands, Yi Feng showed his trembling hands. After finishing his speech, Yi Feng was not as nervous, but his hands continued to tremble. It's okay, with more experience in such occasions, you'll be fine, Chen Weiqiang patted Yi Feng's shoulder. On the other side of the summit, President Zhang, the person who just spoke on stage, is the one we almost bumped into at the hotel. Du Bingbing reminded Zhang Yanran. Really? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhang Yanran raised her eyebrows. She hadn't paid attention to who had just spoken on stage. It's true, Yi Feng, the vice president of the new shipyard. I see. President Zhang, Xiao Xinhao is also next to him, chatting and laughing, seems to know Yi Feng. Following Du Bingbing's finger, Zhang Yanran took a closer look. He's still here? Mentioning Xiao Xinhao made Zhang Yanran angry. Such a big event like the Maritime Trade Summit, Xiao Xinhao didn't seem to care at all, with numerous flaws in his PowerPoint presentation. She had given him enough time to make corrections, yet he wanted to delay. Since taking over Yu Hang from her father, she boldly promoted new talents, and Xiao Xinhao had worked under her for 3 years, all of which she had nurtured. But from the PowerPoint, it was clear to see Xiao Xinhao's current work attitude. Coupled with previous reports of sexual harassment by female employees, Zhang Yanran simply took this opportunity to dismiss Xiao Xinhao. Unexpectedly, he found a new job so quickly. The new shipyard, right? Zhang Yanran had never heard of it. It was all thanks to his experience at Yuhang that he found a new job. Leaving a big company like Yuhang, those small shipyard companies outside were eager to hire him. Next, please welcome Zhang Yanran, chairman of Asia Shipping Shipyard Company, the host announced to the audience. Zhang Yanran didn't care about Xiao Xinhao's matter. Without him, there were thousands of more talented people waiting for her promotion. Now, what she needed to do was present her carefully prepared speech in PowerPoint to secure enough funding for the Yuhang's plans for the next 2 quarters. After taking the stage, Zhang Yanran first presented her prepared PowerPoint. This is the document she made in 2 hours, gorgeous without losing its essence. Everything she wanted to express has been expressed. Paired with the speech, it can be considered perfect. Zhang Yanran believes that the PPT she rushed out in 2 hours is better than what Xiao Xinhao prepared for several days. Xiao Xinhao below was amazed when he saw what Zhang Yanran presented. Zhang Yanran is indeed Zhang Yanran. Xiao Xinhao even suspected that this was carefully prepared by the deputy manager for several days and not rushed out in one night as Du Bingbing claimed. This PPT is much better than what he did. Zhang Yanran's entire speech process lasted about 40 minutes, longer than everyone else before. More importantly, Zhang Yanran revealed that there will be major actions by AirAsia in the second half of the year, but the key information has not been disclosed. One is to attract proactive investors. The other is to avoid being targeted by competitors. A very wise speech. Throughout the process, Zhang Yanran exuded an unmatched confidence in her every move. Just as Zhang Yanran expected, immediately after stepping down, she received messages from several investors inquiring about the major actions AirAsia will take in the second half of the year, whether it is reliable, and how certain it is. Zhang Yanran replied uniformly, 90% certain, and arranged to discuss in detail over dinner with these investors. In her eyes, the money in the hands of these investors is already in her pocket. 3 words to describe Zhang Yanran's current mood: relaxed, happy, simple. This Zhang Yanran is extraordinary. Yi Feng furrowed his brows. From Zhang Yanran's speech, it can be seen that she is not just a name, but has solid capabilities. According to Xiao Xinhao, she returned from studying abroad? AirAsia, founded by Zheng Hongyu, can be said to be a leader in the Jiangnan region and well known throughout Asia. Chen Weiqiang continued to introduce Zhang Yanran. However, Zheng Hongyu passed away due to a heart attack 4 years ago, leaving only Zhang Yanran as his daughter, who took over the company. But, don't underestimate her. Zhang Yanran made significant reforms as soon as she took office, and now AirAsia is firmly in the leading position in the Jiangnan region. Manager Xiao, you have worked under Zhang Yanran for 4 years, so you should understand her better than me. Can you introduce her to General Manager Zhang? We mainly have work-related conversations, and we have no personal interactions. She wouldn't spend time on me, a small manager, haha. Xiao Xinhao smiled bitterly. He did want to climb this high branch. However, Zhang Yanran is indeed formidable. She is decisive in everything she does, and she doesn't give any face to the senior members in AirAsia. She has made things very difficult for them. Chen Weiqiang and Yi Feng nodded silently. Next on stage was Hu Yuebin from Yamei Group. Hu Yuebin. He's also attending the Maritime Trade Summit? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. However, after thinking it through, Yi Feng was no longer so surprised. There are only 2 shipyard companies in Yobe, Jingxin Shipyard and Yamei Group. If even Jingxin can attend the Maritime Trade Summit, then Yamei Group is naturally qualified. Hu Yuebin had puffy eyes, thick dark circles, spoke weakly, and seemed to have only a few years left. Yi Feng guessed that Hu Yuebin must have been hanging out at the bar with girls last night, otherwise, his appearance wouldn't be so poor. He even saw a few people trying hard not to laugh, discussing Hu Yuebin's complexion, and even speculating that Hu Yuebin was with several girls last night. Yi Feng almost laughed to death. That's it. How can Hu Yuebin compete in this state against Jingxin Shipyard? Yi Feng was certain that even if those big shots in the financial industry don't invest in Jingxin Shipyard, they won't invest in Yamei Group either, entrusting their money to such a playboy who was always indulging in luxury. After Hu Yuebin stepped down, there were still foreign-funded enterprises like Dust and state-owned enterprises like Hua Hang in the maritime transportation industry. One by one, the CEOs went up to talk about the annual report and attract investments. In the evening, Yi Feng and Lu Shiqi accompanied Chen Weiqiang to a private room on the 24th floor of the Emperor Hotel, where they invited an investor from the Magic City to dinner. Chen Weiqiang told Yi Feng that this investor was the same person he had met in the Magic City a few days ago. The CEO of Tianxia Shipping, Zhuo Xiuwen. However, a few minutes before the agreed time, they received a call from the investor, who kept apologizing. A senior figure greeted Zhuo Xiuwen and took away 85 million in investment funds, leaving only 15 million for Jingxin in the end. Mr. Chen, didn't you say it was all settled? Lu Shiqi was a bit puzzled. I had a good discussion a few days ago, I'm also frustrated, Chen Weiqiang sighed. Zhuo Xiuwen's change of heart disrupted his plans for the second half of the year. Do you think what he said is true? Why would an old senior approach him? Lu Shiqi asked. Doesn't seem fake. I guess it must be Hu Laoshi from Yamei Group personally intervening. Chen Weiqiang told them that Tianxia Shipping had only 7 or 8 people and 3 or 4 ships back then, and it was acquired by Hu Laoshi from Yamei Group, who then nurtured it, and the 2 companies had a deep cooperative relationship. Although they have since separated, the personal connections from back then still exist. The old senior that Zhuo Xiuwen mentioned is highly likely to be Hu Laoshi from Yamei Group, who is also Hu Yuebin's father. Forget it, I don't blame him. Although Chen Weiqiang said this, he felt extremely unwilling inside. Next, they hoped that Ji Feng's passionate speech at the Maritime Trade Summit could attract some investments, and Chen Weiqiang would figure out the rest. Mr. Chen, how about this? I have some spare money on hand, why not invest it in the company first? Yi Feng, seeing Chen Weiqiang so frustrated, couldn't bear it. He had over 100 million in his account, and it was better to use it to expand Jingxin Shipyard's scale than to let it sit idle. How much can you invest? 50 million, no problem, Yi Feng said confidently. Chen Weiqiang was very surprised. Damn, does Yi Feng's family own a money printing factory? Did the money come blowing in with the wind, or was it printed overnight? With such a bulging money bag, Why bother being an entrepreneur when you could already be called a successful person? It would be much better to buy a couple of small islands in the Pacific and enjoy a peaceful life. Why dive headfirst into the treacherous business world? Chen Weiqian couldn't understand this question. I also met two CEOs during the day. They have a substantial amount of funds willing to entrust me to manage. The amount is also around 50 million. If I and Mr. Zhang pool together, we can raise $1 billion. It was only at this moment that Yi Feng understood why Lu Shiqi had come to the Maritime Trade Summit. She wasn't very interested in maritime transportation, and she was just a figurehead at Jingxin shipyard, not really involved in the operations. She was here to see if she could meet some clients. Although she attended as a representative of Zhongguan Fund, she wasn't here to invest money, but to collect it. What a shrewd woman! Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Jingxin shipyard had developed well in the past 6 months, and the schedules for the existing ships were already full for the second half of the year. Chen Weiqian didn't want to waste this development period, so he came to discuss financing, hoping to buy more ships for the company's operations. He believed that Yamei Group would eventually fall, and then Jingxin shipyard would reign supreme in the north. The three of them finally decided that Yi Feng would stay in the Magic City to finish attending the Maritime Trade Summit, to see if anyone would be willing to invest in Jingxin shipyard in the next few days, and if so, to try their best to retain them. Mr. Chen and I are flying urgently to Xiamen now. If this CEO is willing to invest in us, then you two won't need to contribute money. We'll discuss it when the time comes. After the decision, Yi Feng was granted full authority by Chen Weiqian and stayed at the Emperor Hotel. The two urgently flew to Xiamen. Back in the room, Xiao Xinhao approached eagerly and asked, "How did it go? Did you reach an agreement?" Yi Feng pursed his lips and silently shook his head. Xiao Xinhao did not attend the evening banquet tonight. Although he was close to Yi Feng, he did not have enough qualifications. Hu Lao from Yamei Group personally intervened and took away the investment. That old guy showed up? It seems like you guys really gave Yamei Group a hard time. Xiao Xinhao inquired with a few friends in the industry, quietly asking about Jingxin shipyard. He heard about the recent business battle between Yamei Group and Jingxin shipyard, where both sides used tactics, and in the end, Jingxin shipyard slightly prevailed, almost seizing all of Yamei Group's ships at the dock. Hu Lao is a legendary figure. Decades ago, he was a dominant force in the Jiangnan and Moda regions. Those foreign enterprises had to give Hu Lao some face. How did it come to this? Yi Feng asked. The company's planning had issues. The water areas of Jiangnan, Modu, and Northeast have been key areas for thousands of years. At that time, Hu Lao insisted on focusing the company's efforts in Yan'an, and the result was disastrous. One mistake led to another. Yamei Group has long lost its dominance at sea, being gradually surpassed and losing market share. After Hu Lao retired, when his son Hu Yuebin took over, the company deteriorated further. Bankruptcy and liquidation were inevitable. Yamei Group has lost its vitality, but Hu Lao didn't want to see it become a bankrupt mess, which is why he intervened personally. Yi Feng had a moment of realization. Yamei Group had such an unknown history. Yi Feng had always thought that Yamei Group started declining after Hu Yuebin took over, but it had actually begun deteriorating long before. On the third day, Yi Feng was not interested in the award ceremony for contributions to maritime trade, but since other executives were attending, he had to go to wait for investors. You don't understand today's situation, do you? Xiao Xinhao chuckled. Ha! What's the situation today? Isn't it just an award ceremony? Xiao Xinhao shook his head, denying Yi Feng's assumption. He explained that today's event, seemingly an award ceremony, was actually an occasion for captains and sailors to find new opportunities for their teams. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many people in white and gold captain uniforms today. He had thought they were all receiving awards. Why are there women going up to receive awards? Yi Feng frowned, watching several graceful and charming young girls on stage, dressed in white sailor uniforms with white hats, resembling the uniform seduction scene in island country films. In Yi Feng's understanding, 99% of those in such roles were male, so the sudden appearance of 7 or 8 females truly broadened her horizons. Yifeng looked around and noticed that others were not surprised. Well, they're not on cargo ships, they're on international cruise ships, didn't they mention that? Xiao Xinhao patiently explained to Yifeng. These girls received awards because they had risked their lives to save 25 tourists during a cruise ship fire incident, bringing honor to the cruise company and thus receiving the Outstanding Contribution Award. Do you think they are also here to find new opportunities? It's possible. Sailors and captains who can appear here today are all possibilities. Shall we go ask them? Let's go. The award ceremony was particularly boring, so these female sailors became Yifeng and Xiao Xinhao's companions to pass the time. Although Jingxing shipyard did not have cruise ships, it was still good to get to know them. After the female sailors stepped down from the stage, Yifeng and Xiao Xinhao approached them together. Please give these ladies who have made outstanding contributions to the maritime industry a drink. Xiao Xinhao snapped his fingers and called the waiter over. Champagne? Or whiskey? Whiskey. I'll have champagne. Yifeng was dumbfounded. Xiao Xinhao could be considered a master of flirting, and his behavior attracted a few female sailors to giggle. It seemed that Xiao Xinhao was quite experienced in charming women, hitting it off right away. I am the business manager of Jingxing Shipyard, Xiao Xinhao glanced back at Yifeng. He had originally wanted to show off in front of Yifeng, but almost forgot that he was now working under Yifeng, so of course, Yifeng was the focus. After introducing himself, Xiao Xinhao tactfully introduced Yifeng. This is my boss, the vice president of Jingxing Shipyard, Mr. Yifeng. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. The female sailors greeted Yifeng in unison, including a blonde foreign girl. Just call me Mr. Zhang, no need to call me Mr. Yi. Yifeng smiled lightly and took a sip of red wine. After getting to know Yifeng, he learned that these female sailors were indeed as impressive as they had imagined, looking for new opportunities. Their captain, Yao Qiuqiu, had a delicate complexion, elegant demeanor, round face, and outstanding figure. Yifeng felt that even compared to the female stars on the island, Yao Qiuqiu outshone them. The other female sailors, although not much different in appearance from her, were overshadowed by the leadership aura of the captain. Dressed in a light golden uniform with water splashes on her shoulders, it was easy to feel a sense of conquest. Mr. Zhang, do you need crew members on your cruise ship? Yao Qiuqiu volunteered, introducing her work experience on cruise ships and her highly skilled team of sailors. Those attending the award ceremony today were not sailors but deputy captains, chief mates, second mates, and third mates. If it weren't for Yao Qiuqiu's introduction, Yifeng wouldn't have realized that these petite and beautiful girls could hold such positions. What surprised Yifeng the most was that Yao Qiuqiu had led this team on various cruise ships for 5 years. In terms of knowledge, appearance, figure, and eloquence, they were incomparable even to flight attendants. Do you need crew members on your cruise ship, Mr. Zhang? Yao Qiuqiu asked. Our company has not yet ventured into the cruise business, but I admire your outstanding contributions and wanted to meet you. Oh, I see. Yao Qiuqiu nodded, though her eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. She had thought she had a chance to find a new opportunity. In the end, she was just like those annoying men who came to chat her up at the award ceremony. Including Yifeng and Xiao Xinhao, she had already been approached by the eighth wave of men. Most of them were company executives, but many were not in the cruise business, and even those who didn't need more crew members, they just wanted their contact information to see if there was an opportunity. On the other side. What are they talking about? Zhang Yanran caught sight of Yifeng and Xiao Xinhao chatting with the beautiful female sailors, looking happy. Ms. Zhang, the cruise industry has not been doing well in the past year, and many international cruise companies have been forced to stop their cruise operations. These female sailors are looking for new opportunities. Oh? They are sailors? Zhang Yanran arrived on the third day and was unaware that these female sailors had already received their awards on stage. Yes, they just received their awards on stage. These girls saved 25 passengers in a cruise ship fire incident and received an Outstanding Achievement Award, explained Du Bingbing patiently to Zhang Yanran. As she spoke, she glanced at Yifeng. Zhang Yanran noticed Du Bingbing's unusual expression. What? Are you interested in that annoying man? No, no. Du Bingbing quickly withdrew her gaze, feeling very guilty. Du Bingbing actually had a good impression of Yifeng, whether it was his gentlemanly behavior almost bumping into her on the first day, his passionate speech on the second day, or even his lively conversation with several women today. Du Bingbing felt that Yifeng was a handsome, talented, and charming man. She fell for it. Jiang Yanran coldly snorted and didn't say much, ordered a cocktail, and walked away. Du Bingbing panicked and hurried to catch up. Jiang Yanran? Whether it was Yifeng or Xiao Xinhao, they were both surprised by the sudden appearance of Jiang Yanran. What was she doing here? Jiang Yanran seemed to have no intention of talking to either Xiao Xinhao or Yifeng, elegantly extended her hand to the female captain Yao Qiuxiu. Hello, I am Jiang Yanran, the chairman of Asia Shipping. Asia Shipping? Several girls looked at each other. This was one of the most powerful maritime enterprises in Zhuzhou. The helmsman of Asia Shipping turned out to be a young and beautiful woman. This truly astonished them. Meeting such a person, even if Asia Shipping did not have a cruise business, they had a strong network. Wanting to arrange their work was just a matter of words. I have heard of your heroic deeds, I greatly admire your actions, the saying women can do as well as men is vividly demonstrated in you. Do you have time? We can go to a quiet place and discuss cooperation. The girls were excited. Female sailors faced a lot of discrimination on board, and only strong women like Jiang Yanran could resonate with them. Several crew members, including Yao Qiuxiu, directly left Yifeng and Xiao Xinhao behind and followed Jiang Yanran eagerly. In 3 sentences, the women around Yifeng disappeared. He was so angry. Xian, let's go somewhere else. I know a bar where the girls are also good. In an awkward moment, Xiao Xinhao took the initiative to ease the anger. Jiang Yanran's recent actions were undoubtedly a punishment for him. But this time, the one flirting was Yifeng. Why did Jiang Yanran have to interfere with Yifeng's good deeds? Xiao Xinhao remembered that Yifeng had mentioned some connection between them. Was it because of this reason? The more Yifeng looked at Jiang Yanran, the more displeased he felt. Damn it, on the first day, he almost hit him with a car, didn't even apologize, and directly paid him $20,000 to leave. Today, he came over to ruin his face and disturb his flirting. This was deliberately making him uncomfortable. I'm really sorry, General Jiang didn't mean it. Du Bingbing hadn't left yet, she apologized to Yifeng. Secretary Du, General Jiang was a bit too much, what is she trying to do? Xiao Xinhao said angrily.